Chapter 1. Eternal Life Begins. Eternal life is indeed as lonely as snow, a young lad mused. He reclined on a gentle hillside, a blade of grass clutched between his lips, gazing into the distance as the breeze whispered through the trees, causing them to bow in reverence. Yet, from the tone of his voice, it was evident that he was not lamenting, but rather reveling in a profound sense of joy. Beside him sat a hornless black bull, not standing, but comfortably seated on its haunches, its black back standing tall. The youth was named Chen Xun, who had traversed into this world a year prior. This realm was vast and boundless, teeming with countless cultivators who could move mountains and seas, perched high in the clouds, overlooking the mortal realm. Upon his arrival, he discovered that he was endowed with a system, and Chen Xun felt immense gratitude as myriad tales of protagonists flitted through his mind. However, this system was not one of invincible attributes or unparalleled techniques. He had achieved immortality. The laws of heaven and earth could no longer confine his lifespan, yet he could only enhance his attributes by a meager increment each year. Strength, speed, defense, magical power, and the essence of all things. While strength, speed, defense, and magical power were comprehensible, the essence of all things eluded Chen Xun's understanding, prompting him to cast it aside, for survival was paramount. Fortunately, the system was considerate, providing him with a companionous spirit beast of longevity. Though it could not speak, it could comprehend his words and could receive enhancements each year without consuming his precious longevity points. We may be immortal, but we can still be slain henceforth. We must tread carefully, Chen Xun sighed. 6 months prior, he and the black bull had cultivated a field of rice in a small village and raised numerous chicks, only to have them stolen by a band led by old Wang from the neighboring village on a moonless night. Upon learning of this, Chen Xun was consumed by fury. Was there no justice in this world? No law? Sharpening his axe, he ventured into the neighboring village to seek retribution, only to be met with overwhelming numbers. He was soundly beaten, and one of the bull's horns was wrenched off, forcing them to flee and recuperate for several days. The bull snorted heavily, resentment gleaming in its eyes. Those ruffians were indeed despicable. This incident left a profound psychological scar on Chen Xun, casting a long shadow over his spirit. Ding! The host may now allocate points. A grin spread across Chen Xun's face. The year had come to an end. Time to enhance. Without hesitation, he allocated his points to strength, recalling the humiliation of being overpowered during that altercation. By the heavens! His face flushed crimson as a surge of power coursed through him, veins bulging in his arms. He struck the ground with a fist, startling the black bull into a leap. My fate is mine to command. Bang action and reaction are intertwined. Chen Xun fractured his hand, requiring further days of recovery alongside the black bull. He also granted it an increment in strength, although its appearance remained unchanged. Observing Chen Xun's mishap, the bull merely tested its newfound strength, finding it quite satisfactory. They resided in a thatched cottage in a secluded village, living a life of peace. Yet, the laws of this world seemed etched into the very bones of humanity. Mortal folk were expected to bow in respect to cultivators, a lesson even the villagers understood. So, my friend, a youthful voice called from outside the cottage. Was the village's little black boy, named so for his dark complexion at birth. What is it, little black boy? Chen Xun asked, opening the door slowly, his injuries now healed. The village chief sent me to bring you some rice, the boy replied, beaming innocently as he carried a sack of rice. Please thank the village chief for me. Chen Xun accepted the bag, his heart swelling with gratitude, for he and the black bull had been subsisting on wild greens for several days. An immortal nearly starved to death. What an absurdity! As this thought crossed his mind, resentment bubbled within him. A gentleman's revenge may take a century, but they would not forget the transgressions against them. Son, I must return home. My mother calls me for dinner, the boy said. Very well, go swiftly. Chen Xun smiled, and as he gazed at the rice in his hands, tears of gratitude welled at the corners of his eyes. There remained many good souls in this world. The black bull, restless within the cottage, let out a low bellow. It preferred rice to grass. In a cloud of steam, fragrant rice emerged from the pot. Man and beast sat upon the ground, devouring their meal with dreams of the future dancing in their eyes. Old bull, we must persevere. Let us not act rashly again. Chen Xun remarked between mouthfuls of rice, swallowing hard. This world is vast, and once we prosper, I shall find you some fine cows. The bull huffed in disdain, as if to remind him of his earlier impulsivity. Against such overwhelming numbers, we must employ strategy, Chen Xun said mysteriously. The black bull's eyes sparkled with delight as it drew closer to Chen Xun. When they grow old and feeble, we shall shatter their teeth and desecrate their ancestors' graves. How dare they provoke an immortal? Chen Xun declared with fervor, his eyes gleaming with determination. The black bull nodded vigorously, its eyes shimmering with approval. This was indeed a splendid plan. Why does it smell like something is burning? Chen Xun sniffed the air, suddenly turning toward the kitchen in alarm. Our thatched cottage. The bull responded with a startled snort. Fire. Chen Xun's house is ablaze. Quick, we must extinguish it. An hour later, the flames had subsided, yet the cottage lay nearly consumed by the fire. Man and beast gazed vacantly, kneeling outside, devoid of hope. Chen Xun, an orphan in the village, had endured a series of misfortunes, drawing pity from the villagers, who offered consolation before dispersing. It is over, we have lost our home. Chen Xun spoke despondently, for he had no knowledge of construction. Truly, misfortune had struck in relentless waves, and life seemed a tapestry of despair. Yet, fortune smiled upon them. The black bull had managed to preserve some rice through its regurgitation, enough to sustain them for a few more days. Old bull, I see some caves at the foot of the eastern hillside. Let us take refuge there, Chen Xun suggested, shaking his head in melancholy, yearning to learn a trade in the village, for he had come to till the land, yet knew nothing. The black bull, unfazed, followed Chen Xun wherever he went, for any place with him was home. Outside the small village, with bundles of hay strapped upon its back, the black bull accompanied Chen Xun as he gathered firewood to make their temporary abode in the cave. In the year that followed, Chen Xun apprenticed with a village carpenter, while the black bull aided in transporting materials. The villagers remarked on its intelligence, advising Chen Xun not to harm it. Chen Xun merely scoffed at such notions. He would rather leap from the hillside to his demise than betray a friend. What a delightful feast, Chen Xun chuckled, savoring the tender beef. At year-end, the villagers had slaughtered several cows for a grand celebration, inviting all to partake. Naturally, he did not miss such a joyous occasion, though the black bull watched with narrowed eyes, unable to swallow the beef offered by Chen Xun. After the feast, it was imperative not to waste food. What others discarded, he and the black bull salvaged, for frugality was essential for survival. Within the cave, the black bull feasted heartily while Chen Xun consumed the leftover beef it declined. Chapter 1. Eternal Life Begins. Eternal life is truly as lonely as snow. A young lad reclined on a gentle hillside, a tuft of dogtail grass clutched between his teeth, gazing into the distance as a soft breeze swept through, causing the trees to bow in submission. Yet, from the tone of his voice, it appeared he was not lamenting, but rather reveling in a profound sense of joy. Moo! Moo beside him sat a hornless black cow, not standing but seated upright on its hind legs, its back straight as an arrow. The youth was named Chen Xun, who had traversed into this realm a year prior. This world was vast and boundless, populated by countless cultivators who could move mountains and rivers, perched high in the clouds, surveying the mortal realm below. However, upon his arrival, he discovered he was endowed with a system, for which Chen Xun was immensely grateful, as countless tales of protagonists flooded his mind. Yet his system was not a typical one that bestowed invincibility or unparalleled skills. He had achieved immortality. The laws of heaven and earth could no longer constrain his lifespan, but he could only enhance his attributes by a mere increment each year. Strength, speed, defense, magical power, and the essence of all things. He understood strength, speed, defense, and magical power well enough, however. The essence of all things eluded his comprehension. He soon cast it aside, prioritizing survival above all else. Fortunately, the system proved quite considerate, gifting him a spirit beast to accompany him on his journey of eternity. Although it could not speak, it understood his words and could receive enhancements annually without consuming his own longevity points. We may be immortal, but we are still susceptible to death. It's best to tread carefully, Chen Xun sighed. 6 months prior, He and the black cow had cultivated a field of rice in a small village and raised several chicks, only to have them all stolen one fateful night by old Wong from the neighboring village, accompanied by a band of ruffians. Upon learning of this, rage surged within him. Was there no law in this world? No justice? Armed with an axe, he and the black cow set off to demand an explanation from the neighboring village. However, outnumbered, Chen Xun was soundly beaten, and the black cow suffered the loss of one of its horns. They fled in disgrace and spent several days nursing their wounds. Moo! The black cow exhaled heavily, its eyes ablaze with resentment. Those ruffians were truly despicable. This incident left a profound psychological scar on Chen Xun, with far-reaching consequences. Ding! The host may now allocate points. A crooked smile crept across Chen Xun's face. The year had passed, and it was time to enhance his abilities. Without hesitation, he allocated his points to strength. The reason for his earlier defeat was his lack of power, unable to push away those who had restrained him. What the? Chen Xun's face flushed a deep crimson as a surge of strength coursed through him. Veins bulged on his arms as he delivered a powerful punch to the ground, startling the black cow into jumping up. My fate is in my own hands, not dictated by heaven. Bang force is reciprocal. Chen Xun fractured his hand, leading to more days of recovery alongside the black cow. He also granted the black cow a boost in strength, though it appeared unchanged. After witnessing Chen Xun's predicament, the cow merely tested its own strength, which proved quite satisfactory. They resided in a thatched cottage in a small village, living a life free from contention. Yet, the laws of this world seemed ingrained in the very bones of its inhabitants. Mortals were expected to bow and show respect to cultivators, for offending them could lead to dire consequences, a truth even the villagers of this remote hamlet understood. Sungir, a youthful voice called from outside the cottage. It was little Heisey from the village, who had been given a derogatory name due to his dark complexion at birth. What is it, little Heisey? Chen Xun, now healed, opened the door leisurely. The village chief sent me to bring you some rice, little Heisey said, grinning as he carried a sack of rice, his eyes sparkling with innocence. Please thank the village chief for me, Chen Xun replied, taking the rice with a heart brimming with gratitude. He and the black cow had subsisted on wild vegetables for several days. The esteemed immortal was on the verge of starvation. What an absurdity in this vast world. Reflecting on this, resentment bubbled within him. A gentleman's vengeance is never late. Your ancestral grave shall await our return. Sungir, I must be off. My mother calls me to dinner, little Heisey said. All right, hurry back. Chen Xun smiled, his eyes moist as he looked at the rice in his hands. There are still good people in this world. Moo! The black cow impatiently called out from within the cottage. It preferred rice over grass. A fragrant cloud of steam wafted through the air as freshly cooked rice filled the pot. The man and the cow sat on the ground, devouring their meal with visions of a brighter future. Old cow, we must live well and avoid acting impulsively, Chen Xun said, chewing the rice vigorously. This world is vast. Once we prosper, I will find you some fine cows. Moo! Gurgle! The old cow cast a look of disdain, as if to say, weren't you the one who charged into the neighboring village with an axe? To deal with such numbers, we must employ strategy. Chen Xun spoke mysteriously. The black cow's eyes brightened, inching closer to Chen Xun. When they grow old and feeble, we shall shatter their teeth and dig up their ancestral graves. How dare they provoke an immortal? Chen Xun declared fervently, his eyes glinting with determination. Moo! Moo! The black cow's large, bell-like eyes sparkled with excitement. Nodding in agreement, this was indeed a splendid idea. What's that burnt smell? Chen Xun sniffed the air, suddenly glancing towards the kitchen in horror. Our thatched cottage. Moo the black cow also let out a startled snort. It's on fire. Chen Xun's house is ablaze. Hurry to extinguish the flames. An hour later, the flames subsided, leaving the thatched cottage nearly consumed by fire. The man and the cow sat despondently outside, their eyes devoid of hope, bereft of all desire for life. Chen Xun, an orphan in the village, had faced one calamity after another, drawing pity from the villagers who offered words of consolation before dispersing. It's over, we've lost our home, Chen Xun lamented, his spirit crushed. He had no skills to rebuild truly, Misfortune had befallen him like a torrential downpour on a leaking roof. Yet, fate had not entirely forsaken him. The black cow managed to preserve some rice through its ruminating, enough to sustain them for a few more days. Old cow, I noticed several caves at the foot of the eastern hillside. Perhaps we should take shelter there, Chen Xun suggested, shaking his head in despair. He wished he had learned to trade in the village instead. He had come here to cultivate the land with no skills to speak of. Moo. The black cow, however, was indifferent wherever Chen Xun went. That was home for it. Outside the small village, the black cow carried a bundle of hay on its back, while Chen Xun gathered some firewood to take to the cave for temporary lodging. In the year that followed, Chen Xun apprenticed with the village carpenter, while the black cow assisted in carrying materials. The villagers remarked on its intelligence, advising Chen Xun not to harm it. Chen Xun merely scoffed. Even if he were to starve to death, he would never betray a friend. Delicious, he chuckled, savoring the beef. To celebrate the new year, the villagers slaughtered several cows, hosting a grand feast for everyone. Naturally, he did not miss such a joyous occasion. However, the black cow could only watch in horror, unable to swallow the pieces of beef offered by Chen Xun. After the feast, it was essential not to waste food. What others left uneaten, he and the black cow packed up for their own use, as they needed to be thrifty in their daily lives. Within the cave, the black cow relished its meal, while Chen Xun polished off the remaining beef it would not eat. Chapter 2. The arrival of the cultivators. Chen Xun, frothing at the mouth, heard a voice echoing in his mind. Ding. The host can now allocate points. He chose to enhance his strength, also granting a boost to the black bull. Chen Xun soon realized the significant advantages of this increase in power. His legs felt invigorated. His gaze sharpened, and he felt as if he could accomplish tasks with the strength of two men. In the village, a woman named Suehua, who was over 40 and still unmarried, often cast flirtatious glances his way. Perhaps this is the nature of man. Looking at his own muscles, Chen Xun sighed deeply, reflecting on the charm he exuded, unknowingly captivating numerous village maidens. "Hey, old bull, slow down," he exclaimed in surprise as the black bull, taking advantage of his moment of nostalgia, devoured his share of the midnight snack. The bull quickly swallowed the food, leaving Chen Xun speechless, his eyes wide in disbelief. The following year, Chen Xun and the black bull apprenticed to a blacksmith, whose admiration for their remarkable strength was unrestrained, frequently praising Chen Xun's potential as a smith. Chen Xun insisted on foregoing wages, requesting only meals for himself and the bull, to which the blacksmith readily agreed. However, the next month, a misstep occurred when Chen Xun entered the forge with his left foot first, a significant taboo, resulting in their immediate expulsion. Chen Xun sighed. Perhaps this was the burden of the strong. Undeterred, they sought fertile land to cultivate rice, with the black bull plowing the fields. Their teamwork was seamless as they toiled diligently towards prosperity. "This is our kingdom," Chen Xun declared, gazing at the lush green fields before him, joy illuminating his eyes as he gripped his mountain axe tightly, with two more sheathed at his waist. The black bull shared in his delight. Adorned with blades hanging from its hooves and an axe tied to its horns, ready to fend off any thieves daring enough to approach. With a glint of cold determination in his eyes, Chen Xun looked at the black bull, which nodded in agreement. "Let us avoid confrontation. With our gear, I doubt anyone will dare to pursue us." This year brought a degree of fortune. News of significant events in the neighboring village drew attention away from Chen Xun's fields. He continued to enhance the strength of himself and the black bull, happily harvesting rice. The black bull excavated a pit in their cave, and Chen Xun understood its intent, filling it with countless bags of gleaming white rice while reserving a portion to return to the village chief, a quantity several times greater than before. The sound of gongs echoed through the village, resonating far and wide, even reaching their cave, a summons for a significant assembly. Chen Xun squinted, swiftly exiting the cave, hoping it was not a village dispute. With his newfound strength, he felt capable of taking down a robust man with ease. Peering from a small hillside, they observed the scene, which turned out to be quite the opposite of their fears. The village was festive, with crowds gathering outside the village chief's home. "Come, old bull, let us see what is happening." In the village, Thousands of hopeful and excited faces held offerings of poultry and fish, bowing respectfully to two individuals at the center. The Yintian sect was recruiting disciples, offering the chance for those with spiritual roots to embark on the path of immortality. One of the cultivators, clad in a Taoist robe, stood atop the village chief's roof, exuding an imposing presence. How can one discern if they possess spiritual roots? A villager inquired. Indeed, my son, Xiaohei has been strong as an ox since childhood. A fortune teller proclaimed him a reincarnated immortal. The villagers were animated, bombarding the two cultivators with a barrage of questions, causing the pair to frown in annoyance. Silence. The cultivator's voice boomed, and with a flick of his wrist, a talisman ignited, conjuring a terrifying blaze that filled the air with heat. The crowd fell silent, the atmosphere thick with fear, their eyes wide in awe, realizing the true power of these immortals. Chen Xun, standing at the edge of the crowd, felt a mixture of awe and trepidation. Indeed, there were cultivators in this world. The black bull, however, looked perplexed, wondering when it had ever been taken for a walk in the village. The cultivators explained the classification of spiritual roots. 5 types of mixed roots, 4 types of lower roots, 3 types of middle roots, 2 types of upper roots, and 1 type of heavenly roots. With a wave of a token, the cultivator assured the villagers not to fret, as those under 20 years of age would begin the testing of their spiritual roots. A radiant beam of light erupted from the ground, dazzling the eyes of the villagers, who erupted into excited murmurs, even the elders eager to participate. Young villagers rushed forward to stand beneath the light, only to find no response. This is impossible. I dreamed I was an immortal, one villager muttered, disbelief etched on his face. Suddenly, he turned and knelt, crying out, Immortal, please take me as your disciple. Leave, or face the consequences, a cold voice resonated. Please, Immortal, the villager pleaded, refusing to step away from the light. I dreamed of this. With a swift flash of sword, blood spilled forth as the villager fell, eyes wide in disbelief, crumpling to the ground. The sound of kneeling echoed as fear gripped the villagers, their bodies trembling at the sight. Chen Xun's pupils constricted, panic setting in as he crouched low, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. These cultivators were beyond reckoning. The black bull quietly crouched beside him, their gazes meeting, shattering the idyllic fantasies they had harbored. Proceed, the cultivator commanded coldly, regarding the villagers as mere cattle. Thereafter, the chaos subsided, and villagers orderly approached the beams of light, their eyes still filled with hope. Chen Xun timidly stepped forward, but his mixed roots garnered no interest from the cultivators. Impressive, we have found a cultivator with middle roots. The cultivator remarked with a faint smile, addressing a little girl. Say farewell to your family. Yes, immortal, she replied, torn between reluctance and joy as she bid her family goodbye. The cultivator bestowed a handful of silver onto her family. Those with mixed roots may serve at the sect, still possessing the opportunity to tread the path of immortality, the cultivator stated, glancing at the gathered individuals. Immortal, I shall go. Several villagers with mixed roots exclaimed, their eyes gleaming with hope as they dropped to their knees. The cultivator's gaze fell upon Chen Xun, who was now drooling and drenched in sweat. The black bull beside him appearing equally exhausted, both clearly shaken by the recent events. Weak-minded individuals have no hope of immortality. Depart, the cultivator declared, producing a celestial sword from his storage bag and soaring away with the villagers, leaving behind an ethereal mist. The remaining villagers were left in a daze, their eyes lingering on the receding figures of the immortals, envy blooming in their hearts. Curse it, old bull. You could have played dead to fool them. Do you wish to see me dead? Chen Xun lay on the ground, severely injured, his chest heaving as he recalled the near brush with death. The black bull nudged him gently, equally astonished at its own strength. It carefully hoisted Chen Xun onto its back and returned him to the cave, where he recuperated for several days, gradually regaining his vitality. We must steer clear of those sects, Chen Xun explained, noticing the black bull's puzzled expression. The sects are perilous. They kill without consequence and feast upon the very cattle they raise. The black bull's eyes widened, shaking its head vigorously, clearly confused by the notion of killing without repercussions, yet understanding the implication of eating beef. The events with the cultivators did not ignite a sense of aspiration in Chen Xun. Instead, they instilled a profound sense of insecurity. Their conflict with the Wang family from the neighboring village was merely a brawl, but these cultivators could kill at a whim. Chen Xun etched the chilling gaze of the cultivator into his memory, reminiscent of the expression he bore when slaughtering a chicken. Chapter 3. The passage of seasons. 2 decades have swiftly elapsed. Let's cherish our days and refrain from engaging in violence, Chen Xun remarked earnestly while patting the great black ox, which nodded in agreement. They were enjoying a life of unparalleled contentment. Come, old ox, let us venture into the village to seek work. In this world, one cannot navigate without mastery of various skills. Chen Xun stood up with a smile, fastening the mountain axe to his waist. Now that they had ample rice, they no longer needed to rely on others for sustenance. Men and beasts began to seek out mentors in the village, learning various trades, from comprehensive funeral services to the exuberant sounds of the Suona. Their endeavors were thriving. The black ox exhibited remarkable skill in carrying coffins, earning admiration from the villagers, who readily gave him a thumbs up. Nowadays, during joyous or sorrowful occasions, the townsfolk would personally invite Chen Xun to participate. His expertise was well known. By nature, Chen Xun was an optimistic soul, believing that diverse skills would only serve to enhance one's life. The prospect of longevity filled him with hope, and each day was infused with purpose. A decade slipped by in the blink of an eye, leaving traces of time upon Chen Xun's visage, while the village welcomed many new infants. Yet, invincibility could be a lonely existence. Chen Xun stood within the cave, grinning broadly as he assumed a boxing stance before a massive stone. With a resounding thud, he struck the stone, which shattered instantly into countless fragments, leaving his hand unscathed. The black ox sat nearby, gazing at Chen Xun with a look of astonishment, marveling at his strength. How about that, old ox? Moo! Chen Xun chuckled heartily, his eyes gleaming with a sense of superiority. This was merely a fraction of his true power. The black ox, genuinely impressed, looked at him with even greater admiration, much to Chen Xun's delight. Over the past decade, Chen Xun had devoted all his cultivation points to enhancing his strength, rendering him capable of feats beyond the realm of ordinary mortals. Even young Heizi struggled to match him in an arm wrestling contest, easily bested by 3 of Chen Xun's fingers. Suddenly, urgent shouts echoed from outside the cave, jolting the black ox into action. Work had arrived. It quickly adjusted its gear with a flick of its horns, raising its head slightly. Now regarded as the village's sacred ox, even the local dogs acknowledged its presence with a bark of respect, though this was merely a figment of its imagination. What troubles you, fellow villagers? Chen Xun inquired as he stepped outside to find a gathering of several dozen villagers. Is it a joyous occasion or a sorrowful one? I must prepare my attire. The old village chief has passed away, several villagers sorrowfully conveyed. What? Chen Xun gasped, taken aback. The old village chief had always shown kindness towards him and the ox, leaving him momentarily bereft. Let's go. Outside the village's mourning hall, villagers gathered in droves. Chen Xun played the Suona, the autumn winds howling as leaves danced in the air. A sigh escaped his lips. The inevitability of life and death weighed heavily upon him. In the fleeting span of a century, existence slipped away. With bells jingling on its back, the black ox harmonized with Chen Xun's Suona, creating an autumnal elegy that carried the spirit of the old village chief into the distance. Along the country lane outside the village, Chen Xun maintained a stoic expression as he personally bore the coffin, a procession of mourners trailing behind, enveloped in a flurry of yellow paper offerings. Interment, with utmost care, Chen Xun and a few others lowered the coffin into the earth, standing aside to witness the villagers bidding their farewells. Some sought blessings, others desired wealth, while a few aspired to transcend mortality. Once the crowd dispersed, Chen Xun silently bowed 3 times, murmuring with a smile, "Thank you for your care, dear village chief." May your journey be peaceful. Moo! The black ox, feeling despondent, mimicked Chen Xun's gesture, bowing its head 3 times as well. Upon returning to the village, grown-up Heisey greeted Chen Xun with a grin. Brother Sun, you still appear as youthful as ever, showing no signs of aging. It's largely due to one's mindset. Chen Xun chuckled, patting Heisey on the back, who had grown robust and hardy, reminiscent of Chen Xun in his youth. Hee. Heisey smiled bashfully. My father once brought back some treasures from the mountains that greatly nourished me. Be cautious while hunting in the mountains. Your parents are aging, Chen Xun advised. I understand. Brother Sun, why not come to my home for a meal? No, thank you. I have matters to attend to. Chen Xun swiftly declined, aware that his appetite might overwhelm Heisey's household. Very well. I shall take my leave then, Heisey said, carrying a wild chicken as he bid farewell. Take care. Chen Xun responded with a smile, as the scent of smoke wafted from various homes, signaling the preparation of meals. Man and beast traversed through the flickering lights of countless homes, heading towards their mountain cave, leaving only their solitary silhouettes and the glint of the mountain axe at his waist. As spring gave way to autumn, another decade passed in haste. Heisey welcomed 2 children. One boy, whom Chen Xun named Dahuzi, often played in the village, eliciting laughter from the black ox. Chen Xun had become a figure of considerable respect within the village. Yet he bore no signs of aging. However, whispers circulated among the villagers, casting glances of suspicion, and some even spread idle rumors about his bachelorhood, suggesting he was impotent. Upon hearing such slander, Chen Xun was filled with indignation. As a robust man, he could not fathom being labeled in such a manner. He confronted Aunt Wang, engaging in a fierce debate that left him flushed, nearly revealing his prowess to defend his honor. But ultimately, the eloquence of the black ox faltered, leading to his defeat. Within the cave, Chen Xun, flustered and furious, lamented to the black ox. In that moment, you stood behind me, utterly speechless. Alas, they are many, Chen Xun sighed deeply, feeling the weight of such disgrace and injustice. Old ox, I bear no ill will towards you. We can only blame our longevity. Moo! The black ox nodded vigorously, recalling how it had once revealed its strength, only to be mocked by the gathering of women. Why have my strength points plateaued at 20? It feels as though I have hit a bottleneck, Chen Xun mused, and the black ox shared his sentiment. The distinction between 20 and 21 was non-existent. Resigned, he allocated his points to speed, granting the black ox a little as well. Their current longevity points stood at strength 21, speed 1. They distinctly felt their walking pace double, as if propelled by the wind, discovering the ultimate means of swift escape. Old ox, it is time for us to depart, Chen Xun declared with a sigh, his gaze filled with reluctance. This village can no longer accommodate us. Beyond Heisey's family, many familiar faces have gradually faded away. To remain ageless among mortals is a cause for dread. After all, this world held no elixirs or hormonal enhancements. Furthermore, the black ox appeared too extraordinary. Many villagers were eyeing it with intentions of capturing and slaughtering it for their children's nourishment. Chapter 4. A Gentleman's Revenge. 20 years late, Chen Xun had acquired a considerable array of wilderness survival skills. Though he was not a master, he was proficient in all. The great black bull gazed anxiously towards the farmland, a place it had toiled over with great effort. Fear not, we shall find a more fertile field in the future, one several times larger. Moo, moo. The bull nodded fervently, as Chen Xun began to weave grand visions, leaving the bull momentarily stunned. However, they still had a great grievance to settle. It was unbefitting of a gentleman to let it linger. Chen Xun rose abruptly, his mountain axe swirling in his grasp. Surely, those responsible had aged considerably. Old bull, while he is weak, let's claim our due. Moo! The ground trembled. Stones flew as the great black bull, incensed, recalled its own horns, which had only just begun to grow back. Even the village's heifers paid it little heed. Inside the cave, they busied themselves, ensuring to carry the essential instruments of their trade, the swona and other tools, strapped upon the black bull. Their current strength made handling pots and pans feel effortless, leaving behind what they could not transport for the family of Shao Heisey, including that piece of fertile land. The following day, at the homes of those who had aided Chen Xun, outside Xiao Haizi's house, the blacksmiths and the carpenters, piles of rice appeared at their doorsteps, eliciting expressions of elation and gratitude towards the heavens. Xiao Haizi's wife was busy counting the bounty, her smile radiant with delight at such fortune. Within, Xiao Haizi, now in middle age and with a newfound maturity, held a letter penned by Chen Xun, who had once taught him to read. Xiao Haizi, the fertile land outside the cave is entrusted to your family. Take good care of the Black Bull. With this departure, they may never meet again. The world is vast and resplendent. One must venture forth and maintain an optimistic outlook. Yours, the ever-carefree Sun Ge. Xiao Haizi read each word, his eyes misting over. Since childhood, he had followed Sun Ge, whom he regarded as an elder brother. Memories flooded back. The stolen rice, the burned, thatched cottage, being dismissed while working in the village, all the hardships endured. Yet Sun Ge always maintained a fervor for life. Safe travels, Sun Ge. Xiao Haizi smiled warmly, gazing out the window at the clear skies, a promising day for new beginnings. 3 months later, outside the neighboring village, in a pit of earth, stood a man and a bull, weathered and dust-covered. Chen Xun bit into a flatbread before offering a piece to the Black Bull. As anticipated, we have thoroughly scouted the neighboring village, and we shall strike first at Old Wang's house. Chen Xun's eyes gleamed with resolve. He possessed an abundance of patience and time. He had meticulously gathered information about Wang's ancestral tomb, their fields, and those who had wronged them. Old Bull, let us act. Chen Xun donned a bandit-esque mask, revealing only his eyes, nose, and mouth, and prepared a similar disguise for the Black Bull. Beneath the darkened sky, they stood upon the earthen slope, unyielding against the howling wind, embodying the very essence of banditry. They ascended the mountain path, moonlight cascading down, shrouded in chilling breezes, surrounded by solemn graves. Yet, what did these pale in comparison to the grievances they had suffered? At the tomb of Wang Defa, Chen Xun's eyes sparkled with ferocity. This is the place, he growled. Old Bull, dig. Moo. The great Black Bull, electrified with excitement, bellowed and began to dig furiously. Chen Xun kicked the tombstone, shattering it with glee, as dirt flew, revealing a coffin. They hastily uncovered it, exposing a skeleton, and in a flash fled the scene. In Wang's fields, the bull plowed with unbridled fury, dirt flying as it vented its anger. Chen Xun watched with wide eyes. This old bull bore a grudge even greater than his own. The once pristine field lay in disarray, and they surveyed their handiwork, satisfaction swelling within. The next day, Chen Xun charged into Old Wang's home with the Black Bull. Who goes there? Exclaimed a startled elderly man, gripping his cane in alarm at the sight of the masked figure. I am your long-lost father, Chen Xun roared, recognizing the man as Wang Tianming, who had once beaten him mercilessly. With a swift kick, he shattered the old man's cane. In one fluid motion, he stepped forward and struck him across the face, knocking out several teeth. Spare me, good sir. Wang Tianming spat blood, realizing he was at the mercy of a bandit. 20 years ago, you stole our rice, and today, I have come to reclaim what is mine. Wang Tianming's eyes widened in shock. He had nearly forgotten that incident. As he glanced towards the Black Bull outside, memories stirred. Moo! Suddenly, a large yellow dog dashed past, only to be sent sprawling by the bull as charge. Chen Xun wreaked havoc within the Wang household, scrambling eggs and decimating earthworms with his axe. Wang Tianming sat on the ground, weeping and wailing, desperately calling for help. Father, who are these villains? How dare they come to the Wang household to wreak havoc? Outside, a cacophony of shouts and angry voices erupted as countless young men armed with picks and knives rushed toward them. Old Bull, retreat, Chen Xun shouted, and together they leapt over the wall, Chen Xun giving the bull a push. Thief, don't run, came the cries. Face us one-on-one. Don't flee like a coward. The village was in an uproar, hundreds of men pursuing them, a cloud of dust rising as they brandished weapons. Ha ha ha, you cannot catch us. Chen Xun laughed heartily, racing away with the Black Bull, casting a dismissive glance over his shoulder. Is this all you've got? Roars of indignation erupted behind them as the men quickened their pace, yet they could not close the distance. helplessly watching as Chen Xun and the bull grew ever more distant. Remarkably, even the bull outpaced them. Moo! Moo! A thunderous fart erupted from the black bull, a foul stench filling the air, overwhelming Chen Xun with discomfort. Ah, what a stench! How vile! The villagers behind them faltered, collapsing to the ground and retching, incredulous at the sheer horrendousness of the odor. Wang Tianming, furious and chasing from behind, lamented that if he were 20 years younger, he would have dealt 1,000 torturous deaths to this man. Old Wang, your ancestral tomb has been desecrated. The coffin lid has been thrown aside. What? Old Wang, hurry back to check your fields. They look as though they've been trampled by pigs. What? Upon hearing these words, Wang Tianming felt the world spin around him and fainted dead away. Meanwhile, one man and one bull had already vanished into the distance, leaving behind a notorious tale of banditry in the village. Chapter 5. Safety first when venturing outdoors half a month later amidst a mountainous forest. The undulating hills were cloaked in dense woods, with the distant roars of wild beasts echoing through the air. With a swift swing of the mountain axe, crimson blood splattered as a brown bear fell lifeless to the ground. Sparks ignited, a large pot was set over the fire, and soon water was brought to a boil, heralding the feast to come. Old bull, what do you think of my unparalleled axe technique? Chen Xun inquired, brandishing his axe and glancing at the massive black bull. Moo! The bull responded dismissively, busily using its hooves to cover the bloodstains. After all, when out in the wild, safety is of paramount importance. Such extraordinary strength, Chen Xun exclaimed, clenching his fists in awe. He had single-handedly brought the bear to its knees, fracturing several of its ribs with just one punch. As the man and bull relished their meal by the pot, the wild meat tasted exquisite and invigorating. Old bull, although we possess inhuman strength, we must remain cautious. There are, indeed, cultivators about, Chen Xun remarked, gnawing on a bare paw. We must act with prudence. Those who appear unremarkable may well be ancient monsters in disguise. Moo! The black bull replied, understanding and savoring its meal. Even if we are merely hunting a chicken in the wild, we must ensure there are no traces left behind. Moo! The bull pondered, as there might be a flock of chickens nearby that could lead others to their whereabouts. Moo! The black bull still seemed perplexed, as a piece of meat fell from its mouth, which it hurriedly retrieved from the ground. What do you think a flock of chickens would amount to? Just kill them? Chen Xun scoffed, his mouth greasy with food. Moo! The bull nodded. But what if these chickens are tended by cultivators? Chen Xun posed enigmatically. Wouldn't that bring us trouble? Moo! If we were to defeat those cultivators, wouldn't their master come seeking vengeance? Moo! Moo! The black bull was momentarily stunned. The reasoning was indeed sound. A conflict could arise over a mere chicken, and how many foes could we realistically contend with? Chen Xun raised an eyebrow, tearing into the bear meat. If we were careless and met our demise, how many young cows would that be worth? Moo! The black bull grasped the gravity of the situation, its copper bell-like eyes shining brightly with admiration for Chen Xun, akin to an unending river. A teachable spirit, Chen Xun chuckled approvingly, relishing the bull's expression. Henceforth, we must proceed with utmost caution, leaving no room for negligence. Moo! The black bull agreed. Now a question arose. Chen Xun's demeanor turned serious as he posed. If a young cow were to confront a cultivator over a precious herb, and a fierce battle loomed, what should be done? Option 1. The hero must rescue the damsel. For who else would? Option 2. Align with the more formidable side, bullying the weak for self-preservation. Option 3. Pretend nothing is amiss and quietly pass by, avoiding any entanglements. Option 4. With me, invincibility reigns. All must perish, the herb belongs to me. Please provide your answer. Chen Xun's penetrating gaze fixed upon the black bull, which was now sweating profusely, clearly struggling with the dilemma. The bull wrestled with its thoughts, unwilling to witness the young cow fall into enemy hands, and finally resolved. Moo! Option 1. Incorrect. Chen Xun scoffed coldly. How could a mere young cow contest with a cultivator? Charging forth only invites more corpses. Moo moo. Choosing option 2? A grave error. Chen Xun narrowed his eyes, explaining, Knowing the herb is contested only increases the risk. Once the cultivators eliminate their foes, they certainly won't spare you. The black bull's pupils dilated, cold sweat trickling down its frame. It had already faced death twice. Moo moo moo. Ha ha. Selecting option 3? Even more misguided. Chen Xun laughed maniacally, his gaze chilling. In this world, there are no laws. Without strength, you can never ascertain whether you may be discovered. They would simply strike you down, thinking you a scavenging bull. The black bull felt a wave of weakness wash over it, trembling in fear, a heavy breath escaping. Moo. Moo moo moo. To its astonishment, you have chosen option 4. Chen Xun slowly rose, a shadow enveloping his face. The black bull suddenly felt immensely small, paralyzed with fear. Had it met its end once again? Congratulations. Moo. Upon hearing this, the black bull felt a surge of strength returning, its legs gradually rising, hope igniting in its eyes. Could it be that it had finally answered correctly and would be revived? Chen Xun's pupils widened as he gazed down at the black bull, his deep laughter resonating. You have chosen the most brutal path to demise. Old bull, you shall perish. Moo. The black bull's pupils dulled. A puff of dust erupted as it collapsed, realizing it had been entirely wrong. After a while, the black bull thought to itself, something's amiss. How could all the answers be incorrect? The more it pondered, the more it felt uneasy, eyeing Chen Xun, who was still devouring the bare paw. Realizing it had been tricked. Moo. By heavens. Chen Xun was suddenly propelled into the air, still gripping the bare paw tightly, feeling the rush of the wind, and spotting a group of people battling in the distance. His eyes narrowed, and his legs landed firmly, creating 2 deep pits in the ground. The black bull was consuming bare meat and drinking soup voraciously, showing no intention of leaving any for Chen Xun. Old bull, quickly tidy up. There are people fighting in the distance. Chen Xun urged earnestly, patting it. Moo. The black bull replied, sensing Chen Xun's serious demeanor, which never bore the mark of jest. They hastily packaged the meat, dug pits, and buried the evidence, their movements deft and practiced. Chen Xun led the black bull onward, resembling a farmer's lad, as they silently ventured in the opposite direction, not uttering a word. From above, 3 figures traversed the treetops, producing rustling sounds, while beneath, Chen Xun and the black bull strolled forth, their gazes vacant, deliberately inconspicuous. Suddenly, one figure halted, their raven hair cascading behind them as they squinted at the young man. Hold on. A voice emanated from the trees, causing Chen Xun to tense up, and the heavy breaths of the black bull gradually faded. The bull's hooves were coiled, ready to spring. The man leaped down from the tree, scrutinizing Chen Xun from head to toe. Did you witness what transpired ahead? Chen Xun was taken aback, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he clasped his hands. Greetings, senior. What is the matter? Unable to discern whether this individual was a cultivator or a martial arts master, and with no knowledge of how many others might be nearby, he deemed it prudent to feign ignorance. The man glanced at Chen Xun's hands, noting the absence of calluses, indicating he was not a martial artist, and said understood. Leave the bull behind. This robust black bull would be quite the asset for a martial artist. Senior, I only have 1 cow. You clearly appear to be a martial arts expert. There is no need to resort to thievery, Chen Xun implored, his expression darkening, fingers trembling, actions perfectly choreographed. With a swift motion, the man unsheathed his sword, his gaze sharp and cold as he sneered. I, of the Baixin sect, have not fallen so low. I have no desire to engage in further conversation. Very well, Chen Xun sighed, releasing the cow's tether, staring despondently at the black bull, inwardly lamenting that he was indeed not a cultivator. The man took the rope, suddenly laughing. Surely you see, this is not a place for grazing cattle. Given the suspicious circumstances, one can only blame your misfortune. The man turned his back to the black bull, addressing Chen Xun, having seen through the charade. It was highly likely that Chen Xun was a scout. Chapter 6. The city of Panning, a new life is about to commence. A glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he raised his hand. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the great black bull unexpectedly stood up, its hooves striking against his back like a colossal boulder, accompanied by the sickening sound of cracking bones. The man gasped in horror. a mouthful of blood erupting from his lips, his mind clouded by the force of the blow, his body leaning forward. Chen Xun's chest heaved with adrenaline. Yet he found himself curiously calm. He drew the mountain axe from his waist and brought it down with force upon the man's neck. Though he tempered his strength, the axe still penetrated deeply to the bone, becoming lodged within. Chen Xun was covered in blood, panting heavily. "Old bull, let us get to work." Chen Xun's pupils trembled as he produced a spark, the surroundings abundant with dry kindling. The great black bull, sensing the urgency, began to dig a pit nearby. A fierce fire blazed, consuming the evidence. The ashes scattered as man and bull swiftly obliterated all traces and arranged the scene. Daring not to take a single item from the deceased, they fled, their pace quickening. Chen Xun vowed that never before had he run so swiftly. The great black bull even outpaced him. 2 hours later, a group arrived at the crime scene, their brows furrowed. "Master, it was here that Lu Tian halted." "Why?" A youth led a great black bull, surmising that Lu, his senior brother, intended to purchase the bull to bolster the health of new disciples. The master stood with his hands behind his back atop a branch, surveying the ground. Signs of burning were evident, and the footprints were chaotic, directionless. Could it be that Lu Tian was murdered? A chill ran through him. Lu Tian was a master of the Baixin sect, and if something had indeed occurred, there would have been some form of reaction. The assailant's cunning left minimal traces, making the youth the key witness. Did anyone take note of the assailant's appearance? The master asked, frowning further. Reporting to the master, no. The man lowered his head and clasped his hands. Who would remember the visage of a mere cowherd, especially amidst a task? "Fool! Please, master, calm your anger." The others bowed their heads, acknowledging the strangeness surrounding Lu Tian's demise. "Let us go. There is nothing more to uncover here. We must ensure his family is settled. Until we see the body, we cannot assume he is dead." The master sighed softly. The burn marks on the ground were troubling, yet he remained unconvinced that someone could commit murder and incinerate the body within such a short time frame. "Understood, master." They glided forward, as light as swallows, moving through the trees, vanishing from sight. By the riverbank, Chen Xun lay back in the water, washing away the blood. He gazed at the sky, momentarily lost in thought. The great black bull played in the water beside him, suddenly splashing water onto Chen Xun's face, snapping him back to reality. "Old bull, splendid work this time. Remember, when dealing with enemies, do not utter a single word." Chen Xun spoke coldly. "Those who take a life must face retribution. I am no saint. We shall not provoke anyone, but those who harbor murderous intent against us shall be turned to ashes." "Moo! Moo!" The great black bull snorted fiercely. Anyone daring to threaten Chen Xun would face its wrath, even to the point of death. They burned all their clothing by the river, and Chen Xun donned a fresh outfit, spending the night by the water. With the dawn, they resumed their journey toward a grand city, rumored to be a haven for numerous cultivators, far safer than the wilderness. Months passed, and as the year drew to a close, the sun set, casting a crimson glow. A youth led a black bull into the horizon. In the distance lay a massive city, looming like a fierce beast, watching the comings and goings of travelers. Panning City, steeped in history, bustled with life at its gates. Fighting was strictly prohibited within, making it an orderly metropolis, thriving economically. Nestled against the Ningyun mountain range, the townsfolk frequently ventured into the mountains to gather spiritual herbs to sell to cultivators. The Ningyun mountain range loomed vast and endless. Whispers spoke of a celestial sect hidden within its misty depths, concealed from the mortal realm. "Ah, it is my first time witnessing such magnificent walls," Chen Xun marveled, gazing at the weathered grandeur of the city, a smile gracing his lips. "Old bull, our new life is about to begin." "Moo!" The great black bull rejoiced, equally awestruck by the colossal city, far grander than the fences of their village. In such a vast world, having traversed mountains and rivers, experiencing the splendor of life, such is the essence of immortality. Chen Xun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Old bull, let us go." "Moo!" Together, man and bull trotted forward, stirring clouds of dust. Chen Xun laughed heartily, the great black bull echoing with its own calls. The townsfolk along the roadside chuckled, shaking their heads but filled with envy. Youth was indeed a blessing. The gates of Panning City were immense, with countless carts and townsfolk, accompanied by sheep and cattle, entering and exiting with ease, devoid of overcrowding. Chen Xun gazed around in wonder, greeted by smiles from passers-by that warmed his heart. He observed the guards at the city gate, marveling at the ancient soldiers, whose formidable presence spoke of valor and vigor. One guard frowned as he noticed a youth scrutinizing them, prepared to approach. To his surprise, the youth raised his thumb in approval, offering an affirming look. The guard halted, nodding in understanding with a smile. Stepping into the city, a new world unfolded before them. Chen Xun and the great black bull stood agape, as a vibrant tapestry of life revealed itself. The streets were wide and bustling with countless vendors calling out, while street performers showcased their talents, drawing crowds that cheered and tossed coins. The thoroughfare was alive with pedestrians, adorned in silks, their movements imbued with an ancient elegance that exuded grace. Looking up, they beheld towers and pavilions, lanterns swaying, and talented poets exchanging verses within the balconies. A riot of colors dazzling the eye, leaving Chen Xun and the great black bull spellbound. Wonderful! Moo! Chen Xun and the great black bull watched the performances from the sidelines, inadvertently becoming part of the lively atmosphere. Suddenly, Chen Xun felt a twinge of guilt. It was wrong to watch without contributing. He rummaged at his waist, retrieving a copper coin that he tossed onto a gong. The performer, hearing the sound, turned to Chen Xun, breathing fire in a spectacular display. Bravo! Chen Xun erupted in laughter, clapping his hands, while the great black bull was momentarily startled. Mistaking the performer for a cultivator showcasing their skills, truly a testament to the grand city. After a while, they stepped back from the crowd and purchased 2 skewers of candied fruit, sharing them as the passers-by, particularly young ladies, laughed joyfully at the sight. Such exquisite craftsmanship, Chen Xun remarked, his eyes wide with wonder, observing the handmade goods from the vendors, who relied on their craft for a lifetime, with no room for deceit. Good sir, is there anything you fancy? A vendor kindly inquired. I'm merely browsing, but I shall return once I have funds, Chen Xun replied bashfully, his sincerity evident. No worries. I have a slightly damaged wooden carving. If you fancy it, you may take it. The vendor produced a lifelike tiger statue, though its tail appeared marred. Let us trade some rice for it. I truly adore this carving. Deal. The vendor handed the statue to Chen Xun, who reciprocated with some rice. Back on the street, Chen Xun held the statue with great affection, while the great black bull looked on enviously, pondering why the vendor hadn't gifted it something as well. Chapter 7. I am naturally strong. With an inherited black bull, do not worry, old bull. Once we acquire wealth, I shall purchase a wooden sculpture of a small cow for you. Moo! Moo! The black bull instantly grasped the sentiment, expressing its joy with a couple of calls. Today marks the year's end, where lanterns resembling Kongming lanterns ascend gently into the sky by the riverside, carrying the populace's heartfelt wishes for the coming year. The entire city of Panning is illuminated by these lights. This tradition, named the Wish Lanterns by the locals, fills the atmosphere with hope. Chen Xun gazed skyward, a faint smile gracing his lips. Old bull, shall we indulge ourselves this once? Moo! Moo! The black bull's eyes gleamed with excitement. Who would refuse such an opportunity, especially with so many wishes in its heart? The riverside teemed with townsfolk and possibly cultivators. In a quiet corner, Chen Xun purchased 2 wish lanterns, opting to avoid the bustling crowds. What shall we wish for, old bull? Let's write it down. I have heard it brings greater efficacy. Chen Xun took a piece of charcoal and looked at the black bull. You can hold it and write. Did I not teach you how to write? Moo! The black bull eagerly snatched the charcoal with its mouth, its eyes reflecting deep contemplation as it began to inscribe on the lantern. Ha! It better not be anything about a small cow. Chen Xun chuckled mischievously, envisioning the scenario where a small cow would indeed be seated atop the wish lantern, a sight that would surely astound. Forever, Chen Xun furrowed his brow, observing the black bull's crooked script, which ended with the character Chun. A jolt of realization coursed through him as he gazed deeply at the black bull. The two wish lanterns were slowly released into the night, merging into the sea of glowing lights until they vanished from sight. Moo, the black bull, nudged Chen Xun. Wishes lose their power when spoken. Do you understand? Chen Xun replied enigmatically. The black bull's eyes widened in surprise, and it ceased its nudging, now convinced. The duo continued their nocturnal exploration of Panning City, with Chen Xun subtly seeking opportunities for work, as he was now adept in numerous trades. After experiencing the benefits of enhanced speed, he continued to apply this year's longevity points to his swiftness, granting a slight boost to the black bull as well. The following day, Chen Xun visited a local blacksmith shop, entering with an air of confidence that startled the owner, who momentarily believed him to be a troublemaker. Young man, we do not accept bulls here. I possess formidable strength by nature. I believe your shop could benefit from my presence. What do you mean? Does this blacksmith shop still hire? Chen Xun suddenly broke into a wide grin, revealing his muscular arms. One of me is worth two, with my ancestral black bull assisting. I assure you, business will flourish. Bang! Chen Xun was unceremoniously ejected from the shop, the owner spitting disdainfully. Do you think I would hire just anyone? Moo! The black bull was enraged. How dare the owner insult them? It retaliated with a snort. Chen Xun quickly restrained the black bull, coldly stating, If we are not welcome here, there are other places. The owner crossed his arms defiantly, and several blacksmiths emerged behind him, their stance suggesting that any further words might lead to conflict. Chen Xun silently grasped the bull's tether, uttering no more words, and swiftly led the black bull away. TCH, the blacksmiths muttered, returning to their work. On the way, the black bull nudged Chen Xun, urging him to calm down. Do not fret. I have heard that there is another blacksmith shop down the street where business is reportedly lackluster. Let's give it a try. Moo! The black bull nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at this new blacksmith shop, Chen Xun was taken aback by its seemingly impending closure. An elderly man dozed in a chair, with not a single customer in sight. Old man. Chen Xun led the black bull inside. Ah! The old man sprang up, his eyes clouded with age. What can I do for you, young man? Hee, I possess innate strength. Does this blacksmith shop still hire? Chen Xun smiled. Indeed, we do. The old man suddenly nodded vigorously, revealing that all the blacksmiths had left, leaving him with no wages to offer. That is fine. Just provide us with a place to stay. That can be arranged. The old man replied cheerfully, You may stay in the back courtyard of the shop. The two came to an agreement, as Chen Xun and the black bull organized their cooking and dining utensils, while the bull searched for a place to store rice. This world is indeed vast, Chen Xun pondered, marveling at the spacious shop where even the black bull could roam freely. An hour later, he and the black bull began forging metal, the rhythmic clanging echoing throughout the shop, causing the old man's eyelids to flutter. Such immense strength. Young man, your technique is quite impressive. Have you forged before? The old man remarked, hands clasped behind his back, though he noted that the technique was somewhat rough. Of course, old man, to be honest, I possess 5 years of experience. Whoever hires me will surely profit. Chen Xun boasted, relishing the control that forging provided over his strength, though he had yet to attain a refined level of precision. This method of forging is inefficient. The old man shook his head. You waste too much strength. Allow me to demonstrate. Ah, master. Chen Xun observed the old man's technique, which was unlike any he had seen among the village blacksmiths. Yet within moments, the old man was panting heavily. I am old. You try now. The old man gestured, glancing at the black bull, which possessed a certain intelligence. Very well. Chen Xun mimicked the old man's technique, and to his surprise, it proved effective. He felt his control over his physical power gradually improving. Over the subsequent year, Chen Xun and the black bull forged daily, with the old man providing guidance, also offering tips to the black bull. Whether cultivators or mortals, each possessed their own brilliance and wisdom, and Chen Xun learned immensely from his time in the blacksmith shop. Old son, our business is flourishing, Chen Xun exclaimed with a grin, feeling a sense of savings accumulate, hidden in the earth of the courtyard thanks to the black bull. The old man, named Sun Kale, had once lost a son while searching for immortality in the Ningyun mountain range, and had since lived alone. Ah, splendid. Sun Kale smiled, his face brightening since Chen Xun's arrival. The speed and quality of Chen Xun's forging surpassed that of other shops, leading to a steady stream of customers who left satisfied with their custom ironware. Chen Xun. A loud call echoed down the street as a burly man approached with two companions, brandishing a long knife. Brother Zhang has arrived. Chen Xun greeted with a smile, ready to cater to Zhang's requests. Zhang, known as Zhang Jiang, was the senior disciple of a martial arts sect known for his generous spirit, frequently visiting the blacksmith shop and bringing his fellow disciples along. Zhang Jiang strode forward, exclaiming, "I need 100 large knives. Can you manage?" "One order." Chen Xun's eyes lit up as he continued forging. "When do you require them?" "Within 2 months. If you finish in a month, I will pay extra," Zhang Jiang grinned. "Extra? There is no need for that, Brother Zhang. We are brothers. Just come to collect them next month." "Splendid. Look at this Brother Chen Xun. He truly knows how to conduct business," Zhang Jiang roared, turning to his companions, who nodded in agreement, appreciating Chen Xun's straightforwardness. "Brother Chen Xun, do not bring that magnificent black bull home for consumption. Such a spirited creature is a rarity indeed. This bull has been passed down through generations in my family, and I cannot bear to eat it." Chen Xun hastily waved his hand in refusal. "Very well, I shall take my leave. Should anyone dare to cause trouble at the blacksmith's, kindly inform Brother Zhang." Zhang Jiang laughed heartily, casting a glance at the majestic black bull. "Come, Black Bull, see Brother Zhang off." The black bull turned its head and let out a resounding moo. "Ha ha ha!" Zhang Jiang departed with the two companions, the sound of Chen Xun bidding farewell trailing behind them as he raised a hand in a parting gesture, his figure fading into the street. Chapter 8. The final bottom line of the immortal Chen Xun: do not forge for too long. Sun Kale furrowed his brow slightly. Chen Xun not only possessed great strength but also remarkable endurance. Such exertion could harm one's body, leading to an aging process akin to his own. "Old son, it's nothing. I was born with great strength, just as fierce as ever," Chen Xun replied nonchalantly, having not even exerted his full power, feeling hardly fatigued. He was now adeptly controlling and amplifying his strength, where once a single strike might have caused damage. He now wielded his hammer with such finesse that each blow equated to several of his previous efforts without causing harm. To an outsider, it appeared as though he was merely forging iron, but in truth, Chen Xun was continuously honing his skills. Proficiency only enhances one's capabilities, and time was an asset he possessed in abundance. "Huh, all right then," Sun Kale chuckled, shaking his head. It seemed that this year, he had been influenced by Chen Xun's optimistic demeanor, feeling rejuvenated himself. As night fell, Chen Xun returned to the courtyard with the big black ox, having invested this year's longevity points into his speed. The two of them conspired quietly together. "Old ox, dig. Moo." Clods of earth flew as a clay pot gradually emerged, filled with copper coins and a piece of silver. Chen Xun couldn't help but sigh in wonder, exclaiming how fortunate he was. "Moo, moo." The big black ox nudged Chen Xun with hopeful eyes. "Once we finish Zhang Gu's order, we'll go buy some wood carvings. Don't worry, I'll remember." "Moo." The big black ox joyfully bounded. Its happiness was that simple. Chen Xun relocated, burying the clay pot once more. Out in the world, vigilance must never be relaxed. The following month, Zhang Jiang did not arrive, perplexing Chen Xun. For Zhang Gu had never missed an appointment before. Perhaps he had been delayed by some matter. Chen Xun dismissed the thought and continued forging, aware that he still had much to learn in mastering his strength. Hard work could make up for any deficiencies. Finally, the next month, someone came to collect the swords. But it was not Zhang Jiang. Miss, where's Zhang Gu?" He said he would come last month to pick up the swords, Chen Xun casually inquired, while the big black ox busied itself carrying the long swords. "Brother Zhang died during a skirmish with the Baixin sect," the woman said softly, her mood somber. "What?" A look of shock crossed Chen Xun's face, and he quickly changed the subject. "It was my fault for prying. I'll fetch your swords right away." "All right," she nodded. Before long, the woman and her companions paid for and took away 100 long swords. Chen Xun sat back and sighed softly, addressing the big black ox. "Zhang Gu has passed." "Moo?" The big black ox nudged Chen Xun in confusion. Zhang was still so young. It is said he died in battle. In this world, it is common for the martial folk to perish in conflict, Chen Xun lamented, shaking his head. Even cultivators can fall if they engage in strife. The big black ox nodded solemnly, acknowledging their own safety. Our path to immortality should be invincible. We must not offend others, nor involve ourselves in conflicts, but rather assist our friends within our means. Chen Xun spoke calmly, his gaze distant. Nothing in this world can any more stir our hearts. We must maintain our composure. Moo. The big black ox regarded Chen Xun with admiration, recognizing his wisdom, though it could not articulate such thoughts. Chen Xun, I've heard that the ironer seller has raised prices due to our flourishing business. Sun Kale hurriedly approached from outside, responsible for purchasing the iron or for the shop. What? Chen Xun sprang up, fury igniting within him. They had only just begun to earn a little money. Was this not a blatant exploitation of honest men? Old ox, grab your weapon. Damn it. Chen Xun swiftly drew 2 mountain axes from his waist, baring his torso to reveal his chiseled abs, ready to reason with them. Moo. The big black ox, indignant, charged forward, its custom-made fierce gear adorning its body, prepared to reason with anyone. The ironer seller was located just a few streets away. Chen Xun and the big black ox marched over with great fervor, their presence commanding attention. Upon seeing them, the ironer owner was taken aback, exclaiming, "Hero, what is your intention?" "Nothing much. We simply wish to discuss the price increase on the iron, or you sold us," Chen Xun shouted, gripping his axes. "This is unfair. Do you understand?" Moo. The big black ox echoed behind him, its voice resonating with strength. Damn it. The iron or owner began to sweat. This man was fierce, with a body of muscle and a menacing black ox behind him, all while claiming to be here for discussion. Please do not be hasty. Are you perhaps from Sun Kale's family? Indeed. Now provide us with a reasonable explanation. The blacksmith shop is also under Zhang Gu's protection, Chen Xun articulated, each word pronounced clearly. If these individuals did not display some semblance of authority, kindness would only invite further exploitation, a truth that transcended all realms. Very well. Please wait a moment and have a seat, the iron or owner gestured politely, smiling. All right, we are reasonable individuals. We are not here to cause trouble. Chen Xun's tone softened as he sat down, placing his mountain axes on the table, feeling no rush. Before long, the iron or owner stepped outside, a broad smile plastered on his face, and gestured, "Arrest these two." A swarm of officials rushed in, swiftly detaining Chen Xun and even the big black ox. "We are here to discuss reason. This is an injustice," Chen Xun shouted, struggling slightly. I truly came to discuss. Enough. You are here causing trouble, disrupting the peace of Panning City, and intimidating others." A soldier barked, leading the 2 alleged criminals away, while Chen Xun continued to proclaim his innocence. 5 days later, Chen Xun and the big black ox emerged from the jail, seeing the light of day once more. However, their mountain axes and blades had been confiscated, and they would need to forge anew. Upon returning to the blacksmith shop, Sun Kale prepared a fire pit, and the 2 of them leapt about playfully, laughing as if nothing had happened. Interestingly, after Chen Xun's ruckus, the ironer seller had not raised prices, which could be considered a minor victory. Time flew by, and 5 years passed. The blacksmith shop thrived, having captured a significant portion of the neighboring shop as clientele. Upon realizing that Chen Xun was the reason for their decline, the owner lamented, regretting his inability to recognize a hero when he saw one. He even invited Chen Xun to a banquet at an inn, where their grievances were smoothed over. However, the sheer amount of food Chen Xun consumed astonished him, and he ended up spending quite a fortune. Now, they referred to each other as brothers, and Chen Xun had a firm grasp of social decorum. Yet today, Chen Xun raced through the streets, his speed stirring up a gust of wind, his eyes filled with urgency. Over the past 5 years, he had mastered his control over strength, enhancing his speed with 5 longevity points. Currently, Chen Xun and the big black ox possess longevity points as follows: strength 21, speed 8. Chen Xun held several bags of herbs in his hands. Sun Kale's health was deteriorating rapidly, relying solely on these herbs to sustain him over the past year. draining their entire savings. But so what? To Chen Xun, wealth was fleeting. The people around him held far greater significance. He cherished every moment, striving to live a vibrant life. Moreover, as human beings cannot be devoid of emotions, he had reached the ultimate destination of all cultivators, immortality. There was no need to forsake emotions in pursuit of the so-called supreme path. This was the final bottom line for him as an immortal. Chen Xun adhered to a singular principle. Within his capacity, he would assist his friends, but beyond that, he would never overextend himself. Chapter 9. Women only affect the speed of my forging, please make way. Chen Xun shouted, furrowing his brows as he sped past, eliciting gasps of astonishment from passers-by at the remarkable swiftness of the young lad. In the backyard of the blacksmith shop, the great black bull busied itself with the fire, brewing medicine, unwilling to see old Sun pass away, lowing softly with its head drooped. Beside the bed, Sun Kale appeared to be in a state of decline, oscillating between lucidity and forgetfulness. However, today his complexion was surprisingly rosy. He beckoned Chen Xun and the black bull into the room, slowly propping himself against the wall. As the bull's head peeked in, expressing concern, Sun Kale patted the black bull affectionately, smiling gently. I am fine. Everyone must face this day, eventually. Old Sun, it's nothing to worry about. I've inquired with the doctor in the city. If you take your medicine diligently, you can live for at least another decade. Chen Xun replied nonchalantly, I am strong, and with business thriving daily, we lack for silver. I still remember when you first came to the blacksmith shop. Sun Kale chuckled, his face lined with wrinkles, gazing at Chen Xun. You were like a country bumpkin, so boisterous. Chen Xun forced a smile, choosing not to respond. I have nothing more to teach you. You have learned everything. This shop shall be entrusted to you, Sun Kale said with a slight smile, grasping Chen Xun's hand. Save more silver, find yourself a wife, and stop spending on medicine. Old Sun, you underestimate me. How much can herbal medicine cost? Chen Xun waved his hand dismissively. Did you not hear me say that There's no need to comfort me. I know my own body. Sun Kale interrupted Chen Xun with a cough. I have something to give you. After speaking, he retrieved a manual from behind his pillow, smiling weakly. My son once sought immortality after reading this. Old Sun, I have no interest in cultivating immortality, Chen Xun replied, indifferent to the manual. Living well was of utmost importance. If only my son had your disposition, Sun Kale murmured, his eyes slightly unfocused, sighing softly. I have nothing else to leave you. Just accept it. All right, Chen Xun nodded. Black Bull, do take good care of this lad. Sun Kale directed affectionately at the black bull. I have seen many beasts, yet none possess such spirit. Heaven will bestow its blessings upon you. Moo, moo. The black bull nodded its head. Old Sun, do not speak such morose words. The doctor said a positive mindset prolongs life. Chen Xun tightened his grip on Sun Kale's hand, feeling the icy chill seep into his heart. Chen Xun, my boy, I am here, Old Sunday. Thank you both. Sun Kale smiled warmly, gazing deeply at Chen Xun and the black bull, as if to imprint their faces in his memory forever. Let's go. I need to rest for a while. All right, old bull, let us prepare the medicine. Moo. Chen Xun and the black bull hurried outside, following the formula to brew the medicine, albeit in a bit of a flurry. The next day, as the cold wind swept through, the plum tree outside shed countless yellow leaves. Sun Kale passed away peacefully in his room. On the street, the black bull pulled a cart bearing a coffin, while Chen Xun pushed from behind, his expression stoic. The pedestrians frowned, feeling a wave of misfortune wash over them, keeping their distance, unperturbed by the gazes of onlookers. The pair slowly made their way out of the city, moving cautiously to avoid any jostling. Chen Xun found an auspicious spot to bury Old Sun, inscribing the gravestone with "Here lies my revered teacher, Sun Kale." As the cold wind blew, yellow paper fluttered in the air, enveloping the atmosphere in a somber tranquility. Chen Xun burned incense and bowed. Then he and the black bull ambled back towards the city, their silhouettes gradually fading away. Upon returning to the blacksmith shop, they stood in silence for a long time. The chairs sat empty, as if the old man would never again doze off there. It's all right, old bull. We should be happy. Moo. What would old Sun have done without us? He had no one to handle his affairs. Moo? We've managed the shop well these past years, and old Sun lived happily, did he not? Moo. Exactly. We've done a great deed. Come now. Let's find joy in this, ha ha ha. The pair laughed, their mirth more akin to a lament, as the shop gradually fell into silence once more. Chen Xun's words served as both consolation for the Black Bull and himself. Alas, Chen Xun suddenly smacked his forehead, feeling increasingly uneasy. Moo? The Black Bull looked at him, puzzled. Old Bull, we've been swindled. Chen Xun declared emphatically, his eyes resolute. That doctor surely took advantage of our urgency, spouting inflated prices for the herbs. He lamented the state of his medical skills. In this small mountain village, there are no real doctors, only folk remedies for external wounds. He never anticipated this day would come. A miscalculation indeed, the Black Bull exclaimed, nudging Chen Xun. Why didn't you study medicine? Let us forge well and earn some money first. We still owe quite a bit to our neighbors from this past year. Chen Xun replied, a fire igniting in his eyes. The medical profession is indeed lucrative. Moreover, as we navigate this world, accidents are inevitable. Acquiring medical skills is essential. A new goal has emerged in my heart. Moo. The Black Bull's eyes sparkled with understanding, contemplating whether Chen Xun's newfound medical knowledge would prevent others from succumbing to ailments. Seeing the Black Bull's approving gaze, Chen Xun smiled subtly. The earlier gloom lifted. Life is filled with uncertainties and challenges, making it all the more captivating. Old Bull, let's get to work. Moo. The sounds of clanging and hammering echoed once more from the blacksmith shop. Now, Chen Xun had mastered the control of his strength, able to strike with precision, sparing even the tiniest ant while aiming for its head. As a result, the ant colony in the shop faced catastrophe, initiating a mass exodus, leaving behind numerous headless corpses. Now, Chen Xun's blacksmith shop had gained a stellar reputation, renowned across several streets for fair prices, superior quality, and amiable service. Numerous matchmakers began to visit, eager to introduce suitors, and even they were nearly overwhelmed by his 16-pack abs, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Upon hearing their praises, Chen Xun merely chuckled coldly, telling the matchmakers, after years of hammering iron, my heart has grown as cold as the hammer in my hand. Women will only hinder the speed of my forging. These words left countless young women in melancholy, secretly acknowledging his valor, admiring the nobility in his demeanor. A year later, Chen Xun had finally repaid his debts and accumulated some savings, continuing to invest in his skills to enhance his speed. As dawn broke, the streets were sparse with pedestrians. Only a few passing by. They tidied the blacksmith shop, gathering various items, pots, pans, and utensils, which hung from either side of the Black Bull. Old Bull, it's time to go. Moo. They carefully sealed the shop, retaining ownership of the deed, ensuring they could return in the future as long as it remained unsold. Let us depart. Chen Xun cast one last glance at the surrounding streets, smiling with a sense of liberation. Moo, moo, the Black Bull bellowed joyfully, as Chen Xun promised to take it to purchase wooden carvings and release wish lanterns. A sense of ritual in life was indispensable, or else it would be far too mundane. Clang, clang. The melodious sounds of collisions echoed from the Black Bull as the two figures gradually faded into the distance. As the sun rose, a passerby chanced upon Chen Xun's blacksmith shop, only to find it unexpectedly closed, with its proprietor nowhere to be seen. A collective sigh of disappointment echoed among the onlookers, who lamented that had they known, they would have taken the opportunity to forge a few iron tools for their homes. The closure of Chen Xun's blacksmith shop, however, brought unbridled joy to the blacksmiths of the neighboring streets, who rejoiced in unison, declaring that prices must rise. Indeed, they must. Let us see who dares to refrain from increasing their rates. Chapter 10. Everyone, did you hear that? This person is unreasonable. It is once again the end of the year, and the night in Panning City remains as lively as when they first arrived. With a glimmer of novelty in his eyes, Chen Xun strolled along the streets, leading the large black ox, stopping frequently to admire the sights. His hands laden with various delicacies. Now that they had wealth, it was only natural to indulge. They shared bites of food, eliciting laughter from onlookers, who found the youth quite amusing. However, An unexpected incident occurred. While watching a street performance, Chen Xun found himself unable to budge the black ox until it had thoroughly enjoyed the show. The ox, convinced that it was witnessing a display by celestial beings, was entranced, mooing incessantly. "Boss, do you remember us?" Chen Xun approached a vendor with a gentle smile. "We are here to buy wood carvings." Unlike before, a child was now playing with the wooden sculptures beside the vendor, who had also changed his location, though not far from where he initially set up shop. "Ah, little brother, is that you?" The vendor paused, recognition dawning upon him. The boy who had exchanged rice for his carvings had indeed not changed at all. "Do you have any carvings of oxen? We would like to purchase two." "Certainly." The vendor beamed, rummaging through his wares until he produced two exquisitely crafted wooden oxen, flawless in detail, which he handed to Chen Xun. "Here you go, young man." After paying, Chen Xun waved the carvings in front of the black ox, provoking a flurry of excitement from it, which sent Chen Xun into fits of laughter. They then made their way to the riverbank to release a wish lantern. However, the black ox stubbornly obstructed Chen Xun's view of its wish, effectively blocking his line of sight. Chen Xun led the black ox toward the southern part of Panning City, where numerous medical clinics were located, while the blacksmiths were situated in the northern region. A distant trek requiring several days on foot. 2 days later, they arrived at a shop with a sign reading Ping, Thai Medical Hall, flanked by couplets. Upper couplet, "May all beings in the world be free of ailments." Lower couplet, "Why worry that the medicine on the shelf gathers dust?" Horizontal inscription, "Peace under heaven." The clinic was bustling with visitors, each face etched with concern. The physicians at Ping Thai Medical Hall were highly regarded, esteemed by the local populace as saviors of lives. Inside, the staff was busy preparing medicines for the multitude. While several doctors worked tirelessly to heal the wounded, the air often filled with cries of pain. "Old ox, I will go inside to assess the situation. I'll tie you here outside. You are now grown and must learn to protect yourself," Chen Xun stated earnestly. "If a stranger attempts to lead you away, you must bellow loudly and give them a kick, but do not exert too much force." "Moo." The black ox nodded, offering a reassuring glance, indicating it understood. "What does the young man require?" A staff member casually inquired. "I seek Ning Si, Dr. Ning," Chen Xun replied, cupping his hands in respect. He had inquired and learned that Ning Si was the owner here, known for his gentle disposition and benevolent heart, widely praised by the people. "Young brother, are you looking for me?" Ning Si emerged from a nearby hall, his thick black hair tied back, sporting a mustache, his eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy, indicating he was now in middle age. However, to Chen Xun, he appeared to be someone who practiced good health habits, likely younger than he seemed. "Dr. Ning, I have come to learn medicine," Chen Xun stated, bowing respectfully. Unintentionally, his sleeve slipped, revealing well-defined muscles, causing Ning Si's eyelids to flicker with surprise at the boy's robust physique. "Ha, I'm not accepting apprentices at the moment. Young brother, perhaps you should look elsewhere." Ning Si replied calmly, indicating his current lack of intent to take on a disciple. "Dr. Ning, I genuinely wish to learn the medical arts and am prepared to endure hardship," Chen Xun implored, his eyes filled with hope. "I would be willing to work as an errand boy, as long as I can learn something." "Ah." A flicker of inner conflict crossed Ning Si's eyes when suddenly a commotion erupted outside, the loud mooing of the black ox startling everyone. A gust of wind swept through, prompting Chen Xun to rush outside. "What agility," Ning Si thought, admiration flashing in his eyes as he hurried to discover the cause of the disturbance. "Hey, this stubborn black ox of mine, just one T-budge," a ruffian chuckled, explaining to the gathered crowd, his expression sour, as he realized for the first time what it meant to possess strength akin to an ox. "Moo, moo." The black ox bellowed in anger, raising its foot. But upon seeing Chen Xun emerge, it called out urgently, "What is happening? This is my family's ox." Chen Xun exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury. "Let it go." "Oh, you claim it's yours, so it must be," the ruffian scoffed, sizing Chen Xun up with disdain, viewing him merely as an inexperienced youth. "Then you mean to say you refuse to reason?" Chen Xun retorted, "How absurd. This is indeed my black ox. Do you wish to escalate this?" The ruffian spat, loosening his grip on the tether, slowly rolling up his sleeves, and brandishing a dagger. He had roamed these streets for years. Handling a young lad was childish play. Everyone, did you hear that? This person is unreasonable. Chen Xun frowned slightly, shouting to the surrounding crowd, inadvertently revealing the 3 hefty axes at his waist. The ruffian hesitated, his pupils constricting. What's going on here? Chen Xun stepped forward, slowly unbuttoning his coat, revealing a chiseled torso, his 16-pack abs visible, his physique resembling that of someone forged through countless trials. Gasps erupted from the crowd. This seemingly ordinary youth was unexpectedly a formidable fighter. Stop, young brother. I suddenly realize I misjudged the situation. This is not my ox, ha. The ruffian's pupils trembled, recognizing the boy's formidable presence as he began to retreat. I'll just be on my way. Get lost. Chen Xun roared, charging forward with an astonishing speed, leaving only an afterimage behind, his fist as large as a sandbag, reflecting in the ruffian's eyes. Please, don't hit me anymore. The street echoed with the ruffian's cries as he rolled on the ground, pleading for mercy, while the black ox stood nearby, snorting disdainfully, ultimately nudging him away. The ruffian lay on the ground, defeated and bloodied, his body resembling a rag doll, the stench of saliva permeating the air. Faced with a youth possessing such an ironclad physique, he realized that even summoning his friends would be futile, and he could only endure the beating, vowing to steer clear of this young man in the future. Well done. The crowd cheered, reveling in the sight of the ruffian receiving his due. This scoundrel deserves to be punished. He has been aimlessly wandering, and we've long wished for his comeuppance. Chen Xun snorted coldly, determined that if anyone dared retaliate against him, he would not hesitate to unleash his wrath. Moo! Moo! The black ox nudged Chen Xun, seeking reassurance, feeling secure only by his side. Fear not, old ox. I am here, Chen Xun replied, one arm draped over the black ox's head, his gaze cold as he watched the ruffian flee. Suddenly, he turned his attention to Ning Si, who felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of the boy, bearing 3 axes and a chiseled physique. Could he truly be here to study medicine? I implore you, Dr. Ning, accept me as your apprentice. Allow us to assist at Ping Time Medical Hall. My family's black ox can also lend a hand. Chen Xun bowed deeply, his words imbued with sincerity. Moo! Moo! The black ox chimed in, also beseeching Ning Si. Please, Dr. Ning, consider taking him in. Such a righteous young man is indeed a rarity. Others in the crowd added their voices in support. Indeed, Dr. Ning, this young brother seems to have a pitiful background, bringing his family's ox to the city to make a living. The surrounding townsfolk rallied to Chen Xun's cause, recognizing his struggles. Very well, I will accept you. Ning Si nodded in understanding, recognizing the unfortunate plight of the young man. If he were to wander alone, he would surely fall victim to the reprisals of the local ruffians. At least within the confines of the clinic, no one would dare to harm him. Thank you, Doctor. Xia Ning, Chen Xun exclaimed with uncontainable joy, bowing to the surrounding townsfolk in gratitude for their support. Let us proceed, Ning Si replied with a smile, his hands clasped behind his back as he guided them into the rear courtyard of the clinic. Chapter 11. Chen Xun becomes an apprentice. The art of medicine is profound and intricate, and one must not be careless. Thus, one must begin with the identification of medicinal herbs. Ning Si provided him with a book on herbs, instructing Chen Xun to diligently identify and memorize the various herbs in the backyard. Otherwise, he would not even be deemed worthy to assist in the clinic. However, Chen Xun considered himself quite astute, teaching the large black bull to recognize the herbs while simultaneously reinforcing his own knowledge. Yet, the harsh reality imparted a valuable lesson to Chen Xun. With countless herbs to identify, precision is not achieved through rote memorization alone. By night, candles flickered in the backyard as one man and one bull studied late into the evening. Old bull, Chen Xun chuckled. I never realized your intellect was not as sharp as I thought. A wave of amusement washed over him, for they were evenly matched in their learning endeavors. For Chen Xun, nothing was more disheartening than the notion that he had yet to master a skill while the old bull had already done so. Moo! Moo! The large black bull, indignant, widened its eyes and nudged Chen Xun, who had been teasing it about its inability to recognize obscure characters. It still needed Chen Xun's assistance for interpretation. However, the bull had devised a plan to usurp Chen Xun's confidence when he least expected it. Time passed silently as they continued their study of medicinal herbs. A year later, Chen Xun donned the uniform of a proper assistant at the Ping Tai Clinic. He walked with a newfound confidence, a smile of pride adorning his face. Over the year, he had familiarized himself with the majority of the herbs. Yet Dr. Ning had not praised his intelligence, merely noting his diligence and ability to endure solitude. He had also augmented his speed, believing that in the realm of martial arts, swiftness is paramount. As long as one runs fast enough, calamity will always trail behind. 1 qian of wintergreen, 2 qian of hundred flower, 3 qian of autumn stone. Understood, Chen Xun replied, adeptly retrieving the requested herbs from various cabinets and packaging them for the customer. After a night of rest, he continued to study the herb book with the black bull while munching on sunflower seeds. However, a glimmer of suspicion began to surface in his eyes as he scrutinized the large black bull, saying quietly, "Old bull." "Moo." The bull trembled, unable to conceal its guilt. "Have you been secretly studying?" Chen Xun inquired, raising an eyebrow. This was a serious transgression. The bull had dared to learn while he was busy assisting customers during the day. "Moo, moo." The bull began to sweat profusely, vehemently denying it, though its eyes betrayed its guilt. "You are forbidden from reading tonight," Chen Xun declared, turning away to continue snacking on his seeds. "You will only join me in reading once you comprehend the folly of your actions." "Moo moo." The bull, agitated, circled around Chen Xun, accidentally knocking him over. Chen Xun, unable to resist its persistence, resorted to a heartfelt explanation of the dangers of clandestine learning. "Do you understand? If I am absent and you make a mistake, what then? You still do not recognize all the characters. These are medicinal herbs. One misstep could cost a life." "Moo moo." The bull nodded repeatedly, grasping the gravity of the matter, vowing never to learn in secret again. "Now let us continue. I shall explain the properties of this herb." Chen Xun pointed to the book, and the bull leaned in, both resuming their fervent study, filled with enthusiasm. In the second year, Chen Xun had memorized all the common herbs in the clinic. Each night, he and the large black bull would quiz one another, naming different herbs. Dr. Ning continued to offer minimal praise, simply acknowledging their progress. When there were no tasks at hand, Chen Xun would quietly observe the doctors as they consulted with patients. Eager to absorb any knowledge he could, he was not lacking in time. Returning to the courtyard at night, Dr. Ning gifted Chen Xun a pharmacology book detailing the combinations of herbs and the ailments they could treat, as well as which herbs counteracted one another. This knowledge is truly profound. Chen Xun marveled, realizing it opened yet another gateway to understanding. "Old bull, we have merely scratched the surface." "Moo moo." The large black bull gazed intently at the book, its eyes wide with wonder. Chen Xun, meanwhile, continued to enhance his speed as he delved into his studies. As spring turned to autumn, 5 swift years had passed, and Chen Xun now wore a more distinguished assistant's uniform. They had been at the Ping Tai Clinic for 7 years, during which Chen Xun witnessed immense suffering, helplessness, and anguish. Nonetheless, his optimistic demeanor provided solace to many patients who visited the clinic. Year after year, the clinic's staff underwent changes, yet the one constant was the ever-smiling youth, accompanied by his trusty axe never far from his side. In the main hall of the clinic, Ning Si sat with a solemn expression. If one were to misjudge a person at first glance, they would be unlikely to err after 7 years. Dressed in formal attire, Chen Xun was performing a traditional apprenticeship ceremony, offering tea to both Ning Si and his wife. "Master, mistress," he bowed respectfully, his eyes filled with reverence. "Chen Xun, what does it mean to be a healer? To take it upon oneself to treat and save lives. Yet, virtue is of greater importance." Ning Si narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, observing Chen Xun. "If you encountered a mountain bandit, a nefarious individual who had committed countless crimes, but was now gravely injured and seeking your help, what would you do?" Chen Xun paused, momentarily taken aback, then replied earnestly, "In truth, master, I would not offer assistance. Indeed, given his injuries, I would certainly notice him first, but I would not save him." Chen Xun continued, his expression conflicted. "I would pass by, donning a headscarf to avoid potential retribution. Ning Si and his wife were taken aback by his thoughtfulness. He had even considered an escape route. Very well, Ning Si said with a smile after sipping his tea. A healer must not engage in malevolence. Remain true to your principles. I simply wish to hear your unvarnished truth. This boy is indeed commendable. His character is upright, and his disposition is admirable. His wife chimed in, her eyes gleaming with approval. Had Chen Xun sought to flatter us with falsehoods, he would have garnered our disdain for being disingenuous. Excellent. You are now formally accepted as my disciple, Ning Si declared with gravity. In my lifetime, I have taken only 2 disciples. You shall be the 3rd. Ning Si had observed Chen Xun for quite some time. While he might not be the most gifted, he firmly believed that Chen Xun would excel in the field of medicine. His wife was astonished, as it was the first time she had heard Ning Si speak so highly of another. Not even their daughter had received such praise. Your words are overly kind, master, Chen Xun replied with a calm demeanor, bowing his head, though a smile began to curl at the corners of his mouth. After the ceremony, Chen Xun returned to the clinic's courtyard, munching on sunflower seeds while recounting the day's events to the large black bull, his eyes sparkling with one prevailing emotion, pride. My master praised me, declaring I possessed the potential of a medical emperor, radiant with auspicious energy, as if heaven itself heralds my ascendancy. Moo moo moo. The large black bull believed every word, its eyes wide with excitement, galloping around in joy, occasionally nudging Chen Xun in celebration of his success. Laughter echoed through the courtyard, accompanied by the delighted mooing of the bull, as Chen Xun continued to enhance his speed in pursuit of excellence. Chapter 12. May your future be bright and full of promise in the following 3 years. Chen Xun began to accompany Ning Si on his medical rounds, visiting the common folk and addressing various perplexing ailments. Occasionally, when faced with minor troubles, he would inadvertently reveal his chiseled 6-pack abs. Chen Xun carried a small booklet with him, filled with numerous inquiries, to which Ning Si exhibited remarkable patience, continuously providing answers. A diligent disciple like Chen Xun is indeed a rare find. However, during one visit to a local gentleman's residence for consultation, Chen Xun accidentally exposed a mountain axe tucked at his waist, leaving everyone in shock. Is this fellow truly a doctor? At that moment, Chen Xun merely smiled sheepishly, reasoning that carrying a mountain axe while out and about was quite normal. Unperturbed, he adjusted his robe to conceal the axe, only to inadvertently reveal 2 more hidden weapons. The household servants, sensing impending danger, gripped their staffs tightly, convinced he was no ordinary man. Chen Xun maintained a genial smile, repeatedly explaining that carrying additional weapons while traversing the world was justifiable. Were it not for Ning Si's presence, a confrontation might have been inevitable. As Ning Si examined the patient, the household members began to perspire nervously. They worried that should they encounter an incurable ailment, this young man might resort to using his axe on the patient, thus resolving the affliction. Chen Xun, perceiving their expressions, wore a puzzled smile, reassuring them to remain calm. They responded with nervous smiles, nodding their heads like chicks pecking at grain, as beads of sweat trickled down. At the Ping Time Medical Hall, the sun shone brightly, illuminating the spring day. Chen Xun had now donned the attire of a physician, earning respectful addresses from passers-by as Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen, help us, cried a commoner, supporting a pallid man into the hall, anxiety etched on his face. Chen Xun's gaze sharpened as he assessed the man's condition. The poison had penetrated deeply into his bloodstream, and had he arrived even slightly later, it would have been too late. Was it snake venom? He wondered. He laid the man on a nearby bed, noting 2 faint wounds on his hand, unmistakable signs of a venomous bite. No, Dr. Chen, he ingested poisonous mushrooms. What? Chen Xun was taken aback, swiftly feeling the man's pulse, his expression shifting as he looked at the commoner. After consuming poisonous mushrooms, he had also been bitten by a snake. With a thud, the commoner dropped to his knees, weeping and pleading, "Doctor, please save him. I will prescribe a remedy. First, gather the necessary herbs." "There may still be hope," Chen Xun replied, taking a piece of paper to draft a prescription. Upon seeing the commoner's reaction, he realized the man lacked the funds to procure the medicine. "No matter, I will cover the cost for you now," You can repay me when you have the means. Chen Xun spoke calmly, believing that any assistance he could provide was worthwhile, having earned a fair amount from treating wealthier clients over the past year. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, the commoner exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Chen Xun nodded, understanding that in these times, if a man fell, so did his family, and offering help within his capacity was no harm. However, gradually he realized he had misjudged the situation. Chen Xun's reputation for benevolence spread, and the doctors at the medical hall, each with families to support, could not afford to emulate his selfless acts of charity. He had been elevated to a status where whispers proclaimed him a divine healer, offering treatments without charge, allowing patients to defer payments for medicine. And it seemed he was just short of being presented with a ceremonial banner in his honor. An influx of impoverished individuals began to swarm, and Chen Xun found his finances dwindling. Yet he would not trouble others to engage in similar charitable deeds. Those who owed him money rarely returned to settle their debts, leaving him genuinely impoverished. The tide soon turned. Some began to berate him for his perceived indifference, accusing him of feigned compassion. Those he had once helped now regarded him with disdain. Visitors, hearing that Chen Xun no longer allowed deferred payments, spat in contempt outside the hall, lamenting the wasted journey. Good deeds seldom travel far, but bad news spreads like wildfire, they said, branding the Ping Tai Medical Hall as harboring an unscrupulous doctor who perpetually carried 3 mountain axes, an unmistakable sign of malevolence. In the back courtyard of the medical hall, Chen Xun no longer dared to conduct consultations in the main hall. What a revelation! The fool is none other than myself. He laughed bitterly, feeling the shift in the way even the staff and fellow doctors regarded him. You enjoyed playing the role of a savior, did you not? How do you fare now? The atmosphere was rife with quiet mockery, as many had felt overshadowed by Chen Xun's earlier successes. Moo! Moo! The large black bull pressed its head against Chen Xun's face, having learned of the unfolding events. Old bull, you see, I told you we should only assist our friends when in need. Do you now understand my point? Moo! The bull gazed at Chen Xun with concern, having never witnessed such despondency in him before. In its eyes, Chen Xun had always been an optimistic and joyous figure. You underestimate me. This was all anticipated. I merely wished to demonstrate the truth of my words. Chen Xun replied with a strained smile, embracing the bull's head closely. Moo! The bull nudged Chen Xun, its emotions a tumult of sadness and growing anger. Old bull, we must leave. This place is no longer suitable for us. I will bid farewell to Master Ning. Chen Xun patted the bull, recognizing that his presence was adversely affecting the medical hall's business, and he wished to cause no further disruption. Moo! The bull leapt, eager to gather their belongings. Chen Xun watched its busy figure, warmth spreading through his heart, a faint smile gracing his lips. At Ning Si's residence, Chen Xun had changed back into his original blue attire, no longer clad in the physician's robe of the medical hall. I am aware of the situation and understand your predicament, Ning Si said, seated with an air of gravitas, his eyes reflecting years of experience. Human nature is inherently flawed. This is a lesson I have gleaned from years of practice. I hope it aids you on your journey ahead. I shall not forget your teachings, Master Ning. Chen Xun replied earnestly, having learned immensely over the past decade. Ning Si picked up a nameless tome from the table, explaining, this compendium contains the wisdom I have amassed over the years, and I wish to gift it to you. What? Chen Xun exclaimed, stepping forward to catch the book. Master Ning, this is too generous. Ning Si attempted to withdraw the book, but found it seemingly stuck, as if held fast by an iron grip. Ha ha, it is no trouble. Take it, Ning Si urged. Thank you, Master Ning, Chen Xun exclaimed, the book swiftly appearing at his waist with remarkable speed, leaving Ning Si momentarily wide-eyed. Go now, and do return when you can. Master Ning, I am grateful for your kindness. Should the Ning family require assistance, I shall return without hesitation, no matter the distance. Chen Xun vowed solemnly, bowing deeply. Ning Si nodded thoughtfully. In the years I have observed you, I see a great mind masked by simplicity. You are far from ordinary. Remain true to your heart. Chen Xun slowly lifted his gaze, casting one last glance at Ning Si before departing. Watching him leave, Ning Si smiled softly. Son, may your future be resplendent, and may your prospects be bright. Chapter 13. Entering the Ningyun mountain range and encountering beasts the next day, before dawn. Chen Xun and the great black bull set off on their journey westward, gradually disappearing into the depths of the street. Upon waking, the townsfolk learned of Chen Xun's departure from the clinic. Some felt inexplicably cheerful, as if they had banished a villain, while others were left with a sense of loss, recognizing Chen Xun as a good doctor who had committed no wrongdoing. Yet, after a few days, the matter was forgotten, for whether Chen Xun stayed or left, it would not alter the meager fortunes of their households. In this world, no one had the energy to concern themselves with the stranger. The Ningyun mountain range rose majestically between heaven and earth, a timeless bastion of nature, inspiring all that surrounded it, standing here for countless ages. The dark, sheer cliffs jutted into the sky, as if hewn by the sharpest of tools, while the winding mountain ridges coiled like a slumbering dragon. Gazing down, one could see white clouds swirling, encircling the peaks enveloped in mist. On a narrow mountain path, a youth carried a bamboo basket, searching for medicinal herbs, accompanied by the great black bull. In the past 3 years, Chen Xun had invested his longevity points into speed, eager to discover whether reaching 20 points would halt his progress. Their current longevity points stood at strength 21, speed 18. With extraordinary swiftness, if Chen Xun were to run at full tilt, he would become a blur to the naked eye, a sight most impressive. "Old bull, let us search carefully," Chen Xun urged, his basket filled with herbs, hopeful of uncovering the legendary elixir that could cure all ailments. The Ningyun mountain range was known for yielding rare herbs, some centuries old, fetching a fortune in the city. Moo, the great black bull frolicked about, recognizing many of the herbs, a testament to the power of knowledge. It had become quite astute. Yet, they must not venture too deep, for tales spoke of monstrous beasts, far more dangerous than ordinary wild animals. Chen Xun spoke anxiously. "What if we encounter a cultivator who takes a disliking to us? They could do us harm." "Moo," the bull responded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed through the forest, startling countless birds into flight. Instinctively, Chen Xun donned a bandit-esque scarf, while the great black bull halted, their eyes locking in mutual alarm. "Beasts!" came the frantic cries of several villagers rushing towards them, their eyes widening upon seeing Chen Xun's scarf, before they shouted in terror, "Run! A beast! Old bull, we must flee!" Chen Xun exclaimed, panic rising within him as they dashed forward. Behind them, a fearsome roar erupted. A beast resembling both a wolf and a tiger pursued them, its form larger than a tiger, its eyes ablaze with crimson fury. What a horrifying creature! "Moo! Moo!" Both Chen Xun and the great black bull were struck with terror, their hearts racing as they dashed forward, trampling dry branches underfoot, transforming into 2 gusts of wind. The villagers, aghast, exclaimed, "How can they run so swiftly?" The beast's fury intensified, its eyes glowing ever redder, drool cascading from its maw. It relished in the chase of swift prey. "Ah, it's coming!" the villagers screamed, one fainting from fear. Yet, astonishingly, the beast leaped over them, fixating on the pair ahead. "What are you doing? Are you insane?" Chen Xun gasped, his eyes wide as the beast bore down on them, its speed far surpassing that of any ordinary animal. "Moo! Moo!" The great black bull charged forward, sweat beading on its brow, equally terrified by the creature's ferocity. With a deafening crash, the bull, in its panic, collided with a massive tree, causing it to crack and lean perilously, nearly uprooted. "Old bull!" Chen Xun shouted, panic etched across his face as he rushed to inspect the bull's head. "Moo!" The great black bull, slightly dazed but otherwise unscathed, nudged Chen Xun reassuringly. Roaring, the beast was closing in, its eyes gleaming with excitement. It was the first time it had encountered prey that could run so fast. Chen Xun and the great black bull found themselves surrounded, dread filling their hearts as they beheld the beast's ghastly visage. "It's over for us, old bull," Chen Xun murmured, clutching the bull's head, both of them trembling, wondering if their journey would end here. The beast, dripping saliva, circled them, its 2 frightened prey igniting no sense of caution within it. Suddenly, It lunged, bloodlust gleaming in its eyes, a droplet of saliva falling to the ground as it charged at Chen Xun. In an instant, as if sensing their fear dissipate, a fierce whirlwind erupted around them. Chen Xun transformed into a blur, moving with such astonishing speed that the beast struggled to keep up, its expression shifting to one of shock. Though you are powerful, it is not enough to compel me to wield my second axe, Chen Xun thought. Having already positioned himself behind the beast, facing away, brandishing a bloodied axe. The bandit's scarf obscured all but his cold, piercing gaze. The beast suddenly writhed in agony, a sharp pain radiating from its abdomen, collapsing to the ground, howling as blood pooled around it. The great black bull leaped forth, delivering a crushing blow. Black bull's overhead. The ground beneath them caved in, the beast's insides spilling forth, lifeless. Chen Xun struck with ruthless precision, blood splattering anew. Is this it? Just this? He exclaimed in disbelief. Moo! Moo! The duo, now emboldened, vented their fears upon the fallen beast, their adrenaline surging, saliva flying in their frenzy. A pot was set up, water boiling. Let us feast. Old bull, we were fortunate this time. This beast possessed sorcery, capable of freezing and igniting. Chen Xun recalled the legends he had heard in the city. Such beasts were typically slain only by cultivators, yet the meat was undeniably delectable. Moo moo. The great black bull reveled in the taste of the delicious flesh, relishing its first encounter with such exquisite meat. After their feast, they hastily buried the evidence, packing away the leftover meat and filling in the pit. Chen Xun meticulously arranged the scene, scattering the beast's ashes, ensuring it seemed as though nothing had transpired. They fled to a distant thicket, where beasts were fewer. Old bull, even the cleverest of hares have 3 burrows. We cannot be outdone by a mere rabbit. Let us dig. Moo! The great black bull eagerly complied. Chen Xun, skilled in various outdoor excavation techniques, refused to sleep above ground. At last, he carefully placed a massive stone atop their hideaway, leaving a small gap, covered with foliage, rendering their burrow virtually undetectable. As the candlelight flickered within their subterranean refuge, the world outside felt secure once more. Comfortable. Moo moo. Leaning against the great black bull, Chen Xun fell into contemplation, acutely aware of the dangers that lurked in this world. Today's encounter with the beast had nearly terrified them to the brink. After much deliberation, he finally retrieved the book gifted by Elder Sun, the Qi Refining Technique. Chapter 14. The Art of Cultivation in the Realm Where Spiritual Energy Flows. The connection between heaven and earth brings this essence into one's body. Chen Xun continued to read, his mouth agape in astonishment, desperately wanting to exclaim 2 words, yet hesitating, for each subsequent line elevated his excitement further. He swallowed hard, his eyes wide with disbelief, and shouted, "Incredible! Moo! Moo!" The large black bull, startled, sat up abruptly, its gaze fixed upon the Qi refining technique. "What on earth is that?" "Old bull, it's the art of cultivation," Chen Xun exclaimed with fervor. "This is the joy of obtaining something for nothing, cultivating to fly, without having to toil and dissect like a mere beast of burden." Moo. The black bull was equally thrilled. They had once witnessed cultivators soaring through the skies on their swords, an envy that lingered in their hearts. The Qi refining stage is divided into 10 levels, and upon reaching the 10th level, one can establish their foundation, breaking the limits of lifespan, extending to 400 years. As Chen Xun read on, both he and the black bull exchanged sly glances, stifling a laugh of mischief. However, they realized that the technique reached its peak at the foundation establishment stage, and they were oblivious to the realms beyond. Let's both give it a try, following its prescribed path and attuning ourselves to the spiritual energy of the universe. Chen Xun sat cross-legged and patiently instructed the black bull to do the same, causing it to tremble with suppressed laughter. All beings with spiritual roots could sense this energy. Moo, rest assured, you certainly possess it. After all, you are a spiritual beast. Moo, the black bull grinned, reassured. Come forth, spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Heed my summons and enter my being. Moo 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 moo. The man and the bull followed the technique's guidance, beginning to capture the sensations of the surrounding spiritual energy. They closed their eyes, calming their minds. And an hour passed in tranquility. 2 hours elapsed. 3 hours went by. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chen Xun's eyes burst open, staring at the black bull. Is it counterfeit? Moo! Moo! The black bull hesitated briefly before nodding, as if feeling nothing at all. How vexing. Chen Xun's expression twisted in despair as he supported himself with his hands. He never imagined that the son of Old Sun could have been misled by a counterfeit. Evidently, his son realized something was amiss after beginning his training, prompting him to leave it behind. Moo moo. The black bull nodded in agreement, acknowledging Chen Xun's astuteness. However, Chen Xun's tone shifted, frowning slightly as he acknowledged a faint sensation in his abdomen after practicing. Moo? Perhaps it's due to consuming too much beast meat. I shall step outside for a moment. The black bull remained silent, contemplating how could there be an unpleasant odor emanating from Chen Xun. Old bull? Chen Xun furrowed his brow, wondering what it meant. The black bull's nose was nearly touching the ground beneath Chen Xun's feet, with strength that can topple mountains and a presence that commands respect. Moo! The black bull found itself lifted by Chen Xun, who exclaimed in anger, Old bull, I'm speaking to you. Moo moo. The black bull settled down, leaning against the earthen wall, maintaining a respectful distance while its eyes bore a hint of mockery. Let us persist in our training for an hour each day. If it proves fruitless, so be it. Moo. The black bull nodded, watching as Chen Xun approached. It hastily changed its position. Yet Chen Xun was relentless, leaving the black bull in a state of despair. They endured an entire night huddled together, and by dawn, the sounds of birds filled the air, a ray of sunlight breaking through. Come, old bull, let us gather herbs. Chen Xun slowly opened his eyes, stretching lazily, still half asleep, before applying some medicine to his head. Moo! The black bull awoke, its head still aching slightly. Time flies, and 3 years have passed since they arrived at the Ningyun mountain range. They had not encountered any dangers from beastly creatures emerging from the mountains. Instead, they stumbled upon countless skeletal remains of the common folk. At times, when idle, Chen Xun and the black bull resumed their old ways. The mournful sounds of the Swana and the jingling of bells echoed through the mountains, calling their souls back home. At this moment, Chen Xun donned a tunic made of animal hide, carrying a bamboo basket, wielding a mountain axe, with 2 blades strapped to his waist. His face was painted with several stripes, and he bore a bow and arrows on his back, resembling a true wild man. The black bull's horns had finally regrown this year, also clad in animal skin, with markings adorning its head. If one did not look closely, they would hardly recognize it as a large black bull. A wild boar dashed away in panic, wide-eyed with terror, recalling how, mere days prior, its father had been cleaved in half by a wild man, and its mother gored by a wild bull. Gulp grunt! The wild boar abruptly halted, trembling as it sensed danger, spotting the very wild man and wild bull ahead. Hee! Chen Xun grinned wickedly, blocking its path. Moo moo! The black bull sealed off its escape route. Little pig, become part of us. We shall grow stronger together. Hee hee! With a twisted smile, Chen Xun swiftly appeared above the wild boar, while the black bull charged forward, their coordination flawless. Grunt! A flash of blood, and the wild boar collapsed, vanquished along with its entire family by Chen Xun and the black bull. Let's go, old bull. Moo! Chen Xun hoisted the carcass of the wild boar, while the black bull dug a pit to bury the bloodied remains, leading them back to their earthen dwelling. Old bull, I never expected that technique to be genuine. Chen Xun devoured the wild boar meat, grease coating his mouth. My hearing has improved. This cultivation truly differs from our mundane existence. Moo moo moo. The black bull nodded repeatedly, splashes of broth flying about. In the stillness of night, it could see better than ever before. This sensation was entirely distinct from the enhancement provided by the longevity points. The longevity points seemed to fortify the physical body, whereas cultivation represented the elevation of one's senses, an evolution of life itself. However, their progress seemed to have stagnated. Chen Xun shook his head slightly, skeptically raising the longevity point to 21, not sparing the black bull either. Yet, like strength, they encountered a barrier, unable to enhance their physical capabilities further, which was exceedingly puzzling. Moo, the black bull, equally perplexed, wondered if they were destined to only achieve longevity in the mortal realm. After all, no ordinary citizen could match their prowess. Perhaps next year we should test our magical powers? Chen Xun suggested uncertainly, interpreting it as a form of energy, though they lack skills. Moo. The black bull shook its head, nudging Chen Xun. Essence of all things? Moo. The black bull nodded vigorously, eager to test this notion. Magical powers were too esoteric, yet its charge had proven quite effective. Very well, we shall follow your lead. Chen Xun smiled, patting the black bull with his greasy hands, though the bull remained oblivious to the gesture. Chapter 15. With one step. 10 years of virtue are lost in the year that followed. They continued to gather herbs and identify medicinal materials in the mountains, diligently studying medical techniques and practicing the qi refining technique. Chen Xun, feeling fulfilled, often marveled at the beauty of life. He had once fantasized about what immortality entailed, watching the world's turmoil and the passage of history, surrounded by countless gravestones, leaving behind only a solitary figure. However, now, Chen Xun would dismiss such profundity, proclaiming that the joy of an immortal recluse is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. In a cave, Chen Xun and the great black ox had relocated once more as torrential rains cascaded down the mountains, destroying their earthen dwellings. Fortunately, their pots and pans had been fiercely protected by the great black ox, and thus they fared relatively well. Old ox, ha ha ha! Chen Xun exclaimed, drenched and beaming. Unconcerned about their lost home, he playfully punched the great black ox, praising its reliability since childhood. Moo. The great black ox bounced joyfully, while Chen Xun busied himself clearing the cave entrance, grateful for the ox's efforts in safeguarding their belongings. Let us see what this essence of all things is about. With a grin, Chen Xun began to kindle a fire, feeling elated as he listened to the soothing sound of the rain outside. Moo. The great black ox responded, assisting him while occasionally dashing out to enjoy the rain, splashing Chen Xun with droplets. Infuriated, Chen Xun unleashed his strength, thoroughly drenching the obstinate ox. As they huddled by the fire for warmth, Chen Xun infused the essence of all things into the concoction. In an instant, his expression shifted dramatically as a surge of green light enveloped him. Moo. The great black ox, alarmed, began to pace anxiously around Chen Xun. Old ox, I'm fine, Chen Xun reassured, taking a deep breath and embracing the ox, attributing the phenomenon to the essence of all things. Moo, the great black ox murmured, terrified at the prospect of losing Chen Xun. Let me try. With a serious demeanor, Chen Xun extended his palm, summoning the green light that flickered and coalesced into a drop of emerald liquid, radiant and gem-like. Suddenly, he felt weak, drenched in sweat, as if he had run a marathon, exclaiming, "Is this thing draining my essence?" Moo, old ox, you give a try. Before long, the great black ox also produced a droplet of green liquid on its hoof, and both collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. The great black ox finally grasped the meaning behind Chen Xun's words, as it envisioned several young cows giggling. A trap. Chen Xun quivered, realizing that even a man as robust as himself, praised for his endurance, was on the brink of collapse. Moo, the great black ox stared blankly, disheartened, having thought itself invincible among the bovine. After an hour, they fully recovered, and Chen Xun felt a wave of fear wash over him. If they had encountered a wild beast during that moment, they would have been in grave danger. Old ox, we must not use the essence of all things carelessly. We should at least utilize it separately. Chen Xun assessed his body, feeling no sense of depletion, but as a physician, he resolved to brew some medicinal soup the following day to restore his health, mindful of the risks. Moo, the great black ox nodded approvingly, having learned the value of medical knowledge. What use is this? It merely resembles a green gemstone. Chen Xun frowned at the droplet in his palm, which indeed appeared extraordinary, not dissipating like a droplet of water. He placed it upon a mountain axe, but there was no reaction. He tried on pots and pans, still no response. He even placed it on a stone, yet again nothing. Finally, in exasperation, he set it upon a bandit-s headscarf, but still no reaction. Moo! The great black ox exclaimed suddenly, startling Chen Xun. The ox had crouched low, examining a patch of wild grass, studying its patterns. Remarkable, Chen Xun gasped, turning to the great black ox, placing the green droplet atop the wild grass, which immediately merged with it, resulting in a noticeable transformation. Moo, old ox, this is a groundbreaking discovery. This green liquid can accelerate growth. Chen Xun exclaimed, spitting out some soil as he spoke, yet he knew further observation was necessary. If this were indeed true, they would be on the path to greatness. Moo moo moo. The great black ox grinned, cautiously safeguarding the wild grass. Chen Xun, with determination, declared, I am a pharmacist. What harm is there in exhausting myself? The great black ox remained silent, as if engulfed in a profound stillness, with only the patter of rain outside the cave breaking the tranquility. Chen Xun felt awkward, as his palm yielded no reaction, and he could no longer summon the green liquid. Clearing his throat, he said, Old ox, you try. Moo. The great black ox extended its hoof, exerting itself, but still, there was no response. It's fine. We'll take our time. We're not short on time. Moo moo. As time flows like a reverse journey, propelling one forward, another year swiftly passed. The legends of wild men began to circulate around the outskirts of the Ningyun mountain range, instilling fear. The wild man was said to roam the dense forests, accompanied by a wild ox that feasted on human bones, claiming the remains of many unfortunate souls. At night, eerie sounds of Swana echoed through the mountains, accompanied by strange bell chimes, reminiscent of a soul-reaping specter. Those who encountered this wild man were advised to dig their own graves if they could not defeat him. Countless citizens, drenched in sweat, shuddered at the thought of entering the depths of the Ningyun mountain range, fearing the presence of such a savage. Nowadays, those who ventured into the mountains did so in groups, armed and vigilant against sudden ambushes from the wild man. If they managed to slay him, they could claim a bounty from the authorities, prompting many bounty hunters to silently join the fray. At the foot of a mountain peak, Chen Xun and the great black ox were scavenging for bones. Old ox, although we do not know them, our profession has its rules, Chen Xun remarked, retrieving another bone from a pile of grass to erect a grave for them, accumulating virtue in the process. In these times, who has it easy? Moo moo. The great black ox nodded earnestly. They had accumulated a significant amount of virtue. As Elder Sun had claimed, the heavens would bless them. Look, with one step, 10 years of virtue are lost. Moo moo moo. The great black ox suddenly raised its leg, exclaiming, having accidentally stepped on a bone, looking pleadingly at Chen Xun. How about this? Today I'll eat meat, and you can have soup. The Buddha will forgive you. Moo, moo. The great black ox hesitated, but for the sake of virtue, it eventually nodded, reasoning that missing one meal wouldn't lead to starvation. They found a nearby pit and buried the bones, performing a rite of remembrance. The great black ox worked diligently, the bells clanging as it sought to atone for stepping on the bones. Over the year, they finally comprehended the function of the essence of all things, realizing that they could only condense a single droplet each day. With a point count of 1, they could accelerate a plant's growth by 1 month. Now that they had increased their point count to 2, as Chen Xun had anticipated, a single droplet could accelerate growth by 2 months. This discovery filled them with joy, for it meant they could cultivate numerous precious herbs. Moreover, their practice of the qi refining technique yielded results, as they both advanced to the second level, gaining clarity of perception in this realm. Chen Xun also began to sense the so-called magical energy within him, yet it proved useless, devoid of any skills. All right, let us go, old ox. Chen Xun smiled, engaging in such activities without a hint of fear, feeling utterly at ease. It was merely their daily pastime during leisurely strolls after meals. Moo. The great black bull nudged Chen Xun, attempting to share in his merits. Ha ha! Chen Xun embraced the bull's head, walking side by side toward their cave. As they passed through a thicket, both Chen Xun and the great black bull instinctively twitched their ears, swiftly separating and dodging to the side. Whoosh! Whoosh! 3 sharp arrows whizzed past, embedding themselves half a foot into the ground. The force was so formidable that had they not evaded, their bodies would have been pierced. Chapter 16. Cremation and Annihilation of Evidence. Ah, how agile are these savages and the wild buffalo! A refined gentleman perched in a tree smiled as he slowly relinquished his bow and arrow, drawing the sword from his waist. "Brother Sue, let my junior sister handle these barbaric individuals," a woman chimed with a playful laugh, her eyes glinting with a cold light. "Junior sister Juan, you take care of the buffalo. I will deal with the savage. Do not let yourself be harmed." A scarred man grinned maliciously. "Then I thank you, Brother Tian." Junior sister Juan replied with a charming smile, captivating the scarred man. Brother Sue merely smiled in silence, recognizing that hunting such savages would enhance the reputation of Baishin's sect. Not only would they rid society of a menace, but it would also attract donations from influential families in the city, elevating their standing in the martial world and drawing many aspiring practitioners. Isn't it reckless to strike first, fearing that we might harm the wrong person? A chilling voice resonated from beneath the tree, tinged with suppressed emotion. Brother Sue turned to Chen Xun, sneering. "With your indistinct visage and animal skins, you must be the savage who feasts on human bones. We have not erred. We have not consumed human bones. We honor them with graves. You may verify this for yourselves." Chen Xun spoke each word with clarity and strength, asserting, "Neither I nor the old buffalo have provoked any of you." Ha ha! The three appear to find the most amusing joke in the world. Brother Sue shook his head, lamenting, "You truly think you are in control of the situation? The old buffalo, and I can confront you directly, but I will reiterate, we have not provoked any of you." Chen Xun's cold gaze swept over the trio above, declaring, "You have misunderstood. The savage, it seems, is the one who has misunderstood. The truth is no longer relevant." The scarred man unsheathed his knife with a sinister grin, stepping down with formidable presence, proclaiming, "Only your death will bring peace to the common folk, enabling Baishin's sect to advance further." As his words echoed, the scarred man lunged forward, veins bulging, his blade whistling through the air, aiming for Chen Xun's head. "How slow!" Chen Xun narrowed his eyes, sidestepping and drawing a mountain axe from his side to withstand the onslaught of the heavy blade. Clang! A shower of sparks erupted as the scarred man trembled in shock, realizing the savage possessed immense strength, though his strikes lacked finesse, revealing his lack of martial prowess. Chen Xun exchanged a glance with the old buffalo, and they swiftly engaged in a fierce struggle, the metallic sounds of their clash reverberating around them. As the old buffalo prepared to assist, junior sister Juan leaped from behind, her sword slicing through the air. Yet the old buffalo evaded her strikes, not sustaining a single scratch. "You beast!" Junior sister Juan's pupils widened. It was her first encounter with such a nimble black buffalo, her sword flashing as she pursued it relentlessly. Brother Sue furrowed his brow, recognizing the savage's strength. Brother Tian might not endure much longer. He shouted, "Brother Tian, I shall aid you. Brother Sue, hasten and slay this fiend." The scarred man, in a state of panic, sweated profusely as his hands were stained with blood, his palms raw from each collision with a mountain axe. Brother Sue leaped into the air, sensing the savage's numerous vulnerabilities, and swung his sword down with lethal intent aimed at Chen Xun's side. "At last, you have arrived." Chen Xun's lips curled into a slight smirk, swiftly drawing a mountain axe from his waist, blocking the ambush with lightning speed. Clang! The jarring sound of metal echoed as Brother Sue was taken aback, realizing Chen Xun wielded 2 axes. Chen Xun's feet accelerated, vanishing from sight. "Brother Tian, be careful." Brother Sue gasped, shocked that the savage had not exerted his full power until now. But it was too late for warnings. 2 axes gleamed, and the scarred man's blood splattered as his head soared into the air, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The afterimage of Chen Xun continued unabated, leaving Brother Sue in stunned disbelief, his eyes darting as he gripped his sword tightly. Boom! Chen Xun stomped the ground and leaped, bringing down both axes with tremendous force. Brother Sue reacted swiftly, raising his sword to block the incoming attack, yet he underestimated the savage's overwhelming strength. Brother Su's roar echoed as his sword splintered, his hands and body cracking under the strain. The sword was cleaved in two, and the axes plunged into Brother Su, gushing forth crimson blood. You! Brother Su's eyes burned with resentment, unable to accept his fate. I have yet to master lightness skill. If you escape, it would be a pity. Chen Xun scoffed, slowly withdrawing the axes from his body. The moment you harbored murderous intent, your fate was sealed. Otherwise, I would not have wasted my breath on you. Brother Su collapsed, disbelief still lingering in his gaze. Junior sister Wan screamed in horror. Upon witnessing Chen Xun's actions, the old buffalo retaliated with a powerful kick, incapacitating her. The black buffalo charged, leaving destruction in its wake. Old buffalo, get to work. Moo! The man and buffalo shared a palpable fury, cremating the evidence and scattering the ashes, orchestrating a seamless crime scene, rendering even the most skilled investigators speechless regarding the absence of any incident. Two figures gradually faded into the distance, their expressions discontented, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Yet, it served as a valuable lesson for Chen Xun about the treachery of human nature. They changed their attire, preparing to descend the mountain to inquire further, for they had indeed committed no wrongdoing. The next day, Chen Xun, with a bamboo basket on his back, washed the old buffalo and himself, and began his descent while carrying the medicinal herbs they had cultivated, appearing harmless. At the mountain's base, not only were there commoners, but also soldiers and various martial artists, all standing tall with an air of confidence, discussing their plans to hunt down the savages. Brother, what has transpired up there to warrant such a mobilization? Chen Xun approached with the old buffalo in tow, but the surrounding onlookers merely glanced at him for a moment before returning to their conversations, dismissing him as just a mere herdsman. Young fellow, are you not aware? Savages have emerged from the mountains. A middle-aged man exclaimed animatedly. They say they have killed and even consumed bones. Do not venture up there. Chen Xun was taken aback, wondering if they were referring to him. Aside from yesterday, he had not harmed anyone in years. Indeed, your life is precious. It is no easy task to find savages in such a vast mountain range. The middle-aged man relished Chen Xun's astonished expression, elaborating further. Thank you, brother. I shall refrain from going into the mountains, Chen Xun replied, bowing respectfully as he led the old buffalo towards the city, increasingly sensing something amiss, as if he had stumbled upon a significant discovery that eluded his understanding. He felt that a trivial matter had inexplicably been magnified by certain individuals. Old buffalo, let us not entangle ourselves in such disputes. Chen Xun patted the old buffalo, speaking casually. Perhaps this is orchestrated by some prominent figure. Moo? The old buffalo remained oblivious. But it mattered little, they had escaped. Upon returning to the city, Chen Xun visited the Ning family, finding everything in order. Ning Si had aged considerably, and Chen Xun presented several precious medicinal herbs. Ning Si expressed his gratitude, exclaiming how fortunate he was to have such a kind-hearted disciple. Yet he worried that Chen Xun's benevolence might lead to his downfall, engaging him in conversation throughout the night. Chapter 17. Secrets to Longevity. Never interfere in others' affairs the next day. Chen Xun respectfully bid farewell to Ning Si as they were returning to the blacksmith shop, which they considered their true home in Panning City. A few days later, Chen Xun entered with a smile, pushing open the door to find the place covered in dust, causing him to cough. He glanced at the empty space and softly murmured, "Old son, we are back." Moo moo. The big black bull followed with a couple of calls. "Come on, old bull, let's get to work and clean up." Moo. Thus, the man and the bull busily cleaned every corner, transforming the once dusty blacksmith shop into a pristine and tidy space. Passers-by were taken aback to see the door of the blacksmith shop open, calling out, "Is Brother Chen Xun back?" "It's me, Aunt Lee." The resounding voice from the shop filled Aunt Lee with joy as she hurriedly spread the word to the neighbors that Brother Chen Xun had returned. After more than a decade, he was back, a master of forging iron whose tools had stood the test of time. Neighbors flocked to the shop, some familiar faces and other strangers, all eager to discuss how other blacksmiths in the area were subpar and overpriced, emphasizing that only Chen Xun was the best. "Hey, Brother Chen Xun, you haven't changed a bit. In fact, you look even younger." Antley exclaimed, scrutinizing him. Ha! I went to study medicine and learned the art of health preservation. Chen Xun explained, turning to Antley, the key is to maintain an optimistic mindset. The more one lives, the younger one becomes. Really, Brother Chen Xun? Then I suppose I should check with your old man. The neighbors erupted in laughter. While Antley turned beet red and scolded playfully, "You rascal." She quickly left. "All right, everyone, come back tomorrow. I need to prepare," Chen Xun called. "Good luck with your reopening, Brother Chen Xun." They cheered, promising to return. The enthusiasm of the neighbors invigorated Chen Xun, whose mindset had completely transformed. Meanwhile, the other blacksmiths in the area cursed his return, demanding price reductions. However, Chen Xun decided to open his shop only half a day, choosing to take on fewer orders as he focused on his own busy life, just enough to make ends meet. In the backyard, they were experimenting with medicinal herbs, realizing that even when removed from their roots, these precious ingredients could still enhance their potency. "Old Bull, I've discovered a fundamental issue," Chen Xun said earnestly, having pondered this for quite some time. "Moo?" The big black bull responded, puzzled. "Don't you feel that reaching the second level of chi refinement presents a bottleneck? Absorbing the spirit energy from heaven and earth feels sluggish, requiring time to gradually improve. Moo, do you think that with enough time, we can continuously enhance our cultivation? That it will eventually rise?" "Moo, old bull, how naive you are," Chen Xun chuckled softly. "Spiritual roots represent innate talent. While we might advance during the chi refinement phase, it may not be the same for the foundation establishment phase. Moo, without external assistance or fortunate opportunities, we might find ourselves stagnating at our current level for a lifetime, unable to break through. That is talent, not something that can simply be ground out with time." "Moo," the big black bull exclaimed, understanding the profound implications of this realization. Chen Xun recalled the great figures from his past life, recognizing that some achievements cannot be reached merely with time. Ordinary people may gain knowledge and experience over long lives, but they may never reach the heights of true geniuses. That is the harsh reality of talent. At that moment, Chen Xun and the big black bull shared a knowing glance and suddenly embraced each other. Behind their heartfelt hug, both bore sly smiles. "So, you're just an ordinary being too. But we must remain cautious. We did nothing in the mountains and still offended someone," Chen Xun said solemnly. "This matter is full of uncertainties. We must not be curious, just as we are now, remaining detached." Moo. The big black bull looked at Chen Xun with admiration, recalling how, when they were still in the village, the villagers asked old Li about his secret to longevity, and he replied, "I never meddle in others' affairs." At the time, the bull did not comprehend, but now, through personal experience, it felt a surge of excitement. These were indeed valuable lessons. "Following you, Brother Sun, ensures clarity in everything." Moo. The big black bull was utterly convinced. Chen Xun was truly wise. As always, they reiterated, even if the Ningyun mountain range harbored ancient medicinal herbs, they would not pursue them recklessly. One must not gamble their lives for opportunities. Maintaining a steady mindset is crucial. Moo. The big black bull nudged Chen Xun affectionately. Chen Xun smiled gently, patting the bull's head. "We possess the essence of all things. Our strength will gradually improve. We have no need to seek vengeance on anyone, as it could disrupt our joyful lives." The big black bull nodded earnestly, realizing that its mindset had become somewhat restless after practicing the chi refinement technique. "Old bull, do not lose sight of the essentials. Even if one reaches the pinnacle of cultivation, achieving immortality, and can obliterate worlds with a thought, one must still live life." Chen Xun had already noticed the big black bull's agitation. The journey itself mattered most, not the elusive realms of cultivation. If fate is unkind and we perish, who is to fear it? Moo. The big black bull nodded vigorously, understanding the wisdom imparted to it. Perhaps some powerful being might disapprove of us and extinguish us in an instant. If that were to happen, we could continue our journey together in the next life. Chen Xun spoke with a nonchalant attitude, for he believed in the value of life and that immortality was merely a gift. The big black bull, enlightened by these words, rushed to Chen Xun, declaring that it must accompany him in the afterlife should anything happen. Ha ha ha! Chen Xun laughed heartily, pushing the big black bull away, only for it to persistently nudge closer. 6 months later, a thunderous explosion shattered the tranquility of Panning City, as countless cultivators soared into the sky, visible even from within the city, resembling UFOs. Wow, old bull, come and see the flying beings! Chen Xun shouted excitedly, grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds and a stool to step outside. Moo moo! The big black bull hopped out, munching on seeds while gazing upward in awe. The streets were bustling with people, neighbors pouring out to witness the celestial beings, some even kneeling in prayer for protection. Chen Xun and the big black bull had much sharper eyesight than the common folk, equipped with a natural telescopic vision. Old bull, do you think a fight has broken out? Chen Xun sat leisurely on his stool, cracking seeds. Why are they all gathered without formation? Moo! The big black bull also found the situation puzzling, continuing to eat seeds on the ground. Above in the sky, a radiant flash illuminated the scene, followed by deafening explosions that sent countless citizens sprawling on the ground, muttering unknown incantations. Remarkable! They must be at least in the foundation establishment stage. Chen Xun marveled, savoring the sunflower seeds even more. Old bull, if we can fly one day, would that not be considered bullish ascension? Moo moo! The big black bull was furious, now fully aware of Chen Xun's jest. In a swift motion, it snatched the seeds from Chen Xun, who quickly pried its mouth open to reclaim them. The battle in the distance suddenly intensified, with various spells and radiant lights flashing, even cultivators plummeting from the sky, creating a spectacle like no other. Chen Xun and the black bull could not help but applaud, finding this far more enjoyable than watching a circus. My heavens, each one of them resembled a humanoid weapon. Chen Xun's mouth fell agape, truly a feast for the eyes. No matter how high a mortal's martial arts prowess, the spells arrived like lasers. Who could withstand such power? Moo! The black bull echoed in astonishment, utterly absurd. Countless citizens in the city gazed in awe. This was the power of immortals, an ultimate height unattainable by mere mortals. The battle of the immortals unfolded swiftly and vanished just as quickly, with various escape lights flickering across the sky, gradually dissipating after a couple of hours. So soon it was over. I haven't had enough yet, alas. Moo! Chen Xun and the black bull were left yearning for more. They could have watched for a month, far more riveting than any television drama. Old bull, back to work. Moo! Life must go on. And this duel had little bearing on them. However, Chen Xun began to fantasize about entering the realm of cultivation, where witnessing daily battles of magic would certainly be delightful. Chapter 18. The Departed and the Living in the Backyard. Chen Xun and the great black bull stared wide-eyed at the century-old wild ginseng. All those countless nights of extracting its essence now seemed trivial in comparison. Old bull, we have struck gold, Chen Xun exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. This wild ginseng had been cultivated with utmost care, using their green liquid, a true treasure. Moo! The great black bull, filled with excitement, had never encountered gold before. With its age, this ginseng was undoubtedly a coveted prize among the affluent in the city, a life-altering existence. Chen Xun swallowed hard. Herbal texts often referred to it as a divine artifact. Old bull, shall we sell it? Moo! Moo! The great black bull hesitated, then shook its head. They lacked for nothing and had sufficient funds for their daily needs. This was their cherished possession. All right, let us keep it for potential use. Chen Xun nodded, feeling it would be too regrettable to part with it, an affront to the countless days and nights devoted to its essence. Old bull, let us cultivate other herbs. A few decades will suffice. Otherwise, we will attract too much attention, and trouble will inevitably arise. Moo! The great black bull nodded firmly, having heard many cautionary tales from Chen Xun about the perils of possessing great wealth. They had spent years in the Ningyun mountain range, collecting various herbs, yet had never encountered the legendary spiritual medicines. Such fortune was rare in a lifetime. However, after the recent battle among cultivators in the skies, the populace of Panning City had grown restless, yearning for immortality, and throngs flocked to the Ningyun mountain range. Many swindlers emerged, deceiving others into ruin, and the business of selling coffins began to flourish. Various sects, eager to make a name for themselves, began attracting disciples rejected by the immortal sects, claiming authority over matters the sects disregarded. Consequently, tales of chivalry began to circulate, while the wild men of Ningyun Mountain were gradually forgotten. Time, it seemed, could render all things indifferent. As the years slipped by, 5 more had passed in a blink. During this time, Chen Xun had devoted all his longevity points to the essence of all things, and he and the Great Black Bull had finally reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Those who had once been his neighbors had either aged or departed, while Chen Xun and the bull found themselves attending numerous funerals, assisting the bereaved families. On an autumn night, the sky was high and the dew heavy. The cold moonlight cast a somber glow upon the earth, illuminating the mourning halls, which seemed to have seen an increase in loss this year. As the night grew longer, a cool breeze swept through, heavy with sorrow. Chen Xun stood outside the mourning hall, playing the swana. Leaves fell silently as he sighed inwardly, reflecting on the familiar faces that had faded away. Over time, those smiles would undoubtedly blur in his memory. Inside the mourning hall, whispers of grief echoed. Chen Xun walked through, offering help wherever needed. What more could he do now but partake in the banquet? Brother Chen Xun, thank you, came the soft words of the grieving family. Please accept our condolences. Chen Xun rose, offering a faint smile. We have performed the rites. No spirits dare obstruct their journey to the underworld. The family members nodded gravely, their hands tightly clasping Chen Xun's, their eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. Moo moo, the Great Black Bull called softly from outside the hall, its bells jingling. A blessing for the departed. The departed are gone, yet the living remain. This street seemed no longer a place for them. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull were too extraordinary, attracting an increasing number of visitors, while the blacksmith shop faded from attention. The next day dawned with an eerie stillness, the wind carrying a biting chill. The ancient trees lining the street dawned in withered yellow. The sound of a door closing was faint as Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull departed. He cast a final glance at the street, his gaze caught in the folds of time, like a traveler hurrying past, unknown to where they would go next. The blacksmith shop would never open again. Neighbors would say that Chen Xun had likely passed far from home, and years later, all that would remain was a memory of the blacksmith who forged with great fervor. A month later, on a night in West Panning City, the most prosperous part of the city, those who resided here were either wealthy or noble, and land prices were exorbitant, causing commoners to kneel in awe. A group strolled down the bustling street, the men exuding an air of grandeur, while the women were strikingly graceful, their eyes alight with wonder, yet their demeanor bore an ethereal quality. The mortal world is indeed splendid, one girl remarked, her voice as melodious as a clear spring, lamenting her confinement to the mountain and its spirit beasts. Junior Sister Yi, you are mistaken. Allow me to interject, said a stern-faced man, shaking his head slightly. You have yet to witness the cities of cultivators. Panning City is but a mere speck in the vastness of the universe, beyond your imagination. Ah, brother Yu, is that truly the case? Junior Sister Yi exclaimed, her cheeks flushing with excitement. Have you been there? Brother Yu's expression grew serious, his already austere face becoming even more so. I have not. The group exchanged glances, bewildered. Wait, what is that? Junior Sister Yi suddenly exclaimed, her eyes alight with curiosity as she dashed forward, prompting the others to follow, only to be taken aback by what they saw. It was a small house mounted on 4 iron wheels, adorned with a sign reading Sun Wei Snacks. It resembled both a storefront and a vendor stall, occupying a significant area, surrounded by a bustling crowd. The owner, drenched in sweat, wielded a large pot, flames leaping as he added unexpected seasonings, captivating the patrons. Inside the small house, a window opened, revealing a bull's head, collecting copper coins and providing change. Outside, skewers of grilled delicacies were displayed, their enticing aroma wafting through the air, making the group's stomachs rumble in hunger. Such a thriving vendor naturally sparked envy among fellow merchants. However, the owner, with 3 massive axes slung over his shoulders, casually revealed a chiseled 6-pack while bending down, garnering admiration and camaraderie from all. Boss, I want to eat this. Junior Sister Yi exclaimed joyfully, her eyes sparkling with desire for everything on offer. "Young lady, it's first come, first served," the boss replied straightforwardly. "Please pay first." The waiting patrons couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Dining here was a pleasure. "Brother, you come pay," junior sister Yi urged, bouncing on her toes, enchanted by the delicious scents. Brother Yu, feeling out of place, maneuvered through the crowd to the window, extracting a silver coin and locking eyes with the great black bull, a gaze that seemed to stretch into eternity. Brother Yu was taken aback, his mouth slightly agape. "Why is it a bull?" The great black bull was equally bewildered, letting out a breath, confused by the excess of coins it had to count. Chapter 19. The Thieves Must Die Moo. The mighty black bull called out to Chen Xun. "I'm coming," Chen Xun replied, turning around to see the gleam of silver, his eyes lighting up with excitement at the sight of wealthy patrons. He smiled at his senior brother. "My old cow has never seen silver. Please don't take offense." "Not at all," his senior brother winked, accepting the broken silver, though still appearing somewhat dazed. He stood outside the crowd, while his junior brothers and sisters indulged in food. His brow slightly furrowed as he cast a scrutinizing glance at the black bull, his eyes shimmering with insight. "A mortal body, no doubt," he murmured to himself, then glanced at the stall owner, who also bore a mortal form. Perhaps his concerns were unfounded after all. Chen Xun's hand momentarily paused while frying rice. Sensing someone probing him, a ripple of energy coursing through him, though it was obscured by the essence of nature. "There are cultivators here," he thought, maintaining an outwardly nonchalant demeanor as he continued to prepare the food, a smile on his lips as he called out, "It's ready," while surveying the surrounding crowd. A little girl shouted for her senior brother, hinting that this group was likely not to be trifled with. Chen Xun silently reflected, his hands never faltering in their work, greeting everyone with warmth. As midnight approached, the nearby folk gradually returned home, the streets becoming sparse with passers-by, prompting Chen Xun to prepare to pack up his stall. "Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, we must close for the night and rest. Perhaps it's time to stop eating," Chen Xun exclaimed in astonishment, realizing this group had gathered to feast for the entire evening, and his supplies were dwindling, though he had earned a considerable amount of money. "Boss, keep going. We have plenty of silver," Wai Shimmy chimed in, her tone playful. "Your flavors are truly delightful," his senior brother remarked casually, drawn in by the admiration of his junior siblings, and he too sampled the fare, now finding it hard to stop. "Indeed, boss, we're not short on silver," the others echoed, their eyes brimming with appreciation. "There are no more ingredients left, everyone," Chen Xun said, his pupils widening. Could these cultivators truly eat so much? It was mainly due to the special spices he had infused with rare herbs they cultivated. Ordinary folk lacked such prowess. "So, do you set up here every night?" Wai Shimmy asked, her voice filled with delight. "I haven't tasted anything this delicious in ages." "Not necessarily. My stall is mobile," Chen Xun explained. "I prefer to stay on the move. Being in one place too long isn't ideal. Why not come cook for our sect?" Qing Ling, his senior brother, interjected sternly. "It's time to leave. Speak no more, or I shall send you back." Wai Shimmy felt a shiver run down her spine at his tone, and the surrounding junior brothers and sisters shared a similar shock. Their senior brother was truly angry. "Farewell, everyone," Chen Xun said with a smile as he finally saw off this group of imposing figures, letting out a sigh of relief. "Old bull, let us go." "Moo." The black bull trotted out from the small dwelling, and together they began to push forward with ease, stopping at an unoccupied patch of grass. "Old bull, how much did we earn today?" Chen Xun asked, wiping the sweat from his brow, a broad grin on his face. "You've worked hard." "Moo moo." The black bull nuzzled against Chen Xun, feeling a bit too distant. "Let us earn some more money to save. All we've made these years has gone to arranging our friends' affairs." "Moo." The black bull nodded, satisfied with their current life, free from the need to socialize, lest they disappear like so many others. It had many friends. The locals often sought it out for a chat, sharing their troubles. The neighbors believed the black bull could not comprehend them, yet understood perfectly, relishing their heartfelt stories. "Old bull." Chen Xun suddenly slapped the bull's head, causing it to cry out moo moo in surprise, looking at Chen Xun with confusion. "Cheer up. Why the long face?" Chen Xun feigned anger. noting the rare absence of the bull's joyful demeanor over the past month. Moo, the black bull murmured softly, lying down in the small house, licking its feet with a sorrowful gaze, still unable to recover. All these deeds are for merit. Keep it in your heart and bestow that merit upon our friends. In their next lives, they shall surely be wealthy, living splendidly every day. Chen Xun spoke with mild irritation, invoking a powerful belief that heaven and the Buddha would surely bless them. Moo, the black bull's eyes sparkled with interest. It was invigorated by the talk of merit. Moo moo moo. Indeed, I've already given it. Otherwise, do I seem like you? Chen Xun replied earnestly, with conviction. Moo 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 moo. The black bull immediately sat up, legs crossed, emitting a series of moo sounds, lost in some fervent chant. Chen Xun chuckled, shaking his head with a sigh. His mindset was slowly transforming. This mobile dwelling had marked his first step forward. The longer one stayed in one place, the more entangled they seemed to become. After all, they were not heartless beings, but they simply did not belong to the mortal realm. Moo. Finished? Moo. The black bull leaned closer to Chen Xun, grinning widely. It had already contributed all its merit to its friends and was ready to start accumulating anew. Ha ha. Chen Xun laughed, patting the black bull affectionately, gradually drifting off to sleep beside it. In the days that followed, they adapted to life in Panning City, exploring and enjoying their surroundings, selling snacks at night, and sourcing supplies during the day, purchasing anything that caught their fancy. A year later, Chen Xun's mobile stall had indeed gained significant fame in Panning City, attracting many visitors who praised its delicious offerings. Finally, on a sunny morning while they were out gathering supplies, disaster struck. Their mobile dwelling was stolen. At that moment, Chen Xun was shouldering 2 bags of meat, gazing at the empty patch of grass. The bags slowly slipped from his shoulders, hitting the ground with a heavy thud, mirroring the sinking feeling in their hearts. Where's our house? Moo moo. Moo. The black bull cried out in distress, running around the grassy area, desperately searching for their dwelling. The pair knelt on the grass, their eyes vacant, devoid of hope. Home, gone once more. Curse it all. How could this happen? Chen Xun seethed, his face flushed with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. Such a large dwelling could be stolen. The black bull trembled with fury, snorting angrily at the ground. Grass flying about. How despicable. Utterly vile. This must be the work of a gang. It's undoubtedly a coordinated operation. Chen Xun spat, observing the trail on the grass. Damn it. Today, we shall exact a reckoning. All our pots and pans are inside. This dwelling has been with us for so many years. Moo. The black bull rose to its feet, muscles rippling, eyeing the direction of the cart. It was unlikely they could move it quickly. Even they would need considerable effort. Chen Xun retrieved a long-lost bandit mask from his clothing, unfastening his garment to reveal a chiseled six-pack, and slowly drew 2 axes from his waist. The black bull silently stood beside him. Their gazes were fixed on one direction, Chen Xun's chest heaving with determination. Old bull, let us chase. Moo. 2 figures transformed into a whirlwind, their eyes bloodshot with fury as they pursued the culprits, vowing that if they did not unleash a storm of retribution today, no one would escape. Thieves beware. You shall meet your end. Crossing the grassy expanse and a great bridge, they finally spotted their stolen dwelling. Chen Xun let out a furious roar, launching himself into the air with an impressive leap, soaring high and far. Boom! Chen Xun landed firmly atop the mobile dwelling, exuding an air of authority as he coldly declared, in broad daylight, beneath the clear heavens, what is your intent? He slowly turned around, his gaze fixed on the ground, his pupils constricting in disbelief at the sight of so many officials. This is an injustice, he exclaimed. Moo moo. Chen Xun and the great black bull were once again confined in the prison, the reason being that his stall was excessively large, encroaching upon the spaces that rightfully belonged to the common folk, who also needed to make a living. The prime locations were limited, and countless vendors reported him to the authorities, claiming that Chen Xun's modest establishment was decidedly out of order and detrimental to their livelihoods. 10 days later, Chen Xun and the great black bull emerged from the prison in a state of desolation. Life within those walls was hardly fit for any human being. They looked up at the sky, a smile breaking upon their faces. Freedom was truly wonderful. Nevertheless, the officials were reasonable, returning their pots, bowls, and utensils. However, they insisted that the small house must be dismantled and that such conduct should not be repeated. Chen Xun expressed profound gratitude, weeping copiously, proclaiming his innocence to the heavens, and assuring that he would never again impinge upon others' rights, acknowledging their wrongdoing in this matter. Chapter 20. The Ascension Conference. This year's longevity points were once again added to the essence of all things, where a single drop of green liquid could accelerate growth by 8 months. Their current longevity points were Strength 21, Speed 21, Essence of all things 8. Chen Xun's hair was somewhat disheveled, and his clothes were in tatters. He and the Black Bull had begun a life of wandering, often playing with stray dogs by the roadside, filled with laughter. 2 months later, they gradually arrived in the southern city, where Chen Xun heard news that Dr. Ning was nearing his end. He personally visited and entrusted the century-old mountain ginseng to his masteress wife before departing. Another month passed, and Ning Si took his last breath, with countless citizens mourning him, tears glistening in their eyes. The Pingtai Medical Hall had benefited innumerable people. The Ning family was large, with many attendees wearing white headbands. Chen Xun quietly stood at the edge of the crowd, feeling like a superfluous presence. The biting wind howled, brushing against the edges of Chen Xun's memories, leaving only a fading fragrance that could never be reclaimed. At this moment in his life, 3 individuals stood out as the most significant to him. The first was the old village chief, who had remembered them during their most desperate times and had offered them a meal out of kindness. The second was Elder Sun, who had provided them their first home upon arriving in Pan Ning City when they were utterly alone. The third was Master Ning, who had imparted countless truths about navigating the world, rendering the art of medicine seemingly secondary. It appeared that they had all departed. Chen Xun could no longer hold back. His lips quivered, and he dared not look upon Master Ning for the last time. The Black Bull nudged him gently, and Chen Xun clutched its head tightly. They continued to follow the crowd, as if by slowing their pace. Ning Si would linger a while longer. The setting sun bled crimson, casting its glow over the southern city. From beyond the mountains came the calls of what seemed to be returning geese, their silhouettes gliding across the vast sky. The Ning family bore the coffin further away, gradually disappearing beyond the city gates. Chen Xun stood in silence for a long while, 2 streams of tears cascading down his cheeks. Countless citizens chased after them, their figures brushing past, each revealing sorrow in their eyes. Chen Xun held the Black Bull's reins, trudging towards them, his steps heavy and slow, devoid of joy or sorrow. They had departed, leaving Pan Ning City for good. Another year swiftly passed, and countless wish lanterns soared within Pan Ning City. The mountain wind blew as Chen Xun and the Black Bull sat atop a peak, gazing into the distance while silently making their wishes. This year's longevity points continue to be added to the essence of all things, which was crucial for them. Old Bull, let us go. Chen Xun smiled faintly, having matured significantly, his demeanor exuding a seasoned air. Fat brother is still waiting for us. Moo. The Black Bull nodded, reluctantly gazing at the distant wish lanterns, which they had released in the city every year, even returning once at the year's end while in the Ning Yun mountain range. 2 figures slowly descended the mountain, their eyes filled with an indescribable meaning. At the foot of the mountain, a chubby boy revealed a shrewd glint in his eyes, donned in luxurious brocade robes, seemingly awaiting someone. Fat brother, a voice called from afar. Chen Xun, leading the Black Bull, approached with a smile that exuded innocence. Brother Sun. The chubby boy clasped his hands in greeting, his tone mature for his years. The path of cultivation is long. One should not be too enamored by the mortal realm. The chubby boy, at the 3rd layer of chi refinement, was a well-known intermediary among scattered cultivators in the Ning Yun mountain range, specializing in guiding them to the annual Ascension Conference, profiting abundantly and enjoying great popularity. Indeed, Fat Brother speaks wisely. Chen Xun nodded cheerfully, though internally he scoffed, wondering how someone so easily swayed by precious herbs could lecture on detachment from worldly desires. However, He understood that without such intermediaries, few would attend the Ascension Conference. Brother Sun, are you still planning to bring a cow along? The chubby boy frowned slightly. This would entail additional costs. If one were to enter a sect, it would be prudent to handle the black bull beforehand. Fat brother, you're jesting. With my talents, how could I enter at will? I'm merely hoping to broaden my horizons. Chen Xun replied nonchalantly, appearing to be an inexperienced youth. Your mindset is commendable. No wonder you have reached the second layer of chi refinement at such a young age. The chubby boy observed, seemingly unaware that Chen Xun had stumbled upon a spiritual herb years ago and accidentally consumed it. They were now adept at utilizing the essence of all things to conceal their internal powers, rendering their strengths undetectable to outsiders. A surefire method for ensuring safety and sustenance. I see. The chubby boy's eyes flickered with understanding, dispelling some of his earlier doubts. Brother Sun, do you know why the major sects hold the Ascension Conference? As they ventured deeper into the mountains, they encountered several scattered cultivators, startling Chen Xun momentarily. Yet, these individuals maintained a detached demeanor, merely glancing at Chen Xun before continuing on their way. I hope fat brother can enlighten me. Chen Xun humbly requested, and the chubby boy was pleased. Aside from disciples sent by various sects for recruitment, there are also numerous scattered cultivators who have drifted away. Many embark on the path of cultivation due to unexpected circumstances, including some exceptionally gifted individuals, the chubby boy elaborated. Indeed, it would be a loss for the sects if such talents were overlooked, Chen Xun agreed, resonating with the chubby boy's sentiment. Precisely. I have been in this line of work for many years, and the number of scattered cultivators increases each year like fish crossing a river, the chubby boy lamented, reflecting on the opportunities for the major sects to expand their power. It is primarily thanks to individuals like Fat Brother. Otherwise, how would we scattered cultivators have a chance? Chen Xun's words were sincere and heartfelt. Suddenly, the chubby boy patted Chen Xun on the shoulder, his eyes filled with commendation. Originally intending to ask for more money, he decided against it. Having witnessed too many scattered cultivators meet unfortunate ends, he had come to terms with the reality that if foundational cultivation was unattainable, one should simply enjoy the mortal world. Brother Sun, allow me to add one more thing. Please, fat brother, enlighten me. The major sects have exceedingly high requirements for cultivation aptitude. If opportunities are scarce, one must learn to see things clearly and not be troubled by inner demons. The chubby boy spoke earnestly, having never encountered such a sensible scattered cultivator before. The ones he had met previously were all boastful and self-proclaimed immortals. When they enter the Ascension Conference, they often face harsh realities, which can drive them to madness, leading to unpredictable behaviors. I shall heed Fat Brother's advice. Chen Xun paused, solemnly clasping his hands in gratitude. Very well, let us proceed. The chubby boy smiled and continued to lead the way. Soon, they approached a mist-laden valley, where visibility was nearly non-existent. This is at Brother Sun, the 9-star valley. The chubby boy stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the fog. This formation was constructed collaboratively by the sections. If a mortal accidentally wanders in, they will become lost and eventually be expelled. Can one simply enter? Chen Xun instinctively inquired, astonished that such mist was part of a formation that altered the natural order. Of course, the formation can discern the internal powers of cultivators, the chubby boy chuckled. Well then, Brother Sun, I must bid you farewell. I have other scattered cultivators to guide. Thank you, Fat Brother. Chen Xun bowed, his eyes brimming with joy. The chubby boy nodded and turned to leave, exuding an air of nonchalance. Old bull, we have arrived, in a realm of cultivators. Moo moo. Chen Xun and the great black bull stood outside, reminiscent of their first arrival in Pan Ning City, trembling all over, their hearts even more exhilarated than that day. Chapter 21. Even bandits cultivate immortality, however. Chen Xun did not enter. Instead, he led the great black bull aside. The Immortal Ascension Conference was still a few days away from officially commencing, and this was the time for scattered cultivators to enter. He quietly observed the group of scattered cultivators, each adorned in diverse attire. Some wore conical hats, while others donned masks. Shrouded in mystery, they stepped into the mist and vanished without a trace. And suddenly, Chen Xun attained enlightenment. Moo! Moo! The great black bull seemed a bit impatient, wondering when they would enter. "Let us go," Chen Xun bellowed, pulling a bandit-esque scarf from his bosom and placing it upon his head. He took the great black bull's lead and stepped into the dense fog. A low hum resonated, and the mist gradually dispersed, unveiling a brand new world before them. The Nine-Star Valley was far larger than he had imagined, stretching endlessly before his eyes, with countless scattered cultivators wandering within, murmuring in hushed tones. Stalls surrounded them, yet there were no cries of vendors, and the items displayed were unfamiliar to Chen Xun, even beyond his ability to name them. In the distance, there were several pavilions, which served as residences for smaller sects, coming annually to acquire goods from scattered cultivators. Impressive. Moo, guiding the great black bull, Chen Xun strolled through the valley, keeping a safe distance from the vendors, standing still to observe. The items being traded were not gold or silver, but rather hexagonal crystals known as spirit stones. Numerous scattered cultivators were exchanging elixirs for goods, leaving Chen Xun's throat parched and his eyes wide open. The great black bull looked utterly bewildered, questioning the origin of these items and how they had lived for so long without encountering anything like it. "Old bull, we're quite the bumpkins here." Chen Xun swallowed hard, his heart racing, feeling like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, an amusing spectacle. The great black bull nodded vigorously, its large eyes widening even further, nudging Chen Xun and directing its gaze toward a particular direction. "Ah, is that a spirit herb?" Chen Xun followed its gaze and stepped forward to a stall run by a youthful maiden, discovering 3 vibrant spirit herbs exuding a faint aura. These were unlike ordinary medicinal materials. Every aspect, from their patterns to their fragrance, was of an entirely different species. The maiden was focused on organizing her wares when she suddenly noticed 2 legs and 4 hooves. "Do you have?" The maiden slowly raised her head, smiling, but her expression changed drastically upon seeing Chen Xun. "What is this appearance? What do you intend to do?" "Fair maiden, please do not misunderstand. We are merely here to observe." Chen Xun offered a friendly smile. The maiden began to sweat profusely. That smile beneath the scarf felt terrifying. This youth was undoubtedly not benign. He might have once been a bandit. "All right, please take a look." The maiden stepped back nervously, her demeanor tense under the scarf's imposing presence. "How does one determine the age of these spirit herbs? I once learned that. Are you buying?" "Not at the moment. I lack spirit stones. Do you have any elixirs that enhance cultivation?" "I could trade." "Not at this time." "Then why do you ask?" The maiden retorted irritably, already frightened and now feeling mocked. "I apologize for the disturbance." Chen Xun felt a bit embarrassed and led the great black bull away. The way these cultivators conducted business was entirely different from that of ordinary folk. He needed to adjust his mindset. As long as they saw someone at a stall, they would stand nearby and listen to the explanations of the names and functions of the items. In this manner, Chen Xun gained substantial knowledge about talismans, seal brushes, medicinal powders, and elixirs, acquiring a glimpse into their workings. "Old bull, I've noted everything down. Now I can boast a little." Chen Xun felt elated, having learned much. "Come, let us check that out." "Moo, moo," the great black bull called cheerfully, having also taken note. At one stall, an elderly man with a white beard was animatedly addressing a crowd of scattered cultivators. "This is the chi-enhancing elixir. Long-term use of a single vial can elevate your cultivation level. I spent 49 days concocting this. Even those at the 5th level of chi refining will see results. Only 3 inferior spirit stones, and I am honest in my dealings." After he finished speaking, he opened a vial, and a wave of spiritual energy and medicinal fragrance wafted forth. Many scattered cultivators were already tempted, ready to produce their spirit stones. That old fraud is at it again, swindling during the Immortal Ascension Conference. Suddenly, several loud shouts came from afar, filled with aggression. "Friends, I have a sudden insight. My cultivation may have advanced further. I shall return tomorrow." The old man's expression changed, and with a swift motion, he fled into the crowd, his actions revealing a seasoned con artist. "Friends, do not trust this man. Those elixirs are all fake. Consuming them yields no effects." Several individuals hurriedly bowed to the onlookers, their eyes filled with malice. indicating they had been deceived numerous times. Grateful murmurs arose among the surrounding cultivators, a wave of relief washing over them, narrowly escaping deception, completely unaware of any issues with the elixirs. Once the crowd dispersed, Chen Xun exclaimed, "Old bull, look, the world of cultivation has its share of tricksters, just like us mortals." Moo moo. The great black bull nodded in agreement, its pupils trembling. It had almost believed the old man's nonsense. Chen Xun continued to stroll, eavesdropping on others and gathering information, behaving quite sneakily, though he remained oblivious to it. In 3 days, the Immortal Ascension Conference would commence, gathering the 10 great sects of the Qian Kingdom. If they could gain entry, it would be akin to a carp leaping through the Dragon Gate. Haha, we should not harbor such thoughts. Merely entering an ordinary sect would be a remarkable achievement. The 10 great sects are not for those of our mediocre talents. Indeed, but it is difficult not to feel a twinge of desire to take a chance. The 10 great sects each had 5 trials set at the valley center. Those without exceptional wisdom and willpower would do well to reconsider. It was said that every year there were numerous casualties. Those beneath the 7th level of qi refining should best avoid it. Alas, several scattered cultivators sighed, passing by Chen Xun, lamenting the arduous path of ascension that resembled a precarious tightrope walk, filled with challenges, unlike those gifted individuals whisked away from birth. At the valley's center lay the 10 great sects and their 5 trials. Chen Xun and the great black bull exchanged knowing smiles, feeling they had gained much. "Old bull, let's head over there. It seems they are selling weapons." Chen Xun exclaimed excitedly, leading the great black bull toward another crowd. However, to his disappointment, it was not weapons, but magical artifacts, which could not be forged through mere blacksmithing. They displayed numerous flying swords and peculiar items, all requiring magical prowess to wield. Truly remarkable. Chen Xun's eyes welled with envy. If he could forge a mountain-cleaving axe into a magical artifact, it might truly cleave a mountain in the future. Moo. The great black bull drooled at the thought. If it could hone its horns into a magical artifact, who could withstand its charge? The man and bull seemed to share a mutual understanding as they began to fantasize, drool flowing freely, drawing frowns from the surrounding scattered cultivators. Bemused by the sight of such naive bumpkins, they paid no heed to the gazes of others, instead spotting yet another stall. "Old bull, these are all skills. No spells." Chen Xun stammered, leading the great black bull closer once more, startling a hulking cultivator. "What on earth? Even bandits cultivate immortality. Spells like object manipulation, fireball, breath control, and body freezing technique were laid out before them, a dazzling array." Chen Xun and the black bull were continuously swallowing their saliva, both yearning for the elusive spirit stones, experiencing a profound sense of financial scarcity for the first time. "Do you have anything of interest, friend?" Chen Xun inquired. "Brother, where did you acquire so many spells?" The burly man furrowed his brow, sensing that this person intended to return to his former profession. He discreetly retrieved a talisman, preparing to summon assistance. "Please, brother, do not misunderstand. I assure you, next time I acquire spirit stones, I will return to purchase." Chen Xun hastily waved his hands, a bit flustered, and dragged the black bull away, his heart racing with excitement. "What is this?" the burly man muttered, stowing the talisman back, glaring fiercely in the direction Chen Xun had departed. Chapter 22. The Kingdom of Qian. The 10 Great Sects of the Immortal Path. Moo. Moo, the great black ox, rubbed against Chen Xun, its eyes brimming with excitement. Is this truly the world of immortal cultivators? How splendid it is! "Oh, dear old ox." Chen Xun clasped the ox's head with one hand, a tremor of emotion playing at the corners of his mouth. "After so long, it feels as though we have lived in vain." "Moo." The great black ox nudged Chen Xun playfully. "Indeed." Chen Xun muttered awesome under his breath, as if entranced, marveling at a single stall that could captivate them for an entire day from afar, a mere glimpse into the vast wonders of the immortal realm. As night descended, they found a secluded spot, using the sky as their blanket and the earth as their bed, leaning against each other and gradually drifting into slumber, though wary of falling into a deep sleep. Within the valley, disciples from various sects maintained order, ensuring it remained unchaotic. Personal grievances were resolved outside the valley. 3 days later, countless wandering cultivators gathered in the valley, bustling with ambition, their hands wielding shimmering magical tools, all eager to ascend to immortality. "How lively!" Chen Xun remarked as he led the great black ox to the fringes of the crowd, gazing toward the valley's center. There stood 10 towering platforms, intricately adorned with exquisite patterns, crafted from materials far beyond ordinary iron. Moo, the great black ox lifted its head, surveying these magnificent structures, feeling a formidable aura that they had never encountered in the mortal realm. Boom, boom, boom. An overwhelming sound resonated through the sky as a colossal ship glided into view, upon which stood several ethereal figures, a flag billowing in the fierce winds. The Qingyang sect has arrived, one of the 10 great sects of the kingdom of Qian. An airship, my heavens! The valley erupted with exclamations of awe. The seasoned wandering cultivators immediately recognized the name, while Chen Xun and the great black ox could only mutter in disbelief. Caw! Caw! 4 enormous crimson spiritual beasts soared across the sky, emitting powerful calls. Figures stood atop them, gazing down upon the Jiuxing Valley, one of the 10 great sects of the kingdom of Qian, the Ziyun sect. It is said that the sect is home to countless stunning fairies. If only one could bask in their grace. The clamor grew once more as even the spiritual beasts made their appearance, demonstrating their wealth and grandeur, intensifying the yearning within the hearts of the wandering cultivators. The smaller sects within the valley felt a pang of bitterness, yearning for the day they could showcase themselves like the 10 great sects, relegated to scavenging their leftovers, trapped in a vicious cycle. One by one, the 10 great sects showcased their might, the sounds of thunder echoing through the valley, each display more extravagant than the last. It felt as if they were in a contest, revealing their respective strengths to the wandering cultivators. The gathered crowd was swept up in excitement, their faces flushed, hearts racing, as they stood on the precipice of ascending to the heavens. Chen Xun and the great black ox knelt, drenched in sweat, their reactions more exaggerated than those of the wandering cultivators, muttering incredible incessantly. This was far more astonishing than the day that a mortal cultivator recruited disciples in their mountain village. This was the true essence of cultivation. If given another opportunity, should any of the 10 great sects invite me to serve as a helper, Chen Xun gazed longingly at the platforms, dreaming aloud, I would gladly accept, provided the term is for 1,000 years. Moo. The great black ox nodded vigorously, eager to assist, proclaiming its ability to work tirelessly. On the 10 high platforms stood disciples from various sects, both men and women, standing with hands clasped behind their backs, their gazes sharp, exuding a formidable presence that pressed down upon the wandering cultivators. A change swept through the crowd as they grew solemn, their attention drawn to the high platforms. The rules remained unchanged. Those below the age of 40 had the chance to pass through 5 trials and enter the immortal sections. An elder stood at the forefront, channeling his magical energy, and bellowed, "Those interested, step forward. The valley shall close in 7 days." Roars echoed as the wandering cultivators' eyes reddened, turning their gazes to the sects they were interested in, stepping forth. Some sects had arenas, while others conducted spiritual root tests, each varying in their selection methods, all seeking to find the rarest disciples among the throng of wandering cultivators. Every year, countless wandering cultivators faced injury or death, yet none relinquished their hopes. In the kingdom of Qian, foundation-building elixirs were scarce. Only within the great sects was there a chance to obtain them. Elders from various smaller sects mingled among the crowd, discreetly observing the unsuccessful cultivators, ready to extend invitations to those they found desirable. This tacit understanding among the 10 great sects allowed for some measure of hope to remain. "Old ox, let us refrain from joining in," Chen Xun remarked, casting a glance at the great black ox. "There's no chance for us. We wouldn't even pass the spiritual root test, let alone anything else." The great black ox blinked, puzzled. Why not? Why walk into certain doom? Chen Xun sighed, suddenly struck by a profitable idea. "I've just realized a way to make money." Moo. The great black ox perked up, sensing the potential for profit. They were in dire need of spirit stones. Chen Xun quietly pulled out a small notebook, surveying the surroundings. Let us memorize the trials of each sect. Analyzing their pros and cons, Mu? The great black ox questioned, recalling the elder's words about the unchanging rules. If we comprehend the general strength of these trials and compile them into a guide, we could sell them to the new wandering cultivators. Chen Xun exclaimed, patting the great black ox. Think of the time and lives we could save. Do you understand? Moo. The great black ox nudged Chen Xun, eyes sparkling with excitement. You're truly clever. Let us go. A sly smile crept across Chen Xun's face as they hurried to the arena. Meticulously recording the strengths of various wandering cultivators and determining which strengths were most likely to prevail, he categorized the trials of each major sect, creating an organized analysis of who would be best suited for them. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Chen Xun and the great black ox were taken aback by how swiftly time had flown. They had not finished their analysis. Each of the 10 great sects departed with a dozen or so wandering cultivators, while the elders of the smaller sects returned satisfied, leaving countless wandering cultivators in despair. The deceased from the trials were taken care of by the members of these smaller sects, responsible for maintaining order within the valley. Oh, I should never have attempted the Xun sect's trial. It wasted so much time and energy. It was simply not suited for me, lamented one wandering cultivator, pounding his chest in frustration. Another year wasted. How many years do we have? Once past 40, there are no more chances. At least the Xun sect's trial is the safest. Isn't it? Look on the bright side. My friend Zhou didn't even make it back, another consoled. Indeed, it seems there is no choice, came the resigned reply. As one wandering cultivator after another passed by Chen Xun, their eyes reflected despondence and self-doubt. Some had even succumbed to madness, struck down by the sect's cultivators within the valley. Others found acceptance, realizing the path of cultivation was not meant for them, returning to the mundane world, never to return. Yet the struggle appeared to have only just begun as seasoned cultivators over the age of 40 arrived at the Ascension Conference. Their eyes set on potential prey. Outside the valley, fierce battles erupted. Chen Xun and the great black ox sprinted away, grateful for their impoverished status, which kept them from being targeted. Old ox, let us head to the outskirts of the mountains. Moo! The great black ox complied as they fled in a frenzy, the dark underbelly of the immortal world just beginning to unfold. Chapter 23. The first bucket of gold in the immortal cultivation world. Another year has swiftly passed, and they continue to lead a life of hardship on the outskirts of the Ningyan mountain range, no longer daring to scavenge for human bones. Their cultivation has progressed slightly, yet they remain at the 3rd level of qi refinement, having invested their longevity points in the essence of all things, and they have also nurtured a century-old medicinal herb. Each day, they search for spiritual herbs on the mountain's periphery, but have not seen a trace of them, and they dare not venture deeper into the mountains, which are fraught with dangers, including ferocious beasts and small immortal sections. Once again, the Ascension Conference has arrived, and Chen Xun, along with the Big Black Bull, has made their appearance, exuding a newfound confidence as they critique the wares at the stalls. They attempt to sell their century-old medicinal herb, but are met with harsh ridicule, being told that if they lack intelligence, they should not pursue immortal cultivation. How dare they look down on us? Do they think they are superior? Have all their ordinary folk perished? The Big Black Bull spat in disdain. As Chen Xun and the Big Black Bull wandered through the valley, they incessantly bantered, maintaining the same demeanor and essence as before. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the moment for the 10 great immortal sects to flaunt their grandeur had arrived. Chen Xun and the Big Black Bull stood in the valley, filled with anticipation, impressed by the ostentation displayed by others. Amidst the din of admiration, Chen Xun joined in the excitement, managing to shout out the names of several sections. During the 7 days that followed, Chen Xun and the Big Black Bull continued to jot down notes in their small booklet, with the Big Black Bull providing additional commentary. When the gates of the valley finally opened, Chen Xun and the Big Black Bull were the first to dash out, racing ahead of the 10 great sects, so swiftly that no one noticed their departure. In the face of absolute speed, it seemed that even schemes and plots were rendered ineffective. Time flowed without a care in the mountains, and 5 more years slipped by. The beasts of the Ningyun mountain range, however, faced calamity. And Chen Xun and the Big Black Bull referred to every beast they encountered as little friends, their days filled with the misfortunes of these creatures. They had finally managed to elevate their cultivation to the 4th level of qi refinement, directing all their longevity points into the essence of all things, hoping that one day they might stumble upon a spiritual herb. This year's Ascension Conference saw Chen Xun and the Big Black Bull return once more, looking radiant as if they had returned home. In addition to the pots and pans hanging from the sides of the Big Black Bull, they had also printed numerous pamphlets for their visit to the city. As the Ascension Conference commenced, Chen Xun's name began to circulate widely, earning him the nickname the Immortal Cultivation Stubborn, known for his destitution, with only the Big Black Bull by his side. No one knew his appearance or name, rendering him quite enigmatic. Yet, the word was that he was not particularly bright, perpetually adorned with a black headscarf, harboring delusions of becoming a bandit in the realm of immortal cultivation. Rumors circulated among the vendors to be wary of him, as he often lingered around their stalls without producing a single spirit stone, presumably scouting for something. However, these were merely idle gossip shared among scattered cultivators, and no one truly paid attention to Chen Xun, dismissing him as a fool. Each year, newcomers arrived, while veterans departed, all fervently seeking the path to immortality. In Jiuxing Valley, Chen Xun eagerly promoted his years of painstaking effort, containing the challenges and essential notes from various sections, I assure you. This will significantly enhance your chances of entering an immortal sect, he exclaimed with a smile. Oh, several scattered cultivators paused, intrigued, and inquired if they could take a look. However, upon seeing Chen Xun's rugged appearance, they were taken aback, sensing that he was no ordinary individual. Of course, if you're satisfied, then payment is expected, he added with a grin, noting that these individuals appear to be newcomers to the Ascension Conference, significantly increasing his chances of making a sale. Brother Zhang, this seems quite promising, one scattered cultivator remarked, showing the pamphlet to his companions, who were astonished by the information regarding the type of disciples sought by the top 10 sections. But who knows if it's true? They murmured, nodding in agreement, realizing the potential value if it were genuine. Rest assured, I'll be here every year. If you encounter any issues, seek me out, Chen Xun assured them, patting his chest, just one low-grade spirit stone, and you won't regret it. Even if it only increases your odds by 10%, it's worth it. Very well, one of the men exclaimed, his eyes glued to the pamphlet. This cultivator seemed straightforward, and he proceeded to make the purchase. Brother, your insight is remarkable. May you have a smooth entry into the immortal sect this year. Chen Xun grinned as he received the low-grade spirit stone, overwhelmed with joy. Thank you for your kind words. The man smiled, acknowledging Chen Xun's eloquence, feeling his investment was worthwhile. Safe travels, brothers. Chen Xun and the Big Black Bull called out behind them, their faces beaming with delight as they finally earned their first bucket of gold. Old Bull, let us go. Mo. The Big Black Bull was elated, nearly brought to tears, nuzzling against Chen Xun. They had truly achieved something, and Chen Xun held the bull's head, with no one aware of the effort they had expended. The imposing figure of a man approached, clearly exceptional and of great talent, likely here to participate in the recruitment by the 10 great sections. What you seek, fellow cultivator? A young man paused, surprised that his excellence had become so evident. Chen Xun squinted slightly, scrutinizing him, but it seems you may be lacking something crucial. The young man eyed Chen Xun in turn. Despite the headscarf, his keen gaze betrayed his intelligence. Coupled with the Big Black Bull tethered behind him, adorned with pots and pans, he exuded an air of wisdom that was hard to ignore. Please, speak plainly, the young man said courteously. Chen Xun produced 3 pamphlets from behind him, spreading one open with a serious demeanor. If you wish to become an immortal, first consult this pamphlet. The young man was taken aback, hastily accepting it. Could this be? Indeed, all the challenges of the 10 great immortal sects are contained within, Chen Xun replied, standing with poise. His discerning eye had sharpened over the years. He could easily identify who possessed spirit stones and who did not. This must be quite valuable, the young man remarked, wiping his brow. One low-grade spirit stone will suffice. No, that is far too little. The young man shook his head vigorously, and Chen Xun's expression shifted, realizing he may have misjudged the situation. I believe it should be at least 2. The young man insisted, retrieving spirit stones from his storage bag. Brother, it's unnecessary. This is the standard price. Chen Xun frowned, disliking price hikes. Just 1. 2 stones. 1. Are you not giving me face, then? The young man's demeanor sharpened suddenly, transforming entirely. Chen Xun was startled and quickly changed his tone. All right, 2 it is. You truly are no ordinary individual. The young man smiled. You, too, are far from ordinary. I find this pamphlet quite intriguing. I shall take it. May you walk safely. Brother, Chen Xun called after him, shaken by the encounter. In that fleeting moment, he sensed the vast power within the young man, far surpassing his own. Moreover, he possessed a legendary storage bag, hinting at a significant background. Such an individual was better to keep at a distance. Moo. The big black bull nudged Chen Xun, wondering why he had paused. It's nothing, old bull. Let us continue selling pamphlets. Moo. A person and a cow continuously bent over with smiles, peddling their manuals, while others dismissed them as counterfeit and scoffed before departing. Chen Xun remained unperturbed. Such reactions were quite commonplace. Nevertheless, the day's results were quite delightful, as they managed to sell 50 copies, acquiring a total of 51 low-grade spiritual stones in their possession. Chapter 24. The essence of all things, a 100-year-old spiritual herb grows once a month. However, he had heard of mid-grade spirit stones, which are commonly acknowledged to exchange at a ratio of 1 to 100. Yet in reality, one could easily trade a mid-grade spirit stone for 120 inferior spirit stones. Concealed in a secluded corner with the great black bull, he scanned the surroundings with keen eyes, one hand tightly gripping the mountain-splitting axe. Old bull, we are about to strike it rich, Chen Xun whispered gleefully. Moo. The great black bull lowly bellowed, its head resting in Chen Xun's embrace, eyes brimming with joy. The primary function of inferior spirit stones lies in their utility for cultivation, as their pure spiritual energy surpasses the natural spiritual aura. Cultivators continually refine the impurities within the spiritual energy. However, that is a practice reserved for the affluent in the realm of immortality. Ordinary cultivators merely utilize them for trade. Although medicinal pills yield superior effects, they come with the risk of resistance. To develop resistance to a medicinal pill is a concern only for the wealthiest cultivators, far beyond the considerations of the average practitioner. The following day, they continued to promote their pamphlets, eventually amassing a total of 100 inferior spirit stones. Chen Xun trembled with excitement, while the great black bull mooed incessantly, circling around him. Old bull, we must remain discreet, Chen Xun cautioned, feeling as though someone might attempt to steal their spirit stones. Moo, moo. The great black bull understood. On the third day, rather than selling pamphlets, they wandered among various stalls, and suddenly, Chen Xun's eyes lit up at the sight of a familiar figure. Miss, it's you. The young lady's appearance had changed little, still resembling her former self, with several spirit herbs and vials of pills displayed before her stall. She was momentarily stunned, recognizing the familiar legs and the 4 hooves of the black bull, and a thought crossed her mind. Why was this bandit back with his bull? He hits you. The girl forced a smile, the image of him deeply etched in her memory, making it hard to forget. We are here to purchase items. We have spirit stones. Wonderful. What do you wish to buy? Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, eager as long as they were not there to mock her. Could you tell me about these 3 spirit herbs? Chen Xun squatted down, offering an awkward smile, yet his medical knowledge allowed him to discern some details. In astonishment, the girl watched as Chen Xun pulled several spirit stones from his trousers, proving he truly possessed them. All right, the girl hesitated, her gaze dropping as she pointed to a spirit herb. This is water cloud grass, 20 years old, used for qi gathering pills. This is frost maple grass, only 10 years old, used for heavy feather pills. And this is divine meeting grass, 30 years old, also for heavy feather pills. She introduced each one. Despite their relatively low ages, It was commendable for a casual cultivator to gather such a collection of spirit herbs. Had they been older, numerous demonic beasts would vie for them. Miss, how many spirit stones do you ask for? I will take them all. Chen Xun licked his lips, his gaze fixated on the herbs, the ages appearing particularly favorable, aligning with his expectations. 20, the girl declared after a moment's thought. What? Chen Xun exclaimed, his voice piercing, causing the girl to frown. How much will you offer? 8 stones. What? This time it was the girl's turn to be shocked. Was there such a thing as haggling? Why not simply steal it? Chen Xun's expression faltered as he reached into his trousers and reluctantly produced several spirit stones, saying, How about 10? That's all I have. The girl's chest rose and fell slightly as she scrutinized Chen Xun's expression, but found it inscrutable, with only his nose, eyes, and mouth exposed. Fine, it's a deal. She nodded firmly. And could you throw in 3 boxes? I have nowhere to store them. Chen Xun eyed the boxes behind her, enviously. Truly, a seller of spirit herbs knew her trade well. The girl widened her eyes, realizing he was a bandit at heart. But she still obliged, offering him a sweet smile in the end. Old bull, we must save when necessary and spend when required. Do you understand? More. The great black bull nudged Chen Xun in discontent. Having been in the mortal realm for so long, they had already grasped this principle. Brother, how much for the fireball technique? Chen Xun approached a stall selling spells, his expression calm. A middle-aged man glanced at Chen Xun, his pupils slightly widening. For inferior spirit stones. Chen Xun hesitated, his face reflecting uncertainty as the great black bull tugged at him. Let us go. Let us go. Wait a moment, my friend. The middle-aged man studied Chen Xun and then the great black bull. Are you truly interested? Yes, to a degree, Chen Xun nodded. Take it for 2 spirit stones. Brother, you are quite generous, Chen Xun praised, pulling out 2 spirit stones from his trousers and swiftly departing with the spell in hand. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly and retrieved a copy of Fireball Technique from beneath the stall. It was a common spell, easily reproduced in countless copies. Chen Xun and the great black bull purchased a spell from every stall, ensuring not to overindulge. Item Control Technique, Basic Alchemy Technique, Comprehensive Spirit Herb Guide, Spirit Clarity Technique, and even splurged on a bag of spirit herb seeds, quickly depleting their 100 spirit stones. As they walked through the valley, Chen Xun's heart raced with excitement. Feeling their wealth was substantial, attracting the attention of countless casual cultivators who might wish to rob them. Old bull, moo. The pair exchanged a deep gaze, their pace quickening as they dashed out of the valley, disappearing from sight before the 10 great sects even made their appearance. On the outskirts of an Indian mountain range, they took over a wild beast den, sealing the entrance with a massive stone that ordinary humans could not move. Vines covered the stone, so densely packed that, without a keen eye, one would hardly notice the cave's existence. Crack! A flame ignited, illuminating the cave brightly. Chen Xun's face flushed with excitement, while the great black bull pranced around energetically. Old bull, we must keep our wealth hidden and maintain our composure. Chen Xun chuckled softly, observing the bull's exuberance. When will you ever learn to be like me? Moo! The great black bull rubbed against Chen Xun, blissfully content. We have 15 points of essence, totaling 30. We can accelerate the growth of spirit herbs by over 2 years in just 1 day. Chen Xun's excitement grew, his words flowing rapidly. Old bull, can you do the math? How many years is 1 month? More. The great black bull called twice, doodling in the dirt with a stone to calculate. 75 years. Chen Xun exclaimed, gazing at the bull. 100-year-old spirit herb grows once a month, my heavens. More. The great black bull was taken aback, the stone slipping from its grasp. They had inquired about the value of a 100-year spirit herb, which typically range from 100 to 200 inferior spirit stones. With their spirit herb seeds, they could sell and buy perpetually, creating an endless cycle. In the realm of immortality, who could rival their wealth in spirit stones? Don't get ahead of yourself. We lack the strength to ensure a large-scale sale. Chen Xun observed the great black bull's expression, knowing what it was contemplating. Trading one item for another would keep them under the radar, and besides, they still needed to refine their own pills. More. The great black bull nodded vigorously, eyes wide with astonishment, nearly floating away. First, let us nurture the 3 spirit herbs in the boxes to 100 years old, then gradually cultivate the spirit herb seeds. One by one, Chen Xun stated calmly, aware that planting a 100-year spirit herb outside would emit a peculiar fragrance that could attract the attention of numerous demonic and spirit beasts. Moreover, this medicinal container not only preserves the efficacy of the medicine, but also conceals its fragrant aroma. Chen Xun pondered that he should acquire more of these in the future. Chapter 25. The Law of Wealth and Companionship MO. The Great Black Bull replied solemnly, "Old Bull, let's get to work." Chen Xun chuckled. "We still have spells to cultivate." MO. The Great Black Bull's eyes sparkled. It had long anticipated the fireball technique, a skill showcased by many street performers. They began to nurture spiritual herbs daily, practicing spells and refining their chi, hunting in the mountains whenever hunger or thirst struck. Life was exceedingly pleasant. After more than half a year, tension filled the cave, and a chilling wind whispered through. "Shimenhaniu, who would have thought that in such a short time? You have reached the 4th level of chi refinement? It seems I cannot let you leave today." Chen Xun's expression turned cold as he clashed his palms, feeling the surge of magical energy within him. "Behold my object manipulation technique." MO. The Great Black Bull stood alert as a stone suddenly moved from behind, aiming to ambush it. MO. It reared up, its eyes widening as its hooves, imbued with magical energy, launched a small fireball towards the stone. Sizzling, the entire cave was enveloped in a wave of heat as the stone turned to ashes. The Great Black Bull grinned. "Such power! I am truly formidable." MO. The Great Black Bull exclaimed, and Chen Xun laughed heartily, lifting the bull above his head. This trick never failed. After about a play, they sat on the ground, their spirits soaring as they finally possessed magic. However, the Great Black Bull astonished Chen Xun. They had learned from the Immortal Ascension Conference that spiritual beasts were vastly different from humans. Generally, spiritual beasts could not cultivate human techniques or spells. Yet the Great Black Bull could do it all, surpassing the nature of a spiritual beast. Regardless of its true nature, it was eternally family to Chen Xun, who smiled warmly, patting the still mooing Great Black Bull. Another year of the Immortal Ascension Conference arrived as Chen Xun led the Great Black Bull forward, their solitary journey marked by an endless tranquility. Many wandering cultivators glanced at them and shook their heads in silence, recognizing them as the most unfortunate beings in the cultivation world, lacking talent and unable to see beyond their circumstances, ultimately destined to fade away in the wilderness. Yet, they refrained from mocking, as such individuals elicited respect, reflecting the stark reality for many, a profound sense of melancholy. Some seasoned cultivators narrowed their eyes slightly, realizing they could not measure up to this individual. If he were absent, they would feel an inexplicable emptiness. Chen Xun had never fallen within their grasp for murder or treasure. He was too poor, his aspirations for immortality pure to the point of foolishness. Within a sex pavilion, Chen Xun's expression shifted from calm to desperate as he lamented, "Senior, please add a little more. After half a lifetime, I have only found this one herb." The elder frowned slightly, contemplating the century-old divine meeting her before him, his heart wavering. "Senior, look at its color, its quality, its medicinal properties are intact. I just found it and brought it to you." Chen Xun squeezed out 2 tears of joy, urging, "Just a little more, and it will be yours. Then, add 10 more. Its properties are indeed remarkable." "All right." Chen Xun's demeanor suddenly turned serious, unwilling to concede an inch. The elder observed Chen Xun's change of expression, his face twitching, realizing he was being played. "Senior, I will also purchase a few medicine boxes. My old bull is quite fond of them." Chen Xun grinned. "With 120 spirit stones in hand, if I find more, I will deliver them to you." "Ha ha, 5 pieces for a low-grade spirit stone? Take them yourself." The elder shook his head with a smile, casting a glance at the Great Black Bull outside the pavilion, knowing that finding such a century-old herb was sheer luck. In astonishment, the elder watched as Chen Xun bought 30 boxes in one breath, placing them in the Great Black Bull's pockets until they vanished. "Truly a lad who has never seen the world," the elder murmured, reclaiming the medicine box from his hand. Within the depths of the Ningyun mountain range, crane spirit trees were abundant, and crafting these boxes posed no challenge. Years later, Chen Xun learned of this, lamenting with frustration, feeling as if ants were crawling all over him, and he would swing an axe at every crane spirit tree he encountered. They now found themselves outside an alchemy pavilion, where the elixirs sold were far more expensive than those offered by wandering cultivators, but with assured quality. "My friend, is there anything that catches your eye?" A sect disciple approached Chen Xun, welcoming him. The pavilion was filled with a dazzling array of items: alchemy furnaces, spiritual herbs, elixirs, and all manner of alchemical techniques. He had encountered too many peculiar individuals among wandering cultivators. The man wearing a black mask failed to stir any emotion within him. "How much for this alchemy furnace?" Chen Xun inquired, clearing his throat and pretending to be knowledgeable. "This is a low-grade yellow-tier alchemy furnace, priced at 20 low-grade spirit stones," the disciple cheerfully explained, pointing to a small furnace. "This larger one is also. I'll take this one." Chen Xun's heart trembled. It was so expensive. "My friend, I noticed those wandering cultivators selling furnaces for only 10 low-grade spirit stones. Most of those are subpar alchemy furnaces or have sustained considerable damage," the disciple patiently clarified. "This will significantly impact the success rate and quality of the elixirs produced." "Professional," Chen Xun praised, realizing that purchasing such magical items required dealing with reputable merchants. He handed over the spirit stones and departed. Items in the cultivation world were generally categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Although there were higher grades, they were beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. The great black bull was enamored with the small furnace, persistently urging Chen Xun to show it. Wealth, companionship, and the law of the land. Truly, the ancients do not deceive me, Chen Xun mused internally. Even immortality cannot escape this principle. To dwell in one place, cultivating until the end of time, that is but a dream. One's cultivation level will stagnate. They resumed selling their pamphlets, which had garnered a remarkable response the previous year, selling over 100 spirit stones in a single day. In a dim corner, Chen Xun's eyes gleamed with determination, devoid of any glee. "Old bull, let's sell this year and then cease." "Mo?" The great black bull looked puzzled. "Isn't selling going well? Such pamphlets are easily imitated and too conspicuous. We only seek our first pot of gold." "Mo." The great black bull understood, its intellect sharpening as it grasped Chen Xun's intent with a mere glance. Naturally, it was less perceptive of others' gazes. "Ah, my friend, so you are here," an old man in white robes approached, smiling as if he had been searching for them for ages. "What is it?" Chen Xun narrowed his eyes, recognizing the old con man from the past. "I possess a treasure related to your pamphlet. I wonder if you might be interested," the elder said, hands clasped behind his back. Having observed Chen Xun for a long time, knowing he came every year yet never dared to confront challenges, confident he could ensnare him, Chen Xun silently shook his head, not uttering a word as he led the great black bull directly onto the street, showing no interest. The old man stood frozen, muttering, "So he is truly a fool, a blockhead." On the street, Chen Xun instructed, "Old bull, remember, we shall never harm others or covet any advantage. But we must also not believe that good fortune will simply fall upon us." Chen Xun's gaze deepened as he spoke each word with conviction. "We may miss many opportunities, but we will never suffer losses." "Mo." The great black bull nodded repeatedly, committing it to memory. Chapter 26. The auspicious hour has arrived. I shall begin alchemy. They commenced their quest for spiritual herb seeds. While such herbs were rare, the seeds were plentiful. Chen Xun purchased several bags, yet found that over half contained dead seeds, mixed among the good. Enraged, Chen Xun, a 4th-level chi refiner wielding the fireball technique, could not tolerate such deception. "I clearly provided a bag of spirit stones. How dare you give me only half a bag of seeds?" He thought, his brow furrowing, though no one noticed. "Moo." The great black bull bellowed angrily at the stall. "What is this? Is it not the nature of spiritual herb seeds? Are you looking for trouble?" The man sneered, producing a yellow talisman that floated in the air. With a flick of his fingers, a flash of light erupted, vanishing instantly as he provocatively glared at Chen Xun. This fool, tethered to a cow and with a black scarf, was known to all who had conducted business here for years. A mere third-level chi refiner, utterly alone. Chen Xun's eyes sparkled with insight. This man was indeed a fourth-level chi refiner and appeared quite affluent. Brother Liao, who dares to cause a ruckus here? A few individuals rushed forth from a crowd, clad in similar attire, likely members of a certain cultivation family. All were fourth-level chi refiners, and one even reached the fifth level. The surrounding loose cultivators watched Chen Xun with mocking indifference. What? Do you think it's easy to bully the weak? Chen Xun smiled coldly, undaunted. Business was not conducted in such a manner. I had wondered who it might be. Turns out it's this bandit fool, a round-faced man scoffed. Leave him to me, brother. Very well, the man nodded slightly. In the valley, do not act recklessly, be mindful. Fool, kneel and apologize to my brother. If you do, we shall let this matter go. The round-faced man looked down at Chen Xun. I do not wish to see you at the Ascension Conference again. It was evident they intended to humiliate him. Those who suffered hardship often found pleasure in tormenting the weaker. If Chen Xun did not assert himself, these loose cultivators would believe they could trample him at will. Were you? Chen Xun calmly retorted, remaining steadfast in place. You dare bark at me, resembling a rotten watermelon? With sharp teeth and a vicious tongue. Let me break that mouth of yours. The round-faced man's face flushed with rage. This fool dared to insult him. He stepped forward, a faint glow emanating from his hand, the diamond fist accompanied by a fierce wind, hurtling towards Chen Xun. Bang! Chen Xun stepped back, delivering a seemingly ordinary punch that collided with the round-faced man's fist. The latter's expression shifted dramatically. Pain etched across his face as he suddenly cried out, "Ah!" The sound of cracking bones echoed as the round-faced man was sent flying. Fear overtaking him as he gazed at Chen Xun. What monstrous strength is this? The Liao family's diamond fist had been shattered. This person was not to be underestimated. Ha ha! Who would have thought this fool? My friend possesses such strength. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, their gazes towards Chen Xun shifting significantly, revealing he was no fool after all. The Liao family, is it? Chen Xun nodded slightly, addressing the furious crowd. Remember, you still owe me half a bag of spiritual herb seeds. The man, supporting the round-faced figure, replied darkly, be careful outside 9-Star Valley. Oh, Chen Xun smiled. Beneath his hood, a smile more sinister and terrifying than theirs, causing the Liao family members to shudder. The onlooking loose cultivators gasped internally, realizing the oppressive aura of Chen Xun's hood. He led the great black bull away, but they were soon followed by a member of the Liao family, who quickened their pace. 3 sharp turns later, they burst forth from 9-Star Valley, disappearing from sight. The Liao family member was left bewildered. Where did they go? On the road, Chen Xun expressed regret to the old bull. I was impulsive this time. Had I not cared for that half bag of spiritual herb seeds, I would not have made an enemy. The great black bull, unperturbed, replied, they deliberately bullied us. Life is not about yielding to everything. Let us refrain from attending the Ascension Conference for now. The Liao family will surely block us. Chen Xun remarked softly, we must first enhance our strength. We are alone, and this cultivation world is far more ruthless than the mortal realm. The great black bull agreed, sensing the murderous intent of the Liao family member. Upon returning to their cave at the mountain's edge, Chen Xun reflected on his recent behavior. Having spent too long in the mortal world, he realized that seeking momentary pride could lead to dire consequences. Old bull, should we encounter such matters again, we shall endure. Once we have sufficient strength, we will reclaim what we have lost. Chen Xun muttered an obscenity that the great black bull could not comprehend. Damn it, those little brats. Moo moo moo. The great black bull nudged Chen Xun. Their mindset had yet to reach the point of indifference. Experiences were necessary. Old bull, it's fine, Chen Xun said, embracing the great black bull. You go gather some spiritual herbs while I practice alchemy. Moo. The great black bull obediently scampered off, eager to lift Chen Xun's spirits. Chen Xun perused the basic alchemy techniques, learning that he must first gather Dan fire within his body, slowly refining the medicinal properties of the herbs until they meld into a single entity. However, Dan Fire consumed considerable magical energy. A single misstep could ruin an entire batch of pills. A true alchemy master could create them from countless herbs. The text further mentioned that the Earth Vein Fire could replace Dan Fire, but such locations were typically claimed by immortal sects. Ordinary cultivators need not aspire to them. Chen Xun read with keen interest, recalling his prior medical studies, finding many concepts to be interconnected. The most common pills during the qi refining stage were the featherweight pill and the vitality pill, both excellent for enhancing cultivation, with the recipes being widely circulated. 20-year-old spiritual herbs were sufficient for crafting. Of course, the older the better, Chen Xun mused, but older spiritual herbs are generally reserved for making superior pills. As time flew by, a year had passed before Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull could attend the Ascension Conference. The Liao family awaited them outside the valley, but they had not anticipated their absence. It seemed that the fool had become somewhat clever, realizing he had offended a significant figure and had withdrawn into his shell. This year, a few individuals had indeed emerged, selling pamphlets akin to Chen Xun's, gaining considerable popularity and profit. Inside the cave, Chen Xun continued to accumulate longevity points onto the essence of all things. Today, he sat in deep meditation, while the Great Black Bull stood beside him, eagerly massaging Chen Xun's shoulders, breathing heavily with excitement. The auspicious hour has arrived. I shall commence alchemy. May the celestial beings and Buddhas bless me. Chen Xun. Moo 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 moo. The Great Black Bull echoed enthusiastically behind him. Chen Xun slowly opened his eyes, revealing a cauldron before him. With a gesture, the cauldron spiraled upward, aligning with his line of sight. Surrounding them were dozens of featherweight pill ingredients, all over 30 years old, accumulated over the past 2 years. Go! Chen Xun commanded, as a single herb soared into the cauldron. Dan Fire emerged from his palm, consuming his magical energy, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Under Chen Xun's control, the Dan Fire flickered in intensity, while the Great Black Bull experienced a roller coaster of emotions, anxiously holding its breath. One herb after another soared into the cauldron, releasing a fragrant aroma that captivated the Great Black Bull's gaze. A sound akin to a bubble bursting echoed, as an entire batch of precious medicinal herbs was rendered useless, transforming into pools of wasted concoction. Chen Xun, panting heavily, produced a blank notebook and meticulously recorded the sensations he had just experienced, noting the precise heat applied to each herb. Theory and practice, it seemed, were entirely disparate realms. Chapter 27. Exploding Furnace Mo. The Great Black Bull continued to hammer its shoulders, unable to handle such delicate tasks, only capable of the rough work. Old cow, it's fine. I just need a few days to recover my magical powers. Mo, replied the Great Black Bull. Take as many years as you need. Another 3 days passed, and Chen Xun finally restored his depleted magical energy. Today, brimming with vitality, he declared, the auspicious hour has arrived. I shall commence alchemy. May the celestial gods and Buddhas bless me and grant Chen Xun some favor. Momo. The alchemy furnace spiraled into the heavens as spirit herbs continued to soar into the cauldron. Before long, yet another pool of wasted herbal liquid cooled. 3 more days elapsed, and Chen Xun, seated in meditation, felt the veins in his arms pulsate as he shouted, the auspicious hour has arrived. I shall commence alchemy. May the celestial gods and Buddhas bless me and grant Chen Xun some favor. Momo. The alchemy furnace spiraled into the heavens once again, with spirit herbs continuing to enter the cauldron. Soon after, yet another pool of wasted herbal liquid cooled. A month later, Chen Xun's fingers trembled slightly, and the corners of his mouth quivered as he murmured, the auspicious hour has arrived. I shall commence alchemy. May the celestial gods and Buddhas bless me and grant Chen Xun some favor. Moo! The alchemy furnace spiraled into the heavens, and spirit herbs continued to fly into the cauldron. In no time, yet another pool of wasted herbal liquid cooled. Another month passed, and the Great Black Bull appeared listless. Chen Xun's eyes were sunken, his hair in disarray, and he trembled as he said, the auspicious hour has arrived. I shall commence alchemy. May the celestial gods and Buddhas bless me and grant Chen Xun some favor. Moo! The alchemy furnace spiraled into the heavens, and spirit herbs continued to enter the cauldron. This time, however, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air as Chen Xun finally grasped the essence of the process. The great black bull's eyes sparkled with excitement as it slowly stood up, yearning to exclaim something impressive but unable to articulate it. "Oh cow, it worked! I succeeded! Ha ha!" Chen Xun laughed maniacally, his eyes bloodshot, as if he could devour the alchemy furnace itself. So many spirit herbs, and how many spirit stones had vanished. Indeed, in the realm of cultivation, even dogs would not aspire to be alchemists unless they had the backing of celestial sections. Moo, the great black bull, was elated, gazing at the dozen pure white pills, continuously offering Chen Xun shoulder massages. The fragrance of the herbs filled the cave, an exquisite delight. "Let me take notes. This is all experience." Chen Xun almost lost himself in the moment. This was a significant matter, and he began to take out a notebook to jot down and sketch his findings, reviewing them each day. Time was something he possessed in abundance. "Let us test the effects." Moo. They each took a pill, which slid smoothly into their mouths. Chen Xun and the great black bull felt a surge of pure medicinal power coursing through their bodies. The sensation was akin to soaring in the vast ocean, utterly free and bringing the utmost enjoyment. How delightful! Chen Xun could not help but exclaim. As the medicinal energy spread, it seemed to loosen the bottleneck in his cultivation. He consumed another heavy feather pill and continued to refine it. The great black bull emitted joyful moos, seated on the ground. Incredible! Moo. Upon consuming the third pill, the previously stuck bottleneck burst open, allowing Chen Xun to instantly break through to the 5th level of qi refinement. Both he and the great black bull leaped with joy, unwilling to remain trapped at a certain stage. "Let us not refine any more pills for now. Let's stabilize our cultivation," Chen Xun excitedly declared, "and we will find a river to bathe in. Next month, we shall commence alchemy." More. The great black bull nodded vigorously, acknowledging that every beginning is challenging. In the days that followed, they led a life of routine, rising with the sun and resting at dusk, nurturing seeds, refining pills, and cultivating. Another year passed swiftly, and the Ascension Conference commenced as expected, but the bandit who had once plagued them was no more. The Liao family was enraged, having laid ambushes in vain. Powerless and frustrated, no one knew the bandit's appearance or origins. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. Within the cave, Chen Xun added longevity points to the essence of all things. In the latter half of the year, Chen Xun successfully refined 3 batches of pills, consuming them while stabilizing his cultivation. They remained humble and patient, as time held little value for Chen Xun and the great black bull. The most crucial aspect was to tread each step steadily, and they had now broken through to the 6th level of qi refinement. A remarkable feat. Although the conditions for the growth of spirit herbs were exceedingly stringent, it seemed that their essence of all things could overcome every challenge. Chen Xun and the great black bull opened another entrance in the cave, filled with decades-old spirit herbs. Having perused the compendium of spirit herbs, he learned that these herbs must be cultivated in spiritual soil, not mere ordinary earth. Moo. The great black bull beamed at their flourishing territory, the air thick with spiritual energy as they cultivated within. However, the alchemy furnace seemed to be wearing out. Chen Xun frowned, sensing that the furnace was not performing optimally, indicating it might be time for a replacement. The great black bull nodded, acknowledging that while it had little understanding of alchemy, it sensed the furnace's exterior had begun to deteriorate. In the following year, though Chen Xun did not refine pills, he remained exceedingly busy, diligently studying the compendium of spirit herbs, reciting and researching daily. The great black bull managed the spirit herbs, harvesting them at the right time and storing them in medicinal boxes. Life passed peacefully, devoid of interruptions. When the next Ascension Conference arrived, many new faces appeared, brimming with ambition and determination, ready to ascend. Some familiar faces shook their heads in lament, recalling the days when they mocked the bull-taming bandit. Now, they found themselves in similar situations, with opportunities within reach, yet feeling a sense of bitterness. They looked down upon the mundane world, preferring to die in the Nine-Star Valley rather than retreat in disgrace. Deep within the Ningxian mountain range, countless bones lay buried. Those selling pamphlets rejoiced, as the increasing number of competitors created a demand for fresh blood. What most people did not know was that such ascension conferences occurred frequently. The 10 great celestial sects would not confine themselves to just one venue. The Liao family had given up entirely, continuing their business within the Nine-Star Valley, viewing it as a trivial matter, unwilling to let others mock their stinginess. They speculated that the bandit had likely been devoured by some beast, leaving no trace behind. Within the cave, Chen Xun added longevity points to the essence of all things and began to calm his mind, preparing to commence alchemy. The great black bull had prepared the spirit herbs and became his cheerleader, diligently massaging Chen Xun's shoulders and back. My magical powers have significantly increased. I wish to commence alchemy. May the celestial gods and Buddhas bless me and grant Chen Xun some favor. Chen Xun's gaze sharpened, his robes billowing without wind, his hair cascading down his back, the atmosphere charged with ritualistic significance. Moo! The great black bull let out a long call. Chen Xun skillfully placed the spirit herbs into the furnace, the process flowing smoothly. Once requiring 3 days to recover after refining one batch of pills, he now needed only 2 days. Time rushed forward, and half a year passed. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the cave. The alchemy furnace had exploded. Chen Xun's face turned dark, bewildered, as he emitted thick black smoke, resembling a Mediterranean hairstyle, with a patch of hair completely blown away. Moo! The great black bull was alarmed, exhaling heavily as it hurried to check on Chen Xun, relieved to find him unharmed. In an instant, its legs weakened, its eyes wide with shock, retreating slightly as its stomach churned, the suppressed breaths escaping continuously. The furnace had indeed exploded. Chen Xun frowned slightly, still unaware of the gravity of the situation. It seemed that even magical artifacts had their wear and tear. Why did the top of his head feel a bit chilly? Feeling a sense of foreboding, Chen Xun reached up to touch his head, and as he did so, his features twisted in horror. Where had his hair gone? A resounding roar, reminiscent of a lion king, echoed through the cavern, causing fragments of stone to tumble down. Gah, gah! The great black bull was nearing his limit, emitting peculiar cries, for he had never witnessed Chen Xun in such a state. Silently, Chen Xun donned the bandana of a fierce bandit, his blood-red eyes fixed upon the black bull. Old bull, meet your demise. Moo! A chilling scream resonated within the cave, akin to the sound of a bull being slaughtered during the New Year festivities. Chapter 28. The Tranquility of Time. Enjoying the present, this year gently passed amidst the crackling sounds of Chen Xun's furnace, as they infused the essence of longevity into the primordial energies of all things. Reaching the age of 19, a heavy snowfall blanketed the Ningxian mountain range, transforming the world into a silvery expanse, blurring the boundaries of earth and sky. This year, the kingdom of Qian seemed somewhat turbulent, with rumors of warfare on the borders as countless righteous souls set forth to defend the nation. The snow fell thickly, with families bidding farewell, their footprints scattered in the snow, heavy with longing. Many relatives of these valiant souls lingered, standing until dusk. The evening snow fell profound, as if woven with myriad emotions, surging like the sea, capable of engulfing everything. Yet, no matter what transpired in the mortal realm, it appeared that nothing could deter the countless wandering cultivators on their quest for immortality. The Immortal Ascension Conference proceeded as usual, and the cultivator who had once led the ox was gradually forgotten. However, a significant event transpired within the valley. Hundreds of sect cultivators personally descended to apprehend those selling manuals. While no blood was shed, their possessions were completely stripped away. These manuals had severely impacted the interests of the major sects. Initially, there was fair competition, but now, with such strategies emerging, the number of rogue cultivators attempting to challenge the trials had noticeably increased. Promising talents were also snatched away, attributed to the faults of these manuals, leading many astray. The 10 major sects united in their efforts to eradicate this menace, declaring that should such occurrences arise again, those involved would meet a dire fate. In a cave on the outskirts of the Ningyun mountain range, their supply of spiritual medicine seeds had been entirely depleted, and the alchemy furnace had exploded. Chen Xun began to contemplate their next course of action. The great black ox sat nearby, grinding medicinal herbs with immense strength, its hooves diligently working as they prepared the seasoned spices. Old ox, let us first finish the remaining elixirs. The other herbs should be reserved for later. Moo! The great black ox replied dismissively, filling bottles with the powdered herbs before continuing its grinding, its eyes filled with focus. Chen Xun hoisted 2 water jars, still containing clothing, and cheerfully suggested, "Old ox, shall we fetch water?" "Moo moo!" The great black ox exclaimed anxiously, promptly organizing the stone mill, following Chen Xun wherever he went. The black ox moved aside a massive stone at the cave's entrance, covering it once more after Chen Xun exited, carefully checking for any vulnerabilities. Outside, snowflakes danced in the air, and the biting wind howled. Chen Xun wore but a thin garment, yet felt no chill. They approached a stream, chiseling holes in the ice. Chen Xun held 1 jar aloft to fill with water, while the black ox joyfully stood in the stream, managing another jar. In its exuberance, the great black ox slipped through the ice, but Chen Xun's quick reflexes saved it. After filling the jars, they began washing their clothes together, exchanging laughter and conversation in joyful camaraderie. The snowflakes swirled around them, and they seemed to exist in a world of their own, amidst the deep snow. Time passed quietly as they enjoyed the moment. Soon, the sound of snapping twigs and the heavy crunch of footsteps in the snow reached their ears. Though distant, their keen senses picked up the commotion. Chen Xun and the great black ox turned towards the snow-covered woods, where a large group of individuals approached, clad in tattered garments and wielding wooden staffs. Their faces were grimy and red from the cold, numbering at least 100, comprising men, women, and children. Each expression bore shock at the sight of washing clothes in such heavy snow, and the sight of a great black ox engaging in the task. "Good sirs, have you lost your way?" Chen Xun inquired casually, gradually lowering his guard as he recognized them as mere mortals. The great black ox cast a brief glance at the strangers, sensing no danger, and resumed its work. "Young hero, we have fled from Dansong City," an elderly man approached, his gait unsteady. This elder clearly bore the marks of a martial practitioner, robust even in the face of such harsh weather. "Dansong City? That's quite a distance. You must be traversing to the far side of the Ningyun mountain range," Chen Xun remarked in astonishment. He had heard of Dansong City, adjacent to Panning City, but the journey was long. "Are you headed to Panning City?" Indeed, the elder nodded, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "What has transpired? That you dare traverse the perilous Ningyun mountain range?" "Young hero, you misunderstand. We are taking the outskirts, a longer route." The elder shook his head with a deep sigh. "The kingdom of Qian is in turmoil, with rebel armies rising and bandits causing chaos. The lord of Dansong City has been slain." Chen Xun was taken aback and quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. He too had fled, knowing that Panning City could be reached from the southeast, albeit with a longer detour. "Thank you, young hero." The elder clasped his hands in gratitude, having merely sought directions. "Not at all." Chen Xun waved his hand, observing the plight of the refugees. "Be cautious on your journey. There are many wild beasts in these parts." "Thank you, young hero." "Thank you, young hero." "Thank you, big brother." Expressions of gratitude filled the air, including a sweet voice from a young girl, igniting hope in their eyes as they neared Panning City, a large city with a reputation for stability. Chen Xun smiled gently as he watched them depart, while the great black ox let out a contented moo. "Old ox, let me tell you, no matter the world, wherever there are nations, there will be endless strife, and the common folk will always suffer," Chen Xun mused, reflecting on the painful history of war inscribed in the annals of his past life. "Moo, moo moo moo." The great black ox was intrigued, ceasing its work and nudging Chen Xun with its body, eager to hear more. "Well then, let us begin with the Xia dynasty." Chen Xun began to narrate with solemnity, capturing the attention of the great black ox, which listened with rapt fascination, even noting down a few names. Half an hour later, they had finished washing their clothes and sat together, appreciating the snowy landscape. Chen Xun continued to relay history, lost in the tale. To learn what happens next, please stay tuned for the next installment. Chen Xun patted the great black ox, still yearning for more tales, and glanced at the now frozen garments. Our clothes have turned to ice. Moo. The great black ox suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing the truth of the situation. Let's go. Fortunately, we have the fireball technique. Chen Xun rose, carrying the water jars and clothing, guiding the great black ox back to the cave. With magic at their disposal, drying the clothes would be effortless. As they journeyed, an unsettling scent of blood wafted through the swirling snow. Old ox, Chen Xun murmured, pulling a hood over his head. Be cautious. Moo. The great black ox replied softly, its eyes alert, its keen sense of smell detecting the danger. In the distance, beneath a tree, lay several corpses, their blood staining the snow, gradually being concealed by the falling flakes. Chen Xun's brow furrowed deeply as he slowed his pace. It seemed that every half-mile bore the bodies of the slain, marked by knife wounds, recently deceased, with chaotic footprints surrounding them. Moo. The great black ox looked at Chen Xun, recognizing some familiar figures, those who had inquired for directions earlier. Chen Xun cautiously approached, inspecting the bodies. One woman clutched a small girl tightly, but both had succumbed, their wounds beginning to freeze. Chapter 29. This world. This environment we cannot control. The little girl Chen Xun remembered the crisp voice of thank you, big brother, echoing in his mind. Chen Xun's heart trembled as he slowly uttered, your mother, how ruthless, not even sparing a child. Moo, moo. The great black bull continued to nudge a few individuals, attempting to awaken them. They were not cultivators. They must be ruthless bandits. Chen Xun crouched and gazed into the distance. The corpses littered around were all of the elderly, women, and children. The assailants were likely still pursuing the innocent civilians. 2 water jars and clothing were left behind by Chen Xun and the great black bull, while 2 heavy axes slowly rotated, slicing through the falling snowflakes. Whoosh, whoosh, boom. The thick snow beneath them trembled, and a deafening sound wave filled the air as they seemed to stride through a sea of snow, sending up great waves of snow behind them, their presence overwhelming. In the distance, dozens of mountain bandits laughed maniacally, their blades dripping with fresh blood. Now, Panning City was engulfed in chaos. A vast number of warriors had been conscripted. Who could manage them? Brother, more and more people are fleeing to Panning City. One bandit cackled wickedly. They've brought all their possessions. It's a feast for us. This is the good life. The leader brandished his sword and laughed maniacally. Finally, our time has come. Boys, kill. The bandits raised their swords in response, a sea of corpses behind them. The thrill of killing and plundering was intoxicating. Previously, they had to contend with soldiers hunting them down, but now those soldiers were off to battle, and life was comfortable. Screams of despair rang out as more helpless civilians fell to their demise, their eyes filled with unwillingness and unable to close in death, knowing they were so close. The bandits laughed even louder, rummaging through the civilians' clothing for gold and silver trinkets, as those fleeing often carried such valuables. Suddenly, a commotion arose behind them, and all the bandits turned to look, squinting at the sight of snow splashing high into the air. What on earth? The leader spat, clad in animal skins, standing at the forefront, unable to see clearly due to the heavy snow. Is something running? Wait, brother, something feels off. Is it a person? Or a black bull? Not good run. The leader's pupils constricted sharply, and he roared in panic, but it was too late when they finally discerned the figure. Chen Xun's foot struck the ground, accelerating, the sound of air being cut through erupting suddenly. In the blink of an eye, the figure was upon the leader, whose mind short-circuited in disbelief. The coldest gaze he had ever encountered pierced through him. Swish! The leader's head soared into the sky, his eyes still reflecting shock, blood gushing forth as he fell forward. The great black bull charged into the bandit horde, letting out a furious bellow. The bandits looked on in agony, as if struck by a mountain, being crushed to death by the great black bull. Despairing screams echoed one after another. They never even knew who had killed them. Smoke billowed as dozens of bandit corpses were incinerated by fireball techniques. and the figures of Chen Xun and the great black bull gradually vanished into the swirling snow. Within a cave, Chen Xun and the great black bull had retrieved the water jars and clothing. They were somewhat silent, realizing that their good intentions had led to unfortunate outcomes. They left the corpses untouched, buried beneath thick snow, many having vanished without a trace. Had Chen Xun not led the way, perhaps they would not have encountered such vicious bandits. Old bull, some things are beyond our control. Chen Xun sighed softly, patting the great black bull. This world, this environment, we cannot dictate, nor do we possess the power to change. Moo, the great black bull rested its head against Chen Xun. The only thing we can decide is ourselves. We must seek to live without guilt. Chen Xun smiled gently at the great black bull, acknowledging that such occurrences transpired everywhere, urging a more relaxed outlook. Moo, the great black bull nodded, feeling that the group of bandits was exceedingly vile, robbing and murdering. Old bull, let us begin our cultivation. We have not yet finished the heavy feather pill. Chen Xun's expression shifted, sweeping away earlier discontent as he looked ahead, aware that there was much to accomplish. Moo moo, the great black bull's eyes widened, invigorated as well. They consumed the medicinal pills at a deliberate and steady pace. Initially, they had taken several at once, but now they took one and meditated for several days, gradually refining the medicinal power and familiarizing themselves with the increasing magical energy. Time slipped by as they consumed the resources, and another year passed, seemingly without snowfall. They had now broken through to the 7th level of chi refining, having entirely consumed the heavy feather pill, but preserved 700-year-old spiritual herbs, preparing to prosper. Chen Xun had finally accumulated the essence of all things to 20, ready to begin increasing his magical energy next year. Curious if it would lead to a greater reservoir within. More and more people were fleeing from the other end of the Ningyan mountain range. Some starved on the road, devoured by vultures, others were slain by wild beasts, and some were robbed by bandits. Additionally, some individuals passed by outside their cave, hinting that the outside world was becoming increasingly unstable, seeing many civilians suffering from hunger and cold. Chen Xun and the great black bull would quietly offer them some dried meat. Yet, they refrained from further contact. For who could truly discern the causes and effects of this world? In such a chaotic environment, the desire for power among wandering cultivators intensified as they strained to enter the 10 great sects, seeking to escape the mundane existence of this world. Compared to the external turmoil, the Ascension Conference was in full swing. Even more fervent than in previous years, their aspirations soared high, yearning for the broader realm of cultivation. Within the cave, one man and one bull lived without contention, engrossed in their own affairs, unaffected by the disturbances of the outside world. Old bull, I shall attend the Ascension Conference. You wait for me here. This time, Chen Xun intended to forego the hood and not bring the great black bull, believing it to be a more prudent choice. Moo moo. The great black bull clutched Chen Xun tightly with its mouth. They had never been apart. I'll be back in a day. If I'm not, come find me. Moo, truly, well, have I ever deceived you? If all goes well, I'll return in half a day. Chen Xun smiled, as they lacked spiritual herbs and an alchemy furnace, necessitating this trip. Moo, the great black bull nodded, moving to shift aside the massive stone at the cave's entrance, then waiting for Chen Xun. Chen Xun dashed out, carrying 4 medicinal boxes containing 400-year-old spiritual herbs, no longer concealing his cultivation level with the essence of all things. The great black bull hesitated, then chased after him, accompanying Chen Xun for a considerable distance, departing only as he neared the depths of the mountains, letting out continuous moo calls. Chen Xun looked back 3 times, only quickening his pace when the great black bull faded from view. The number of people had increased significantly. Along the way, Chen Xun encountered numerous wandering cultivators. Upon seeing his 7th level of chi refining, they respectfully addressed him as senior. In a world where strength reigns supreme, the capable always take precedence. Chen Xun remained exceptionally low-key, ignoring all others. Upon entering the 9-star valley, he navigated the surroundings effortlessly and heard about the selling of scrolls. Chen Xun merely smiled faintly, a glimmer of inexplicable meaning flashing in his eyes. The number of wandering cultivators selling goods within the valley had also grown considerably, engaging in barter to enhance their chances of overcoming challenges. He approached a small sex pavilion. Adjusting his emotions, Chen Xun entered with a somber expression, step by step. Chapter 30. Adding spiritual energy amidst the tumultuous flames and howling winds. Chen Xun found himself on the verge of despair. Senior, this precious herb was painstakingly gathered by me atop a cliff during a fierce storm, he said, tears welling in his eyes. I sustained grievous injuries just to deliver it to you swiftly. The elder of the sect, after a moment of hesitation, granted Chen Xun 10 spirit stones. Oh, wise senior, your discerning eye is truly remarkable, Chen Xun exclaimed, his excitement palpable as if he had never encountered spirit stones before. The elder, upon examining Chen Xun, was taken aback to discover that he was a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement, and so remarkably young. In the elder's astonished gaze, Chen Xun proceeded to purchase 30 medicinal boxes, all stowed away in a tattered snakeskin pouch. Is this truly a cultivator of the 7th level of Qi refinement? The elder pondered, momentarily stunned, as Chen Xun's demeanor resembled that of an ordinary commoner. With a stooped back, Chen Xun wandered through the valley, haggling at the stalls of wandering cultivators, and eventually secured 3 bags of medicinal herb seeds. This time, however, he meticulously inspected each spirit stone before making his purchases. His unassuming appearance, especially the worn snakeskin pouch with its gaping hole revealing empty boxes, left the seasoned wanderers feeling quite discontented. After further perusing the stalls, he entered another sex pavilion, sharing a different version of his tale. Despite the underlying awkwardness, he maintained a facade of composure, though the weight of the snakeskin pouch seemed to bend him further. His mournful expression resembled that of a bereaved farmer, as he argued passionately over the price of a single spirit stone. Within the alchemy pavilion, he acquired a superior alchemical furnace for 50 low-grade spirit stones and inquired about the risk of furnace explosions. I see now, Chen Xun mused, realization washing over him. He understood that the alchemical furnace required nurturing with spiritual energy, a lesson he had neglected in the past. Every hour, he ventured to different sect pavilions, selling century-old medicinal herbs, quickly depleting his stock of 4 such herbs. His snakeskin pouch now contained over a dozen bags of herb seeds. Yet these were all suited for Qi refinement stage alchemical materials, yielding no better options. He scavenged without haste, noting that his 7th level of Qi refinement commanded respect from many wandering cultivators who were less inclined to deceive him. Soon, Chen Xun quickened his pace, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he vanished into the 9-star valley, returning to his cave unscathed. Old bull, I have returned, Chen Xun exclaimed as he moved aside a boulder, allowing a shadow to dart out. The great black bull bounded toward him, mooing excitedly. Ha! Let us go inside and converse, he said, embracing the bull's head, glancing around before sealing the cave entrance with the boulder. The black bull circled Chen Xun, its eyes gleaming with joy, tugging at him insistently. All right, just this once. I shall never abandon you again, Chen Xun declared joyfully, eyeing the treasures within the snakeskin pouch. The bull's eyes lit up, sensing the aroma of numerous herb seeds, and it rushed to inspect the contents, its expression one of astonishment. There are over 20 bags. This is incredible, the bull exclaimed, its excitement palpable. Ha ha, old bull, these are yours to tend to, and there are many invigorating herbs within as well. Chen Xun then turned his attention to the alchemical furnace, cherishing this newfound treasure, vowing to take good care of it. The black bull, filled with enthusiasm, stood up and carried the seeds to another cave, eager to cultivate the herbs. Their combined essence now totaled 40, allowing them to nurture 3 spiritual herbs of over 30 years within a month. Old bull, let's get to work, Chen Xun called. As they busied themselves, time passed swiftly, and another year came and went. Life is fleeting, filled with countless memories and experiences. Old bull, keep the medicinal boxes safe and nurture them with spiritual energy. We must not allow pests to devour them. Of course, the bull replied. And remember to categorize the herbs carefully. We cannot afford to be hasty. If we do not establish good habits now, what will we do in the future? Outside the Ningyun mountain range, in a certain cave, even two immortals were diligently striving to accomplish meaningful tasks, their sentiments of lamentation diminished. This year, the Qian kingdom seemed even more tumultuous, with cultivators committing heinous acts among mortals. The 10 great sects dispatched numerous disciples, vowing to restore order in the mortal realm. For it is the source of countless disciples. They could not allow their legacy to falter. Cultivators displayed their prowess among mortals, igniting excitement among the populace, who prayed fervently for protection. With the 10 great sects intervening personally, the Qian kingdom descended further into chaos, with monsters and demons emerging. More mortals sought the sages of the Ningyun mountains, while the beasts in the depths of the mountains grew agitated, leading to an increase in corpses. And the Ascension Conference became somewhat disorderly. Within the cave, a notification resonated in Chen Xun's mind. Ding. The host is now able to allocate points. A thrill coursed through him as he called out to the Black Bull. Old Bull, this year we shall test our spiritual energy. There is no telling how much we might gain. The Black Bull, its eyes wide with anticipation, hurried over, its dark form resembling a lump of coal. Let us prepare for ascension, Chen Xun announced, both he and the bull brimming with excitement as they settled onto the ground to begin allocating points. Their current longevity points stood at spiritual energy 1, strength 21, speed 21, essence of all things 20. A wave of warmth surged within them, heightening their tension as they closed their eyes to focus on their spiritual energy. Half an hour passed. What? That's it. Chen Xun and the Black Bull were both bewildered, feeling no change. He remained at the 7th level of Qi refinement. The cave was still dark, illuminated only by candlelight, and the gentle breeze seeping through the fissure in the boulder was unchanged. Perhaps the points added were too few? The Black Bull suggested, nodding in agreement. The more points, the better the effect. We shall see next year. For now, let us return to work. Chen Xun shrugged, indifferent, while the Black Bull nodded and trotted off to the herb garden, unconcerned. 2 months later, Chen Xun and the Black Bull were using fireball techniques to dry their clothes when suddenly, the cave was engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing everywhere. What the? Quickly, gather everything, they shouted in alarm, but while they managed to retract the fireball, their clothes were entirely consumed. The Black Bull hurriedly pushed the boulder aside, while Chen Xun, clad only in his undergarments, emerged, his expression one of utter dismay. What? What just happened? He murmured, slowly turning to the Black Bull. I was using the fireball technique. The Black Bull shook its head, eyes wide with disbelief, questioning Chen Xun. Did you perhaps learn some forbidden technique? Is this truly the fireball technique? The bull nudged Chen Xun aside, standing up to demonstrate what a genuine fireball technique looked like, clearly unimpressed by Chen Xun's version. In a moment of clarity, the Black Bull called out, directing its gaze toward the distance, its expression serious. With a surge of power and spiritual energy emanating from its hooves, an immense fireball erupted into the air. Boom! The flames roared, consuming dry branches and leaves, sending plumes of smoke into the sky. Old Bull, quickly! We must extinguish this fire. Chen Xun was utterly astonished. They had not yet mastered water-based spells. And here they were, setting the mountains ablaze. Chapter 31. A chance encounter on the mountain path. May all your endeavors be fruitful. A voice echoed through the air. The mighty Black Bull gazed incredulously at its own handiwork, only to be swiftly pulled away by Chen Xun, still in a daze. An hour later, the raging fire was finally extinguished. Chen Xun appeared disheveled, his clothes nearly singed off, his hair in utter disarray, looking worse than the fleeing commoners. They returned to the cave, sitting across from one another. Old Bull, I comprehend now. It appears that this magical power does not originate from within us, Chen Xun declared, swallowing hard and letting out a belch that released a puff of black smoke. This power is an enhancement to our spells. Moo. The Black Bull seemed to grasp this revelation too, its eyes wide with astonishment. Remarkably, the consumption of mana was minuscule. Chen Xun's mouth fell agape. The energy required for the fireball spell had diminished to less than 50% of its former cost. So this is the crux of the matter. Moo? The bull inquired, shifting slightly, Step aside, old bull, Chen Xun said, his eyes narrowing slightly as he spread his palm. Let me test the Dan fire. Moo. The black bull quickly scampered away, retreating to the chamber where spiritual herbs were cultivated, peeking out cautiously. What a pure flame! Chen Xun observed as a small fire flickered to life in his palm. He meticulously controlled his inner magical energy, allowing the flame to swell until it matched the original Dan fire. Indeed, he mused, a smile gracing his features. As he continued to manipulate the Dan fire, he noticed that the energy depleting from his body was remarkably slow. Over time, he would master the Dan fire to a fine degree. Moo. The black bull approached slowly, regarding the flame with admiration. Though it resembled the original, it seemed to possess an added vitality. Chen Xun clenched his fist, drawing the Dan fire back into his being. He turned to the black bull, stating, Old bull, we must commence the recultivation of our magical energy. Moo? The bull queried, bewildered. Because I do not wish to be left with naught but my undergarments. Chen Xun replied, irritation evident in his tone. Do you understand? Moo. The black bull grinned, comprehension dawning. In the days that followed, they diligently adapted to the magical energy within them, ultimately discovering the secret to seamless control. During this period, Chen Xun refined several batches of elixirs, yielding a remarkable increase in success rates and a notable decrease in mana consumption. Many alchemists faltered at the hurdle of Dan fire, as any fluctuation in their magical energy could lead to the ruin of an entire batch, prompting them to opt for the more stable earth fire. In the dim glow of flickering candlelight, the duo, one man and one bull, exchanged knowing smiles, their figures cast in a terrifying silhouette. Time flowed inexorably. As the heavens could be mended, the seas could be filled, and mountains could be shifted. Yet, the sun and moon continued their relentless passage. 5 years slipping by in the blink of an eye. The borders of the Qian kingdom faced imminent war. The crown prince ascending to the throne amidst a bloody purge in the court, with the cries of the populace echoing in despair. The Wu kingdom, filled with ambition, amassed its forces while the Qian kingdom trembled in turmoil, prompting the 10 great immortal sects to intervene in the national conflict. The Wu kingdom's sects naturally resisted, igniting a new wave of strife. Dark currents surged beneath the surface, and in the grand scheme of the world, no one could remain unscathed. In the outskirts of the Ningyun mountain range, a figure donned in a bandit-s hood led a formidable black bull deeper into the mountains. As they traversed a wooded area, a dozen bandits sprang from the trees, their lips licking in anticipation, gazing hungrily at the figure below, their gleaming blades reflecting the light. This individual, tethered to a bull, was evidently no significant threat. The bandits prided themselves on their keen judgment, knowing not every passerby was worth their attention. Attack! One shouted. Leave the bull for me. Die ha ha ha! The bandits leapt into the air, bloodlust igniting their eyes. Killing was a joyous affair, especially relishing the final desperate cries of their prey. Yet, the bull's handler seemed oblivious, continuing his forward march. The bandits, sensing an easy target, grew more excited. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Fierce winds howled as countless stones lifted from the ground, converging upon the bull's handler like arrows. Their speed was astounding, surpassing the limits of human sight. Ah! The cries of terror resonated through the forest, startling birds into flight. The bandits fell lifeless to the ground, their skulls shattered by the onslaught of stones, blood pooling on the earth. Moo! The black bull emitted a low call, igniting flames in the forest, leaving no trace of the bandits, yet sparing the surrounding grass from the inferno. The man and bull continued onward, their gazes as tranquil as a still pond, unaffected by the carnage they had just wrought. Old bull, this world grows increasingly unsteady, Chen Xun remarked calmly, gazing ahead. The Ningyun mountain range was rife with turmoil. It was time for them to prepare for departure. Moo! The black bull replied emphatically, eyes glinting with a hint of ferocity. Over the past 5 years, they had witnessed and endured too much. This world was far from the paradise they once envisioned. Those fleeing in desperation resorted to cannibalism, families migrating only to be decimated by bandits. Some sought immortality, only to meet their demise at the hands of feral beasts. Others, driven by malice, repaid kindness with betrayal, ultimately facing ruthless retribution. Having endured such trials, a sense of indifference crept into Chen Xun and the Black Bull's eyes. They were merely transient figures, nameless travelers passing through. Chen Xun's lips curled into a slight smile. Old Bull, let's not allow them to sway our spirits. The world remains vast before us. Moo moo. The Black Bull nudged Chen Xun affectionately, grinning widely. Together, they pressed onward, their 5 years of cultivation yielding profound mastery of their magical abilities, their spells now transcending the ordinary. They could no longer wield their full power without restraint. Even a simple telekinesis became fearsome, allowing them to strike down an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away with ease. From the ground, as long as the target was within sight, they could even knock down birds flying low. The fireball spell had become exponentially more terrifying. Moreover, the elixirs they crafted possessed an inexplicable potency, far surpassing that of previous concoctions, rendering their alchemical furnace utterly defunct. Yet, with the consumption of numerous elixirs, they had broken through the 10th layer of chi refinement. The rejuvenation and vitality pills could no longer enhance their cultivation. A distinctly thin membrane now obstructed their internal energy, solidifying their dantian like an impenetrable steel wall, resisting any further advancement. On this day, under the blazing sun, though the northern winds blew, a warmth lingered in the air. As they ventured deeper into the Ningyun mountain range, an unknown floral fragrance wafted through the air. While navigating the rugged path, they encountered a group descending the mountain. The woman leading the group halted, staring at Chen Xun for a long moment. It's you. Chen Xun and the Black Bull exchanged bewildered glances. Who was this? Is she attempting to provoke us? Those accompanying her looked equally puzzled. How could she recognize someone in a hood? Has it been nearly 10 years? I never expected you would return, she said suddenly, smiling, the scent of faint perfume surrounding her. I recall your hood and the bull. Chen Xun furrowed his brow. Her smile seemed to merge with the memory of a frightened girl he had encountered long ago. Her voice had matured, her features no longer those of a youthful maiden, but rather imbued with a wealth of stories and composure. Ah, it's you? Chen Xun finally recognized her. ISNT, the Immortal Ascension Conference beginning soon? Are you not selling spiritual herbs anymore? Not anymore. My aptitude for cultivation is limited. I'm preparing to return home, she replied with a smile. My family has arranged a marriage for me. Congratulations. I have an interest in both joyous and solemn occasions, Chen Xun responded. Chen Xun spoke earnestly, gesturing with his hands. I observe that your countenance reveals a person of fortune. Henceforth, all shall be smooth sailing for you. Then I shall take your auspicious words to heart, the lady replied. Nodding slightly, she cast a lingering gaze toward the direction of the Ascension Conference and added, I wish you, my friend, a successful ascent to immortality, and may all your endeavors exceed your expectations. Safe travels, my friend, Chen Xun said as he took a step back, leading the great black ox aside. The lady turned, her face breaking into that sweet smile reminiscent of their first encounter, before departing with her companions. Chen Xun continued on his journey, two paths converging yet diverging towards different futures as they brushed past one another. Suddenly, he halted and turned back, gazing at the group descending the mountain. A gentle mountain breeze swept through, causing the sea of flowers to ripple, and the lady's dark tresses danced in the wind. Chen Xun offered a serene smile before turning away and continuing on his way. Chapter 32. Chen Xun's challenge at the Valley of 9 Stars within the Valley of 9 Stars. Chen Xun led the great black ox into a realm filled with unfamiliar faces. Scattered practitioners hurried about, their eyes gleaming with a fervent desire for strength. 3 days later, the representatives of the 10 great sects arrived, and a cacophony of voices erupted. Chen Xun and the black ox silently observed the high platform. Each year, the participants sent by these sects varied, yet all were cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. Old Bull, Moo, time to challenge. As Chen Xun guided the black ox toward the high platform, a crowd of scattered practitioners looked on in astonishment. It was indeed a sight to behold. This individual was attempting the challenge with a mere ordinary ox, an utterly ludicrous spectacle. Atop the platform stood 3 women, arms crossed, their gazes sharp as they scrutinized the newcomer, a flicker of intrigue passing through their eyes. The first trial involved puppet beasts, 10 mechanical puppets of the 5th layer of chi refining. To progress to the next level, one must evade their attacks. Many practitioners were captivated by Chen Xun, realizing he was a practitioner of the 7th layer of chi refining. As he stepped forward, the puppet beasts glimmered with a crimson light, forming an encirclement to assault him without fear of death. With a sudden tremor beneath his feet, Chen Xun left behind an afterimage, swiftly raising the black ox with one hand and dodging several spells, instantaneously appearing behind one of the puppet beasts. Flames enveloped his palm, and the beast's back appeared to melt as if struck by lava, revealing a crystalline core. In an instant, the puppet beast became immobile. Chen Xun executed his technique with remarkable speed, precision, and ferocity, dispatching all 10 puppet beasts with seemingly minimal effort. What manner of spell was that? The puppets of the Purple Cloud sect were effortlessly vanquished by him. It is well known that the materials for these puppets are of considerable value. This was indeed an eye-opener. While we merely evade, this individual annihilated all the puppets. What terrifying strength! A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience beneath the high platform. They had never before witnessed someone dragging a black ox while simultaneously defeating 10 puppet beasts. At the top, the 3 women exchanged glances of disbelief. Yun's sister, this scattered practitioner has gone too far, one remarked indignantly. He has destroyed the property of the Purple Cloud sect. Interesting, Yun's sister replied, her lips parting slightly, her expression indifferent. I am curious to see what his true potential is. As her words fell, the 3 women each took up a token. The second trial involved measuring bone age and aptitude. Chen Xun, accompanied by the black ox, entered a grand hall filled with dazzling colors, where formation awaited him. He stepped inside. Bone age 20. The woman scrutinizing the token trembled. Aptitude. Mixed spirit roots across 5 elements. What a pity. Nonetheless, he stands out among scattered practitioners. Yun's sister expressed slight regret, noting how this practitioner had evidently not exerted his full strength in the first trial. However, the Purple Cloud sect maintained stringent standards regarding qualifications, and combat prowess at the chi refining stage held little significance for them. Inside the hall, Chen Xun smiled subtly. His objective had been achieved. The Purple Cloud sect placed utmost importance on aptitude, and there was no further need for him to continue the trials. The first trial merely instilled hope in the onlookers, and after observing the sect's ways for several years, he had discerned their patterns. Old bull, let's go. Moo. Chen Xun exited through another door, having chosen not to proceed further, seemingly aware of his limitations. Yun's sister cast a lingering glance at him before shifting her focus elsewhere. The Purple Cloud sect dispatched several disciples, releasing puppet beasts from their storage bags, and the next round of challenges commenced. Friend, please wait. A middle-aged man clad in blue, with a kind demeanor, called out to Chen Xun outside another door. The hunter often presents himself in the guise of prey, and Chen Xun, leading the black ox, gazed at him in confusion. What is it, friend? I am Jun, a disciple of the Wuyun sect from Jiang Prefecture. The middle-aged man introduced himself, sighing slightly. I observed your formidable combat prowess, yet it is regrettable that you are limited by your aptitude. There are 9 prefectures in the Qian Kingdom, and the Ningyun mountain range lies in the distant Yongquan Prefecture. Traveling there on foot would take at least half a year. The Wuyun sect is a prominent sect in Jiang Prefecture, well known in the cultivation world of the Qian Kingdom, albeit not on par with the 10 great sects. Their amicable relations with the Purple Cloud sect likely facilitated Jun's presence here to scout for talent. Ah, a disciple of the Wuyun sect. An honor indeed, Chen Xun replied, clasping his hands in acknowledgement, eagerly awaiting the continuation of Jun's discourse, noting that he was indeed a practitioner of the 9th layer of chi refining. Would you be interested in joining the Wuyun sect? Jun asked with a smile. Yongquan Prefecture lacks major sects, and cultivation resources are relatively scarce. Typically, scattered practitioners feel honored to receive such an invitation. How can you prove you are a disciple of the Wuyun sect? It cannot simply be based on your word. Chen Xun inquired, his skepticism evident. I have been observing for some time. Many sects seem to favor those with considerable combat strength, disregarding their aptitude. Please enlighten me honestly about what joining the Wuyun sect entails. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and I am well aware of that. Moreover, can I bring my ancestral black ox along? Chen Xun spoke earnestly, having harbored these questions for a long time. This was the primary reason he hesitated to join one of the 10 great sects. Disciples from mid-level sects might engage in meaningful discussions, but those at the foundation establishment stage would not be so accommodating. What would happen if he were forced to part with his black ox? When he first arrived, the chubby boy had advised him to get rid of the black ox, which would be akin to killing it. Jun stared, his mouth agape in shock. What could possibly be the source of such trauma in this person's childhood? This is the Wuyun sect's disciple token. Please take a look. Jun retrieved a green token from his storage bag, inscribed with the characters for Wuyun, its patterns intricate and clearly of no ordinary quality. When activated, this token would allow disciples of the Wuyun sect within 100 miles to sense its call for assistance. Jun found himself momentarily speechless. If it weren't for the benefits of recruiting a qualified disciple, he would not exert himself to such lengths. Then activate it to prove your claim. Please do not mind. Scattered practitioners do not compare to your esteemed sect's disciples. I will activate it at the appropriate time. You may then discern its authenticity. Very well. Chen Xun nodded, a smile of anticipation lighting his face as he regarded Jun. Jun took a deep breath, his eyes blinking as he began. It is not merely a trivial matter. This pertains to the lifeblood of low-tier cultivators in the Qian kingdom. Please speak plainly. Chen Xun urged. It concerns the spiritual herbs for the foundation establishment pill. Jun began to elaborate. Chapter 33. Constant wandering and departure. It turns out that within the realm of the Qian kingdom lies a hidden sanctuary known as Nando Mountain, which opens its gates once every 20 years. This site was sealed by hundreds of great cultivators from millennia ago, intended solely to ensure a future for the cultivation world of the Qian kingdom. Within its confines lie countless spiritual herbs, among which the foundational elixirs are the most precious. However, these have already been divided and guarded by various major sects, and the quotas are limited. Furthermore, the sanctuary imposes strict restrictions on cultivation levels, permitting only those in the qi refining stage to enter. The fierce competition that arises every 20 years often leaves only a tenth of the participants remaining. Apart from the 10 major sects that possess the methods to cultivate foundational elixirs, other sects lack such capabilities, highlighting the fundamental disparity among them. Relying on nature to establish a foundation not only squanders time, but also risks the danger of falling into madness. Given that cultivators in the qi refining stage have a mere century of life, reaching the 10th level requires an immense amount of time. Thus, even gaining an additional year is enough to drive individuals to desperation. The foundational elixirs outside the Qian kingdom have long been depleted, and with an overwhelming number of qi refining cultivators, the demand far exceeds the supply. I see. Chen Xun understood after hearing this. They were being sent to serve as pawns, or even worse, as cannon fodder. However, should they manage to gather 3 main herbs, the sect's elder would concoct a batch of foundational elixirs, ensuring that those who collected the herbs would receive a portion. Jun further added, our Wuyun sect never forces disciples to participate. There is no need for you to worry. Chen Xun chuckled in response, but inwardly scoffed. What is there to force? Those with poor aptitude, upon realizing their hopelessness in establishing a foundation, would seek any means to join. Upon entering the Wuyun sect, one may choose their own steward, as long as they meet the contribution requirements each year. Jun spoke leisurely. For instance, I am an outer sect steward, and contributions can be exchanged for techniques and spells. There is also an annual sect competition. Should an elder take a liking to you, you may be accepted into the inner sect, soaring to new heights. What if one fails to meet the contribution requirements? Chen Xun inquired. You may catch up the following year, but if you fail to meet the standards for 3 consecutive years, you will be expelled from the sect. At this point, a flicker of fear crossed Jun's eyes, for expulsion means one would be stripped of their cultivation. Outer sect disciples face such consequences, but inner sect disciples do not. And the foundational stage is exempt as well. Thank you for your clarification, Chen Xun responded. However, he turned to the great black bull, but you, my friend. Jun glanced at the sturdy beast, frowning slightly. The sect only accepts spiritual beasts. That is excellent, Chen Xun reassured, patting the great black bull. The bull stepped forward, a surge of magical energy emanating from within, causing Jun to gasp in shock. He had not realized it was a second-level qi refining beast. Then there is no issue, Jun replied, stepping back. Spiritual beasts are a significant asset for cultivators. One of the 10 major sects, the Beastmaster sect, specializes in them and possesses formidable strength among lower-tier cultivators. Very well, I, Chen Xun, am willing to join the Wuyun sect, Chen Xun declared earnestly, bowing respectfully as he locked gazes with Jun. Please accept this token. Joy sparkled in Jun's eyes. Another contribution secured. You have yet to officially join, so we cannot yet call each other brothers. Thank you, Chen Xun said as he accepted a smaller azure token, feeling a flutter of excitement within. On the day the valley closes, the elder will activate the token, and you will know where to meet. All right, I shall not intrude further, Chen Xun smiled, departing with a great black bull. Jun nodded, casting a glance towards the trial grounds of the Ziyun sect, where he held a token similar to those possessed by 3 women. On the street, the great black bull gleamed with excitement, occasionally nudging Chen Xun. Old bull, we are leaving this place, Chen Xun said, a smile playing on his lips. He felt an odd sense of urgency, as if he had grasped much yet lost much more, like sand slipping through his fingers. However, joining the Wuyun sect had long been part of Chen Xun's plan. He had inquired about the sect's strength within the valley, finding it adequate for their expectations. The disciples of Wuyun's sect lingered near the high platforms of the Ziyun sect each year. Although the nature of their relationship was unclear, attracting attention was all that mattered. Demonstrating extraordinary strength in the first trial of the Ziyun sect, followed by a defeat in the second, would surely lead the Wuyun sect disciples to approach them. They had brought all their assets with them this time. A tinkling sound echoed as the great black bull shifted, looking at Chen Xun. He paused, walking to the bull's side, observing their pots and pans, which were already yellowed and rusted. We shall polish these well. They are treasures, he remarked. As Chen Xun and the great black bull strolled leisurely through the 9-star valley, their pace was no longer hurried. They gradually exited the valley, their bodies accelerating with a rumble. At the base of a great mountain, a solitary grave stood resolutely. They arrived before the tomb of son Kailuo, tending to the weeds and lighting a few incense sticks. Old son, we are departing for a distant place. Who knows when we shall return? Chen Xun spoke softly, one hand pulling at the weeds. We have never ventured so far before. The great black bull murmured in response, expressing its thoughts. As a mountain wind blew, the bull's bell chimed, and the 2 figures receded, a gentle sigh carried away by the breeze. Half a day later, Chen Xun arrived at the grave of Ningxi, beside which stood the tombstone of Ningxi's wife. Master, mistress, he uttered, his voice trembling slightly as he bowed, the memory of their smiles vivid in his mind. Though you may not have been the most gifted, I believe you will become the greatest in the healing arts. This child is indeed remarkable, possessing virtuous character and a noble heart. They seemed to sit before the grave, watching Chen Xun with smiles, their eyes reflecting pride. We are departing to bid farewell to you, master and mistress, Chen Xun stated solemnly, bowing deeply, with the great black bull following suit in a careful gesture. As he patted the great black bull and turned to leave, his foot slipped, as if pushed. Chen Xun's pupils dilated, his gaze trembling. Old bull, it's nothing. Let us go. He smiled gently, not looking back as he led the great black bull away. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, and countless seeds soared into the sky. Without hesitation or doubt, the 2 figures ventured further into the horizon. A colossal full moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow that was both cold and clear, illuminating the early winter night. Outside the 9-star valley, many rogue cultivators began to depart, as the valley would soon close, leaving them devoid of hope. In a distant meadow, the sounds of furious roars and cries echoed, blood staining the grass as 7 or 8 figures stood scattered about, smirking coldly. The biting wind howled, causing the grass to sway violently, resembling waves in a tempestuous sea. A striking spectacle. Those who dare to provoke the Liao family will face this consequence. A middle-aged man, who had once sold Chen Xun herb seeds, crushed a rogue cultivator's skull beneath his foot, his eyes filled with cold malice, surrounded by whirling, flying swords. "My friend, that fool has appeared again." A burly man grinned maliciously, recalling the grudge from a past encounter. The Liao family had long conducted business in the Nine-Star Valley, with numerous cultivators among their ranks. Though they lacked foundational cultivators, they were not to be trifled with by rogue cultivators. "Humph, he has evaded us for too long. This time, he will not escape," the middle-aged man declared darkly, the surrounding flying swords sharpening ominously. Suddenly, a wave of trepidation surged within them, and the Liao family members paled, gazing toward the high ground of the meadow in shock. Beneath the full moon, a hooded figure and a large black bull stood atop a high vantage point, their garments billowing dramatically in the wind. 3 broad axes and the bull's horns gleamed with an eerie silver luminescence. The Liao family, it has been a long time. The hooded figure tilted his head slightly, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he gazed down upon the crowd. "Having heard that you were in search of me." Chapter 34, a magnificent journey, is about to begin. A calm voice struck the Liao family like a heavy hammer, leaving them bewildered by the sudden appearance of a man and a bull. "Kid, I didn't expect you to come to us," the round-faced man exclaimed with excitement. Clutching a talisman in his hand, its faint glow illuminating his face as he bellowed, "Freeze." Whoosh! Chen Xun moved, and a tempest arose, the grass bowing under the immense pressure of wind. His cultivation soared at that moment, 5th layer of qi refinement, 6th layer, 10th layer. The members of the Liao family felt their scalps tingle, their eyes nearly bulging out, while the round-faced man's pupils trembled in disbelief. Chen Xun had already closed the distance, interrupting his spellcasting. Too slow. With a single hand, Chen Xun lifted the round-faced man, who trembled uncontrollably, his lips quivering, the talisman slipping from his fingers to the ground. "Moo!" The great black bull roared fiercely, a swirling inferno erupting around it. In an instant, a wall of flames surged forth, engulfing the Liao family in a blazing embrace. The scorching heat assaulted them, the flames infused with potent magical fluctuations, concealing a violent power that was palpable. What was happening? A foundation building. "Senior, it's over." The remaining members of the Liao family felt their strength drain, their hairs standing on end, their voices trembling with fear, their eyes filled with flickering firelight, their skin scorched by the intense heat. The middle-aged man remained in a daze, watching Chen Xun approach with the round-faced man in tow, instinctively directing his flying sword towards him. Crack, crack! The flying sword was crushed inch by inch in Chen Xun's grip, much like the middle-aged man's now quaking heart. His legs gave way, and he stammered, "Senior, we were blind to your greatness. Where are my half-bag of spiritual herb seeds?" "Here, right here." The middle-aged man fumbled, hastily retrieving several bags of seeds from his storage pouch, offering them to Chen Xun. Chen Xun accepted only half a bag, his gaze suddenly turning cold. "But I never spare those who harbor murderous intent against us. You, Dao brother, don't." Within the encircling walls of fire, anguished cries echoed as Chen Xun and the great black bull strode toward the Nine-Star Valley, having learned that the Liao family had been lying in wait for them for years. The next day, under the bright sun, the token in Chen Xun's hand emitted a soft glow as he infused it with his mana, gazing in a certain direction. "Old bull, let's go." "Moo moo," the great black bull responded. In a clearing within the valley, a flying vessel stood still, surrounded by a dozen people, some dressed uniformly, respectfully addressing a tall man. This man was none other than Elder Ao Gu, one of the outer sect's stewards at the early stage of foundation building. "Elder Ao, several others will be joining shortly," Jun said respectfully. "Not a problem. This year's disciples seem promising," Elder Ao replied, stroking his beard. "I've heard of several young cultivators among the scattered practitioners. One of them, at merely 20 years of age, has already reached the 7th layer of qi refinement, single-handedly defeating 10 puppet beasts of the Xun sect," Jun added, his eyes sparkling with astonishment, noting that the young man, even possessed a spirit beast at the second layer of chi refinement, despite having a mixed spiritual root. Oh, such a person could likely excel at other sects, leaving no opportunities for our Wuyin sect. Elder Ao nodded repeatedly, clearly pleased, recognizing the potential of these individuals as the backbone of the Nan Dome Mountain's secret realm, which had fortuitously been highlighted by Chen Xun. At this moment, Chen Xun, leading the great black bull, arrived, appearing travel-worn, the clanging of pots and pans accompanying him. Dao friend Chen, let me introduce you, Chen Xun said, stepping forward with a smile. This is Elder Ao of the Wuyun sect. He then turned to Elder Ao. Elder, this is the person I just mentioned. Greetings, Elder Ao. I apologize for my tardiness. Chen Xun bowed, quickly removing his hood to reveal a youthful, harmless visage. Very good, Elder Ao remarked, glancing at Chen Xun and the great black bull with a slight smile, appreciating the courtesy shown by the younger generation. Please go to the back. Yes. Chen Xun promptly led the great black bull to join the scattered practitioners, exchanging friendly greetings. Half an hour later, everyone had gathered, standing before the massive flying vessel. Chen Xun and the great black bull's hearts pounding with excitement. The vessel, immense in size, was over 10 zhang long, lacking sails or masts, constructed entirely of a wooden material capable of accommodating over 100 people. Although it might not rival the top 10 sects, it was still a formidable force. Let us depart, Elder Ao announced, stepping onto the vessel, clapping his hands together as a powerful surge of mana resonated, producing a deep rumble from the vessel. Chen Xun led the scattered practitioners aboard, while Chen Xun and the great black bull explored every inch, recognizing the extraordinary quality of the materials. This vessel is enormous. Chen Xun marveled, his eyes wide with awe, experiencing his first close encounter with a flying vessel. Old bull, jump a couple of times. Moo moo. The great black bull complied, leaping twice without making a sound, revealing its solid construction. The other scattered practitioners expressed similar sentiments, their eyes alight with joy, mirroring Chen Xun's enthusiasm. Buzz. Another thunderous sound echoed as the flying vessel ascended slowly, causing Chen Xun and the others to sway, hastily leaning over the edge to observe the ground below. Old bull, we're taking off. Moo moo. A strong, chilling wind whipped around them, causing Chen Xun and the great black bull's lips to tremble as the 9-star valley came into sharper focus. Elder Ao sat cross-legged, arranging formation flags around him, his hands forming seals as a transparent barrier enveloped the vessel, shielding them from the harsh winds. Impressive. Chen Xun gazed at the shimmering barrier, swallowing hard, clutching the great black bull tightly. Moo. The great black bull, feeling a surge of anxiety, discovered its fear of heights, instinctively inching closer to Chen Xun. The entire expanse of 9-star valley unfolded before them, leaving Chen Xun in a trance as he beheld its vastness, adorned with exotic flora scattered throughout. The figures on the ground began to shrink, the landscape of mountains and rivers becoming increasingly vivid as the vessel soared into the skies, picking up speed. Old bull, we're really leaving, Chen Xun exclaimed, gripping the edge of the vessel, his eyes wide with wonder. Ningyun Mountain Range. Moo. The great black bull also peeked out, gazing at the Ningyun Mountain Range, where they had spent so many years, now truly parting ways. Look, old bull. Panding City, it's massive. Chen Xun pointed at the outline of a colossal city that came into view, witnessing countless figures moving within. This was their first experience of such a perspective. Moo, moo moo. The great black bull seemed to be searching for something, peering down. The vessel sliced through clouds and mist, passing by towering mountains. Sun Lao's Peak. Chen Xun and the great black bull both spotted it, and he shouted excitedly, Sun Lao. Moo. The great black bull joined in the excitement. Even as wisps of cloud floated past, it too recognized the familiar sight. Chen Xun felt moisture welling in his eyes, possibly due to the wind carrying dust, as he glimpsed the resting place of his master and mistress. We're leaving. Everything on the ground grew smaller and more indistinct. The vessel's speed was astonishing, and Panning City gradually faded from view, followed by the Ningyun Mountain Range, until it was no longer visible. A solitary figure and a sturdy ox gazed towards the horizon, a direction laden with countless cherished memories. The hum of the flying vessel sliced through the sky, scattering clouds like wisps of mist, as their thoughts drifted far away. Farewell to the quaint village, farewell to the city of Pan Ning, farewell to the majestic Ning Yun mountain range. The vastness of the world unfolded before them, with countless birds soaring through the heavens, harmonizing with the azure sky and the billowing clouds, flying alongside the vessel before being left far behind. Chen Xun and the ebony ox had departed from the vessel's edge, their gazes resolutely fixed ahead. The serpentine mountain ranges receded into the distance as the flying vessel altered its course several times, embarking on a direct journey towards Zhejiang Prefecture in the kingdom of Qian, heralding the onset of a grand and magnificent adventure. Chapter 35. Zhejiang Prefecture of the Qian Kingdom. 5 elements sect upon the flying vessel. Elder Ao surveyed the assembly, noting that their spirits had largely settled. Elder Ao, the scattered cultivators bowed their heads in respect, feeling the weight of his gaze. The sect had invested considerable resources in providing this flying vessel for their transport, hoping for a sense of accountability among all attendees. Elder Ao spoke in a grave tone, stating that certain unpleasant truths must be articulated up front. Regardless of the size of any sect within the cultivation world, every individual must contribute. He urged everyone not to squander their time and to adhere strictly to the sect's regulations. We shall heed Elder Ao's teachings, the scattered cultivators responded, a tremor of realization coursing through them. The ruthless pursuit of treasure and self-interest would not be tolerated within the confines of the sect. Chen Xun's eyes flickered with understanding. The sect was not a place for idleness, but rather a platform for cultivation that demanded reciprocal commitment. Each individual present had worked diligently to ascend from their scattered origins. None of them fools. Elder Ao scanned the gathering, nodding slightly. Though these scattered cultivators may lack exceptional talent, they formed the backbone of the South Dipper Mountains' secret realm every 2 decades. They were bold and resourceful, equipped with various skills. The elders of the sect were reluctant to risk their promising disciples in perilous endeavors, which is why, despite the high costs, every sect sought out formidable scattered cultivators to pave the way for their best talents. Good, Elder Ao affirmed with an impassive nod, then ceased further discourse. Sitting cross-legged at the forefront, with several disciples of the 5 Elements sect settling behind him to commence their cultivation, a fellow cultivator, a slender man resembling a monkey, approached Chen Xun. His complexion was fair, his features striking, and he possessed an 8th-level Qi refinement cultivation. Chen Xun, seated at the vessel's rear with the great black bull, regarded this prospective senior brother with a smile and nod. I am Ji Kuan, and we are now fellow disciples. I hope my intrusion does not offend you. Ji Kuan offered with a polite clasp of his hands, surveying the others, who either exuded an intimidating aura or appeared unapproachable. But this one seemed amiable enough. I am Chen Xun, so you're Ji senior brother. It is a pleasure to meet you. Please take a seat. Chen Xun gestured generously, glancing at the great black bull. This is my ancestral companion, the great black bull, at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Moo. The great black bull stood up abruptly, letting out a call toward Ji Kuan, a spirit beast. Greetings, Bull Junior brother. Ji Kuan chuckled. Having little grasp of sect etiquette, he casually addressed the creature. However, hearing Chen Xun refer to him as senior brother filled him with a sense of elation. After being a scattered cultivator for so long, he had finally joined an organization. Moo, the great black bull, pleased by the title of junior brother, responded with another call. May I inquire, which hall does junior brother Chen intend to join? The 5 Elements sect is vast, with numerous factions. While sect regulations can be overlooked, we must not err in choosing our paths in life, Ji Kuan remarked. Oh, do you possess some insider information, Ji senior brother? I am entirely unacquainted with the 5 Elements sect. Chen Xun gazed at Ji Kuan with an air of bravado, sensing that he had connections within the sect. You misunderstand, junior brother Chen. It was merely a casual inquiry from a 5 Elements sect disciple. Nothing of significance. Ji Kuan quickly waved his hand, a smile creeping onto his lips. Is there a large number of people in the Five Elements sect? Chen Xun inquired, confused, as he recalled that many martial sects boasted only a few thousand disciples at most. Ji Kuan raised a hand, mysteriously signaling the number 5. 5,000. Chen Xun exclaimed, turning to the great black bull, who mirrored his astonishment. They had encountered fewer cultivators collectively throughout their lives than this. Ha! Ji Kuan relished Chen Xun's reaction, shaking his head with a grin. Actually, it's more like 50,000. Chen Xun's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly losing consciousness at the revelation. 50,000 cultivators. Indeed, when I first learned of it, my reaction was quite similar to yours, Ji Kuan shared. The 10 great sects of the Qian kingdom are truly formidable. However, it is not limited to just our kingdom. I have heard that cultivators from other nations also join the 10 great sections. Ji Kuan mused. It can be said that all the exceptional cultivators of the Qian kingdom are within those 10 sections. I can only imagine the wonders that await there. Old bull, did you hear that? This is what knowledge and vision look like. Chen Xun exclaimed, spreading his hand. The great black bull, momentarily lost in thought, nodded repeatedly, having once believed that the 9-Star Valley was the pinnacle of cultivation. However, as external disciples like us, lacking background, joining the External Affairs Hall would be the best option, Ji Kuan stated solemnly. Though it may involve undertaking perilous missions, the rewards are substantial, allowing for the exchange of many treasures and the enhancement of practical experience, facilitating rapid cultivation improvement. Chen Xun comprehended that Ji Kuan's lengthy discourse was an invitation for him to join their ranks, seeking camaraderie. I shall certainly consider your advice, Ji Senior Brother. Should I decide to join the External Affairs Hall, I will be sure to seek you out first. Chen Xun responded sincerely, his eyes filled with earnestness. Very well. I shall not impose further on you or the Bull Junior Brother, Ji Kuan replied, clasping his hands with a smile before departing to seek out other companions. Moo, the great black bull called out after Ji Kuan's retreating figure. Chen Xun maintained a composed demeanor. He would not make hasty decisions based solely on Ji Kuan's words, especially since the External Affairs Hall's philosophy conflicted with his own. He had no desire to engage in conflict within the sect, having finally discovered an orderly environment in which to live joyfully. However, all matters would be addressed once they arrived at the Five Elements sect. As the flying vessel continued its journey through the skies, the hearts of the scattered cultivators aboard grew increasingly restless. Jiang Prefecture, located in the northern reaches of the Qian Kingdom, is characterized by vast plains and numerous rivers, inhabited by a fierce and chivalrous populace. However, within its borders lie several grand mountain ranges, steeped in mystery, among which the Yu Bamboo mountain range ranks second. Situated on the western flank of Zhejiang Prefecture, the most majestic range, the Cold Cloud Mountain Range, lies to the east. The Yu Bamboo mountain range stretches for countless miles, shrouded in perpetual mist, leading many local inhabitants to become lost within, only to return claiming to have witnessed celestial phenomena. Despite its grandeur, the mountains remain largely untouched by human presence, giving rise to countless folk tales, prompting even the authorities to issue warnings against mortal trespass. The peaks are adorned with towering cliffs enshrouded in mist, ancient trees reaching toward the heavens, and streams embracing the mountains, all of which add layers of intrigue. Unbeknownst to the citizens of the prefecture, this very locale serves as the stronghold of the prestigious Five Elements sect, an expansive and fantastical array of formations, meticulously enhanced and refined by generations of elders, has rendered its presence invisible to the mortal realm. Within the formations, numerous pavilions and halls are nestled among the mountains, with several imposing grand halls erected atop various peaks, overseeing the entirety of the Yu Bamboo mountain range. Scattered amidst the lofty heights are numerous caves, and from time to time, divine radiance emanates from within, suffused with potent spiritual energy. Swish! Swish! Countless disciples of the Five Elements sect, clad in uniform attire, soared through the air on their flying swords, their expressions tense and exuding a sense of urgency, racing against the fleeting moments of their lives. Above, several flying vessels traverse the skies, and after a month's journey, Chen Xun and his companions finally arrived. Chapter 36. Professionally aligned Chen Xun and the Black Bull marveled beside the flying vessel, an overwhelming sense of awe washing over them. Old Bull, this is the realm of immortality. What does Nine-Star Valley compare to this? Chen Xun exclaimed, his voice trembling as he gazed at the ground, where the architecture was entirely unlike anything in the mortal world. Exquisite, grand, and elegant. Moo! The Black Bull's eyes quivered, its voice elongated, as numerous cultivators wandered about the ground. Buzz, buzz, several colossal ships landed steadily, revealing an open-air platform akin to a vast square, where hundreds of disciples stood, cradling garments and magical artifacts. Elders aboard the vessels gracefully disembarked, their laughter and chatter echoing in the air. Only about 40 casual cultivators emerged from the ships, timidly eyeing the disciples, unsure of their next move. Chen Xun, leading the Black Bull, stood at the edge of the casual cultivators, curiously scanning the surroundings, perplexed by the absence of any formal initiation ceremony. Esteemed guests, Jun declared, his demeanor exuberant as he stood at the forefront, a stark contrast to his earlier self at Nine-Star Valley. Come forth to receive your sect belongings. From this moment on, we shall be brothers in the same school. As his words fell, the disciples behind him stepped forward, prompting the casual cultivators to hastily claim their garments and tokens. Dust cleansing technique, sword control technique, 5 elements formula. Sect regulations. Chen Xun could hardly contain his joy as he beamed, observing the disciples ahead. One disciple, however, frowned slightly, displaying an evident disdain for casual cultivators. Upon receiving your items, proceed to the main hall of the sect to select your respective duties. Your contributions will determine your future within the sect. Thank you, thank you. Chen Xun replied with a smile, quickly donning the blue robe, his aura transformed. May I ask? Before he could finish, the disciple turned and departed, unwilling to indulge in further conversation. Such aloofness? Chen Xun raised an eyebrow, pondering the route to the main hall as he glanced at the Black Bull, spinning around. Old Bull, do I not resemble an immortal? Moo moo, the Black Bull exclaimed, clearly impressed. Indeed, attire makes a man, and Chen Xun appeared far more distinguished than before. However, he cautiously tucked away his burlap garment, placing it in the pockets beside the Black Bull, a treasured piece he had sewn with care. Moo, the Black Bull nodded, its eyes gleaming with joy, relishing the abundant spiritual energy within the sect, far superior to that of Ningyun Mountain Range. Junior brother Chen Xun, now donned in his sect attire and displaying his token, called out, Shall we proceed to the main hall? Noticing Chen Xun's bewilderment, he realized the casual cultivators seemed to be quite proud, reluctant to engage in conversation. Certainly, thank you for leading the way, senior brother Ji. Chen Xun followed closely behind Xun, leading the Black Bull down from the platform. No need for formality, we all hail from Nine-Star Valley. We must look out for one another, Xun boomed, exuding a brotherly charm. Chen Xun nodded, feeling a surge of goodwill toward Xun. Though he resembled a lanky monkey and occasionally bore a somber expression, his character was commendable. The main hall of the Weiyun sect was constructed on a mountainside, bustling with disciples coming and going. The hall was ancient and elegant, its grandeur dwarfing Chen Xun and the Black Bull, who felt like mere ants gazing upward in awe. The towering black pillars outside were intricately carved with unknown spiritual beasts, their scales and claws animated, as if ready to leap into the sky, lifelike and vivid. Junior brother, I shall enter first, Xun said, observing Chen Xun still caught in reverent astonishment. However, do consider what I have said. Of course, I will, senior brother Ji. Please, go ahead, Chen Xun replied, snapping back to reality and bowing respectfully. Xun said no more and turned to enter the main hall, his eyes filled with hope, his heart racing with excitement as a long-held wish was finally realized. Old Bull, behold this architecture. This reflects the depth of the sect's heritage. Chen Xun marveled, approaching and even touching the structure. Items for refining. Moo? The Black Bull expressed interest, nudging with its head, feeling the coolness of the material. In contrast to the ambitions of the sect disciples, they began to appreciate the main hall, exchanging opinions and observations. Chen Xun and the Black Bull's horizons expanded, their eyes sparkling with joy as they explored the hall. Disciples streamed in and out in waves. Yet Chen Xun and the Black Bull remained engrossed in their admiration of the Grand Hall. Ahem, junior brother, a righteous-looking man approached, exuding a formidable presence. What brings you and your bull here? Chen Xun was taken aback, recognizing the man as a ninth-tier chi refining cultivator. He bowed respectfully. Greetings, senior brother. We are here to admire the main hall of the sect. Admiring the main hall? The man paused, scrutinizing the great pillars. Junior brother, I am a disciple of the law enforcement hall. Time is fleeting. Do not squander it on such trifles. Grateful for your guidance, Chen Xun responded, perspiring slightly. You are indeed a good soul. Ah, you are a new disciple of Wu Yun's sect, are you not? The man smiled, noting that Chen Xun's sect token was not only displayed incorrectly, but also that he clutched a storage bag. The Black Bull was similarly adorned with various belongings, clearly indicating they were fresh arrivals. Senior brother has keen insight. Chen Xun felt somewhat uneasy. Gulme, allow me to accompany you into the hall and introduce you to the various branches of our sect. The man, exuding warmth and familiarity, took Chen Xun by the arm while gripping the bull's lead. All right, please take your time, senior brother. Moo! Two astonished cries echoed from outside the hall as the enthusiastic senior brother pulled them into the main hall. The warm-hearted senior brother was quite talkative, having guided countless junior brothers back to the path of righteousness within the sect. It was said he had even moved some disciples to tears, begging for forgiveness for their past misdeeds. His name was Lu Feng, a notable figure in the law enforcement hall, highly respected and beloved by his peers. For the outer sect disciples, the main hall offered a plethora of choices. Alchemy Hall, Artifact Hall, Talisman Hall, Spirit Beast Hall, Law Enforcement Hall among these. The outer sect's Management Hall was the most extensive, encompassing various tasks, from slaying demons to overseeing the sect's external markets and recruiting diverse disciples. However, one particularly unpopular task was the management of the sect's medicinal garden, deemed the most laborious and thankless job, with spiritual herbs being notoriously difficult to cultivate. Daily watering with spiritual water and weeding was required, alongside the annual submission of a portion of the harvested herbs. Initially, all disciples thought it would be an easy task, but they soon realized it consumed far too much time, leaving little for their cultivation. Ultimately, they failed to meet their herb quotas and faced scathing reprimands. Cultivating spiritual herbs was an intricate skill, and without ample time for mastery, these chi refining disciples could hardly manage. Even with increased contributions, only a few could handle the task, often requiring the sect to assign experienced elders. Senior brother Lu, that's it. I shall cultivate spiritual herbs, Chen Xun declared with excitement, feeling perfectly aligned with his chosen path. Chapter 37. A Land of Peach Blossoms? Ah, junior brother Chen, I have indeed warned you of the drawbacks. Lu Feng frowned, expressing his strong disapproval of new disciples venturing into the spiritual herb garden. Such actions reflected a careless attitude towards both the sect and oneself. Rest assured, senior brother Lu, my family specializes in cultivating spiritual herbs, Chen Xun replied earnestly, respectfully clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother Lu. I will manage the herb garden diligently. Although onlookers might consider Lu Feng overly meddlesome, Chen Xun held a different view, recognizing the significant assistance Lu Feng had provided him, a kindness he would remember. Very well, junior brother Chen. Since you have just joined the sect, should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to visit me in my cave abode. Lu Feng smiled calmly, relieved to hear that Chen Xun came from a family adept in herb cultivation. He then produced a talisman from his storage bag and handed it to Chen Xun. In case of emergencies, you can activate this talisman with your spiritual energy. Chen Xun received it with care, a flicker of deep meaning crossing his eyes as he nodded earnestly. Junior brother Chen, be sure to train diligently and not squander your time. I shall take my leave now. Yes, senior brother Lu. Moo. Chen Xun and the great black ox watched Lu Feng depart, smiles unconsciously gracing their lips, as if returning to their quaint village of origin. He ascended a high platform within the hall and declared, Senior uncle, I wish to manage the herb garden. Permission granted. An elderly figure, frail and seemingly on the verge of collapse, replied lightly, producing a jade pendant and a scroll. Thank you, senior uncle, Chen Xun exclaimed with joy, glancing at the jade pendant. It was a restrictive token for a specific herb garden. Without it, entry would be impossible, and forceful intrusion would be deemed an offense against the sect. Young man, managing the herb garden is not an easy task. The old man, with half-closed eyes, appeared either drowsy or in meditation. You're only required to submit the spiritual herbs here each year. Understood. Chen Xun nodded, filled with ambition. This little ox is quite remarkable, brimming with spirit. The elder observed, his interest peaked as he gazed at the great black ox behind Chen Xun. Moo, senior uncle. This is my family's ancestral great black ox. Child, go on now, what nonsense are you thinking? The old man seemed to regain some vitality, as if Chen Xun's gaze would compel him to seize the second-tier spiritual beast. Hee, I shall not disturb you further, senior uncle. Chen Xun smiled sheepishly, having indeed wandered off in thought. This was a major sect of cultivation, where myriad spiritual beasts thrived, unlike the humble Nine-Star Valley. Old ox, let us depart. Moo. Chen Xun joyfully led the great black ox away, both moving with a lighter step, liberated from a life filled with trepidation and intrigue. The sect of cultivation was indeed a blessing. Along the way, they encountered fellow disciples who graciously made way, their expressions warm, though no conversation was initiated. Following the guidance of the jade pendant, they arrived at a secluded valley adorned with exotic flowers and plants, the air rich with spiritual energy, invigorating to the senses. In the distance, a grand waterfall cascaded, churning white foamy waves and splashing droplets that sparkled like jade and silver into the pool below, accompanied by a riot of colorful rays. The sound roared like spring thunder, its majesty overwhelming, rendering this place a veritable paradise. Old ox, do not wander off. In a moment of distraction, the great black ox had already dashed off, sniffing the fragrant flowers, butterflies flitting about. Moo, the great black ox, enchanted, bounded back to Chen Xun, its eyes filled with joy. Ha ha ha! Chen Xun embraced the ox's head, gazing upwards at a formation in operation. He channeled his energy into the jade pendant, and the formation instantly opened a passageway. Let us go. Chen Xun tugged at the great black ox, internally marveling at the vastness of the Wuyun sect, which occupied an entire mountain range. Inside, several expansive spiritual fields flourished with various oddly shaped spiritual herbs, surrounded by ancient, gnarled trees and lush grass, the air fragrant with life. Chen Xun and the great black ox were awestruck, unable to recognize many of the herbs. At the far end stood a thatched cottage, outside of which an old man with disheveled hair gazed longingly, watching Chen Xun as though he were a long-lost son. You have come. I have arrived. Moo. A sense of shock arose in Chen Xun and the great black ox. There was an uncanny feeling that the old man was on the brink of madness. After 10 long years, someone has finally come. Ha ha, the heavens have eyes. The old man knelt, arms outstretched, gazing skyward with a deep sigh, tears streaming down his wrinkled face. With a 9th-layer chi cultivation, he was indeed a master. Yet Chen Xun wondered how he had ended up in such a state, seemingly worse off than those in the Ningyan mountain range. Junior brother, I must take my leave for my duties. This place is now entrusted to you. The old man's expression was fervent as he unleashed a wave of earthy energy, stepping onto a flying sword and passing by Chen Xun, seemingly eager to leave without delay. Tears welled in his eyes. 10 years prior, he had been forcibly assigned by the sect to this place, living a life in solitude among the spiritual herbs. His progress had been stunted, and the loneliness was a burden no one could understand. Chen Xun watched the old man's retreating figure, then glanced at the great black ox. Mo, the great black ox, oblivious to the man's plight, remained blissfully unaware of its own fortune. They entered the thatched cottage, which contained numerous books filled with insights on cultivating spiritual herbs, all of which Chen Xun eagerly collected. Chen Xun then led the great black ox to the waterfall's edge. The great black ox set down its belongings and plunged into the water, splashing merrily. Chen Xun seated himself nearby, perusing the small booklet detailing various types of spiritual herbs and their regulations. For instance, it was prohibited to privately consume spiritual herbs, each one meticulously recorded. Every 5 years, disciple from the alchemy hall would come to verify the count. The annual quota was comprehensive, and Chen Xun read attentively, committing each rule to memory. Moo. The great black ox's call resonated from the water. It showed no concern for the herb's growth, having discovered that their essence could be diluted with water. Additionally, it found joy in cultivating spiritual herbs, preferring it to plowing fields. Old ox, we cannot use that thatch cottage. Let us carve out a few cave for ourselves. Chen Xun surveyed the area, noting the steep cliffs and rugged terrain, perfect for establishing dwellings. Moo. The great black ox agreed, accustomed to living in caves, especially as they would be cultivating their own herbs. Spirit sword technique. Chen Xun retrieved a spell from his storage bag, though lacking a sword. He would need to exchange contributions for one. The wee insect certainly had its intricacies. Moreover, there was a highly sought-after elixir among low-ranking disciples known as the Big Pill, which allowed one to abstain from eating for a month without the need for bodily relief. The sect was replete with treasures, yet also laden with rules. Chen Xun continued to study the sect's regulations. Dueling without permission would result in corporal punishment at the law hall, and grievances must be resolved through formal channels on the arena. Aside from disciples on missions, no one was allowed to leave the mountain unaccompanied. However, each year, they could descend twice, each time for a month, with the possibility of accumulating the time. Yet once one reached the foundation establishment stage, such cumbersome rules diminished, as those in that stage were the backbone of the sect, akin to elders. The Wuyun sect is larger than a city, possessing everything one could need. Thus, there is little necessity to descend the mountain, Chen Xun muttered, considering that if he wished to procure spiritual herbs, he could explore the outside world during those 2 annual opportunities, avoiding undue attention within the sect. Old ox. Moo. The great black ox, drenched from its splash in the water, approached, its eyes gleaming brightly, as if still yearning for more play. Chapter 38. Cultivating minor spells. Our initial plan begins with establishing a cave dwelling, followed by nurturing these spiritual herbs without extending their age. The second step involves accumulating contributions for our sect. If we submit a sufficient amount of spiritual herbs, our contributions will surpass those of ordinary disciples significantly. The third step entails exchanging these contributions for a flying sword. I have noticed a secluded area behind the waterfall. We shall journey there to create our cave dwelling, serving as a sanctuary for cultivating spiritual herbs. The fourth step is to inquire within the sect about the foundation-building pills. The Southern Dipper Mountain secret realm is perilously treacherous, making it unnecessary for us to risk our lives. Chen Xun spoke methodically, and the great black bull listened intently, his admiration for Chen Xun deepening. Most importantly, there is the annual sect competition. We can witness the excitement firsthand. With a hearty laugh resonating by the waterfall, Chen Xun removed his clothing, revealing his chiseled abs, and dove into the water with a splash of exhilaration. The day was clear, the breeze gentle, and under the vast sky, Chen Xun and the great black bull busily engaged in their tasks. The valley echoed with the sounds of thunderous impacts as Chen Xun wielded a mountain-splitting axe against the cliffside, sending debris flying amidst swirling dust. The great black bull retrieved a water bucket from their thatched hut, diligently filling it from the waterfall, as it sought to cultivate a spell known as the water spirit technique. This technique infuses water with spiritual energy, though it is considered somewhat trivial, primarily used for irrigating spiritual fields. Remarkably, it is divided into 3 levels, bringing joy to the great black bull as it would acquire new knowledge. On the long path of immortality, there is nothing more invigorating than the acquisition of new skills, a sentiment shared by both Chen Xun and the great black bull, who were filled with fervor for the future. Old bull, take it slow while fetching water. Don't drown, for I shall not rescue you. Chen Xun jested, covered in lime dust, even his hair speckled. He turned to the great black bull, reminiscing about their ice-chiseling days. The great black bull bristled with indignation. It would not stumble into the water again. Last time was merely an accident. However, unbeknownst to them, the water spirit technique was indeed quite challenging to master, with most disciples managing only the first level. After generations of deliberation, this minor spell proved reliant on the passage of time, with no shortcuts available. It remained a mystery as to which celestial being authored it, as every sect employed the water spirit technique, for none could surpass its efficacy. In a world where strength reigned supreme, disciples would only indulge in such a technique after their basic needs were met, contributing to the scarcity of herbal farmers. Yet, there indeed existed transcendent beings within the 10 great sects, though they were treasured secrets, never revealed before others. Forceful chop of Mount Hua. Chen Xun gritted his teeth and struck the mountainside with fervor, exclaiming, "What the mo?" The great black bull, disregarding the water bucket it had overturned, rushed to Chen Xun's side. "Is it truly that hard?" Chen Xun's eyes widened, his brows dusted with lime. "Old bull, my axe is chipped." "Mo?" The great black bull stared in disbelief. The cliffs of the Ningyun mountain range had been cleaved by a single stroke of Chen Xun's axe. After so long, he had managed to damage it. No matter. I shall simply refine it further. After all, this is but mundane iron. Chen Xun sighed, gazing forlornly at his prized axe, a creation born from his labor at the blacksmith's forge, possibly due to the hardness of the mountainous stone. "Mo, old bull. Go on, do not mind me." Chen Xun sat upon the ground, finding a stone to sharpen his axe. The great black bull nodded and returned to fetch more water. 2 days later, Chen Xun successfully established their cave dwelling, arranging pots, pans, and utensils within, before proceeding to gather wood for various tools. Chen Xun's craftsmanship was exceptional. He swiftly fashioned wooden tables and chairs with ease. "Old bull, let us organize our belongings. This will be our home henceforth," Chen Xun remarked with a smile, placing the wooden carvings around the space. Mo, the great black bull busied itself, dragging items around. Dust removal technique. Chen Xun cast a spell, summoning a refreshing breeze that revitalized his appearance. "Haha, Mo." The great black bull was astonished. It was cleaner than a bath. "Old bull, do not underestimate these minor spells." Chen Xun marveled, realizing that each small spell saved them time, even the essence of fasting pills and the like. Mo, the great black bull grinned, settling down to cultivate the water spirit technique. That night, under a sky as tranquil as water, adorned with countless stars, Chen Xun quietly stepped outside the cave. He gazed up at the celestial expanse. What kind of world was this realm of cultivation? A subtle smile graced his lips as his eyes grew distant. He recalled Ji Kuan boasting about ancient texts that spoke of an infinitely distant place where true cultivation civilizations thrived, deeming their current location as backward. Just like primitive men, Chen Xun scoffed internally, utterly disbelieving. Was this not the most authentic cultivation experience? Cultivation civilization, he murmured softly, leaning against the cave's entrance, slowly drifting into slumber. "Old bull, and I shall undoubtedly go there the following day, as dawn broke and the sun rose high." Chen Xun cast aside all distractions and began bustling about with the great black bull. "Old bull, let us hunt in the wild." Mo, Chen Xun, with an axe slung over his shoulder, led the great black bull into the mountains, where wild beasts roamed freely, and the sect would not intervene. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and before long, half a year had passed. Within the herb valley, spiritual plants thrived, and the air was filled with fragrant aromas, their growth exceedingly promising. Chen Xun and the great black bull sat amidst the flourishing greenery, surrounded by waves of water that transformed into vivid orbs, brimming with spiritual energy and magical power. Pop, pop. One by one, the water orbs burst in the air, and Chen Xun and the great black bull slowly opened their eyes. They had reached the second level of the water spirit technique. It did not seem too difficult. Chen Xun furrowed his brow slightly, yet felt a surge of pride, especially since even the old bull had reached the second level. Mo, the great black bull blinked. Perplexed, it was progressing slowly in cultivation, yet mastering the spell quickly. Nonetheless, it was true that their cultivation during the Qi refinement period was arduous. After some contemplation, Chen Xun continued, "As for the transformation of the Dantian into liquid, perhaps in 100 years, it may well advance." Mo. The great black bull's pupils constricted, nudging Chen Xun, exclaiming in disbelief, "Haha, I was merely jesting." Chen Xun laughed heartily, patting the great black bull. "Everything is proceeding according to plan. Let us take action." Mo. The great black bull called out joyfully, promptly following Chen Xun. Within the herb valley, Chen Xun even fashioned a straw hat for himself and crafted a large one for the great black bull, bringing it immense joy. It even wore it to sleep. Under the sun, the duo, adorned in their straw hats, busily toiled in the herb fields, their hearts filled with delight, never once disturbed by others. Chapter 39. Cultivating the spirit field for centuries as the seasons transition from spring to autumn. The day was splendid, marking the first year since their arrival at the Wuyun sect. They continued to invest their longevity points into their magical prowess. The restrictions of the Medicine Valley were eased as Chen Xun led the spirited Black Bull out, their storage bags brimming with spiritual herbs. Each item a precise contribution for submission. Navigating the familiar halls of the main temple, they lingered outside for a while, relieved that they did not encounter Brother Le today, averting yet another lecture. Inside the hall, the same elderly figure awaited, and Chen Xun, donning a straw hat, respectfully announced, "Uncle Master, I am here to submit the spiritual herbs." The elder responded lazily, as if perpetually drowsy. On the platform, Chen Xun presented the contents of his storage bag, ensuring that not a single herb was missing, their fragrance wafting through the air. The elder's eyes flickered with interest as he began to count, producing a token and casting a spell to ascertain the quantity. "Very well. Ah, so it is you." The elder recognized Chen Xun beneath the straw hat, noting the black bull beside him. "You are the first disciple to enter the sect and immediately join the herb garden, and you have managed to submit your herbs in full during your first year." "Uncle Master, my family specializes in cultivating spiritual herbs. I have some experience." Chen Xun replied modestly. "Quite impressive." The elder spoke more today, conjuring an 8 trigram token. "This represents your contribution value for this year. It is yours now." "Thank you, Uncle Master," Chen Xun exclaimed joyfully, gratefully accepting the token and clutching it tightly in his hands. "Simply drop your blood on it to acknowledge ownership. Off you go." "Understood." Chen Xun promptly led the black bull away, having already familiarized himself with the location of the contribution hall. "Old bull, we struck gold." "Moo moo," the black bull bellowed enthusiastically. As they hurried past, other disciples frowned, puzzled by the raucous, straw-hatted figure. Upon reaching a secluded spot outside the hall, Chen Xun quickly dripped his blood onto the token and was astonished to discover a contribution value of 200. "Woo!" He leaped with delight, turning to the black bull. "Old bull, we have 200 contributions." "Moo." The black bull was taken aback, rearing up on its hind legs, eager to scrutinize the 8 trigram token. It was worth noting that the sect's minimum contribution requirement for outer disciples was only 100 per year, and they had exceeded it by more than double. "Let us head to the contribution hall. Today we shall indulge in extravagant spending." "Moo." The duo charged forth, determined to make a bold statement in the contribution hall. Half a day later, Chen Xun emerged from the hall with a woeful expression, cradling a long sword in his hands, his gaze hollow and despondent. "Damn it. The contribution hall," he muttered under his breath, his lips moving as he repeated, "the contribution hall." "Moo." The black bull also appeared dazed. Their contribution value had been completely depleted. A single sword cost 50 contribution points. A mid-grade yellow-tier magical artifact was 100 points. And the recipe for a fasting pill was 50 points. Chen Xun stared blankly at the black bull, his voice rising in despair. "Have we truly lost all our contribution points? Is this all we have left?" "Moo." The black bull bellowed angrily, suggesting they return to the valley and diligently cultivate the spirit field to amass thousands of contribution points. "Old bull, back to the valley we go. We shall not be outdone by the contribution hall," Chen Xun declared with fervor. "We will cultivate for centuries and clear out that hall." "Moo." The black bull stood tall, letting out a mighty roar, its muscles rippling with determination. Silence. No raucous behavior allowed outside the hall. Stern voices echoed from within. Moo moo, let us depart. Chen Xun chuckled nervously, leading the black bull away, their movements furtive as they evaded scrutiny from the law enforcement disciples. As they made their way, they encountered numerous fellow disciples, animatedly discussing the upcoming sect competition, excitement palpable in the air. The grand competition is about to commence. I hear Senior Brother Bai Shi has emerged from seclusion. Goodness, he is the pillar of our outer disciples. The sect leader once praised him for his foundational skills. If he secures victory this year, he could receive a foundational pill as a reward for the journey to Nanshan in 4 years. Winning seems an impossible dream for us outer disciples. The inner disciples have already claimed all the glory. Nonetheless, we can still earn contribution points and enhance our abilities. Several disciples passed by Chen Xun, engrossed in their conversation, oblivious to the straw-hatted figure and his black bull companion. Excuse me, fellow brothers, Chen Xun interjected softly. How many contribution points are awarded for participating in the sect competition? The group was startled by his sudden appearance, taken aback by his rustic demeanor. Hee, are you newly initiated? Yes, indeed. Might I trouble you for clarification? Chen Xun accidentally placed 3 low-grade spirit stones in their hands. The 3 exchanged glances, pleasantly surprised by such a generous newcomer. They adopted a casual stance, laughing heartily. We are all brothers here. Of course, all brothers, Chen Xun replied, joining in their laughter. Allow me to enlighten you. The sect competition is only open to disciples in the Qi refining stage. If you rank within the top 500, you can earn 500 contribution points. Should you place in the top 100, you will receive 1,000 points, with a chance of being taken under an elder's wing. If you secure a position in the top 10, you will gain 2,000 points and directly ascend to the inner sect with the freedom to choose your master. If you make it to the top 3, it is truly remarkable, as you will not only receive various artifact rewards, but also some unknown prizes. The 3 displayed a glimmer of ambition in their eyes, longing for the opportunity. If one were to break into the top 100, it would be a meteoric rise. How many participants are there? Chen Xun inquired casually, his heart racing at the prospect of securing those 500 contribution points. He had noted that the foundational pill recipe required 3,000 contribution points, necessitating 15 years of labor without any exchanges. About 30,000 or so. Such a large number? Chen Xun exclaimed, taken aback. He had never placed within the top 500 among 1,000 candidates in his previous life. Indeed, many inner disciples participate, along with the offspring of various elders. The group sighed subtly, acknowledging the disparity. Those individuals wield high-grade yellow-tier artifacts and possess a range of spells at their disposal. It is beyond our reach. That hardly seems fair. How can we compete? Chen Xun frowned, recognizing the inequity of the situation. It was akin to wielding a kitchen knife against someone armed with a Gatling gun, utterly futile. The sect will consider our circumstances. Inner disciples have their own competitions. Focusing solely on the top 100. That hardly seems just. It feels more like self-entertainment for the inner disciples. Chen Xun shook his head, lamenting the imbalance in cultivation resources. You are mistaken. Our outer disciples are also a talented bunch, just like Senior Brother Bai Shi. At the 10th level of Qi refinement. Who can rival him? The group boasted, as if Senior Brother Bai Shi were one of their own. Indeed, how could I intrude upon your conversation further? Chen Xun said, leading the black bull away, lost in contemplative thought as disciples dashed around them. Some soaring past on flying swords. Chapter 40. The 5 Aggregates Sect. The Grand Sect Competition. Let us go, old bull. Let us join the festivities. Moo. Chen Xun, leading the great black bull, dashed forward, trailing behind the crowd. The venue for the grand competition was atop another lofty peak, quite a distance from their current location. As they approached the mountain where the competition was held, the number of disciples from the 5 Aggregates sect increased significantly. With his straw hat and the great black bull in tow, Chen Xun no longer stood out among the throng. Not only were there spirited senior brothers, but also delicate junior sisters, their laughter ringing sweetly, causing many disciples to swallow nervously. At the summit lay an expansive plaza, encircled by 9 stone pillars. With over a dozen elders seated atop them, surveying the multitude of disciples with an air of majesty. Wow! Chen Xun wandered about, observing the scene, where countless disciples were scattered, brandishing golden tokens to register their names. The plaza buzzed with activity, teeming with life, yet it felt far from crowded, as wisps of mist floated through, exuding an ethereal ambience. Moo! The great black bull nudged Chen Xun, inquiring why they had yet to register. Let us observe the situation this year. There's no rush, Chen Xun replied with a smile, keen to gauge the prowess of the top 500 competitors. The great black bull nodded, extending its head to take in the scene of cultivators, its nostrils flaring as it sniffed the air. 3 days hence, the main peaks of the 5 aggregates sect erupted in divine light, heralded by a resounding bell that reverberated throughout the mountains, prompting roars of excitement from the disciples. Boom, boom. The sound resonated 9 times, echoing through the Yuzhu mountain range, with several individuals soaring into the sky, departing with astonishing speed, devoid of any magical artifacts beneath their feet. The annual grand competition was officially underway, presenting a rare opportunity for many disciples to witness the sect's prominent figures. As the mist cleared from a colossal peak, all disciples reverently ascended the mountain, daring not to traverse it on their swords. Looking down, the sight of a vast sea of black-clad figures sent chills down one's spine. Chen Xun walked at the back of the crowd, hardly daring to breathe, for he had just witnessed an individual walking through the air. The overwhelming aura of that person was palpable, making both him and the great black bull feel as though a mere glance could obliterate them. Atop the great peak, dark platforms were erected, overlooking dozens of dueling arenas, each manned by a foundational elder. Their expressions were serene as they sat cross-legged, awaiting the younger generation. All disciples bowed in respect, their voices reverberating in unison, as clouds swirled around them, creating an impressive atmosphere. From the platforms, 13 distinguished figures rose, each bearing distinct expressions and attire, gazing down at the multitude of disciples. Their transcendent aura was impossible to ignore, standing out even in a crowd. Fearsome are the younger generations. The 5 aggregates sect's grand competition officially begins. The sect leader, Yu Yuanhua, bore a gentle smile, his robe billowing without wind, his resonant voice echoing far and wide, making every disciple feel as though they were under his gaze. Without further ado, excitement flushed the faces of all disciples as they turned their attention to the various dueling arenas, their internal energies roiling with anticipation. The foundational elder's eyes gleamed with intensity as a jade slip unfurled into the air. In the grand competition, life and death are fated. If one finds themselves at a disadvantage, they may concede. The foundational elders, standing upon their artifacts, ascended into the air, though they refrained from surpassing the platforms. With impassive expressions, they regarded the disciples, channeling their powers into the jade slip. Commence! As a command was issued, a myriad of glowing talismans activated in the hands of the registered disciples, determining their opponents entirely by chance. The first battle hinged solely on luck. Standing before the platforms were over 100 inner disciples clad in white, their eyes sparkling with determination as they gazed upon the various dueling arenas. The 13 prominent figures on the platforms also shifted their attention, for these juniors represented the future of the sect, and they wished for no tarnish upon their talents. With the arrival of their gaze, the duels in the arenas reached a fever pitch, each participant striving to showcase their abilities with utmost effort. In one arena, 2 disciples in green faced each other. One broke into a cold sweat, his heart racing as he realized whom he was up against. Brother Bai, I humbly seek your guidance. Though he was at the 8th layer of chi refinement, with limited strength, he possessed the capability to fight, unwilling to be underestimated. If I should lose, there is no need for my junior brother to feel disheartened. There will be another opportunity next year. Bai sure, adorned with a congenial smile and exuding a gentle aura, complemented by his chiseled features, appeared truly perfect. The crowd erupted in cheers, countless junior sisters enchanted. Calling out for Brother Bai, many junior brothers gathered around the arena, rallying support for their senior, placing immense pressure on his opponent. Oh my! A voice of discontent broke the atmosphere. Chen Xun, leading the great black bull, had found refuge in the shade of a tree, observing the junior sisters and shaking his head in admiration. With such looks and strength, he would be welcomed in any world. Moo moo. The great black bull shook its head, nudging Chen Xun, believing Chen Xun the most handsome, though he rarely groomed himself. Leaning against the shade, Chen Xun fanned himself with a straw hat, occasionally picking his nose, watching the contest with great interest. On the arena, Baishir's gaze sharpened suddenly. Invoking a wind technique, he leapt onto the stage, causing the ground to tremble. Waves of energy radiated outward, and an oppressive aura bore down on his opponent as a slender sword materialized in his hand. His adversary was not idle, activating a talisman that conjured several white beams of light, which suddenly appeared beneath Baishir's feet. Ground spike talisman? My junior brother certainly spares no expense. Baishir smiled lightly, his body contorting in an uncanny manner, perfectly evading the ground spikes with ease. What? The opposing disciple could hardly believe his eyes. Not even Baishir's robe had been grazed. Clang! Baishir unleashed a sword strike imbued with energy, and the disciple took a deep breath, gritting his teeth to absorb the blow, staggering back several steps. He tasted blood, forcing himself to swallow it down, steadying his stance as blood vessels appeared in his eyes. Casting another talisman, giant strength talisman, the disciple, filled with reluctance, resolved that since he could not match in magical power, he would rely on physical prowess instead. Suddenly, his muscles swelled, a fierce aura enveloping him as he roared and charged forward with his sword. Baishir's expression turned serious. He reached into his storage pouch, producing yet another flying sword that sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. However, it halted just half a pace from his opponent, a golden barrier preventing the flying sword from advancing. He chuckled softly, Vidra talisman. Beneath the shade, Chen Xun and the great black bull widened their eyes. While others battled with magical power, this person relied on spirit stones. A wealthy disciple indeed. Chen Xun blinked, glancing at the great black bull. When shall we acquire such spirit stones? The talismans clattered as they struck out, infuriating Baishir immensely. Moo! The great black bull called out dismissively, its eyes wide with astonishment. The variety of techniques displayed in these duels was overwhelming. The footwork. Chen Xun felt invigorated. He too wished to learn a technique for movement, maximizing his speed to its fullest potential. In the arena, Baishir refrained from direct confrontation, continually evading until the effects of the giant strength talisman waned, leaving his opponent fatigued. It was no surprise that Baishir emerged victorious. Yet this was not his true strength. His opponent was merely an inner disciple. Chapter 41. Riding the Sword. Soaring through the heavens, Senior Sister Guxuang. Senior Sister Guxuang. A crowd of male disciples surrounded a platform, fervently cheering and shouting, their spittle flying everywhere, splattering on numerous faces. On the platform stood a woman, her countenance serene, her figure graceful, wielding a long sword that shimmered with icy brilliance. The sword dance was reminiscent of a captivating performance. Quite enchanting. Chen Xun chuckled, glancing at Guxuang, affirming that this journey was indeed worthwhile. Old bull, isn't it beautiful? Moo! The big black bull nodded repeatedly, indicating its approval without turning its head, signaling Chen Xun not to disturb it. Alas, how did that happen? I had high hopes for that one. Moo! Dear old bull, look at that little junior sister. She's crying after being defeated, haha. Moo moo moo. Hey, what's with that short fellow? Is he putting on a show, as if someone has taken his rice? Moo. Quick, old bull, look. Spirit beasts. Incredible, truly incredible. Moo. Under the shade of a tree, a man and a bull alternated between laughter and curses. Suddenly, Chen Xun's expression shifted, and he struck the ground forcefully. Moo. The big black bull was taken aback by Chen Xun's sudden change in demeanor. Old bull, do you sense something is missing? Moo? Moo. The big black bull shook its head, then nodded, feeling that something was indeed amiss, a slight discomfort lingering. Sunflower seeds. Chen Xun exclaimed, striking the big black bull, realizing he had forgotten such an essential item. Moo moo. The big black bull nudged Chen Xun with a hoof, questioning why he hadn't brought any seeds. No wonder it felt lacking. Sigh. Chen Xun's face was filled with regret. We'll plant some this year. I'll roast them again and add some secret seasoning. Moo moo. The big black bull nudged Chen Xun affectionately, a grin spreading across its face. That sounded much better. During the sect's grand competition, after the first battle, disciples could either continue fighting or rest for a day, with victories being counted. Naturally, those lacking confidence in their strength preferred to continue battling, as the intensity of the next day would not compare to that of today. Conversely, the strong remained unperturbed, taking time to recuperate after a match, ensuring they returned to peak condition without a hint of carelessness. The sect's competition intensified, and even Chen Xun and the big black bull drew nearer, no longer content to watch from a distance. On the fifth day, inner disciples officially entered the fray, propelling the sect's competition to its zenith. Chen Xun and the big black bull joined the throngs of supporters, raising their voices in fervor. Outer disciples, who could be better than us? Go, senior brother by sure. You are the best. Chen Xun raised a wooden plaque, shouting with all his might, as countless disciples turned their gazes towards him, all giving a thumbs up in approval. Isn't senior sister Gu Shuang also one of our outer disciples? A few disciples approached with an air of superiority, seemingly overshadowing Gu Shuang's presence. What a joke! Chen Xun scoffed, glancing disdainfully at them and patting the big black bull. Understanding the cue, the big black bull raised a wooden plaque inscribed with Go. Senior sister Gu Shuang, let the sword rise with the 5 elements. The group was taken aback, a shiver running down their spines, their thumbs instinctively extending in admiration. The looks they cast at Chen Xun conveyed 2 words: impressive. Chen Xun smirked coldly, continuing to shout alongside the big black bull, their enthusiasm reaching its peak. On various platforms, white-clad inner disciples leapt gracefully, their sleeves billowing as they regarded their opponents with cold determination. A faint aura of hostility permeated the air, the ancient trees rustling in the chilly wind as a few yellow leaves drifted down. Silence enveloped the platforms, the esteemed figures in the audience brimming with anticipation. Hiss! Countless disciples gasped in awe. These individuals represented the true future of Wu Yun's sect, destined to lead its path forward. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Even the disciples below the platforms wore solemn expressions, feeling the overwhelming pressure. Delightful. Moo. Chen Xun murmured, his heart racing with excitement, prompting the big black bull to follow suit with an eager grunt. Yet, a flicker of disappointment crossed Chen Xun's eyes. Why were they so silent, feigning expertise? He had hoped to witness some verbal sparring during the event. A resounding bell tolled across the mountains, officially commencing the decisive battle of the sect's grand competition. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless piercing sounds sliced through the air, and all eyes on the platform widened in astonishment, as their magical instruments and innate powers surged forth in a kaleidoscope of colors. Boom, boom! Each platform erupted into chaos. Some unleashed a deluge of flying swords, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Others conjured misty spells, obscuring the scene, with only the clashing of metal echoing the intensity of the battles. Some disciples commanded array flags, deploying puppets to hold their ground, igniting a fierce conflict. Everywhere, sword lights flashed, and the sounds of magical energy reverberated. All participants unleashed their full potential, holding nothing back. A fierce whirlwind swept through the area, prompting nearby disciples to channel their power to shield themselves. Holy cow! Holy cow! Chen Xun's pupils constricted violently as he shook his head, overwhelmed by the terrifying prowess of these chi refinement disciples, far beyond that of loose cultivators. Moo moo! The big black bull mirrored Chen Xun's astonishment, its head shaking in disbelief at the array of spells on display. The climactic battle persisted for 2 days and nights, with Chen Xun and the big black bull glued to their spots, too captivated to pause, snacking on flatbreads whenever hunger struck. In the end, Bai Shi and Gu Shuang reached the top 100, prompting sighs from the outer disciples. The foundational strength of the inner disciples was indeed incomparable. Finally, as the sect elders distributed rewards and encouraged the disciples, they shared some trivial remarks. With the departure of the prominent figures and elders of Wu Yun's sect, This year's grand competition concluded. On their way down the mountain, Chen Xun and the big black bull erupted into raucous laughter, their demeanor utterly shameless. Old Bull, that inner disciple, was a bit underhanded, targeting the vital points. Chen Xun chuckled at the big black bull's rear, unable to contain his amusement, especially since the opponent had indeed been struck. What a blow! Moo moo, the big black bull grinned, still reveling in the memory. Next year, we shall participate too, aiming for the top 500 of the sect and earning some contributions. Moo, let us go. Let us return and plant some sunflower seeds. Moo together. Man and bull trotted along, their laughter echoing through the mountains. Upon returning to the medicine valley, they began tending to the medicinal fields, discreetly harvesting a few spirit herbs for the pill of abandoning hunger, preparing seeds to return afterward. Old Bull, I'll leave the spirit herbs to you. I shall study the sword riding technique. Moo, the big black bull nudged Chen Xun affectionately, confident in its expertise in cultivating spirit herbs. Chen Xun nodded, reassured, and made his way to the cave dwelling, where he opened the sword riding technique, retrieving a celestial sword from a storage bag, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Today would determine if he could soar. Chen Xun calmed his mind and began his training. 1 month later, on a serene morning in the Medicine Valley, filled with the melodious chirping of birds and fragrant blooms, Chen Xun and the big black bull stood in a clearing, a celestial sword before them and a backpack on their backs. Chen Xun had fashioned 2 parachutes for safety, prioritizing precaution above all else. Riding the sword, soaring through the heavens, Chen Xun struck an unusual pose, channeling his murky magical energy into the celestial sword. Rise! The sword slowly ascended, lifting half a meter off the ground, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Moo! Moo! The big black bull leaped with excitement, mooing continuously. Old Bull, let us board. No, let us mount the sword. Chen Xun's voice trembled, his heart raced fervently, and his eyes began to envision them soaring through the skies on their swords, weaving through the magnificent landscape that sprawled before them. Chapter 42. The Old Ox. Without further ado, the great black ox stood up, its expression tense as it crouched behind Chen Xun, its hooves gripping tightly onto his shoulders. They steadied themselves on the flying sword, with beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Chen Xun's veins bulged as he raised 2 fingers skyward and roared, "Take off!" Moo! With a whoosh, a fierce gale swept up, and the flying sword soared away at an astonishing speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Bang! Bang! 2 figures slammed down heavily, choking on a mouthful of dust. "Where's the sword? Where's my sword?" Chen Xun cried out in anguish, his eyes bloodshot and his mouth filled with dirt. Moo! The great black ox was also disoriented by the fall, its eyes suddenly catching sight of the flying sword, which was lodged in a distant stone wall. Before long, Chen Xun and the great black ox retrieved the sword. "Old Ox, our spells have been enhanced. They feel different." Chen Xun inhaled deeply, speaking slowly. Moo! The great black ox nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sword's extraordinary speed. "No worries. We shall adapt gradually and practice diligently." Moo! The great black ox picked up the flying sword with its mouth and headed towards the waterfall, shaking its head vigorously. Old Ox, clever indeed. Chen Xun was taken aback, realizing that the water might add considerable resistance, making it an ideal practice setting. Let us get started. A month passed, and Chen Xun had fully mastered the art of sword control. One bright morning, in the same location, he muttered to himself, riding the sword amidst the winds, carefree in the world. As he unleashed a surge of mana, the flying sword rose slowly, and he stepped onto it. "Old Ox, without delay, quick!" Moo Moo, the great black ox, sprang up, firmly standing on the sword, then crouched behind Chen Xun, its eyes reflecting a hint of fear. "Take off!" Moo whoosh, whoosh. The fierce wind whipped past them as the flying sword finally ascended. The relentless gales buffeted Chen Xun's face as they soared higher, his heart racing in his chest. The great black ox slowly opened its eyes, and the scenery around them was completely transformed. Looking down, it shrank back in alarm. "Moo! Old Ox, Old Ox! What the heck?" Chen Xun was taken aback to see the old ox fainting. He quickly steadied the great black ox with one hand, halting the flying sword midair, his own eyes struggling to stay open. He gazed down at the medicinal valley, now soaring dozens of yards above the ground, his breath quickening. Flying the sword felt entirely different from riding in a boat. He sensed an emptiness within, as if he might plummet at any moment. Who? Who? The cold wind howled past his ears. The great black ox regained consciousness, looking down with trembling legs. Moo. Fear not, old ox, the sword is securely beneath our feet. Last time was merely an accident, Chen Xun reassured, yet the great black ox gripped tighter. But its eyes sparkled with joy. They were truly flying. A faint mana shield enveloped them, muting the howling wind, bringing a welcome silence. Old ox, let us adapt slowly. There's no need to rush, Chen Xun smiled. Resuming their flight, albeit at a more leisurely pace, gaining confidence with every moment. Moo, the great black ox began to feel more comfortable, gradually easing its tension. However, Chen Xun furrowed his brow. The mana shield felt somewhat off, lacking the exhilarating sensation of the wind. A thought sparked in his mind. Let us go. Chen Xun shouted again, spiraling above the valley. Woo! His joyful cries mingled with the great black ox's bellowing. Despite the thrill, the great black ox felt a mix of pain and joy. After half an hour, Chen Xun sensed his discomfort growing. It was time to put his idea into action. Old ox, I must attend to something and gather materials, Chen Xun declared, wielding a mountain axe as he ventured into the cave. Moo! The great black ox lay languidly in the pond, still recovering from the previous excitement. A month later, an orange sun rested quietly among the dark mountains, casting vibrant hues across the sky. Eerie laughter echoed from within the cave in the medicinal valley, accompanied by exclamations of "I did it! I did it!" Moo moo. The great black ox glanced at the sky. It was time for the wind-blowing session that Chen Xun had mentioned, and it called out at the cave entrance. Old ox. Chen Xun emerged from the shadows, and the great black ox was taken aback by his appearance. Had he crafted some magical artifact? Chen Xun sported a massive pair of goggles, holding another in his hands, gleaming under the sunset. Moo? Moo? The great black ox hurried forward, inquiring about the peculiar item, as Chen Xun's eyes widened with excitement. Old ox, it's time to experience nature fully and savor the true thrill of the wind. What use is a mana shield? Chen Xun laughed heartily, quickly fitting the goggles onto the great black ox, tailored just for it. Moo! The great black ox shook its head side to side, leaping with joy at this marvelous sensation. With ease, we need not fear dust in our eyes. Ha ha! Chen Xun exclaimed proudly. Old ox, let us hit the winds. Moo moo. The great black ox was elated. Its favorite pastime was enjoying the sunset breeze. The scenery was breathtaking. Whoosh! Whoosh! The flying sword ascended. A barrier in the medicinal valley was lifted, and Chen Xun immediately soared higher, countless towering peaks coming into view. He shouted to the heavens, Air Force One, Chen Xun. Ready for takeoff. Moo moo moo. The great black ox echoed enthusiastically, crouching behind Chen Xun, reveling in the sensation of freedom. The wild wind whipped across their faces, yet it could no longer invade their eyes. This was the true exhilaration of flying. They advanced toward the setting sun, leaving behind countless ancient trees and peaks, even spotting wild beasts darting across the ground in pursuit of prey. A colossal sun hung in the sky, with disciples flying on swords below, yet their speed paled in comparison. Perhaps this was akin to comparing a Ferrari to an electric car, Chen Xun mused. Ahead, a junior sister of the 5th level of Qi refinement was soaring on her sword, her trajectory aligning with theirs. Whoosh! The young sister, with 2 long braids, gasped in shock upon noticing a person in a cow standing on the flying sword, their eyes filled with an indescribable gleam. Senior brother, she stammered. But before she could finish, her mouth gaped wider in disbelief. Before her eyes, the duo, with fingers and hooves raised to their foreheads, tilted their mouths into crooked smiles. Suddenly, their flying sword accelerated sharply towards the sunset, disappearing in an instant with remarkable flair. What the? The junior sister was left dumbfounded. Even the old ox was so stylish now. The speed of the flying sword was astonishing. She wondered what grade of magical artifact it was. Many disciples gazed in awe, taken aback by the swiftness of the sword technique and the striking appearance. As the wind howled past, the great black ox grinned at the disciples left far behind, thinking of them as mere juniors. Old ox, do you see? This is what it means to cultivate immortality. This is what life is. Moo moo. The great black ox nodded vigorously, admiring the scenery beneath, relishing the joy of the wind. Woo! Their joyous shouts echoed across the sky, accompanied by the sounds of the great black ox's calls. Chapter 43. Disciple, can you still persevere? As the wheel of time turned, the year drew to a close once more. Chen Xun continued to accumulate his magical power. Chen Xun, leading the great black bull and carrying spiritual herbs, entered the grand hall of the sect and confidently claimed a solid 200 contribution points. Old bull, save it. No spending now. We shall participate in the sect's grand competition. Chen Xun carefully placed the Bagua talisman into his storage pouch. Moo! Exclaimed the great black bull, filled with delight. Chen Xun registered for the competition, receiving a talisman that would later reveal the arena for their duel. A few days later, the bell tolled, and the competition peak was bustling with people, vibrant as ever. However, this year, Guxuang and Bai Shi did not participate. It was rumored they had been taken under the wing of an elder as inner disciples. The sect's grand competition commenced. A resounding voice echoed throughout the venue. Chen Xun's talisman vibrated, directing him towards a specific arena, and he eagerly led the great black bull. On the arena, he faced a disciple named Zhang Song, who was at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Upon seeing Chen Xun, he was taken aback, noticing his opponent was also at the 8th level, accompanied by a spirit beast. This promised to be a fierce battle. Senior brother, please go easy on me. I have just broken through to the 8th level. Chen Xun chuckled, his eyes filled with caution. He recognized that these disciples possessed peculiar techniques and a myriad of spells. Thus, he could not afford to be careless. From last year's observations, he discerned that ranking within the top 500 at the 8th level of Qi refinement was relatively secure and inconspicuous. Naturally, the grand competition would not endanger the lives of the disciples. Zhang Song's expression was somewhat perplexed. This person in bull, donning a straw hat, appeared rather comical and strange. Shall we begin? Zhang Song was momentarily speechless. This individual was adorned with 3 mountain-splitting axes, evidently forged from ordinary iron, not even a magical artifact. Yet, he could not underestimate him. His gaze sharpened as he swiftly performed hand signs, summoning vapor that rapidly condensed into ice crystals, flowing like clouds in water, leaving numerous afterimages in its wake. Ice spikes shot toward Chen Xun, who was in a precarious situation. The great black bull was merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and the primary target was its master. As the adage goes, to catch the thief, one must seize the king. Impressive, Chen Xun shouted, evading with great agility, pursued relentlessly by the ice spikes, a testament to his senior brother's prowess. Each ice spike narrowly missed him, yet he deftly sidestepped, the spirit beast following suit. Perhaps it is time for you to stop dodging. Zhang Song remained still, his finger movements quickening, the angles of the ice spikes becoming increasingly intricate. Chen Xun drew a mountain-splitting axe, cleaving through the air while continuously evading, drenched in sweat and fear. How long will you keep dodging, junior brother? Zhang Song's patience wore thin. He found it frustrating that his attacks were consistently evaded. His internal energy was waning, and he would no longer hold back. As he spoke, veins bulged on his forehead, and with a clash of hands, a glint of determination shone in his eyes. Suddenly, several ice blades appeared out of thin air, slicing towards Chen Xun without warning. Zhang Song advanced, blocking all of Chen Xun's escape routes. Truly terrifying, Chen Xun and the great black bull shrank back, vanishing from their original spots. Zhang Song's pupils dilated. His spell had missed entirely. Fireball technique. Chen Xun bellowed, launching several small fireballs toward Zhang Song. The latter's gaze hardened as he waved his hand, summoning ice spikes. The center of the arena melted into a large puddle, and Zhang Song realized this adversary was formidable, making it unlikely to defeat him solely with spells. The two engaged in a fierce battle on the arena, locked in a stalemate. Zhang Song felt an urgent anxiety. Why couldn't he land a hit? Meanwhile, the great black bull spectated, mooing repeatedly as if cheering, while others on the arena had already secured 2 victories. After nearly half an hour of combat, both Zhang Song and Chen Xun were drenched in sweat. Chen Xun, gasping for breath, seemed on the verge of collapse. It was time to resort to his trump card. He hadn't anticipated facing such a challenging opponent in the first match. Zhang Song hesitated, unwilling to waste time. He slapped his storage pouch, deploying several formation flags around him. Suddenly, a powerful wind swept through, and before Zhang Song could react, 2 of his formation flags were whisked away. Hey, a sneak attack! A shadow lunged at him, and the great black bull charged fiercely, sending Zhang Song soaring through the air, landing heavily outside the arena. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Zhang Song cried out in pain, his eyes still bewildered as he looked at Chen Xun, a giant question mark in his expression. Senior brother, my apologies. Chen Xun stumbled down from the arena, returning the formation flags with an awkward smile. Junior brother, you possess astonishing speed. Zhang Song retreated a step, accepting the flags with a flicker of fear in his eyes. This speed could even disrupt spellcasting. It was clever. Without the constraints of the arena, the junior brother would not stand a chance against him. Haha, junior brother is merely being modest. Zhang Song shook his head, incredulous at the absurdity of the situation. Chen Xun laboriously approached an arena official and respectfully stated, Uncle Master, I wish to continue. Very well, the Uncle Master replied indifferently, channeling a spell towards Chen Xun's yellow talisman, allowing him to battle the first round's victor once more. In the second round, he faced a cold-faced disciple named Lu Tao, who was at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Junior brother, if you wish to concede, now is still the time to avoid suffering, Lu Tao remarked, his expression devoid of emotion as he scrutinized Chen Xun and the great black bull, whose state was evidently poor. I humbly request your guidance, senior brother. Chen Xun forced a smile, even sitting down to seemingly recover his energy. Humph, ungrateful. Lu Tao summoned a massive black ring that expanded as it spun in midair, a fierce wind swirling as it locked onto Chen Xun. The black ring lunged forward, hurtling directly towards him, a mid-grade yellow tier killing artifact. Chen Xun's eyes gleamed with determination, leaving behind an afterimage in his wake. Yet, the ring pursued relentlessly as if it possessed a mind of its own. Junior brother, if you cannot withstand this, now is the time to concede, Lu Tao sneered, observing Chen Xun's frantic evasion, his movements not slowing in the slightest. He raised his right hand and waved. The ring gleamed with golden light, growing even larger as it descended from above. Truly impressive for a 9th-level senior brother, Chen Xun couldn't help but commend. Suddenly, he unleashed a punch, striking the ring with tremendous force. In that moment, a deafening crash resounded as the ring dimmed, and seizing the opportunity, Chen Xun fled. Lu Tao's expression shifted dramatically, shock evident in his eyes. While outsiders might perceive the artifact as unscathed, he could distinctly hear the internal tremors. His demeanor grew serious. Despite the junior brother's apparent exhaustion, having just endured a fierce battle, he could not afford to underestimate him. Fireball technique. Chen Xun formed a hand seal, launching several fireballs at Lu Tao. The latter's eyes reflected disdain. Daring to challenge him with such a basic spell? He scoffed loudly. Flame technique. A blaze erupted on the arena as the fireballs were instantly extinguished. Chen Xun burst forth from the inferno, wielding a mountain-splitting axe aimed at Lu Tao. Lu Tao snorted, summoning a long sword, and the arena erupted into chaos once more as Lu Tao pressed forward, forcing Chen Xun into retreat. Half an hour later, sweat drenched Lu Tao's brow. His magical energy had significantly waned. Fury etched across his face. He shouted, Junior brother, can you still hold on? I can manage, Chen Xun replied weakly, as if on the brink of collapse. Lu Tao's magical energy is depleted, his eyes wide with astonishment. Why is it that he always seems to be a step ahead? At this moment, his spirit is utterly exhausted. Chapter 44. Brother, fire at me at last. In the very moment they clashed, the spirit beast he had overlooked sprang into action. Moo! A surprise attack. A shadow darted out from the side with such swiftness that he found himself ensnared by Chen Xun, unable to react in time. Ah, how infuriating! Lu Tao's expression was a mix of rage and humiliation as he was shoved off the arena by the imposing Black Bull. It seemed Chen Xun was also on the verge of collapse, toppling onto the great Black Bull. Witnessing this from below the stage, Lu Tao was momentarily taken aback, secretly admiring such formidable tenacity. Brother, I concede. Chen Xun weakly opened his eyes, revealing a faint smile. You should focus on recuperating, and we shall spar again next year. Lu Tao clasped his hands in acknowledgement, recognizing the strength of this individual. This battle had indeed been exhilarating, leaving him with profound insights. Very well. Chen Xun managed to return the gesture before being escorted off the arena by the Black Bull. Lu Tao even approached to offer him a healing elixir. Chen Xun, overwhelmed with emotion, grasped Lu Tao's hand, causing Lu Tao to startle, guilt flickering in his eyes as he lamented whether he had been too harsh. Surrounding disciples regarded Lu Tao with peculiar glances, as if it were Chen Xun who had suffered defeat. Alarmed, Lu Tao hurriedly fled, shaking his head in denial along the way. Half an hour later, Chen Xun, leading the great Black Bull, approached the Foundation Establishment Elder and bowed. Elder, I wish to continue battling. Are you certain you can still fight in your current condition? The elder raised an eyebrow, noting the disciple's tattered straw hat, disheveled hair, and blood-stained hands. I can. Chen Xun smiled downwards, his eyes brimming with stubbornness. Since you are so determined, I shall not dissuade you. The elder nodded slightly, aware that such determined disciples were not uncommon, often single-minded. Yet they invariably bore the brunt of their own stubbornness. A surge of magical energy ignited upon Chen Xun's yellow talisman, emitting a faint glow as he glanced towards another arena, eyeing his next opponent. Stumbling onto the stage, he startled his adversary, who was at the 8th level of Qi refinement, fearing he might inadvertently cause harm. An hour later, a tumultuous roar echoed from the arena. Junior brother, can you still hold on? Brother, bring it on. Chen Xun shouted, his steps unsteady, his straw hat now sporting a large tear, still emitting wisps of smoke. The 8th level disciple looked anguished. While Chen Xun persisted, he felt on the verge of collapse. Who could endure such a prolonged battle during the Qi refinement phase? Moo! The Black Bull perceived the opportune moment, its eyes gleaming with mischief, and charged forth. What? A surprise attack! The opponent shrieked in alarm, soaring through the air in a graceful arc, landing safely outside the arena. Chen Xun triumphed for the 3rd time. The Black Bull carried him away to the shade of a tree, appearing gravely injured, as if his life hung by a thread. In the shade, Chen Xun regained consciousness, leaning against the tree with a smile. Moo? The Black Bull lay beside him, its large mouth quivering. I've got it, no need to rush. Chen Xun reassured, removing his hat to reveal a wild mane, his body marred with wounds. The Black Bull licked his injuries tenderly, and Chen Xun patted its head, retrieving a healing ointment from his storage pouch. Just superficial wounds, nothing serious. Moo! The Black Bull gazed at Chen Xun with concern. Though they had often been injured during their youth in the village, this was a battle where a single misstep could cost a life. Fear not. I've learned quite a bit of healing arts from Master Ning. These wounds are trivial. As long as there is no internal injury, with some ointment, I'll heal in a few days without scarring. Their magical powers were limited, and they could not afford to exhaust themselves. If they truly unleashed their spells, the outcome would be dire. Chen Xun smiled faintly. He cherished these younger disciples. Moo! The Black Bull nodded in agreement, acknowledging the terrifying nature of their spells. Should they unleash their full power, it would lead to either death or injury. Winning 6 matches seemed feasible. If they secured 3 more victories tomorrow, they would earn the coveted 500 contribution points. Moo! The Black Bull nuzzled Chen Xun, its eyes sparkling with joy. Chen Xun produced sunflower seeds from his storage pouch, sharing them with the Black Bull while observing the bustling battle arenas filled with fervent combat sounds. On the following day, Chen Xun was invigorated, facing increasingly formidable opponents. Yet, no matter how flamboyant their spells, They required magical energy to sustain them. Chen Xun embarked on a path of relentless torment in the arena, each battle lasting an hour, leaving no room for leniency, only unyielding hardship. Disciples who intended to spectate soon found themselves drowsy, hastily seeking more thrilling arenas. Junior brother, I can't hold on any longer. A wretched cry emerged, his features contorted in agony as he regarded Chen Xun with a glimmer of fear. Brother, hang in there. Chen Xun bellowed, encouragingly, I'm still good. Moo! The black bull struck again, pushing him off the arena, a hint of relief gracing his features. At last, it was over. Chen Xun claimed his fourth victory. An hour later, Junior brother, I implore you concede. Please. Impossible. As cultivators, we must possess pride. Brother, let us battle for one more day. Moo! The black bull launched a surprise attack, swinging its tail. The brother, devoid of hope, gazed skyward, collapsing outside the arena. His magical energy completely depleted. Chen Xun secured his fifth victory. An hour later, Junior brother, I have countless talismans yet to be activated. You cannot endure this. Brother, fire at me. Half an hour later, the elder brother trembled, his eyes quivering as he realized all his talismans had been expended. Moo! A stealthy charge from the black bull. The elder brother cried out in anguish, soaring through the air, tears streaming down his face, lamenting his lost possessions. Chen Xun claimed his sixth victory, though he was now trembling, relying on the black bull for support as he ascended to the next battle. Despite Chen Xun's unremarkable appearance, his indomitable spirit left even the Foundation establishment elders profoundly shocked, their gazes fixed upon him in the arena. Junior brother. The elder brother observed Chen Xun's unstable stance, his brow furrowing in concern over how to proceed. Chen Xun's hair was tousled, his eyes bloodshot. He bent forward, pressing his hand against his knees, slowly raising his head to declare, Brother, let us fight. I shall respect your determination. The elder brother's expression turned solemn, his gaze filled with admiration and astonishment. In just a matter of moments, accompanied by Chen Xun's fervent roar, he charged forward with his fists raised, his body rife with openings. The elder brother merely shifted slightly, his eyes filled with reflection. A gust of cold wind swept through, and Chen Xun could no longer endure, collapsing onto the arena like a fallen pillar. Junior brother, Moo! They rushed forward to inspect him, relieved to find no grave injuries. Even a Foundation establishment elder approached to assess the situation. He is fine, merely exhausted from the relentless battles. A few days of recovery will suffice. Thank you, uncle. The elder brother bowed in gratitude. The Foundation establishment elder nodded, his expression contemplative. This individual likely hailed from a background of loose cultivation. Such individuals often exhibited similar traits. It was a reflection of their resignation towards their own talents and a defiance against fate. Even to the last drop of blood, they would never concede. Yet, in reality, no notable figures cast their gaze upon him. Such individuals were far too ordinary, their indomitable spirit merely a manifestation of impotent fury, which did not alter their innate aptitude for cultivation. Chen Xun was dragged down the mountain by the great black bull. Chapter 45. The Radiant Sun. It was a splendid day for farewells. Old bull, thought Chen Xun. Sequence 478 is stable now. 500 contributions in just 2 days is more than what we could achieve in 2 years. Reclining on the back of the great black bull, he examined the yellow talisman in his hand, knowing he could exchange it for contributions at the main hall of the sect as soon as the grand competition concluded. Moo! The great black bull turned its head, gazing at Chen Xun with concern. What does it matter, old bull? Back in Panding City, who had it easy? We survived in the narrow crevices of life. Chen Xun replied nonchalantly, smiling. Sustaining a few injuries for such substantial contributions is a profit. We ought to be grateful to the sect for this opportunity. Moo! The great black bull nodded, wishing it could help Chen Xun bear the injuries as its tough hide would withstand them. Upon returning to the medicinal valley, Chen Xun steeled himself, applying ointment to his wounds while the great black bull stood vigil, doing nothing. This fasting pill is merely a temporary remedy. We are not lacking the time for meals. Chen Xun remarked, retrieving a dull yellow pill. He had tried refining pills the previous year and found that while it curbed hunger, it also lacked any sense of satiety, bland and uninspiring. More. The great black bull empathized, thinking the fasting pill could never compare to the wild flavors of the mountains, feeling as though a pile of hay was stuffed in its belly. Let's get to work, old bull, and tend to the medicinal garden. Chen Xun had already covered himself in ointment and smiled, stating, "They could never truly injure me. I merely chose not to evade." Mumu, the great black bull, glanced back several times, aware that the garden had not been tended to in 2 days, and felt compelled to check on it. As it disappeared from view, Chen Xun winced in pain, gritting his teeth. Although he was not internally injured, the external wounds were indeed painful. Days later, the grand competition concluded, and Chen Xun, alongside the great black bull, hurried towards the sect's main hall. The yellow talisman remained uncollected by the sect, kept as a memento for the disciples. "Chen Shitty," a familiar voice called from behind, causing Chen Xun's expression to brighten with surprise. "Ji Xixiang," he exclaimed, looking at Ji Kun, whose face had become somewhat more resolute, though he still resembled a lean monkey. Chen Xun couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Even within the same sect, 2 full years had passed before they crossed paths again. "Didn't you take a position in the outer sect?" Ji Kun inquired. "I have been managing the medicinal garden. My family used to do this." They moved to a secluded tree, reminiscing as the great black bull lay down beside them. Sensing their pause, "Chen Shitty, this medicinal garden is not a favorable place. It is often referred to as the land of lost ideals." Ji Kun expressed his disappointment, advising, "It is filled with sect elders who, feeling incapable of establishing a foundation, have resigned themselves to this fate. We still have ample time. We must not become complacent." "Chen Shitty, thank you, Ji Xixiang, for your kind intentions, but I truly dislike conflict and bloodshed." Chen Xun's expression reflected his dilemma. He understood Ji Kun's point about the outer sect's numerous opportunities being advantageous for enhancing one's strength. "Ah, Chen Shitty, you may be unaware of how the inner sect disciples perceive us scattered cultivators," Ji Kun said, his expression darkening as he clenched his fist. "I'm not familiar with that," Chen Xun replied, shaking his head. He found the senior disciples to be quite amiable and had not experienced any discrimination. "They label us as stepping stones, and even the foundation-building elders look down upon us." Ji Kun's eyes were filled with indignation as he recounted his experiences over the past 2 years as an outer sect steward, where factions vied for power, often resulting in contributions being embezzled. "Ji Xixiang, what do you mean?" Chen Xun asked calmly. "In the past, he might have drawn his 3 mountain opening axes and caused a ruckus. In 3 years, the Nando Mountain secret realm will open, but most participants will be scattered cultivators." "Indeed, I am aware. Otherwise, how could we have the opportunity to join the sect?" Chen Xun responded. "Do you know how many people can go every 20 years, and how many survive?" Ji Kun inhaled deeply, his voice somber. 700 go, but fewer than 100 return. If one fails to obtain foundation-building spirit herbs, they leave with nothing." "Is it truly that dire?" Chen Xun gasped. Realizing that while he had suspected they were merely cannon fodder, he had indeed grasped the severity of the situation. "Of course, we are the remaining scattered cultivators filtered out by the 10 great sects. On the surface, it appears equal, but which elder truly regards us?" Ji Kun's expression darkened further. These 2 years had shattered many of his illusions, leaving him more somber. Those scattered cultivators, with the potential for foundation building, have long been taken by the 10 great sections. If we wish to establish a foundation, we must tread a bloody path. "Ji Xixiang, are you suggesting we venture into the Nando Mountain secret realm?" Chen Xun scrutinized him, noting that Ji Kun was still at the 8th layer of qi refining, questioning whether his strength was sufficient. "Precisely," Ji Kun affirmed, his head nodding earnestly. "I have amassed enough contributions and am preparing for closed-door cultivation. If I can break through to the 9th layer of qi refining, my chances of survival will increase." "Ji Xixiang, you could wait another 20 years. You are still so young. Focusing on improving your strength is also an option." "Chen Shitty, in 23 years, my vitality will wane, and my strength will diminish. What then will I have to contend with?" Ji Kuan's fist tightened, and his eyes reflected his unwillingness to accept fate. This statement resonated deeply within Chen Xun. Indeed, the qi refining period lasts merely a century. A fleeting moment in the grand scheme of cultivation, and how many cultivators are granted another 20 years? Today is indeed a splendid day for farewells. Illuminated by the radiant sun, Ji Kuan smiled serenely, having grown fond of Chen Xun, sensing that he possessed a genuine, untainted spirit, making their interactions consistently pleasant. After 2 years of service in the outer sect, he realized that friends like Chen Xun were exceedingly rare, perhaps affirming that his choice to manage the medicinal garden was indeed wise. Ji Xixiang, wait a moment. Chen Xun quickly retrieved his storage bag, producing 2 weighty feather pills and a bottle of fasting pills. These weighty feather pills were purchased from the 9-Star Valley. There are 2 left, and their medicinal properties remain intact. Understanding the principle that great kindness can equate to great enmity, he hesitated to offer too much, fearing it might disrupt their friendship. Weighty feather pills, Ji Kuan exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing them as precious pills for the qi refining stage, of significant value. Chen Shidi, I have no ulterior motives. Please take them back, for you need them as well. Ji Xixiao, take them. You need them more than I do. We are managing the medicinal garden well, and we earn considerable contributions each year. Chen Xun replied earnestly, promptly placing them in Ji Kuan's hands. Your hospitality is hard to refuse, but I will only accept 1 weighty feather pill. Return the rest to you. Ji Kuan accepted it solemnly, his words leaving no room for debate. Ah, very well. Chen Xun sighed softly, placing the remaining items back into his storage bag. Chen Shidi, bullshitty, I shall take my leave. Take care of yourselves. Ji Kuan clasped his hands respectfully, glancing at the great black bull, which quickly stood up, responding with a loud moo. Under the trees, Ji Kuan departed, and Chen Xun, along with the great black bull, watched his solitary yet resolute figure fade into the distance. Ji Xixiang will surely establish a foundation. Don't you think, old bull? Chen Xun murmured. Moo. The great black bull nodded. Within the sect, Ji Kuan regarded it as his junior brother, and it believed the merit he had accumulated would protect him. Let us go, old bull. We must return. The straw hats remain unwoven. Moo, together. They made their way back to the medicinal valley, a gentle breeze sweeping past as countless fallen leaves drifted gracefully, creating a stunning scene. Chapter 46. The journey to South Doshan time swiftly passes like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years have hurried by. The sect has welcomed numerous new disciples, their eyes brimming with fervor and dreams of the future. The sect's grand competition has birthed countless new talents, with dark horses emerging to claim prominence and stand tall among their peers. However, there exists one disciple who has become a nightmare for many, a figure adorned with a straw hat, leading a black bull spirit beast, who is nothing short of a scourge in the grand competition. Should one encounter this individual, failing to deliver a fatal blow in a single strike means preparing for an hour-long duel. Many watching disciples have awoken from nightmares, their blankets filled with visions of straw hats. Opponents have lamented their misfortune, with even a 9th-layer qi refining senior brother conceding defeat, highlighting the ferocity of this disciple. Yet, due to the prolonged nature of his battles, he suffers mental and physical exhaustion, consistently falling short of the top 500, much to the dismay of onlookers. Nevertheless, such tales are mere gossip among lower-tier disciples. The true topic of fervent discussion revolves around the top 100 in the annual sect rankings, igniting the spirits of countless disciples. This is the genuine objective of the Wuyun sect, to motivate these dark horses through the inner disciples. Although the ultimate prize for the victor remains a mystery, as outer disciples are excluded from such rewards. Only through the continuous influx of fresh blood can the sect ensure its enduring legacy, with each year's grand competition enabling numerous disciples to achieve breakthroughs in combat. In the Yuzhu mountain range, at a lower altitude, a solitary figure and his bulls stealthily approach the sect's grand hall, their pace measured and unhurried. 3,000 contribution points. Chen Xun licked his lips, murmuring softly. Moo. The large black bull stood rigid, its body trembling with excitement at the thought of the treasures that could be acquired. Yet, there was a hint of sorrow in its expression. For most of these contribution points were earned through Chen Xun's own scars and struggles. What are you thinking, old bull? Let us exchange for the Foundation Establishment elixir formula. Moo. A celestial sword whizzed past at low altitude. They dared not ascend too high. If they were to collide with any elder or powerful cultivator, they would bear the consequences. Chen Xun had even calculated the safe flying distance. Within the contribution hall, an almost deserted high platform was reserved for Foundation Establishment elders, housing the elixir formula within. Greetings, Master Uncle. I am here to exchange for the Foundation Establishment elixir formula. Chen Xun bowed respectfully, presenting the Bagua token to a gaunt man atop the platform, whose face resembled a zombie with protruding bones. His expression was icy as he scrutinized Chen Xun, a chi-refining 8th-layer disciple with 3,000 contribution points. This formula is meant for Foundation Establishment cultivators. What use do you have for it? The sect does not possess the elixirs for exchange. The gaunt man questioned, his gaze piercing through to the core of Chen Xun's intentions. You cannot refine this even in the chi-refining stage. You'd best provide me with a justification. The Foundation Establishment elixir formula was merely a token gesture by the sect, offering a notion to those in the chi-refining stage, like a skilled cook struggling without rice. To give myself hope, I wish to embark on the journey to South Doshan. Chen Xun replied, his voice trembling as he bowed lower. The battered straw hat seemingly narrating the unfairness of fate. Very well. The gaunt man nodded, adding cautiously, consider this carefully. The journey to South Doshan in 6 months will not be easy. Chen Xun's eyes widened in astonishment. This seemingly cold-hearted master uncle turned out to possess a warm heart. He replied earnestly, I have no regrets. The gaunt man regarded Chen Xun with a profound gaze and produced a sheet of the elixir formula, clearing the contribution points from the Bagua token. Thank you, Master Uncle. Chen Xun received the token with both hands, turning to lead the Black Bull away. They soared on their swords, swiftly returning to the Medicine Valley, where the large Black Bull had even set traps in various places. Should intruders breach the area, every detail would shift. Moo. The Black Bull called out to Chen Xun, confirming that no one had come. Let us go. Chen Xun's eyes sparkled with joy as he rushed into the cave, hastily retrieving the Foundation Establishment elixir formula. He recited the ingredients: heavenly fruit, moon spirit fruit, black scepter flower, ice orchid grass, cold spirit grass. Chen Xun murmured, his eyes widening as he encountered unfamiliar names, with only a few spirit herbs being vaguely recognizable. The Foundation Establishment elixir required a total of 27 auxiliary herbs and 3 primary herbs: earth soul vine, sun ginseng lotus, and nama leaves. Moo. The Black Bull extended its head to observe closely, but none of the spirit herbs were found in their Medicine Valley. Foundation Establishment involves condensing the dantian into liquid, birthing spiritual awareness, and unlocking untold wonders. Chen Xun sighed, feeling a pang of envy, yearning to experience what spiritual awareness entailed, rumored to surpass the senses. Moo. The Black Bull responded, if we truly waste a century on Foundation Establishment, the Wuyun sect will have no place for us. Chen Xun spoke deliberately, directing a steady gaze at the Black Bull. In 6 months, we shall venture to the South Doshan secret realm. Moo. The Black Bull rose with vigor, its eyes aflame with determination. The entire Qian Kingdom's cultivation sects would send disciples, marking the true battleground. Every day, we must seek out information. Preparations must begin, Chen Xun declared, aware that they knew nothing about South Doshan. Its location was a complete mystery. The man and bull cast their gazes toward the cave entrance, a flicker of killing intent igniting within their eyes, signaling that this time they were truly prepared for action. Half a year later, the resonant chimes echoed throughout the Wuyun sect as figures on swords ascended from each peak, their expressions resolute and exuding an indomitable spirit as they made their way to the sect master peak. The long-awaited South Doshan secret realm, occurring once every 20 years in the Qian Kingdom, was finally upon them, filling the elders and disciples with hopeful anticipation. A bountiful harvest could elevate the sect to new heights, and many smaller sects had risen due to their journeys to South Doshan. This year, there were thousands of applicants, yet only those ranked within the top 2,000 of the sect competition held any hope. Many elders wore forlorn expressions, realizing their chances were slim. They packed their belongings and descended the mountain, where many markets constructed by the Wuyun sect awaited, serving as a hub for cultivator exchanges. The outer sect's affairs hall would assign them positions as time slipped away, ultimately reducing them to mere dust, perhaps forgotten even in name. Yet, an unwritten rule circulated among the inner disciples. None were permitted to participate in the South Doshan expedition, as they would receive Foundation establishment elixirs on their own. Within a certain medicine valley of the Wuyun sect, in a secluded cave, the cracked stone walls surrounded a pit, atop which rested a large, blackened cauldron, perpetually emitting thick, fragrant mist. Remnants of charcoal still smoldered within the pit, crackling softly, yet the cave remained deserted. Today, the sky was a clear azure, unmarred by clouds. Distant mountains cloaked in hues of indigo, and a gentle breeze brought warmth. Chen Xun and the large black bull emerged expressionless from the medicine valley, taking to their swords, heading straight for the sect master peak. Chapter 47. The Five Elements Sect and the 700 Warriors in the past 3 years. The longevity points have been devoted to enhancing their magical powers. Their current longevity points are Strength 21, Speed 21, Vital Essence 20, and Magic Power 11. However, upon seeing the disciples, a warm smile instantly adorned his face, appearing harmless beneath his straw hat. Chen Xun, leading the great black bull, approached the periphery of the disciples. Searching the crowd for a particular figure, Ji Kun, he had now broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement, brimming with confidence as if he had found his place. Encircled by admirers, engaged in lively discussion, Chen Xun smiled faintly, choosing not to disturb him, and turned his gaze toward the sect leader's grand hall, where he and the great black bull were deeply captivated. People continued to arrive before the grand hall, totaling 700 disciples in the Qi refinement stage, with Chen Xun and the great black bull standing inconspicuously at the back. Several figures suddenly soared from behind the grand hall, traversing the air with formidable presence, their forms shimmering with faint light. Golden Core stage grandmasters. Chen Xun was astonished, now aware of the realm above Foundation establishment. Indeed, the Golden Core stage, where one could live for a millennium, true ancient beings. Before the hall, all disciples stood in solemn silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard, as they stood straight and dared not act recklessly. The great black bull, feeling an overwhelming pressure, became weak-kneed and broke into a cold sweat, its spiritual awareness surpassing that of all others. These grandmasters certainly possessed the power to annihilate them. The sect leader, Yu Yuanhua, stood prominently before everyone, his voice resonant as he spoke. The journey to Nanda Mountain is a rare opportunity. I hope all disciples will uphold the prestige of our Five Elements sect. Yu Yuanhua exuded a composed demeanor, scanning the crowd before sweeping his hand, ethereal sounds emanating as several piercing eagle cries echoed from the distant valley. This expedition will be led by Master Wei Shan, a practitioner in the early Golden Core stage, underscoring the sect's significance placed upon the disciples. As his words fell, the 700 disciples were taken aback. The sect had dispatched a Golden Core stage master to escort them, igniting a fervent desire within them to contribute to the sect. Wei Shan, with flowing white hair yet devoid of any signs of aging, appeared remarkably youthful, causing the female disciples within to feel a flutter in their hearts. In accordance with the sect leader's decree, we pay our respects to Master Wei. The disciples bowed, a gesture of respect towards their elders and an acknowledgement of their strength. The other disciples refrained from such formalities. Wei Shan's words, as refreshing as spring breezes, resonated in each ear, devoid of any pretentiousness. Everyone felt a gentle force lifting them, leaving Chen Xun in awe, his body unresponsive. Suddenly, several piercing cries shattered the air as 5 massive spiritual beasts, flapping their wings, descended from the distant sky, casting an enormous shadow over the entire hall. sending chills down Chen Xun and the great black bull's spines. With a thunderous crash, the 5 colossal beasts landed before the hall, their sharp eagle eyes piercing, their feathers harder than Chen Xun's mountain axe. These were the Qingya eagles, mid-foundation establishment cultivators. Posing no threat, Wei Shan smiled lightly, stepping onto the back of the central Qingya eagle. "Everyone, please board." Chen Xun quickly led the great black bull to the edge of the Qingya eagle, feeling dwarfed by its enormity. "Old bull, ready your sword, let us ascend." Chen Xun drew his celestial sword from his storage bag, swiftly taking flight alongside the great black bull. Unexpectedly, the Qingya eagle turned its head to glance at the great black bull, its eyes glinting with mockery, as if it regarded prey. The great black bull bristled with anger, ready to charge, had Chen Xun not restrained it. "Old bull, calm down, give me some face. It can't possibly outlive you, and it might end up mourning its lost egg," Chen Xun whispered soothingly. "Moo." The great black bull responded fiercely, begrudgingly conceding to Chen Xun's request. Except for Chen Xun still grappling with the great black bull, the other disciples focused intently, sitting cross-legged to conserve their energy, though their eyes were filled with palpable tension. With a mere gesture, Wei Shan enveloped the 5 Qingya eagles in a faint azure magical shield. He bowed in farewell to the sect leader's grand hall, and those present nodded with smiles. "Safe travels," resonated the sect leader's voice in every disciple's ears. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Qingya eagles soared into the sky, issuing sharp eagle cries. A whirlwind stirred dust from the ground, reducing the landscape below to insignificance, while Chen Xun's heart raced with anxiety. The Qingya eagles ascended into the heavens, gradually vanishing into the depths of the mountain range, as countless disciples on the ground marveled at the spectacle. Truly, the 700 warriors of the 5 Elements sect. "Old bull, we are genuinely about to witness grand events," Chen Xun remarked, excitement evident on his face as he gazed at the surrounding clouds and the unfamiliar, towering peaks piercing the sky, swiftly passing beneath the Qingya eagles. "This speed is astonishing," Chen Xun marveled, realizing it was several times faster than the flying vessels of the past. "Moo, moo." The great black bull was invigorated, thrilled to have finally left their small mountain village to explore the vast world beyond. Chen Xun's gaze turned toward the horizon. They were ready to confront whatever awaited them. Having gained considerable insights into the mysteries of Nanda Mountain over the past 6 months, the 10 great sects had dispatched 1,500 disciples each, their strength formidable, claiming a multitude of spots as the true victors of Nanda Mountain. However, the vastness of Nanda Mountain, the most magnificent peak of the Qian Kingdom, required not only strength but also a stroke of luck. Many smaller sects, although sending merely 100 disciples, often stumbled upon great fortunes, emerging with countless spiritual herbs. "Old bull, we must remain cautious of the demonic and spiritual beasts within. They're not friendly toward humans," Chen Xun warned softly. The spiritual energy in Nanda Mountain was suppressed, preventing these creatures from advancing to the foundation establishment stage, resulting in their extraordinarily volatile temperaments, attacking humans on sight. This was a warning he had heard from the elders in the sect, as these beasts often surpass the strength of the 10th level of Qi refinement, existing in a realm between Qi refinement and foundation establishment. Moo. The great black bull nodded solemnly, fully aware. Over the past 6 months, they had heard countless tales. Most disciples who perished did so at the hands of these beasts, which often guarded foundation establishment spiritual herbs. As time progressed, Chen Xun and the great black bull fell into a contemplative silence, ceasing their chatter. The Qingya eagles traversed various states, occasionally under attack by other demonic beasts. Yet, Wei Shan merely unleashed his formidable presence, causing the flying beasts to flee in panic. After half a month, the Qingya eagles began to slow, revealing Nanda Mountain, 19 grand peaks interconnected, resembling a sinuous dragon soaring into the clouds. It stood like a giant amidst the myriad mountains, mercilessly gazing down upon the earth and the approaching cultivators, rendering even the Qingya eagles seemingly insignificant. "My goodness, such breathtaking scenery exists in this world," Chen Xun exclaimed, utterly astounded. The great black bull, equally mesmerized, stood frozen in place, realizing their own insignificance. In the distance, extraordinary mountains jutted forth, the ranges stretching endlessly, lush and steep. Shrouded in mist, encompassed by a grand formation. Chen Xun marveled repeatedly, recognizing that only numerous grandmasters could seal such a place. Even Elder Wei would likely fall short, not knowing the magnitude of the formidable cultivator responsible. The 5 Qingya eagles descended onto a clearing, where disciples from various sects gathered, their gazes unkindly directed toward the 5 elements sect before shifting away. North of the clearing lay the domain of Nanda Mountain, filled with towering ancient trees over 1,000 years old, dark and silent, exuding an ancient aura that commanded reverence. Chapter 48. I possess a spell after 2.5 years of cultivation. This is the abode of my Wuyun sect, a place where one must not wander aimlessly. Wei Shan cast a cold glance around, letting out a disdainful snort, causing many to gasp in astonishment and retract their audacious gazes. The imposing presence of sect leader Wei was undeniable. Chen Xun silently praised him, realizing the advantage of leaning against a great tree for shade. Wei Shan remained silent, awaiting the arrival of the 10 great immortal sects, as the key to the South Dipper Mountain's secret realm lay firmly in their grasp. At that moment, thunderous roars echoed from the heavens as massive flying vessels and colossal birds broke through the skies, their overwhelming auras suffocating. Shadows swept across the ground in waves, akin to a display of power proclaiming dominion. Banners from various sects fluttered vibrantly, adorned with countless figures who gazed down impassively at the earth and the disciples of each sect. Wei Shan's expression was serene, yet his heart was burdened. The 10 great immortal sects loomed over all cultivators of the Qian kingdom like towering mountains. Chen Xun and He Niu exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief, noting that this spectacle surpassed the extravagance of the 9 Stars Valley by far. Truly impressive. Look, Chen Xun pointed towards the distant sky. Old Niu, quick, take a look. A few enormous vessels hovered above, from which numerous women clad in purple robes soared into the air, standing gracefully upon lotus leaf artifacts as they descended. Their figures danced in the air, creating a sea of purple, and Chen Xun could almost perceive a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. The gazes of the disciples on the ground were irresistibly drawn to the sight, their hearts captivated by the celestial maidens of the Ziyun sect. If one could forge a partnership with them, it would be a life well lived, even in death. Old Niu, Chen Xun teased. If a man were to join the Ziyun sect, would he wear purple robes and stand on lotus leaves, only to declare during a duel? He mimicked a high-pitched voice, playfully patting He Niu. You strike at them, you pesky fellow. Ha ha. Moo moo. Moo. Chen Xun and He Niu rolled on the ground in laughter, with Chen Xun occasionally imitating the scene, causing He Niu to nearly cramp from mirth. Hey, is that you, junior brother Chen? Ji Kuan, witnessing the amusing spectacle of the man and the cow, was taken aback. Junior brother Chen, what brings you here? Senior brother Ji, ha ha ha. Chen Xun chuckled until tears welled in his eyes. Come here, I have a hilarious story to share. Oh, Ji Kuan's interest peaked as he leaned in closer. After a while, Chen Xun began to perform exaggeratedly, fully immersed in the narrative. Ha! Ji Kuan laughed heartily, shaking his head. This junior brother Chen has come to the brink of life and death yet still finds joy. I wonder if he is simply too carefree or if he has always maintained such an optimistic disposition. I came with old Niu to seek opportunities. I believe what you said back then was entirely correct, Chen Xun declared earnestly, standing up. Rest assured, senior brother Ji, old Niu, and I will not hold you back. Junior brother, where are your thoughts wandering? Ji Kuan's expression darkened as he placed a hand on Chen Xun's shoulder. If we face defeat, we must flee. Our lives are paramount. Thank you for your concern, senior brother Ji. Old Niu and I will never engage in a head-on confrontation, Chen Xun replied with a smile. The transfer was quite random, allowing a maximum of 3 people per group. I did not know you would, Ji Kuan began, but Chen Xun interrupted. You need not worry about us. I know you have formed a group, which is why I did not disturb you. Chen Xun smiled. He and He Niu were not particularly outstanding in strength or social connections, hence few invited them. Ji Kuan's expression soured. He wished to keep Chen Xun and Hanyo close, for if trouble arose, he could aid them. Senior Brother Ji, please do not overthink. Go with peace of mind. We have our own tricks, Chen Xun reassured, patting the hand resting on his shoulder. During these 3 years, I too have master spell, having cultivated for 2.5 years, but Chen Xun continued, if you regard me as a friend, Senior Brother Ji, then go without worry. Old Nyo and I will certainly survive. His words were earnest, and he felt deeply moved. Ji Kuen's eyes still bore a hint of regret as he forcefully withdrew his hand before turning away in silence. Moo, Dahe Nyo glanced at Ji Kuen's retreating figure, then back at Chen Xun. It's all right. Senior Brother Ji is merely concerned about our abilities. Chen Xun smiled, watching Ji Kuen's back. Moo, Dahe Nyo nodded, pondering. They're truly strong, exceptionally strong. There is no need for Senior Brother Ji to worry about them. In an instant, the air filled with the roars of beasts as a gigantic python appeared, atop which stood thousands of disciples from the beast-taming sect, clad in gray robes embroidered with unknown spiritual beasts. Many of the disciples wore bloodthirsty smiles, accompanied by various spirit beasts, while some were even entwined with spiders and small snakes. The disciples of the beast-taming sect, one of the 10 great immortal sects, had arrived, and their spirit beasts were overwhelmingly powerful. It was said that during the South Dipper Mountain Secret Realm event every 20 years, the beast-taming sect suffered the least losses while reaping the greatest rewards. No low-level cultivator could match the prowess of the beast-taming sect disciples in battle. The ground erupted with the chatter of countless sect disciples, filled with envy. Spirit beasts were no easy companions to nurture. However, once cultivated, they would undoubtedly serve as formidable allies. Unlike Chen Xun's Hanyo, these disciples had never witnessed a master whose cultivation was so vastly superior to that of their spirit beasts. Old Nyo, if these spirit beasts were to face off, what do you think the odds would be? Chen Xun squatted on the ground, tossing pebbles. Moo! Hanyo let out a furious roar, drawing a line in the dirt. Impressive. Chen Xun clapped Hanyo on the back, praising him. I have always known you were capable. Hanyo lifted his head proudly, basking in the compliment. A day later, the disciples of the 10 great immortal sects arrived one after another, exchanging pleasantries at their respective encampments, seemingly disregarding the other sections. Wei Shan appeared increasingly strained, his expression darkened. However, as the saying goes, one must bow their head under the eaves. He could only hope that these disciples would prove themselves. Suddenly, a series of deafening sounds erupted from the highest ground, as colorful spiritual lights soared into the sky, gradually forming a luminous pillar, accompanied by waves of spiritual pressure. Fear not. The 10 great immortal sects are breaking the seal of South Dipper Mountain to activate the teleportation array, Wei Shan explained, observing the pained expressions of his disciples. Yes, sect leader. Everyone bowed in unison, unwilling to make a fool of themselves before Wei Shan. The ground trembled, rumble, rumble. A colossal 7-star formation teleportation array materialized at each sect's encampment, with the leaders producing ancient tokens to place into the slots. Hurry! The teleportation array will only last half a day, Wei Shan urged, channeling his mana into the array. The power of the Wuyun sect's token could transport a maximum of 700 individuals. They formed groups of 3 and entered the array with their respective companions, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Chen Xun and Hanyo stood alone at the periphery, waiting until everyone had been transported before slowly stepping forward and entering the teleportation array. The 7-star formation teleportation array dimmed, fading for view as Wei Shan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing towards South Dipper Mountain. As dusk settled, the South Dipper Mountain realm lay in serene stillness, devoid of even the roars of wild beasts, eerily quiet, as if it were lifeless. The area was thick with miasma, teeming with venomous insects and poisonous plants. A single misstep, and the miasma could invade the body, endangering one's life. As tens of thousands were transported within, it felt akin to a drop of water sinking into the ocean, rendering them unable to locate their fellow disciples. Even the sect tokens failed to resonate, suggesting a considerable distance separated them. Beneath the ancient tree, a man and a cow cautiously surveyed their surroundings. The large black bovine firmly recalled Chen Xun's words. When venturing into the world, safety is of paramount importance. Chapter 49. The emergence of the king of the South Dipper Old Bull consumed the Zhizhuang pill and the insect repellent pill. Chen Xun retrieved 2 pills and swallowed them, subsequently offering 2 to the great black bull. Moo. The black bull responded, its tongue deftly rolling the pills into its mouth. These were purchased with spirit stones from their sect. What a peculiar place, Chen Xun murmured, noting how it diverged entirely from the forest they typically traversed, devoid of any vitality and shrouded in a morose stillness, though the spiritual energy was abundant. Moo. The black bull, with wide eyes, surveyed the surroundings with vigilance, its nostrils flaring as it sniffed the air. Old Bull, the South Dipper Mountain's secret realm lasts for 6 months. We need not rush. Let us observe first. Chen Xun pulled back his head, retrieving a long-forgotten bandit mask from his robe. As he slowly donned it, he felt an entirely transformed aura enveloping him. Moo. The black bull nudged Chen Xun, inquiring about its own mask. Ah, here it is. Put it on quickly, Chen Xun grinned, recalling that this was the gear they had used during their notorious raid on the Wang family. Moo. The black bull shuddered with excitement, the familiar feeling suddenly returning. Chen Xun then carefully removed his disciples' robes from the Wuyun sect, which appeared to outsiders as a protective talisman. To Chen Xun, however, it signified the risk of exposing his identity. What if there were consequences later? He donned a simple garment crafted by his own hands, feeling liberated, as if he had shed shackles. Old Bull, stay alert. Chen Xun embraced the bull's head. Their location was well concealed among the dense foliage, providing them a secure refuge. Moo. The black bull acknowledged, having grasped the essence of Chen Xun's intent, showing no signs of panic. As the sun and moon cycled, while disciples from various sects diligently sought spiritual herbs, this man and his bull remained perched silently among the trees for an entire day, utterly motionless. Old Bull, it seems we are safe here. Let us craft some clothing. Moo, just watch. I learned a technique from Aunt Wang back in the day. Chen Xun chuckled, reminiscing about that quaint mountain village. He vowed to return one day. Moo. The black bull nodded, watching as Chen Xun descended from the ancient tree, stealthily gathering a plethora of fallen leaves, eager to assist. After half a day, their task was complete. Chen Xun surveyed the lucky attire fashioned from countless dried leaves, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction as he draped it over himself. Moo. The black bull gasped in astonishment, noticing how Chen Xun now lay on the ground, seemingly invisible, utterly undetectable. Ha! Chen Xun chuckled softly, rising from the earth, the leaves rustling around him as he swiftly donned another set over the black bull. Save for its eyes, the bull was now entirely obscured, even its horns concealed. Moo. The black bull regarded Chen Xun with a singular expression of sheer awe. Hee. Old Bull, let us move. Chen Xun grinned, his visage terrifying beneath the mask. Moo. The 2 figures, cloaked in dried leaves, quietly navigated among the ancient trees, their movements subtle and their speed remarkably agile. As they proceeded, they unexpectedly stumbled upon spiritual herbs for the first time in the wild, yet they refrained from harvesting them, deeming them unnecessary. They halted before an expansive lake, its surface shimmering, surrounded by a profusion of spiritual herbs, the air thick with spiritual energy. However, a chill emanated from the lake, with tendrils of mist swirling mysteriously above. Moo. The black bull raised its hoof, signaling Chen Xun a halt. There is undoubtedly danger lurking within the waters. Old Bull, are you instructing me? Isn't that self-evident? Only a fool would charge in there. Chen Xun chuckled, impressed by the black bull's growth over the years. Moo. The black bull nudged Chen Xun, its eyes reflecting indignation, as if to say it was the one who had discovered this place. Ice lotus and cold spirit grass. They truly exist, Chen Xun observed from afar, recognizing 2 auxiliary herbs for the Foundation Establishment pill. He had thoroughly memorized their information over the past 6 months. No sooner had he spoken than several piercing sounds erupted from another cluster of trees. A trio of individuals emerged, their sect affiliation indiscernible. Old Bull, look! There are indeed some reckless fools. Chen Xun shook his head, sensing that something monstrous might surface from the lake at any moment. Moo, the black bull nodded in agreement, feeling that these individuals were even less capable than itself. However, the plot seemed awry. What the hell? Moo, Chen Xun and the black bull craned their necks, their expressions incredulous as they witnessed the trio comfortably harvesting spiritual herbs, with no monsters emerging from the lake. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chen Xun gripped the tree trunk tightly, causing its bark to splinter under his grasp. The black bull shook its head in bewilderment. The trio, having gathered ample herbs, exhibited no greed and promptly departed, clearly seasoned practitioners who retreated with remarkable decisiveness. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From both sides of the forest, a group of sect disciples surged forth, their attire suggesting they belonged to the same faction, fierce shouts reverberating as they clashed in combat. Goodness, old six. Chen Xun's eyes widened in realization. The true peril lay here. Old bull, did you see? The threat was not from beasts, but from humans. Moo? The black bull queried, puzzled by why they would risk themselves to snatch herbs from a lake abundant with spiritual treasures. This is the treachery of human nature, Chen Xun lamented, recalling how they too had been ambushed by those three individuals. Moo, the black bull's pupils constricted, understanding the implications. After all these years together, they had encountered their fair share of bizarre situations. Suddenly, another anomaly arose. The lake erupted with countless bubbles, prompting Chen Xun and the black bull to stretch their necks, their eyes fixed on the surface, wondering if the legendary water monster was finally emerging. Large black fish leaped from the water, seemingly frolicking, only to return moments later. Chen Xun and the black bull exchanged glances, both brimming with frustration as they watched the distant battle unfold, feeling utterly uninterested. Suddenly, yet another disturbance occurred. Beneath their tree, a roar erupted, a fierce wind sweeping past, causing their makeshift attire to flutter and dust to swirl around them. A red figure darted out swiftly, resembling a lion with crimson fur, its long fangs sharp and threatening. It measured over 10 feet in length, its forepaws glowing crimson as it pounced upon the battling disciples. A formidable beast, at the 10th layer of chi refinement, exuded an air of dominance. Chen Xun calmly adjusted his attire, casually remarking, Moo. The black bull, brimming with eagerness, revealed a glint of battle intent in its eyes. From the distance, shouts of alarm and anger echoed. The red-furred lion relentlessly pursued those harvesting herbs, unleashing spells amidst the chaos. Blood splattered as the disciples, realizing their plight, hastily abandoned their herbs, tossing them into the air as they fled in all directions. Old bull, shall we go? I'll grab a few herbs, you handle the rest. Moo. The two figures descended lightly from the tree, their demeanor relaxed as they darted toward the lake. Roar. The red-furred lion, infuriated, realized intruders had entered its territory, two peculiar beings cloaked in leaves. It gazed upon them with a hint of confusion, pondering what manner of creatures they were, as it had never encountered anything like them before. Chapter 50, Brother. I truly thank you. Just as it was about to rush forward to stop the figure from harvesting the spiritual herb, a massive creature obstructed its path. Moo. The great black bull reared up on its hind legs, striking the ground with its hooves, moving with astonishing speed that left the red-skinned lion astounded. A burst of flames erupted as the lion's spell was effortlessly dispelled by the bull, its fangs ensnared by a hoof, rendering it unable to escape. Roar. Moo. With a fierce exertion, the great black bull lifted the red-skinned lion and slammed it violently to the ground. The lion's countenance twisted in agony, its eyes wide with terror, as it felt as though its very brain might burst from the impact. Moo. The bull swung the lion again, and in a moment of despair, the lion spat a mouthful of blood, its magical energy failing to manifest. Moo. The bull bellowed in fury, continuing to strike, as the lion's tongue was forced out, emitting pitiful whimpers. Brother, I beg you, spare me. Chen Xun had harvested 2 plants of the ice-swallowing grass and the cold spirit grass, both as pure as jade and exuding a chilling aura. He placed them carefully in his medicinal box for preservation. He then called out to another lake nearby, "Old bull, it's time to leave." Moo. The great black bull promptly dragged the red-skinned lion to Chen Xun, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. "Old bull, you truly are impressive," Chen Xun marveled. "I almost crushed this lion to death." "Moo, moo," the great black bull grinned, as the red-skinned lion began to contemplate its fate, whether it would be braised or steamed. Whimpering, the lion's eyes were vacant. It had truly surrendered. Alas, how tragic. Chen Xun shook his head. "Brother, take care of your wounds. If you encounter anyone else, they would surely skin you alive for your bones." Chen Xun hoisted the red-skinned lion onto his shoulder and, alongside the great black bull, made their way into the jungle. Had they not consumed the fasting pill, they would not have dared to light a fire in this place, for they would have feasted long ago. They found a secluded spot to discard the red-skinned lion, allowing it to fend for itself. After all, it would be incapacitated for half a year, preventing any encounters with their fellow disciples. Whimpering, the red-skinned lion weakly called out, "Brother, I truly thank you. Old bull, let's go." Chen Xun and the great black bull ascended the trees. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, they departed, leaving behind an indelible shadow on the red-skinned lion's life. In the future, it would tremble and weep at the sight of a pile of withered leaves, reflecting on the missteps of its existence. "Old bull, consult the map." On an ancient tree, Chen Xun unfurled a rudimentary map with many areas unmarked. "Is that lake we just visited on here?" This map was the culmination of countless generations of disciples from the Five Elements sect, earned at the cost of their lives, and Chen Xun treasured it greatly. Moo, the great black bull, pointed to several large lakes on the map, each bearing a resemblance. Chen Xun was perplexed. The teleportation was far too random. Although they had arrived at the southern edge of the Southern Dipper Mountain, the distances were absurdly vast, making it nearly impossible to discern direction. "Let us proceed step by step. We will naturally discover our location in due course," Chen Xun remarked nonchalantly. "Moo," the great black bull nodded, playfully nudging Chen Xun with its hoof, drawing a chuckle from him. They continued deeper into the wilderness, where they stumbled upon a foundational herb, an elixir of vitality, sending both Chen Xun and the great black bull into a state of ecstatic delight, repeatedly expressing their gratitude to the heavens for the favor bestowed upon them. 3 days later, Chen Xun and the great black bull were dumbfounded. They had finally come to accept the reality of their situation. "Hey, we've lost our way." The cardinal directions appeared identical, surrounded by towering ancient trees, leaving them uncertain if they were merely circling back to their original point. "Old bull, boldly venture forth." Chen Xun began to sing a tune, while the great black bull exhibited a pained expression, continuously lowing and occasionally covering its ears with its hooves. The forest was engulfed in darkness, with visibility reduced to nothing. The tree trunks were so wide that they could lie down upon them without feeling cramped. At times, they could not discern whether it was night or day. It was merely a blanket of darkness, with the sky obscured by dense foliage. Suddenly, a venomous snake stealthily emerged, flicking its tongue, eyes gleaming with malevolence. Sensing warmth, two potential prey, ready to unleash its toxic mist. Chen Xun remained lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to the danger. In an instant, his hands moved like the wind. Seizing the snake with remarkable swiftness, he entwined the serpent, rendering it helpless, and with a fierce tug, the snake met its demise, destined to meet the grim reaper. "Little brat." A faint glow ignited as the great black bull hurriedly rose to shield the light, the snake's carcass disintegrating into dust. After a brief respite, they were abruptly roused by the sounds of a fierce altercation occurring directly beneath them. A group of men confronted a group of women, with the current situation revealing that 3 women had cornered 3 men. Chen Xun and the great black bull remained motionless, observing the scene below. They appeared to be disciples from the 10 great sects, likely from the Danding sect and the Ziyan sect. "Ha ha, dear disciples. You might as well stop your attempts to escape," a woman from the Ziyan sect giggled, her eyes alluring. "Senior sister, we are willing to surrender the spiritual herbs. Please spare our lives." The 3 disciples from the Danding sect, battered and bloodied, were clearly at the end of their strength, having been relentlessly pursued. That simply will not do. Another woman chimed in, her laughter tinged with malice, as if toying with them. Suddenly, one of the women's expression shifted. Her silica bird began to signal frantically. There were others nearby. The three women of the Yun sect trusted the bird, as it had been their guide in pursuing the Dan Ding sect disciples. The three Dan Ding disciples, witnessing the change in demeanor, felt a surge of hope. Fellow cultivator, do not hide any longer. We have discovered your presence. The three women called out from various directions, though the silica bird could not pinpoint the hidden individual, indicating a well-concealed presence. Chen Xun and the great black bull scoffed at the scene, bemused by their antics, remaining completely still above their heads. The women exchanged glances, unable to locate the hidden figure, deciding to swiftly eliminate the Dan Ding disciples before any unforeseen changes could occur. Kill! The three women summoned their respective magical artifacts, charging toward their adversaries. Brothers, we must fight to the death. The disciples of the Dan Ding sect, desperate and bloodied, unleashed their full potential in a desperate struggle. Below, the clash of magical forces roared, while Chen Xun and the great black bull remained as steadfast as mountains, with gusts of wind occasionally sweeping past them. However, the Dan Ding disciples were no match for their opponents, and having already been pushed to their limits, with a few flashes of cold light, their heads soared into the air, their bodies cleaved in two. What a vicious lot! Chen Xun's gaze darkened as he internally cursed. The women formed a tight circle, their powers intertwining, their eyes scanning the surroundings, remaining ever vigilant. Chirp! Chirp! The silica bird flitted upward, having ascertained the position. What? The three women were incredulous, their hairs standing on end as they realized someone was hiding right above them, completely unnoticed. Chen Xun frowned, irritated by the persistent bird, thinking to himself, do you truly believe that we, the disciples of the 10 great sects, are mere children? Chapter 51. 5 low-grade spirit stones and the ultimate breath control technique. Who goes there? A woman shouted, stepping onto a magical artifact and soaring into the air. With a swift motion, she swung her sword, cleaving the tree trunk in two with a resounding crash. Suddenly, 2 clusters of withered leaves fell before them, obscuring their vision in an eerie manner. You dare to play tricks at the 8th level of Qi refinement, the woman from Ziyun sect exclaimed, pointing her sword at them. Since you are seen, you shall not escape. Chen Xun remained calm as still water, uttering not a single word. His gaze fell upon a struggling little bird, and a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. In a burst of speed, he seized the creature in his grasp and crushed it effortlessly, blood splattering across his hands. The swiftness of his actions left the 3 women enraged, unable to react in time as they witnessed the demise of the Silicon Valley bird. Impudent, seeking death, the 3 women glared at him with icy stares, their magical energy swirling in their hands as they struck out in 3 different directions. Chen Xun's eyes deepened with intensity. The great black ox positioned itself before him, standing firm. With a powerful kick, it unleashed a wave of flames that rippled outward, transforming into countless fiery circles. Boom! Massive fireballs erupted from the rings, accompanied by a torrent of furious magical energy that cascaded downward, igniting a sea of flames. As the inferno erupted, the women's expressions shifted dramatically, revealing their disbelief and horror. What is this? A surge of life and death crisis blossomed within the 3 of them, quickly enveloping their bodies, resonating as a deafening hum in their minds. The cries of the 3 women echoed through the fiery tempest, their eyes reflecting an overwhelming fear as their magical energy was consumed, leaving them unable to muster even the slightest resistance. Their screams faded gradually, succumbing to the flames that devoured their last vestiges of sound. Old Ox, get to work, Chen Xun commanded, glancing around as he rose into the air on his sword, noting that the quality of their storage bags was rather subpar. These storage bags could hardly withstand their magical energy, shattering within the void and causing their contents to vanish. However, he did notice that the storage bags also had storage rings, which he had seen adorned on the fingers of significant figures. Yet, They were not in a position to access such treasures at the moment. Moo. The great black ox nodded, its hooves channeling the water spirit technique. Countless vaporous mists rapidly enveloped the inferno, as they had cultivated the water spirit technique to the third level over the years, encountering no obstacles. Chen Xun and the great black ox obliterated the evidence, seizing the storage bags of the 3 disciples from the Danding sect and departing without wasting a moment. Old ox, do not get overconfident. Can we truly contend against a multitude, or even hundreds of cultivators? Chen Xun remarked as they darted through the ancient trees, continuing, "Caution is paramount. We must avoid drawing attention and never become targets." Moo. The great black ox responded earnestly, acknowledging its slight arrogance. Nevertheless, it heeded Chen Xun's words, suppressing such feelings and engaging in self-reflection. They paused atop a towering ancient tree, having distanced themselves significantly from their previous location. Surrounded by dense foliage, they blended seamlessly into the environment, their dark eyes scanning for any signs of movement. Indeed, there was a map. Chen Xun's eyes brightened as he retrieved an identical map from the storage bags, which was far more detailed than the one from the Wuyun sect. The great black ox also held up a map, its eyes widening as it revealed not only various locations, but also the growth sites of numerous spiritual herbs. Old ox, that must be the Baihun Lake. The map has a description. Chen Xun elaborated. The greatest advantage of cultivating immortality is the clarity of the 5 senses. Even in such dim surroundings, we can see clearly. We are likely here. He circled a spot on the map, confirming that they were indeed still on the outskirts, with the 3 primary spiritual herbs marked with bright red points deep within the southern mountain range. Moo. The great black ox nodded, its mind finally clearing. The disciples of the 10 great sects were likely making their way towards those 3 locations, and they would undoubtedly arrive faster than them. Chen Xun pondered, his eyes filled with contemplation. Let us not rush to compete for the first tier. That would be a fierce struggle. We should first gather the auxiliary spiritual herbs. He pointed to various locations, the routes in his mind becoming ever clearer. Moo. Moo. The great black ox nodded repeatedly, aware that the terrain was fraught with peril, where a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. We will keep the spiritual stones and herbs, and leave behind a storage bag. Destroy the other magical artifacts and techniques, Chen Xun instructed, examining the 3 storage bags. Though tempted by their contents, he knew they could not leave any potential threats behind. These were disciples of the 10 great sections. Moo. The great black ox replied, showing no regret. After all, they were never theirs to begin with. They had prepared for escape long before arriving, planning for the great black ox to swallow a storage bag, cloaked in the essence of all things, and later regurgitate it within the medicinal valley. To their astonishment, there were over 400 low-grade spirit stones, truly befitting the disciples of the 10 great sections. Chen Xun praised, promptly storing them in his own bag. Old ox, our means of concealment are rather scant. They even brought along spirit beasts for scouting. Such individuals may be numerous. Moo. The great black ox exhaled heavily, genuinely surprised, as they had never encountered such situations before. Haha, old ox, how could I lack contingency plans? Chen Xun chuckled coldly, initially believing that after entering the sect, such strategies would no longer be necessary. He slapped his storage bag, summoning the 9-star valley and 5 low-grade spirit stones, along with the breath control technique. A shiver coursed through the great black ox as it gazed at Chen Xun with awe. Big brother, you are impressive. They both realized that aside from techniques and spells, their mastery over these minor spells was remarkably effortless, demonstrating exceptional comprehension. Let us sell our spoils, make our escape, and relocate. We shall cultivate the breath control technique. Moo. The 2 acted swiftly, the great black ox swallowing 1 storage bag while using spells to obliterate the other 2, leaving no trace of their presence as they vanished into the boundless darkness. The fluidity of their actions resembled a well-rehearsed performance, showcasing the skills of a seasoned bandit. Half a month later, within a hollow of an ancient tree trunk, a man and an ox sat cross-legged, not even a whisper of breath escaping them. Poisonous insects and snakes occasionally crawled over the withered leaves, yet they remained undetected, having truly integrated into the southern mountain. Old ox, it's time to move. Move slowly. The man and the ox opened their eyes, their breaths like whispers, a glow of fire erupting around them, crackling without singeing the leaves that surrounded them. Two clusters of withered leaves burst from the hollow, heading in a particular direction, towards a mighty river. Half a day later, they arrived, and once again donned another set of camouflage attire. Chapter 52, The Ruthless Hand. Who is the sixth elder? In this lush landscape, where verdant trees abound and hills rise and fall, a tranquil river meanders in the distance, its gentle flow audible amidst the serene surroundings. Along the riverbank, a plethora of vibrant flowers thrive, among which the towering staff flower stands out, exuding an air of elegance and prominence. Chen Xun and the great black bull conceal themselves as a mound of grass, invoking a technique to suppress their presence, remaining utterly still as they carefully surveyed the area. Several corpses with pierced skulls lay nearby, their lifeblood seemingly drained by the surrounding flora, which appeared to thrive on the remnants. As they cautiously inched closer, a throng of disciples emerged from behind, numbering in the dozens. The grass mounds remained motionless, the soft breeze rustling the blades, enveloping the scene in an eerie stillness. Brother Du, this is the place. The tallest red flowers over there are the staff flowers. We must remain vigilant. These peculiar plants possess strange abilities that may provoke them into immediate attack if approached too closely. Brother Du squinted at the lifeless bodies by the riverbank, noting the absence of bloodstains. Suddenly, he turned to a visibly anxious junior disciple at the 8th level of Qi refinement, commanding, "You go and test it." The disciple trembled, his lips quivering, gazing at Brother Du with a look of desperation, as though he were being sent to his doom. "Hurry up! What are you dawdling for? Are you ignoring Brother Du's orders?" Among the crowd, a few voices shouted, urging the reluctant disciple forward. With reddened eyes, he bellowed and charged toward a staff flower. However, the moment he touched it, countless vines erupted from the ground, launching sharp thorns imbued with lethal intent, instantly shattering his magical shield. As his mind reeled, he attempted to retreat, yet the vines ensnared his legs tightly. His pupils dilated, reflecting the multitude of impending spikes. "No, brother, save me. Brother Du." His face turned pale, terror gripping him as he cried out, his body trembling in a futile attempt to resist. Before he could react, his skull was pierced by numerous thorns, yet no blood spilled forth. The vines burrowed into his flesh, draining him rapidly until he withered away before their eyes. This horrifying spectacle sent chills down the spines of the onlookers, including Brother Du, who was no stranger to the perils of the cultivation world. "Do not fear. We can eliminate these ground vines without engaging in close combat." Brother Du swiftly identified their weakness. Their attack range was limited. Channeling his energy, he unleashed a flurry of wind blades that sliced through the vines. "Yes, Brother Du." The crowd's eyes brightened as they witnessed the effectiveness of his strategy, quickly joining in with their own spells, cutting down the carnivorous vines with newfound hope. "Who dares covet the staff flower from our sect?" A voice boomed from a nearby hill, where a group of over a dozen disciples from the Beastmaster sect stood, exuding an aura of menace, their bloodlust palpable. "What?" Brother Du exclaimed, turning to see the disciples of the 10 great sects, realizing that alliances were forming as time passed. "This realm belongs to us. The 10 great sects. You are nothing here." A figure from the hill stepped forward, disdain etched on his face. "In 3 breaths, either leave or perish." At his words, the morale of Brother Du's group plummeted, panic flickering across their faces as they lacked the confidence of sheer numbers. "It seems we must demonstrate our prowess," Brother Du replied calmly, yet his eyes burned with indignation. Glancing back, he noted that their group was merely a handful against the formidable foes before them. Seeking death, the hilltop disciples descended like ferocious tigers, ready to engage. "Charge!" Brother Du bellowed, leading the charge, his fellow disciples following, fueled by a sense of humiliation and indignation, determined to eliminate their adversaries. A fierce battle erupted, the sounds of clashing and screams echoing as dirt flew in every direction. Meanwhile, the 2 grass mounds began to shift slowly unnoticed by anyone. Seizing a staff flower, Chen Xun and the great black bull acted swiftly. The ground vines reacted. But they were quicker, incinerating the vines with a fireball spell that sent plumes of black smoke into the air. Old bull, draw your sword. Mo, with a swift motion, they vanished into the depths of the forest, leaving bewildered shouts in their wake. What was that? What just happened? The onlookers shouted in confusion, their gazes darting towards the faint flicker of fire by the riverbank. 2 staff flowers had been uprooted, yet the culprits were nowhere to be seen. Furious, the disciples of the Beastmaster sect directed their wrath towards Brother Du's group, escalating the conflict. In the depths of the forest, the eerie laughter of man and his bull echoed, the ruthless hand. Old bull, danger lurks everywhere in the world of cultivation. Even plants can be lethal. This has certainly broadened my horizons. Perched high in a tree, Chen Xun shook his head in disbelief, realizing how much knowledge he had gained in such a short time. Moo, moo, the great black bull exhaled, acknowledging the need for vigilance, inspecting even the ancient trees around them. Chen Xun scrutinized the map, suddenly pointing to a location. Hanyan Valley, Old Bull. We must head there. 2 foundational elixirs await us. Moo, the great black bull grinned, reveling in the thrill of the hunt. Let us go. The duo darted from the ancient tree towards Hanyan Valley, aware that the elusive spiritual herbs would require diligent searching. Within the valley, mist swirled thickly, obscuring sight and accompanied by eerie, low growls. Numerous corpses lay strewn about, some victims of human hands, others unknown. Chen Xun and the great black bull crawled forward, calm and collected, maximizing their concealment techniques. As they maneuvered through the dim light, 5 figures approached, their demeanor alert, moving in unison without a sound, their tokens glowing faintly at their waists. The sounds of combat echoed nearby, but the miasma obscured their view. Pausing, they exchanged glances. Speaking little, the 5 formed a formation, one at the back releasing several silvery threads that quivered softly against the ground. In the vicinity of the battle, clusters of luminescent grass flourished, distinct from ordinary vegetation, their intricate patterns suggesting an unyielding resilience. This was one of the objectives of their expedition to Hanyan Valley, the luminous heartgrass. The other 4 remained composed, one gesturing downward as they activated a talisman, vanishing into a cloud of smoke without engaging in the fray. The figure crouching behind remained undetected, the delicate threads extending further. Their purpose was to procure the spiritual herbs, not to engage in conflict. Before long, 3 luminous heart grasses were successfully retrieved, while the other 4 had yet to return. Success, the figure behind declared with a smile. The disciples of the sect are nothing but pawns. They are easily manipulated. He cautiously tucked away the 3 precious herbs into a medicinal box, awaiting the arrival of the 4 individuals. Suddenly, the 2 clumps of grass at his feet began to stir, to move. What on earth? Startled, he was seized by a profound sense of terror. Brother, please accept this. A voice as calm as still water resonated, followed by 2 fists the size of sandbags striking him, while his mouth was firmly covered, plunging him into instantaneous unconsciousness. Chapter 53. The Decline of Morality, or the Distortion of Humanity. After a short while, he felt someone calling for him, while a pill was being fed into his mouth. Junior Brother Lu, what on earth is wrong with you? Where is the firefly heartgrass? The 4 individuals continuously shouted at him, their eyes filled with urgency. Even his storage bag had vanished. What had transpired? Where is the firefly heartgrass? A look of confusion flickered in Junior Brother Lu's eyes as he murmured. A flash of insight crossed his mind, and he suddenly recalled. His eyes gradually turned bloodshot as he rose in fury, exclaiming, "Someone has ambushed me." Who ambushed you? Junior Brother Lu? The 4 inquired hastily, united in their indignation. The talisman was of great value, and to think that the firefly heartgrass had been intercepted, it was intolerable. They all bore expressions of murderous intent. Even disciples from the 10 great sects would be no match for their combined might. Junior Brother Lu looked at the 4, his face grim, hesitating as he uttered, "I do not know." The 4 gaped in astonishment. Junior Brother Lu had always acted with caution, well versed in the arts of ambush. Could it be that someone was even more ruthless than he? Meanwhile, in another location, Chen Xun was engaged in subduing a giant python with the aid of the black bull. The creature hissed ominously, its pinprick pupils reflecting sheer terror. How are you so formidable, attempting ambushes? At the 10th level of Qi refinement, do you aspire to ascend to the heavens? Mo. With so many clear light vines around, do you think it would take just a few? Your life is at stake. Mo. Chen Xun gripped the python's head while the black bull held its tail tightly, hurling it through the air before crashing it back down, nearly shattering its insides. Hiss! Hiss! The python's mouth emitted desperate pleas for mercy. It had never encountered such a fearsome practitioner of the Qi refinement stage. A single punch nearly sent it back to its homeland, and in a confrontation of spells, it was utterly overwhelmed. Old Bull, gather the goods. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, fracturing the ground beneath them. Chen Xun pressed the python into the soil, dust billowing. The ground soaked in blood. It truly did not wish to resist any longer. Mo. The black bull released its hooves and hurried to collect the clear light vines. Chen Xun snorted disdainfully, clapped his hands, and, accompanied by the black bull, departed from the valley. They had successfully gathered the spiritual herbs within the misty valley and were now heading to their next destination. A day later, many others arrived at the scene, and upon witnessing the situation, they rejoiced. The silver shadow python had been injured. Quick, let us gather the clear light vines. Who could have inflicted such severe harm upon it? Some were visibly shaken, their composure regained. Could there be an existence stronger than the silver shadow python lurking nearby? They recalled warnings from their sects about this ferocious python, which had claimed numerous practitioners during the last expedition to the southern mountains. Hiss! Hiss! The silver shadow python, enraged, thrust its head from the earth with a thundering roar. It regarded the two with contempt, thinking, "What are these humans, daring to provoke me? Be careful." It was feigning death. Junior sister, quickly hide behind me. Amidst the chaos, everyone summoned their respective magical artifacts and swiftly retreated, their faces pale with fear. Hiss! The silver shadow python slithered with incredible speed, charging toward the crowd, which unleashed spells without hesitation, igniting a fierce battle within the valley. A month later, Chen Xun and the Black Bull had spent 2 months in the secret realm of the southern Dipper Mountain, growing increasingly adept at extracting the essence of the 6th-level practitioner. Countless disciples from various sects had met misfortune. Rare herbs were within reach, yet vanished without a trace. Those who attempted ambushes often slipped and fell, awakening with blank expressions. Various magical beasts trembled at the sight of a bundle of dry or green leaves, weeping and repenting. Was this the decline of morality or the distortion of humanity? Perhaps this was the ultimate manifestation of the 6th-level practitioner. Mo. 2 clusters of green leaves stood at the center of an ancient tree, nearly merging into one, from which faint sighs could be heard. The Black Bull, beaming with joy, nuzzled Chen Xun as they had harvested numerous rare herbs, many of which had never been seen in the valley before. Truly, without hard work, one cannot prosper. Without night grazing, horses cannot thrive. Old Bull, calm down. You look like you've never seen the world, Chen Xun remarked. His eyes transformed into the shape of herbs as he took out his treasure tome to record his experiences, valuable lessons from their adventures. Mo. The Black Bull grinned broadly. Their journey to the southern Dipper Mountain had been exhilarating. Next, we shall venture to the true battlefield, 3 ancient halls, where a few auxiliary herbs await us. Chen Xun spoke solemnly, producing a map and pointing to 3 prominent red dots, where the most precious main herbs were located. Mo. The Black Bull listened attentively. Within those halls, beasts and spirits exceeding the 10th level of Qi refinement awaited. Though they had yet to encounter them, it was likely that some possessed foundational characteristics. So caution was paramount. Chen Xun took a deep breath. The foundational stage represented a leap in the hierarchy of life. Compared to the Qi refinement stage, it existed in an entirely different dimension. Mo. The Black Bull nodded earnestly, nuzzling Chen Xun repeatedly. Let's go. Chen Xun smiled, patting its head. In an instant, their figures vanished from the ancient tree, heading towards one of the 3 ancient halls, the Hall of Mount Viewing, where the sun ginseng lotus grew. The Hall of Mount Viewing, imbued with an ancient aura, stood in the heart of a desolate mountain, its origins long forgotten. Yet, most of the sun, ginseng lotus, a species thought to be extinct in the Qian kingdom, thrived here. The grand, archaic hall resembled a dilapidated sect's great hall from afar, infused with the helplessness of time. Although the 10 great sects possessed methods to cultivate foundational herbs, their efforts were but a drop in the bucket, especially when it came to Maine herbs, which had exceedingly stringent environmental requirements, and they had managed to cultivate very few. The hall lay drenched in pools of blood, strewn with severed limbs and even remnants of fellow disciples locked in a deadly embrace, their eyes wide open in death. Inside the hall, cries of battle echoed incessantly as spells clashed, creating utter chaos. On a high ground, Chen Xun and the Black Bull observed from a distance, both frowning slightly. "Damn it, old bull. This situation makes it difficult for us to fish in troubled waters," Chen Xun murmured, noting the numerous disciples from the 10 great sects, all treading a bloody path. "Mo." The Black Bull nodded. Outside the hall, people continued to arrive, engaged in brutal combat. Others, like them, were also watching the unfolding scenario from a distance. "Old bull, let us hold back for now and assess the situation." Mo. The pair squatted in the distance, motionless as they watched the hall of mount viewing. Even before they had begun to gather herbs, a multitude of lives had already been lost, truly exemplifying the insatiable greed of humankind. 3 days later, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from within the ancient hall. Roar, roar. The sound was magnificent and overwhelming, akin to a mountain torrent surging forth, reverberating for miles around, leaving Chen Xun and the Black Bull stunned as they experienced a ringing in their ears, their eyes wide with shock. Chapter 54. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. The white shard leopard has emerged. Retreat at once. Quickly escape. We must restrain this spirit beast. How infuriating. We were so close. Countless disciples surged out of the hall, their voices filled with anger and fear. Behind them loomed a spirit beast, entirely snow white, its eyes glinting with ferocity. It exuded a fierce aura, its long white fur swirling wildly in the wind, its body stretching over 2 meters in length, gaping its bloody maw as it glared down upon the intruders. The sharp claws of the white shard leopard dripped with fresh blood, its gaze keen, always anticipating the movements of the cultivators and preemptively striking them down. Scattered behind it were the torn remnants of those it had slain, their eyes still wide with terror, as if they had perished in an instant. Roar! Another deafening roar echoed, shaking the desolate mountains, as the white shard leopard prowled near the hall's entrance, scanning its surroundings, its aura thick with malice, oblivious to the number of lives it had extinguished. This ancient hall was vast, and the disciples appeared like mere dolls scurrying about. Chen Xun sighed internally. The oppressive presence of the white shard leopard was overwhelming, leaving him uncertain. Yet, it seemed to be the opportune moment. Disciples from various sects gathered from all corners, strategizing. A direct assault would be futile. They could only distract it. The Wangyue ancient hall fell eerily silent, save for the occasional roar of the white shard leopard, which continued to intimidate the scheming cultivators in the distance. As the sun sank low, no one dared to assault the ancient hall any longer. Everyone valued their lives, knowing it was a matter of who would be the first to perish. Chen Xun and the great Black Bull slowly retreated, returning to the depths of the forest. "Old bull, let us dig a tunnel," Chen Xun remarked helplessly. Their strength and endurance were their advantages. He had brought tools to excavate beneath the ancient hall. "Moo?" The great Black Bull exclaimed, its eyes wide with surprise, realizing that it might just be feasible for them. Having spent years burrowing in the Ningyun mountain range, they were seasoned in this endeavor. "I'll mark a spot and calculate the distance." Chen Xun coughed softly, gazing into the distance. He descended from the tree, scooping up a handful of soil to ponder. "Old bull, let us get to it. It can work." "Moo." The duo began to dig beneath the ancient tree, their speed astonishing enough to leave onlookers agape. The several storage bags they had collected over the month were soon filled with earth. "Old bull, you guard the entrance. I'll continue digging." "Moo." The great Black Bull hurriedly scampered out to cover the tunnel's mouth, executing the task with practiced ease, relying solely on years of experience. Days turned into weeks, and under the leadership of the 10 major sects, a great battle once again erupted outside the hall. They needed to keep the white shard leopard occupied to allow others to enter and gather resources. However, the beast was not blind to the intentions of the humans, fiercely guarding the entrance. Any attempt to breach its defenses would result in carnage, and many were frightened into retreat. The 10 major sects and other factions were fraught with internal discord, hesitant to exert their full power, each wary of the other. Unbeknownst to them, a man and a bull were tirelessly digging beneath their feet, completely oblivious to the turmoil above. 10 days later, within the tunnel. Old bull, it's getting harder to dig. Let me check the distance. Wait for me. Moo. The great black bull sat atop the dirt pile, panting heavily, feeling the strain of the excavation for the first time. Chen Xun retrieved his celestial sword from the storage bag and flew through the tunnel. As a beneficiary of 9 years of compulsory education, he calculated the distance by multiplying time and speed. The problem was manageable for now. He reached the tunnel's mouth, measuring the distance twice more before calling out to the great black bull, "Old bull, it's right above us, boom." Moo. The great black bull rose, its muscles bulging, its hooves crashing upward, sending large chunks of rubble tumbling down. Chen Xun also summoned his strength, delivering blow after blow to the surface. Their gear was soon caked in mud and dust as they hammered away for half an hour, until finally they broke through. A sliver of light seeped through, revealing the ceiling of the ancient hall. 2 heads cautiously emerged. "It's so solid, we hammered for half an hour. If that beast were to be struck like this, it would know how many times it had died." Chen Xun whispered, surveying the surroundings and noting the numerous corpses. "Old bull, let's go." He climbed out of the earth, pulling the great black bull along, both of them brimming with concealed delight. "Moo." The great black bull leaped, gazing into the depths of the hall where a shimmering pool of water lay. However, the water appeared thick and viscous, with several sun ginseng lotuses flourishing within, accompanied by numerous rare medicinal herbs, a sight to behold. Meanwhile, outside, the battle raged on, with combatants relentlessly engaging the white shard leopard in a war of attrition, both sides growing weary. Chen Xun glanced at the situation outside, a smile gracing his lips. "Old bull, just grab 2. We can't be too greedy." "Moo moo." The great black bull exclaimed in shock, having never encountered such a scenario before. Chen Xun was merely teasing him. Enraged, it nudged Chen Xun and dashed to the pool's edge, extracting its medicinal box to collect the primary and secondary herbs for foundational cultivation, while Chen Xun stood by to assist, ever cautious. "Moo, sneak away." Chen Xun let out a mischievous scream, pulling the great black bull as they leapt into the tunnel, stepping onto the celestial sword to make their escape. The great black bull continued behind, tossing out the dirt from their storage bags. The duo swiftly departed, as quietly as they had arrived, waving their sleeves without taking a single cloud with them. Inside the Wangyue ancient hall, the white shard leopard seemed to sense something amiss, its claws swiping to push back the throng before dashing into the hall, only to find itself bewildered. Roar! Roar! The white shard leopard became increasingly agitated, its bloodlust intensifying as it slowly turned to face the humans, frenzied. Today they would all perish. What is happening? The white shard leopard has gone mad. Retreat! Retreat! Countless cries of alarm and anger echoed, those tormented beyond endurance, as the spirit beast unleashed its wrath, demanding a life for a life, leaving death in its wake. A few among the crowd cursed their fate. This expedition to the south Doubt Mountain was far more arduous than anticipated, for they had never before witnessed a spirit beast in such a frenzy. Outside the Wangyue ancient hall, another violent battle erupted, with many hoping to seize an opportunity. Feeling the moment was ripe, as the spirit beast had lost its sanity. The Chilua Hall, nestled within an ancient forest, was similarly besieged by numerous spirit beasts, the air thick with the stench of blood amidst the sounds of battle. Here, the once extinct Nanmu leaves thrived, and the entrance to the hall was nearly blocked by countless corpses. 3 spirit beasts at the 10th level of Qi refinement stood guard outside, their bodies battered and bloodied. Behind them loomed an even more terrifying beast. Every 20 years, The journey to South Doubt Mountain had been a perilous affair, a grim contest of lives. All to wear down these spirit beasts to the point of exhaustion. In such dire circumstances, a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. Thus, Chen Xun and the great black bull refrained from charging forth, opting instead to remain within the safety of their tunnel, resuming their excavation as before, one digging, one burrowing. Chapter 55. The extraordinary individual of the Qi refinement stage. Half a month later, the ground in a certain part of the hall trembled violently as two disheveled heads emerged, their eyes betraying fatigue. Old Bull, fetch the spirit medicine, quickly. Moo! The great black bull leaped from the underground tunnel, hastening towards the direction of Nanmuyi. Roar! Roar! The beast reacted far more swiftly than the white sable leopard, immediately sensing that someone was tampering with Nanmuyi, and turned back towards the hall. Fireball technique, Chen Xun exclaimed, a rare seriousness flashing in his eyes as massive fireballs erupted forth, forming a towering wall of flames to block the creature's advance. The beast let out a pained howl, yet the crimson hue in its eyes deepened, and an eerie shield began to isolate it from the inferno. Damn! Chen Xun's pupils constricted as he continued to cast spells, turning to shout, Old Bull, are you ready? Moo! Roar! Roar! The beast suddenly burst forth from the sea of flames, baring its teeth and lunging at Chen Xun, who raised a massive palm, poised to crush him into oblivion. Suddenly, a colossal figure sprang out, immediately tackling Chen Xun back into the tunnel. Boom! Roar! A thunderous sound reverberated throughout the tunnel, deafening, accompanied by the beast's unwilling roars. Hurry! Old Bull! Moo! Chen Xun and the great black bull emerged in a cold sweat, darting through the tunnel on their sword, the ground behind them collapsing continuously, a testament to the beast's tremendous power. Once they reached a safe location, Chen Xun, filled with indignation, muttered, Damn it, if it weren't for that horde of cultivators outside, I would have dealt with that beast myself. Moo! The great black bull grinned, patting Chen Xun with its hoof, emphasizing that safety comes first. As they continued to discuss the beast, the time within the Nando Mountain secret realm had already surpassed the halfway mark, and the scent of blood grew ever more potent. At the edge of a small stream, a dozen women were cautiously gathering spirit herbs. Suddenly, dozens of individuals appeared, their lips curling into amused smiles, disciples from one of the 10 great sects, the Songhai sect. We did not know esteemed friends were here. We shall take our leave without a share of the spirit herbs, said a leading woman, her brow furrowed with determination and courage. Who decides whether you leave, or we of the Songhai sect? Retorted a disciple of the Songhai sect, scoffing arrogantly. Esteemed brothers are disciples of a major sect. We hope you will not make things difficult for us. However, we are quite bored. We hope the esteemed sisters can entertain us. You! The leading woman exclaimed in shock and anger, her companions brimming with rage, each brandishing their magical tools. Kill! One of them shouted, a cold smile gracing their lips. In an instant, chaos erupted by the stream, blood mixing with the water. On a high mountain, a lone rogue from another sect cloaked in black was revealed, a sinister grin exposing his blackened teeth. While several disciples from the 10 great sects lay lifeless at his feet, their deaths gruesome. In a vast marsh, bodies floated and swayed, while a disciple from the Beastmaster sect, with a calm demeanor, commanded a swarm of venomous insects. The slaughter continued unabated in Nando Mountain. The rampant killing and treasure snatching in this lawless realm was too prevalent, drawing everyone closer to the center as danger progressively approached. Time slipped by, and soon Chen Xun and the great black bull found themselves in the 4th month at Nando Mountain. Over this journey, they had grown considerably more composed. In the past month, they had witnessed too many instances of murder for treasure, fellow disciples turning against one another, and treachery at play. When stripped of rules, the darkness of the cultivation world was starkly revealed. Leaning against a tree to rest, Chen Xun and the great black bull suddenly perked up, hearing the hurried footsteps of many. 2 figures fled in disarray, their eyes filled with intense resentment and hatred. Stop! If you continue to run, she may not survive. Are you truly going to watch your junior sister die? Laughter echoed behind them, mocking their plight. One of the fleeing individuals hesitated, while the other cast a glance and fled without a second thought, valuing their own life above all. Junior Brother G. A weak voice emerged from a woman bound by silver ropes, clearly a magical tool. Chen Xun and the great black bull exchanged alarmed glances. My goodness. They are indeed disciples of the Wu Yun sect, and that one is Ji Kuan. Thunderstorm sect, how can you, as one of the 10 great sects, resort to such despicable tactics? Ji Kuan's body trembled with rage. Many present were at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, far beyond his capabilities. I can surrender the spirit herbs. Just let her go first. In the cultivation world, the weak are prey to the strong, and minor sects are merely minor sects. They don't even grasp this truth. Ha ha! Laughter erupted from the Thunderstorm sect's members, and one named Chen Xun stepped forward, exuding a formidable aura. Hand over the Yongtsang lotus. How dare you have the audacity to steal under our noses? Release her, Ji Kuan declared, his expression cold and resolute. Otherwise, you shall gain nothing. I can destroy it immediately. Threatening us? Chen Xun narrowed his eyes, his magical powers surging. How many lives do you have? Suddenly, chaos erupted. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 fierce gusts of wind surged forth, accompanied by explosive sounds, startling all members of the Thunderstorm sect into a state of alarm, hair standing on end. Chao Chen's expression drastically changed as a scarecrow appeared before him, their faces nearly touching, the figure clad in a black hood, but the gaze was chillingly cold. Boom, boom. A colossal hand descended, and Chao Chen spat out a mouthful of blood as his neck was pressed to the ground, cracking the earth beneath him into countless fissures, surrounded by shattered stones and dirt. Chao Chen's anguished cry echoed as his eye sockets burst, feeling as though his internal organs were being torn apart, blood oozing from all 7 orifices. A searing wall of flames separated Ji Kuan from the Thunderstorm sect. As the flames erupted, his junior sister was thrown over. Brother, junior sister. Ji Kuan caught her in an instant, his junior sister weeping uncontrollably in his arms. Yet, he had no energy left to appreciate this moment of tenderness. On the other side of the fire, he could no longer see clearly, his heart pounding with disbelief. Such an extraordinary powerhouse existed during the Qi refinement stage. Who could it be? As the firewall gradually dissipated, the situation on the other side became visible. Ji Kuan's eyes quivered, a chilling sensation flooding his heart, while his junior sister ceased her sobbing, collapsing to the ground, her body limp. Their fear did not stem from the brutality of the battle, but rather from the eerie calm that replaced it. Aside from the cracked earth, there was not a single trace of combat, not even a body, instantly annihilated. Disciples of the 10 great sects had been obliterated in an instant. Ji Kuan gasped for breath, realizing how vast the world was. He was but a frog at the bottom of a well. Junior sister, let us depart. Brother, who are they? She asked hesitantly, sensing that they seemed to be there to rescue them. Unfamiliar faces do not harbor any hopes. We were merely fortunate this time. Ji Kuan shook his head. How could he possibly have the chance to meet such a remarkable individual? The two supported each other as they made their way to another location, seeking a place to swiftly restore their magical powers. Chapter 56. The Matter Resolved. Departing with a flick of the sleeve, concealing achievements and fame upon an ancient tree, the disciples of the 10 great sects presented themselves as an arrogant lot, each exuding an air of superiority as if they were the progenitors of all. Chen Xun reclined against the tree trunk, letting out a derisive laugh. I still believe our Wu Yun sect is far superior, don't you think, old bull? Moo, the great black bull responded, reflecting on the audacity of these sect disciples. One could only wonder how they would fare when facing the trials of the 10 great sects. Thankfully, they had not ventured there themselves, for with their mixed spiritual roots. Had they heard tales of sect violence, old bull? Moo? The bull inquired, contemplating the endless cycle of mockery, followed by retaliation. A constant state of humiliation akin to a dog barking at them. Moo. The great black bull was taken aback, realizing that such folly would render them victims of cruel fate. Furthermore, their formidable strength would only attract enmity and treachery, leading one to ponder whether their long lives were being squandered on such trivialities. Moo. The bull, with tears of understanding, acknowledged, "It is indeed you, brother Sun. My esteemed elder brother." Chen Xun smirked, resting his hands beneath his head, embodying the essence of leaving matters resolved, concealing both achievements and name, untouched by cause and effect. With only one thought in his eyes, sheer brilliance. "Old bull, let us rest for a few days. Digging tunnels is indeed tiring work." Moo, and thus, man and beast drifted into a deep slumber, out of sync with the oppressive atmosphere of the southern Dipper Mountain's secret realm, yet seemingly impervious to any threats. A month later, the skies over southern Dipper Mountain erupted with countless violet lightning bolts. Thunderous roars reverberating through the air as dense dark clouds enveloped the entire realm in a stifling gloom. The Earth Soul Vine, known to thrive in the ancient palace by the marsh, was recognized as the most elusive of spiritual herbs. The Grand Hall lay at the center of a vast lake, Chen Xun Lake, infused with the potent energy of the metal element. To ascend to the Marsh Palace, one must overcome this formidable force, all while contending with the spiritual beasts guarding the hall, making every step fraught with peril. Boom! Another clap of thunder shook the heavens. The long-anticipated storm finally revealing its wrath, as sparse raindrops transformed into a torrential downpour. Shadows flitted along the lakeshore, their faces etched with dread, while numerous corpses floated in the water, riddled with wounds and bearing a ghastly countenance. Many had begun to retreat, abandoning the quest for the Earth Soul Vine, deeming the plethora of spiritual herbs in southern Dipper Mountain unnecessary for such a perilous endeavor. Moreover, the three foundational spiritual herbs were not exclusive to these three ancient halls. With a bit of luck, one might find them elsewhere. As thoughts swirled amongst the crowd, the heavens erupted with a deafening roar of thunder, momentarily blanketing the world in white. At the same time, two figures were illuminated at the edge of a cliff, their calm gazes fixed on the distant Chen Xun Lake, unperturbed by the relentless rain cascading upon them. "Old bull, do you feel confident?" "Moo, moo." They had been observing from this vantage point for half a month, witnessing countless individuals rush into the Marsh Palace, only to succumb to the punishing energy of the metal element and perish in the lake. Yet, Chen Xun Lake bore a significant flaw. The height and speed of flight could perfectly evade the energy. However, meeting both criteria simultaneously proved exceedingly challenging. "Damn it. It's time to showcase true skill." Chen Xun inhaled deeply, rainwater invading his nostrils, causing him to cough violently. A celestial sword hovered slowly at the cliff's edge. Chen Xun declared earnestly, "Old bull, this time it is truly a matter of speed and passion. Our future lies in your hands." "Moo, moo, moo." The great black bull widened its eyes, roaring with fervor, its eagerness palpable. The winds howled fiercely, and the downpour intensified as a magical shield enveloped them, casting a faint white glow from the celestial sword. "Air Force One." Chen Xun, a barely perceptible voice echoed, as veins bulged on his face, roaring in readiness. "Moo moo moo." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The swift sounds of slicing air transformed into a piercing shriek as the celestial sword, bearing both man and beast, plunged toward the Marsh Palace, the thunderous heartbeat resonating within their ears. A beam of sword light cleaved the heavens, relentlessly charging toward the Marsh Palace, its speed breathtaking. "Look, someone is riding a sword at this moment. What astonishing speed! Who could it be? What?" They evaded the energy of the metal element. Countless onlookers by the lake gasped in astonishment, their disbelief palpable as the celestial sword maneuvered with remarkable agility, deftly avoiding the onslaught of the metal energy, even causing the energy to lag behind by a fraction. My heavens! They were rendered speechless, witnessing what seemed like a devilish feat. In the blink of an eye, the celestial sword had breached the Marsh Palace, where an uproar erupted alongside the astonished cries of hundreds. In the midst of the torrential downpour and darkness, it was impossible to discern who stood above, and even if one could, they would only see two silhouettes resembling withered leaves, ultimately revealing only two black hoods. "Who dares? I shall annihilate your entire family." "Such audacity! Reveal your name." Cowardly wretches, where do you think you're running to? Thief! Roar! Roar! Within the marsh palace, all present, including the spiritual beasts, surged forth, their feet on magical artifacts, faces contorted with rage. These two figures had brazenly dashed into the palace, wreaking havoc, seizing two earth soul vines, and escaping on their sword without uttering a single word. Stop them! Which sect do these beasts belong to? Conceal yourselves, lest we uncover your identities. Is it so remarkable to flee? Behind them, shouts echoed relentlessly, accompanied by the scolding of women. They had never endured such a humiliating disgrace, akin to being defecated upon and then handed a tissue. Watching the ever-diminishing figures of the sect disciples, Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull exchange a wry smile. Apologies, but speed truly allows for unbridled freedom. Whoosh! The celestial sword descended into the depths of the forest, vanishing from sight. From that day forth, they acquired a new moniker, the Sword God of Xinyuan Lake. Yet, they remained elusive, with the sword being an ordinary item, leaving no trace, as if they had evaporated from existence. They gradually morphed into an enigmatic legend among the lower-tier disciples of various sects, with speculation suggesting they were perhaps not human. Yet somehow, this half-truth held a hint of accuracy. Old Bull, I can't hold on any longer. Quickly, let us find a place to restore our energy. Moo! The Great Black Bull carried Chen Xun, searching for a concealed hollow in the trees. Finally, its eyes sparkled with discovery. At this moment, Chen Xun was drenched in sweat, his internal energy severely depleted. Reluctantly, he produced several low-grade spirit stones, forcing a smile. I suppose I must indulge this once. Moo! The Great Black Bull nuzzled Chen Xun, concern evident in its eyes. Old Bull, keep an eye out. I'm fine. Chen Xun sat cross-legged, cultivating his energy as the spirit stones in his hand gradually crumbled, the spiritual energy flowing into him, gradually replenishing his depleted power. Moo! The bull responded, extending its head, employing a breathing technique, remaining utterly still. This battle had been excessively thrilling, sending its heart racing to the brink. The spiritual beast had nearly attacked them, yet was narrowly evaded through Chen Xun's deft maneuvers. The Great Black Bull glanced back at the meditating Chen Xun, admiration gleaming in its eyes, finally grasping the essence of boldness combined with meticulousness, balanced by composure. Chapter 57. A bounty of experience and hardship for 5 consecutive days. Chen Xun devoted himself to the restoration of his spiritual energy, recuperating from the profound exhaustion he had suffered. At last, he felt his vitality returning. Old Bull, Chen Xun said with a faint smile, opening his eyes. Moo! The Great Black Bull rushed towards him, nearly suffocating him in its exuberance. Old Bull, are you trying to kill me? Moo! The bull grinned and quickly stepped back. This place is unsafe. We must distance ourselves from the center where there are numerous cultivators. Moo! 2 figures darted out, clutching substantial sums of money, their expressions betraying no hint of carelessness. Instead, they grew increasingly vigilant, weaving among the ancient trees, moving further from the epicenter of conflict. They had been running for days, with less than a month left until the valley closed, yet they were already far removed from the clamor of battle. Old Bull, I'm entrusting this storage bag to you, Chen Xun declared, his gaze fixed intently on the bag, which contained all the spiritual herbs for foundational pills. Moo! The Great Black Bull solemnly accepted the bag, swallowing it whole. We'll nurture it slowly when we return, Chen Xun whispered, stressing the need for patience. At least 2 years before they commenced, for time was on their side. Moo! The Black Bull nodded, understanding, with no trace of impatience in its heart. This storage bag was to be turned over to their sect. Chen Xun examined the bag, which held 3 primary spiritual herbs and several others. It was said that the 10 great sects only required a 70% contribution. Moo! Although the Black Bull was aware, it still didn't fully comprehend why the sect insisted on taking everything, especially when without the 3 primary herbs, they would not even possess a single foundational pill. Old Bull, we are mere cannon fodder and hands for others. We cannot compare to the esteemed disciples of the 10 great sects, Chen Xun remarked nonchalantly. But we should harbor no resentment towards the sect. We chose this path ourselves, and must blame no one. Moo. The Black Bull nodded, acknowledging that without the Wuyun sect, they would not have even had the opportunity to come this far. Let us await our teleportation. Chen Xun smiled slightly, reflecting on their fruitful journey, confident that they would soon be whisked away without needing to travel to a specific location. Moo. The Black Bull gazed around, marveling at the formidable formations, resolving to learn from them in the future. Old Bull, let us devise our plans for what lies ahead, for we are quite busy. Chen Xun patted the Black Bull. Even if one possessed immortality, one must not become complacent or lose faith in life. They had witnessed too many partings and farewells filled with regret, which only fueled their passion for life and the urgency of time, urging them to cherish the present. Momo. The Black Bull eagerly nestled its head in Chen Xun's embrace, its heart racing. After the journey to the southern Dipper Mountain, it suddenly yearned to learn many things. Whether it was Chen Xun's lucky attire, their mining techniques, or the impressive sword-flying maneuvers they had witnessed, all were the result of years of accumulated experience applied in practice. Each step they took was firm, and their lives were rich and fulfilling. Time passed as Chen Xun engaged in writing and drawing, while the Black Bull remained spirited, understanding that they had merely just begun. Today, the southern Dipper Mountain trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. Chen Xun and the Black Bull's lucky attire had been destroyed, and they bore grave injuries, supporting one another as they appeared on the verge of collapse. Old Bull, we are going home. Moo. Chen Xun clung tightly to the Black Bull as beams of light locked onto them from all directions, enveloping both in a radiant glow. Their expressions contorted slightly in pain as they felt the force of spatial tugging, and in an instant, they vanished from that place. The journey to the southern Dipper Mountain had come to a definitive end. At the various sects' residences, disciples continued to arrive, some wearing expressions of elation, others seething with anger, some dazed, and others grievously wounded, their bodies bearing scars. As time passed, wails of anguish filled the air, the spirited atmosphere of 6 months prior long gone, replaced by a collective sense of relief at having survived. This expedition to the southern Dipper Mountain inflicted severe losses upon the 10 great sects, marking the most catastrophic in recent years, rumored to have resulted from a significant upheaval within the mountain itself. Wei Shan stood at the Wuyun sect's residence, counting the survivors. To his astonishment, over 100 had returned. In the open space, Chen Xun and the Black Bull sat side by side, their bodies marred with wounds, still bleeding profusely. Chen Xun's gaze fell upon a certain figure. Ji Kuan had emerged alive, and a flicker of relief crossed his features. However, Ji Kuan's expression was laden with sorrow. He merely glanced at Chen Xun before looking away, lost in thought. It's not wise to linger here. Let us recuperate on the Qingshi Eagle, Wei Shan suggested, producing several vials of elixirs to distribute among the injured disciples, including one for Chen Xun. Upon receiving the elixir, Chen Xun's eyes shimmered with deep emotion, a testament to his unwavering loyalty to the sect, prompting Wei Shan to regard him with newfound respect. Wei Shan would not idly ask the disciples to present their spiritual herbs for comparison with nearby sects. This was the only tribute he could offer to honor the sacrifices made by these disciples. Not just the Wuyun sect, but even the golden core cultivators from the 10 great sects were preoccupied with the casualties among their own, rather than the quantity of spiritual herbs. Within the Wuyun sect's residence, everyone boarded the Qingshi Eagle, silently taking their seats. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of foreboding. The once familiar faces had vanished, fallen to beasts or the hands of rival sect disciples. The Qingshi Eagle was enveloped in a somber ambience. Chen Xun frowned slightly, his earlier joy dissipating entirely. He did not wish to indulge in lamentation, as no amount of sorrow could alter the harsh reality. Moo. The Black Bull murmured softly, leaning against Chen Xun. He comforted the bull, cradling its head in his arms. Place the spiritual herbs in front. I will record them, Wei Shan stated matter-of-factly. Every 20 years, half of the returning disciples would be lost, while the other half might experience a resurgence. Yes, sect leader, the disciples replied, diligently placing their items into storage bags. knowing that the sect only required the spiritual herbs, while the rest belonged to them. If they managed to procure 3 primary foundational herbs beyond the contribution value, the sect would additionally grant them a foundational pill from the next batch. This was a rule they all understood, one that Wei Shan could guarantee. Wei Shan maintained a calm demeanor, showing no inclination to probe further, his eyes brimming with trust. As soon as he finished speaking, several individuals produced 3 primary spiritual herbs, causing the others, including Chen Xun, to blink in astonishment. How impressive! Chen Xun exchanged glances with the Black Bull, suddenly realizing that the primary herbs might not be limited to the 3 ancient temples. Nevertheless, they had chosen a place of utmost difficulty that was also the most secure. Ji Kuan's expression was pained as he presented only 1 primary herb. Had it not been for the mysterious figure's intervention, he might have perished on the southern Dipper Mountain. Chapter 58. Contribution Value. Chen Xun and Ahanyo laid bare all the spiritual herbs from their storage bags, leaving no secret hoard. Although they did not acquire the 3 primary spiritual herbs, there was no cause for despondency. They could accumulate for the next opportunity, and naturally, there would be contributions to the sect. Wei Shan, with a hand resting on his back and a glint of brilliance in his eyes, discreetly surveyed the crowd, assuring them that all would be duly recorded and that the sect would not forget their efforts. His words rekindled hope in many, stirring excitement within their hearts. They had gained experience this time, and there would be more chances in the next 2 decades. Yet, Chen Xun and Ahanyo trembled slightly, aware that although Wei Fengzhu claimed not to probe, he had thoroughly scanned them under the aura of the essence of all things. Fortunately, no one dared to embezzle. They were all honest individuals. Chen Xun and Ahanyo, the most steadfast, had contributed the most to the sect, while others remained oblivious to the scrutiny, still listening intently to Wei Shan's words. "Present your contribution tokens," Wei Shan said nonchalantly, summoning his powers to absorb the spiritual herbs from everyone into his storage ring. Once verified by the sect, the contributions would materialize. Understood, the crowd responded, presenting their contribution tokens. Wei Shan had already prepared estimations based on the types and ages of the herbs. 100 individuals noticed a virtual value appeared in their tokens, and Chen Xun and Ahanyo's pupils constricted to pinpricks upon seeing a contribution value of 6,666. However, most of the herbs they harvested were at the cusp of their medicinal age, below 300 years. Otherwise, the value would have been greater. Ding! The host is now able to allocate points. A voice echoed in Chen Xun's mind as he rode on the Qingyao eagle. The sharp cry of an eagle resonated through the sky as he continued to allocate points to his magical power. They flew towards Weiyun's sect, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Half a month later, a weary group returned to Weiyun's sect, many finally relaxing their vigilance. As if waking from a dream, Chen Xun, cradling Dahanyo, gazed at the vast, towering mountains below with a hint of joy. They had finally returned. Before the main hall, the familiar faces awaited them, their eyes filled with anticipation. After the Qingyao eagle landed, they encouraged the crowd before entering the grand hall with Wei Shan and others, showing little interest in the newcomers. Everyone felt a twinge of emptiness, as if they did not hold significant importance, being led down the mountain by a few senior uncles. Chen Xun and Ahanyo walked at the rear, admiring the scenery of the sect's peak, their attention captivated by the sights, not pondering too deeply. However, after Ji Kuan's return, his demeanor had markedly changed, becoming somewhat distant towards Chen Xun, who did not intrude. Each individual had their own path. Once they descended the mountain, the group began to soar on their swords towards their respective abodes, exchanging not a single word. "Old Niao, let us go," Chen Xun smiled, summoning his immortal sword from the storage bag, carrying Dahanyo towards the Medicine Valley. In the Medicine Valley, a young maiden with a countenance as radiant as dawn meticulously tended to the spiritual herbs. At around 16 or 17, dressed in a green robe, her smile was as enchanting as a blossoming flower. With lips pursed, her brows like ink strokes, and her eyes reflecting the clarity of autumn waters, she gazed joyfully at the butterflies in the valley, her expression filled with innocence and simplicity. Her name was Lu Yuan, a disciple of the Alchemy Hall. who had been brought into Weiyun's sect at a young age to oversee the spiritual herbs, now at the 7th layer of qi refinement. Junior sister Lu Yuan. We have returned, ha! A loud, boisterous laugh echoed, and Lu Yuan's face brightened with joy as she turned to shout, Senior brother Chen Xun, Hein Yo, you are back. Chen Xun and Hein Yo beamed, grinning broadly as they approached. Junior sister Lu Yuan, you have worked hard these past 6 months. But as we agreed, 30 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Xun stated earnestly. Lu Yuan had met them 2 years prior when they inspected the quantity of spiritual herbs in the valley, and she had profound knowledge of them. They had no intention of abandoning this place, entrusting her with the care of the herbs, which had flourished under her supervision. Senior brother, you have managed the valley so well. I hardly contributed anything. Just 10. 10 low-grade spirit stones will suffice, Lu Yuan replied, her cheeks flushed. She dared not ask for so many, thinking it was merely a jest from Chen Xun. Moo! Hein Yo nudged her hand, encouraging her to accept the offered payment. Junior sister, time is fleeting. 30 spirit stones for half a year's worth of work is not a loss for me. Chen Xun stated earnestly, retrieving 30 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag. Lu Yuan's face turned anxious, her tiny fists clenched. She merely came to check and nurture the herbs, feeling unworthy of such a substantial sum, as the foundation here was exceptional. Senior brother Chen Xun, if we leave next time, will you return? She asked, urging him to accept the payment as a token of gratitude. Very well. Lu Yuan nodded earnestly, resolving not to discuss spirit stones with him in the future. Junior sister, you should go back to your tasks. We'll tidy up, Chen Xun said with a smile, feeling content as he looked around the medicine valley. All right, then I shall take my leave. Lu Yuan's laughter chimed like silver bells as she returned the jade pendant of the valley to them, waving goodbye to Chen Xun and to Hein Yo. Ah, finally at ease, Chen Xun sighed, a sense of relief washing over him. Old Yo, let us begin our work. Moo moo, Hein Yo replied cheerfully. They had yet to submit their contributions from the medicine valley this year. Chen Xun had mentioned that even the smallest of efforts counted. Despite having amassed a substantial contribution value of 6,000, they should not squander it. With a whoosh, Chen Xun soared on his sword, reaching the center of a waterfall, where torrents cascaded down, repelled by a magical barrier he had conjured. How ferocious, Chen Xun exclaimed, gazing upward at the thundering water crashing against his magical shield, the energy within him steadily waning. Clang! Clang! Chen Xun brandished his mountain-cleaving axe, the rhythmic sound of chopping stones ringing out. However, Hein Yo, situated at a distance, could not hear him over the roar of the waterfall. It busily trotted around the cave, tidying up and checking the spiritual herbs, preparing the year's share for submission, and setting up small traps. 5 days later, Chen Xun's contribution token finally materialized into a tangible value of 6,666. He hurriedly took Hein Yo to the sect's main hall to submit the herbs, securing 200 contributions. Old Yo, that spot is impossible to chop through. Both my axes have been dulled, Chen Xun remarked, his expression darkening, fearing the chaos that would ensue if he attempted to strike it by hand. Moo, moo moo. Hein Yo suggested they learn some weapon forging techniques. With their ample contribution points, they could trade for materials, as iron essence was the base for crafting yellow-tier artifacts. As Chen Xun walked, deep in thought, without a master to guide him, he could only peruse the weapon forging texts and self-study, hoping not to waste the materials. Moo, Hein Yo nodded, nudging Chen Xun, knowing they had time to learn, but fearing they might run out of things to learn. Chen Xun smiled slightly, saying, Old Yo, if I waste the materials and we lose all our contributions, you can't blame me. Hein Yo looked at him disdainfully, unperturbed. The duo made their way to the contribution hall, entering with smiles, for they were on the verge of amassing 7,000 contribution points. What in this world could they not obtain? When they emerged, their smiles had vanished, and they finally comprehended a profound truth. Joy does not dissipate. It merely transfers, finding its way to the face of that esteemed elder. Ah, splendid. 1,000 contribution points have been gathered. Oh, it appears that the junior disciple is indeed a rising star, amassing a total of 3,000 contribution points. Remarkable. The youth is formidable. possessing 5,000 contribution points. Haha. At this moment, Chen Xun's mind was buzzing, lost amidst the elder's praises, and he exchanged a considerable amount of items. The great black bull huffed heavily, and Chen Xun found himself unable to rein it in, behaving like a newly affluent individual. Had it not been for his firm nudge at the bull's rear, he might have exhausted all his points. Chapter 59, A Tranquil Life, Old Bull, Why the Rush? I've specially exchanged a copy of Fundamentals of Array Techniques for you. Chen Xun led the great black bull, giving its head a hearty pat. He was still recovering from the recent events. Moo, moo, moo. The great black bull nuzzled Chen Xun, its eyes sparkling with joy, delighted with the exchange. Fundamentals of Weapon Refining. Fundamentals of 5 Elements Escape Techniques. Fundamentals of Array Techniques. Fundamentals of Talismans. Fundamentals of Celestial Materials and Earthly Treasures. Chen Xun chuckled foolishly. These items, though rudimentary, were unattainable outside, treasures hoarded by others, passed down through generations, and only the sect dared to provide such exchanges for its disciples. Moreover, there were 4 pieces of iron essence, a mid-grade yellow-tier weapon refining furnace, and a variety of writing materials for talismans. The Great Black Bull also fantasized about mastering array techniques, envisioning itself sealing a great mountain like those lofty practitioners. Just as they were lost in their thoughts, a loud crash resounded. 2 dull thuds echoed as a large tree swayed violently, its leaves rustling down, clearly suffering significant damage. Oh dear, what is wrong with this tree? Blocking the road too? Moo moo, old bull, never mind. Let us not stoop to its level. Let us head home. Moo. Voices filled with curses drifted from the road. Today, they were in high spirits, so they chose to overlook it. Upon returning to the medicinal valley, the great black bull eagerly delved into fundamentals of array techniques, while Chen Xun took out fundamentals of weapon refining to study. Refining pills and crafting weapons had their similarities, yet bore no relation to blacksmithing. The great black bull kept its distance from Chen Xun, its mooing echoing as it recognized every word, reading meticulously, though basic. The content was profound. Hiss, hiss. Chen Xun inhaled sharply while munching on seeds, realizing that weapon refining contradicted his long-held blacksmithing knowledge, pushing the limits of magical application while neglecting physical strength, demanding high-quality materials. He gazed at the blue-green double-eared cauldron before him, gently caressing it. Whether my mountain-opening axe can once again shine in the world of immortals depends on you, my dear treasure. Moo. The great black bull trotted over, its eyes filled with urgency, pointing at a few flags in the book with its hoof. You wish to buy array flags? Moo, learn the basics first, and then I shall get them for you. Chen Xun leaned in to glance, opening his palm to grab a handful of seeds. Moo moo, the great black bull cheered, snatching a handful of seeds before scampering to a corner, its eyes brimming with seriousness and curiosity. The man and the bull began to embrace a tranquil life once more. It was said that the alchemy hall was quite satisfied with their medicinal valley, remarking that this child possessed the spirit of a herbalist, able to endure solitude. Thus, others were advised not to disturb him, allowing him to manage the medicinal garden in peace. This was the greatest contribution to the sect. Time flowed like a merciless cold wind, sweeping away the freshness of all things. Yet perhaps, accompanying it on its relentless journey, one would find little regret in old age. Unbeknownst to them, a year had passed. Chen Xun and the great black bull seemed oblivious to the passage of time, as their tasks were plentiful, continuously adding longevity points to their magical prowess. 6 months prior, an elder from the alchemy hall personally delivered a gleaming black foundational pill, encouraging Chen Xun, commending his successful management of the medicinal valley. The unspoken implication was to work diligently here for life. The sect needed earnest and persevering individuals like him. Upon receiving the pill, a tear fell from Chen Xun's eye. He declared, "The sect is my home. I shall not disappoint its expectations." The elder was greatly pleased and casually imparted some insights on cultivating spiritual herbs. He even painted a grand picture, indicating that if Chen Xun succeeded in foundational cultivation, he could access the sect's true spiritual herb garden, a new realm of possibilities. Chen Xun was filled with gratitude. even playing a farewell tune on his swana as the elder departed the valley. Moreover, the Wuyun sect had indeed never encountered the scandal of a disciple embezzling foundational pills, allowing Chen Xun to fully relax. After presenting this year's contributions, they did not venture to the contribution hall. With 2,000 contribution points still in hand, they were reserved for emergencies. Even if the sect leader were to flatter him, Chen Xun remained steadfast, refusing to be swayed by sweet words. Let us go to the contribution hall. Chen Xun could no longer endure. While resisting external temptations, he could not withstand the great black bull's incessant pleas. Moo! Moo! The old bull grinned, wagging its tail. Old bull, today you can spend freely. With our 2,000 contributions, acquiring a few array flags will be a breeze. Moo! Later, we will see if there is anything else needed. Let us gather everything at once. Chen Xun pondered, saying, I currently have no time to study array techniques. I've heard that setting up formations requires considerable materials. Moo moo. The great black bull nuzzled Chen Xun, its eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Let us not stand on ceremony. Brother, come let us go. Chen Xun led the great black bull toward the contribution hall. They exchanged numerous basic materials, including array flags and layout stones, which were not overly expensive, costing only 1,000 contribution points. This year, he refrained from participating in the sect's grand competition, feeling it unkind to keep tormenting his younger peers. After all, their objectives had already been met. If they incited widespread dissatisfaction among the disciples, they would become targets of reproach. Back in the medicinal valley, within their cave dwelling, Old Bull, look at these materials. They are truly unlike any mundane materials. Chen Xun squinted slightly, observing the various materials on the ground, each imbued with a hint of spiritual energy. In the future, we must not overlook any opportunity. Moo! The great black bull nodded earnestly. After mastering the array techniques, it too wished to explore fundamentals of celestial materials and earthly treasures. Old Bull, you go ahead. I will continue refining. Moo! The great black bull replied, sweeping up the materials and darting away. The craft of weapon refining is vast and profound, with many challenges in the melting of materials. Chen Xun took out a new booklet, jotting down notes. Throughout the year, he had utilized numerous stones from the valley for refining, yet he dared not touch the iron essence. He proved through practice that diligence indeed compensates for lack of talent. With ample time, one can achieve anything. The man and the bull resumed their busy lives in the medicinal valley, with Chen Xun frequently breaking apart stones to bring back to the cave for refining, while the great black bull tended to the spiritual herbs and practiced array techniques. However, the initiation into array techniques and weapon refining was not reliant on magical formulas. They possessed no innate talent, diligently studying day after day. Yet, daily sunset flights were indispensable. Come rain or shine, Chen Xun controlled their altitude and speed as they galloped across the heavens, savoring the beauty of the world, feeling a sudden clarity in his heart. However, one day, they were caught by Brother Lu Feng from the law enforcement hall, who confiscated their immortal swords and lectured them in a small grove. Chen Xun and the great black bull nearly squatted on the ground, heads bowed. Fortunately, Chen Xun's remorseful attitude shone through as he exclaimed, I am guilty. I should not waste time on trifles. Only then did Brother Lu Feng return their swords. He kept reiterating that they could approach him for any cultivation queries. As a senior brother, he could offer guidance. Chen Xun, indeed, casually inquired about a few weapon refining issues, which Brother Lu Feng answered effortlessly. To him, these were elementary matters, followed by another lecture on the folly of wasting time on weapon refining. This time, both Chen Xun and the great black bull felt a headache coming on, loudly exclaiming, I was wrong. It was only then that Brother Lu Feng let them off the hook. Throughout this year, both the individual and the ox have existed in the shadow of Brother Lu Feng. The longevity points continued to be invested in magical power, and then steadily proceeded to the grand hall of the sect to claim the 200 contributions. Chapter 60. Commencing our foundation-laying plan within the tranquil confines of the Medicine Valley, Chen Xun and the formidable Black Bull found themselves encircled around a modest pit, their eyes riveted upon the flickering flames that danced within. It is noteworthy that the cave was devoid of any breeze. Yet, here, a gentle zephyr stirred. Oh, my dear bovine companion, truly, the heavens have not birthed another genius like you. The formations are as eternal as the night. Chen Xun exclaimed in awe, casting his gaze towards the array stones positioned in the corners of the cave. The intricacies of this array were remarkable, capable of harnessing spiritual energy to resonate with the heavens, thus achieving various effects. Astonishingly, in just a year, they had managed to set up a miniature formation. While it might take mere days for those array disciples to grasp the basics, in Chen Xun's heart, the Black Bull was unparalleled. No number of prodigies could rival its prowess. Moo! The Black Bull's tail nearly swirled skyward, exhilarated by the efficacy of the formation, its eyes narrowing as it released magical energy from its mouth. Moo! Suddenly, a tempest erupted within the cave, sending pots and pans into disarray. You old bull, clean up after yourself. A furious voice roared from outside the cave as Chen Xun was unceremoniously hurled away, the sound of his protest fading into the distance. Moo! Moo! The Black Bull's pupils constricted, hastily ceasing its magical incantation and darting outside, momentarily forgetting that only it was immune to the array's effects. Before long, Chen Xun regained his footing, his once well-groomed hair now tousled by the wind. Raising an eyebrow, he summoned a surge of strength, declaring moo. The Black Bull was unceremoniously tossed into a nearby pool. Ha ha! Chen Xun chuckled, relishing the sight of the disheveled Black Bull. Moo! The Black Bull charged forth, shaking off the water and dousing Chen Xun in the process. Let us return and tidy up. I must commence the forging of artifacts, Chen Xun said, patting himself down and chuckling. Moo! It was nearly time. He merely needed to forge a simple mountain-cleaving axe, a task not requiring excessive complexity. Moo! Following that, they could excavate the cave behind the waterfall. 2 years had passed, and no one had noticed their presence. It was time to initiate their plan. Chen Xun spoke mysteriously, raising an eyebrow, convinced that discretion was the path to success. Moo! The Black Bull leaped in excitement, eager to return and prepare the cave. The array truly was remarkable, Chen Xun praised. Though merely minor formations such as creating wind and igniting flames appeared trivial to outsiders, they were, to him, a profound art. Having begun their journey, no one could comprehend the joy they felt. For those who seek immortality, the pursuit of pragmatic gains may no longer hold significance. They had no desire to draw attention to themselves, only to encounter astonished gasps or derisive remarks at every turn. It was rather convenient to be a true invisible presence within the Five Elements sect. No scrutiny, no unwelcome troubles. In the Medicine Valley Cave, Chen Xun officially began forging. The Black Bull, beside him, scattered flower petals while mooing in encouragement. Today, I shall forge an artifact. Deities and immortals, please observe. Moo moo moo. Chen Xun flipped his palm, and suddenly a lump of silver iron ore emerged from his storage bag, rough and elliptical, about the size of a fist. Go! With a flick of his hands, the forging cauldron emitted a dull thud, flames igniting fervently around it. The conditions were limited, but he would make do. Chen Xun's gaze grew increasingly fervent. He had previously tested that his flames could be amplified by magical energy, and this intensity was certain to yield results. Moo! The Black Bull watched anxiously, knowing it could only assist from the sidelines. This delicate task was beyond its capabilities, leaving Chen Xun to take the lead. With a flick of his fingers, the iron ore swiftly sank into the cauldron. Chen Xun gently closed his eyes, watching as the flames danced like living beings within the cauldron. The forging cauldron and the alchemical furnace were entirely different, without the enhancement of magical energy. Relying solely on the flames would not guarantee the material's dissolution. Inside the cauldron, faint popping sounds resonated as Chen Xun unleashed another surge of magical energy, sealing the cauldron's opening. This was a trying process, as his cultivation level in the qi refinement stage rendered him incapable of perceiving the subtle changes within the cauldron, forcing him to rely solely on intuition. Old Bull, add more material. Moo! The Black Bull, responding to his command, summoned forth the flames. causing the cauldron to glow a vibrant red as the popping sounds intensified. Chen Xun's complexion paled, his breaths quickening. No one would imagine that someone would dedicate 2 full years merely to preparing to forge a piece of iron, or did they wish for an extended lifespan? Open the cauldron. Chen Xun bellowed. Moo! The lid shot upwards, crashing to the ground with a resounding clang, revealing a mercury-like iron sphere suspended in the center of the cauldron by magical energy. Old Bull, continue to channel the flames. Chen Xun instructed swiftly, his hands moving rapidly to cast spells as the iron sphere began to morph. Chen Xun's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, overwhelmed with tension and excitement. The mercury-like state of the iron sphere indicated their successful smelting, with no materials wasted. An hour later, the task was complete. Old Bull, the mountain-cleaving axe has been forged. Ha ha ha! Chen Xun exclaimed, veins bulging as he brandished a misaligned silver axe, its blade sharp and formidable, crafted from pure iron ore, designed solely for cleaving mountains and shattering stones. Moo Moo, the black bull leaped in joyous celebration, hopping around in delight. Let's unveil our secret base. Chen Xun, his face flushed with exhilaration, gazed at the mountain-cleaving axe with reverence, feeling it could surely be classified as a magical artifact. The black bull nudged Chen Xun with determination in its eyes, convinced it was of the highest celestial grade, prompting Chen Xun to laugh heartily. They soared through the air on their swords, arriving at the heart of the waterfall. Chen Xun summoned all his strength and swung the axe down with a mighty cry. Open the mountain! Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as countless stones were sent flying, crashing violently against the magical barrier, as Chen Xun cleaved a significant fissure into the once impenetrable stone wall. Moo! The black bull exclaimed in excitement, standing behind Chen Xun, startled by the axe's tremendous power, affirming that it was indeed beyond the capabilities of ordinary iron. Old Bull, did you see that? Chen Xun, veins bulging, turned to express his fervent enthusiasm. Our secret base is destined to succeed. The black bull grinned, its excitement mirrored in its actions, for the foundational elixirs lay hidden within. Let us forge 2 more axes. We still have 3 pieces of iron ore to work with. Moo! They returned to their cave, replenishing their magical energy before continuing their forging endeavors. In the days that followed, Chen Xun diligently excavated the cave beneath the waterfall, while the black bull tended to the spiritual herbs and practiced the array formations. It even took the mountain-cleaving axe that Chen Xun had gifted it to polish a massive stone, intending to seal the cave entrance once their secret base was established. A month later, the cave was complete. Chen Xun and the black bull sat within the dimly lit cavern, listening to the soothing sound of the waterfall, their hearts brimming with joy. Old Bull, bring it forth. Chen Xun smiled, eager to commence the cultivation of foundational elixirs. Moo! The black bull exhaled a deep breath, producing a storage bag filled with medicinal boxes from within. Their hearts raced in unison. Within the cave lay another opening, now layered with soil specifically prepared for sowing seeds. The essence of all things condensed into a verdant liquid would enable them to cultivate spiritual herbs regardless of the surrounding environment. Remarkably, they could now cultivate a century-old herb within a month, a truly formidable prospect. Chen Xun inhaled deeply, slowly declaring, Old Bull, let us embark on our grand foundation-laying scheme. Today marks the official launch of recommendations, and my heart is filled with both excitement and anxiety. The universe of this book is remarkably vast, and we are merely scratching the surface. Rest assured, you will not encounter any cliché or melodramatic plots. I am committed to meeting the expectations of those who cherish this work. According to the current guidelines for new books, the initial rating threshold is rather low. So I kindly ask everyone to leave generous 5-star reviews. Those who have reached this point surely harbor some fondness for the book, and I hope you will not hesitate to spare a few seconds to lend your support. Readers may indulge freely without the need to spend on gifts for the author. Even a few complimentary tokens would be immensely appreciated. Watching 3 advertisements for just 2 minutes can significantly enhance my earnings. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all my readers today. I may have been somewhat verbose, but I promise to refrain from such distractions in the future. wishing you all success and fulfillment in life. Chapter 61. We are not Dragon Aotion. He had yet to utilize the foundation-building pill. For those of mediocre talent, faced considerable risks of failure with such a potent elixir. Moo. The great black bull nodded emphatically, eager for this long-awaited day, clutching a storage bag as it ambled toward another cave entrance. Chen Xun squinted slightly, wielding his sword and soaring through the waterfall, preparing to keep watch outside for any unforeseen circumstances. Their days were consumed with immense busyness. Chen Xun devoted himself to the study of alchemy, mastering the manipulation of alchemical flames. It was well known that one in the qi refinement stage could not possibly refine herbs that had matured over centuries. The purity of the flame was insufficient, and the rarity of the herbs made it unthinkable to squander such precious resources. In a mere century, the art of alchemy could deplete a lifetime. Achieving this in the qi refinement stage was simply unattainable. Time passed like a knife, each cut hastening the march of age. 6 years had gone by, and the sect was abuzz with joyous news. Several inner disciples had ingested foundation-building pills and successfully established their foundations. There were even prodigies who, without the aid of such pills, directly broke through the 10th level of qi refinement, achieving foundational success. Rumor had it that a peak master, during his travels, encountered a girl with a heavenly spiritual root, causing a stir throughout the five-element sect. Prominent figures emerged from their secluded abodes to personally greet her, even preparing a grand ceremony for her induction into the sect. However, these ordinary outer disciples could only envy from afar, their hearts filled with admiration. Those with heavenly spiritual roots would surely ascend to the golden core stage with great ease, their futures limitless, regarded as treasures of the five-element sect. All elders and peak masters vowed to protect her, ensuring she remained hidden from the public eye. Most could not even describe her appearance, for those who could cultivate to the golden core stage were no fools. Yet, this news was enough to invigorate countless disciples, instilling a profound sense of belonging and hope for the future of the five-element sect, which they now truly considered home. In a humble medicinal valley, a man and a cow toiled away, the invisible contributors of the sect, making their annual contributions without contest. Cluck, 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 behind the waterfall lay a chicken coop, where Chen Xun fed the fowl, while the great black bull munched from feed bucket. Within, over 20 mountain chickens and numerous chicks flourished, plump and hearty, their eggs often double-yolked and delicious. As Chen Xun remarked, sustainable development was key. Hunting daily would one day deplete the mountain beasts, jeopardizing their merits. Raising their own livestock proved far more rewarding. Old Bull, our five-elements sect has grown stronger. Life has become increasingly better, Chen Xun expressed joyfully, scattering feed. A heavenly spiritual root, indeed. Who knows, perhaps in a few years she will become a formidable golden core cultivator. Moo. The great black bull wagged its tail in delight, wishing for more heavenly spiritual roots to join the five-element sect, sharing in its glory. Such talk of talent was irrelevant. While contemporaries might have reached the golden core stage, they bore no ill will towards one another. In their small village, it was possible that others had already reached the pinnacle of the great Tao. Comparing oneself to others only served to create discomfort. They were not Dragon Aotion, destined to be the butt of ridicule. Yet, with great power came great responsibility. These predecessors bore immense pressure, striving forward for the sake of the five-element sect. Chen Xun remarked with a calm demeanor, having completed the feeding. He recalled hearing rumors of minor sects being annihilated, their very gates razed, prompting their sect to dispatch numerous investigators. Moo. The great black bull nodded solemnly, noting that not only in the mortal realm, but in the cultivation world, conflict was rampant. Each year, many outer disciples perished. Their strength was limited, and they preferred not to seek out glory. Diligently cultivating spiritual fields also contributed to the sect. Chen Xun smiled, having adopted a more tranquil mindset, no longer impulsive like a reckless youth. Old Bull, today I intend to commence alchemical refinement. Let us see who dares to disrespect me. Moo. They exuded an imposing aura, and with a loud thud, the great black bull dropped the feed, sending the mountain chickens into a frantic escape. Was it time to randomly select a fortunate one once more? After 6 years, they had finally filled their lifespan points to the brim with magical energy. Presently, they boasted a total of 20 points, significantly enhancing their spells. They had once tested their full alchemical flames, capable of melting their refining cauldron. Moreover, the alchemical flame of the chi refinement stage was merely a small crimson flicker. When uncontrolled, their flames had begun to turn pale, becoming chillingly cold and undergoing a qualitative change. The small fireball technique had grown even more exaggerated. The previous year's thunderous roars, soft fireballs descending like meteors. Had they not reined it in just in time, the medicinal valley's restrictions would have been severely damaged. Old Bull, we can finally test that defense. Moo-hee, will we become impervious to blades and arrows, able to crush boulders with our chests? We might even possess the potential to be the kings of worldly performance. Moo. Laughter echoed through the valley, followed by their plunge into the waterfall, entering their secret base. Inside another cave entrance, arrays arranged by the great black bull awaited. Should any unforeseen incident arise, it could remotely control them to obliterate the inner spiritual herbs without a trace. Furthermore, they had secretly buried the seeds of cultivated spiritual herbs in a location so hidden that no one would suspect. Moo, the great black bull softly called, standing tall, its hooves forming a peculiar gesture. The cave entrance then revealed its full appearance, replete with various foundation-building herbs, enough to drive one to madness. At that moment, Chen Xun stood at a considerable distance, his gaze fixed outward. He felt a twinge of apprehension regarding the great black bull's formations. This old bull, though seemingly carefree, possessed profound wisdom that had been imparted to him. Numerous places within the medicinal valley had been arrayed, causing him considerable distress. Moo, they're coming. Chen Xun's eyes glimmered like lightning as he beheld the array of foundation-building herbs within the cave, the primary herbs all exceeding 3 centuries in age, exquisitely clear, exuding a continuous flow of spiritual energy. Old Bull, keep watch. You have already learned sword control. I will trigger the sensing array if I require assistance. Moo. The great black bull nodded, tapping its storage bag to retrieve a celestial sword, a treasured gift from Chen Xun. Its eyes filled with immense reverence as it soared away. An alchemical furnace hovered in the air as Chen Xun employed his object manipulation technique. While others in the chi refinement stage could control but a single object, he could command over 100 with minimal consumption of his magical energy. Celestial fruit, lunar fruit, Chen Xun murmured, summoning an alchemical flame that began to split into 5. If others were to witness this, they would surely be astounded. Could alchemical flames truly possess the ability to divide? What a spectacle! Each type of herb possessed unique medicinal properties, requiring distinct temperatures and techniques for the alchemical flames. Lacking a mentor's guidance, he could only experiment relentlessly. With graceful hand gestures, the celestial fruit soared into the cauldron, and after an hour, it predictably transformed into a pool of useless medicinal liquid. His face twitched, his heart aching at the loss, and he picked up a small booklet to record his feelings, revising and refining his notes in a composed manner. Chapter 62. Embracing the bitter and sweet of wind and rain as several hours passed. The alchemical furnace was filled with failed concoctions, yet Chen Xun remained calm and composed, entering a meditative state to analyze his efforts. The medicinal herbs were indeed extraordinary. The differences in their ages resulted in vast disparities in their properties. Chen Xun mused that even a mere 10-year gap in the age of a foundational supplement necessitated entirely different techniques and methods. This was starkly different from his past experiences with the creation of the heavy feather pill and the chi-enhancing pill, where his control over the process had become so precise that he could gauge it by the year. It was no wonder that the chi refinement stage was incapable of producing them. Such spiritual herbs likely required the legendary divine consciousness to master fully, significantly enhancing the success rate of pill creation. However, what he lacked most was neither herbs nor time. A faint smile graced his lips as he found the challenge intriguing, completely devoid of any despair over his failures. Time flowed as Chen Xun dedicated himself to alchemy, producing no more than 5 pills each month. With each failure, he meticulously recorded his experiences and feelings, delving into meditation to explore the sensations of the moment. Seasons changed, and another year swiftly passed. In the medicinal valley, where spring reigned eternal, time seemed to leave no mark on Chen Xun or the great black bull. In their secret base, the bull gazed intently at Chen Xun's alchemical furnace, the aroma of herbs wafting through the air as it sniffed excitedly. Moo! The great black bull suddenly became agitated. This past year had been particularly arduous for Chen Xun, and the bull felt helpless, only able to assist in nurturing the spiritual herbs. At last, a spiritual herb had been successfully refined, yet Chen Xun's expression remained placid, devoid of any elation. Everything was under his control. His eyes were as calm as a still pond, though a subtle grin began to form. Foundational spiritual herbs were merely a trifle, easily grasped. Moo moo. The great black bull circled around Chen Xun, bellowing with pride, celebrating his brother's extraordinary achievement. Finally, the sensations aligned perfectly. Chen Xun rose slowly, exhaling a deep breath. Old bull, we may soon cultivate our foundation. Moo! The bull, filled with excitement, leaped onto Chen Xun, who could no longer contain his laughter. The hardest part was over. They had finally taken the first step. Ding! The host is now able to allocate points. Old bull, it's time to allocate points. Chen Xun patted the great black bull's head, eager to test his defensive capabilities. Moo! The bull stood by, prepared for the next step. As Chen Xun began to allocate points directly to defense, a heavy force surged throughout his body, and they both felt an immediate constriction within. Not bad at all. Chen Xun raised an eyebrow, inspecting his arm. Although externally unchanged, he could distinctly sense an increase in resilience. Moo! The great black bull spun around, puzzled. Old bull, let us not overthink this. We must go with the flow. Chen Xun was startled, sensing that the bull was contemplating something drastic. Moo! The great black bull smiled widely, indeed harboring some ideas. Let us head to the sect's grand hall to claim our 200 contribution points, then see the sect competition. I've heard that many formidable junior disciples have emerged. After that, we can continue refining our pills. Moo! Together, they soared down the waterfall, emerging from their cave with a bounty of roasted seeds, heading toward the valley's edge. In the ensuing years, a figure with a straw hat and the great black bull would annually appear at the grand competition, never participating but instead lounging in the shade, enjoying sunflower seeds. They seemed quite content, as if they had relinquished the pursuit of power, cheering for the strong, and quietly descending the mountain after the competition, radiating warmth and kindness to all who looked their way. No one knew his name. He appeared socially awkward, with few friends in the sect. He led a solitary existence, accompanied only by his black bull spirit beast, akin to an invisible man. Time flew by, and as he reflected, a decade had passed, filled with both trials and sweetness. Chen Xun and the great black bull had spent over 20 years in the Wuyun sect, during which many significant events unfolded. The clashes between the Qian Kingdom's celestial sect and the Wu Kingdom's celestial sect grew increasingly intense. The path of cultivation resembled rowing upstream. One could neither stagnate nor retreat. The Qian Kingdom possessed many resources desired by the Wu Kingdom, and vice versa. Within the medicinal valley, behind the waterfall, Chen Xun and the great black bull were but mere mortals, unable to sway the larger currents of events, merely drifting along, allocating 10 years' worth of longevity points to their defenses. Yet, rumors swirled, claiming fierce disputes were on the horizon, though the lower-tier disciples did not share the same sentiment. Old bull, it feels as though a confrontation is brewing, Chen Xun mused, frowning as he glanced at the great black bull. What should we do if a conflict reaches the Wuyun sect? Moo? The bull appeared anxious, as the lower-tier disciples perpetually spread alarming tales, claiming that a war among cultivators could erupt every 1,000 years. Damn it, Chen Xun muttered, realizing that the struggle for resources was a universal concern. The key question remained, what would happen to them, the common folk? Victory held no real benefits, while defeat could mean losing their sect entirely. Furthermore, the lower-tier disciples were utterly oblivious to the current state of the celestial sections. Moo! The great black bull nudged Chen Xun, tilting its head toward the distance. Run away? That won't do. At the very least, we must assist the sect by eliminating a dozen or so foundational cultivators. Chen Xun shook his head vigorously. Leaving without contributing was not an option. Unless the Wu Yun sect truly cannot withstand the pressure, we must fight to the bitter end. His eyes gleamed with determination. The Wu Yun sect was their home. Unless faced with 100 formidable golden core cultivators, they would not back down. Moo! Moo! The great black bull stomped anxiously. Its intentions misunderstood. It began scribbling in the dirt with a stone. Chen Xun squinted, realization dawning upon him. The bull was suggesting that the influential figures in the Qian kingdom had yet to engage in conflict. Why should they worry unnecessarily? Indeed, if a battle were to occur, it would likely be with the 10 major celestial sects first. We have yet to receive any news from the Wu Yun sect. He chuckled, his spirits lifted. Rumors can be harmful. I nearly believe the Wu Yun sect was at the center of the world. The great black bull rolled its eyes, pondering how overthinking could lead to foolish conclusions. However, old bull, we must remain vigilant. Chen Xun cleared his throat, recognizing that regardless of their contributions to the sect, they should at least possess the strength to protect themselves. Moo! The great black bull nodded gravely, its demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. If a conflict did arise, they would only act within their capabilities, never overestimating themselves. A lesson Chen Xun had instilled in it. A faint smile graced Chen Xun's lips. He did not consider himself a sage, capable of gathering rage and exploding against a golden core cultivator for the sake of the Wu Yun sect. Their gaze shifted downward to the alchemical furnace, where 5 gleaming white pills lay, each adorned with a leaf-like pattern. After dedicating a decade to his craft, Chen Xun had finally refined all the necessary herbs for the Foundation Establishment pill. However, the most significant achievement was the ease with which he executed the alchemical process. The outcome seemed less consequential now. What did that pill pattern signify? They were uncertain, and the Foundation Establishment pill differed entirely from the one delivered by the elders, though the reason eluded them. Old bull, prepare for the Foundation Establishment. Moo. Chapter 63. We once crossed mountains and seas. I will go first. If there is danger, I can warn you in advance. Moo. This time, you must listen to me. Without a master, we can only feel our way across the river. Moo. The big black bull lowered its head, licked Chen Xun, and quickly distanced itself, observing his serious demeanor, which brooked no dissent. Chen Xun calmed his mind, slightly raised his hand, and swallowed a foundational elixir. The potent energy of the medicine surged within him, causing Chen Xun's eyes to widen as a muffled groan escaped his lips. The big black bull, looking tense, was about to step forward but remained frozen in place, knowing that disturbances during a breakthrough were most unwelcome. At this moment, Chen Xun's pores opened wide, and his body began to shimmer with a faint light, expelling an abundance of turbid energy. His expression fluctuated between pain and relief, gradually closing his eyes. The iron barrier within him was being dissolved by the elixir's power, and a monumental transformation was occurring in his dantian as waves of medicinal energy surged through his body. After a day and a night, Chen Xun, drenched in sweat, gazed in astonishment at the big black bull. Moo! Moo! The bull bellowed repeatedly, questioning why the breakthrough manifested in such a state. Old bull, I am fine. You know that foundational cultivation is the liquefaction of the dantian, followed by the emergence of divine consciousness in the mud pill palace, which signifies successful foundational cultivation. Chen Xun exclaimed, seemingly startled by something. I have failed in my foundational cultivation, yet it is not a complete failure. Moo moo. The big black bull remained anxious, hopping about, more concerned with Chen Xun's physical condition than the details of his cultivation. This foundational elixir is actually expanding my dantian. Chen Xun inhaled deeply, simplifying it. While others store their magical energy at a level of 1, mine is at 2 moo. The big black bull was taken aback, for it was common knowledge among cultivators that dantians could not be expanded. Cultivation techniques could only refine one's abilities. and the disparity lay in how well one aligned with their own constitution. For example, a water element spiritual root practicing water-based techniques gains tremendous advantage, while attempting fire-based techniques could yield diminished results. They practiced widely available techniques with mixed elemental roots that could engage in any cultivation. However, such practices offered little enhancement to their innate attributes, and the gap in combat effectiveness would only widen with each level of attainment. Mixed elemental roots absorbed chaotic spiritual energy from nature, requiring considerable time to refine impurities. Conversely, those with pure spiritual roots soared ahead, directly absorbing compatible energy, thus saving time on purification. Of course, this perspective stemmed from their limited experience and was mostly hearsay. Old Bull, prepare the spiritual herbs. Chen Xun's gaze sharpened. 5 foundational elixirs were far from sufficient, especially considering the Old Bull as share. Moo! The big black bull hurriedly dashed away, not daring to delay. In the first month, as Chen Xun refined the spiritual herbs and established his foundation, the amount of turbid energy he emitted increased significantly. In the second month, another batch of foundational elixirs was produced, equally extraordinary, distinct from ordinary ones. A year passed in their foundational cultivation and herbal nurturing, enveloped in the serene ambience of the medicinal valley, punctuated only by the sounds of roosters and the cascading waterfall. On a bright, clear day, an oppressive atmosphere lingered within the medicinal valley. In several spiritual fields, the herbs moved without wind, and the waterfall outside their secret base ceased flowing as if abruptly severed, leaving only an opening. The man and the bull, with eyes gleaming, emerged from within. They exuded the formidable aura of the foundational stage, their consciousness spreading throughout the valley, as if possessing a divine perspective, surveying the entire medicinal valley, every rustle of grass within their sight. Ah, so this is the scenery from the foundational stage, Chen Xun remarked, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Moo! The big black bull stood beside him, muscles rippling with terrifying strength. Finally breaking the shackles of the longevity points at 20, they could now continue to enhance their abilities. They gradually tilted their heads back, standing poised, their expressions reflecting a sense of superiority, their faces beginning to twist into grins. Damn it, Old Bull, we have finally broken through. Moo moo. Their roars echoed as if accumulated through countless ages, surging forth, creating ripples across the water surface, shaking it violently. The foundational stage is divided into early, middle, and late phases, with the final step leading to the golden core. If the breakthrough succeeds, one can cultivate within and walk on air, exponentially increasing their magical powers and potentially living for over 1,000 years. However, the golden core stage was still far off. They dared not imagine it, for they were already immensely satisfied with the foundational stage. Old Bull, the foundational stage grants a lifespan of 400 years. We can continue to stay in the sect without the need to roam and live in uncertainty, Chen Xun said excitedly, wrapping an arm around the big black bull's head. We can finally have a stable home, Moo Moo. The big black bull nuzzled Chen Xun, its eyes reflecting gratitude. They cherish stability, a refuge for their weary souls. Old Bull, let us prepare skewers to celebrate our achievement. Moo Moo. They leaped without using swords, plunging into the pond, creating massive splashes. Chen Xun's lips trembled slightly as he submerged. Both he and the big black bull understood that their excitement stemmed not just from the breakthrough to the foundational stage. As night fell, the sky was a tapestry of stars, twinkling brilliantly. Under the night sky, Chen Xun sang while grilling meat on the skewers, a bonfire crackling to life. The big black bull dashed about, the sound of its bell ringing in harmony with Chen Xun. Wandering along the path, Chen Xun nodded rhythmically, the skewers sizzling in his hands, his smile directed at the big black bull. His voice grew louder, approaching a shout. We once crossed mountains and seas, traversing through throngs of people. Moo! Laughing and crying in the ordinary. Moo! Ha ha! Moo moo! Chen Xun and the big black bull roared with laughter, the bonfire flickering with a warm glow, illuminating their joyful faces. As the night deepened and tranquility enveloped them, the man and the bull leaned back, Gazing at the starlit sky, after careful consideration, they decided to allocate their longevity points to magical power. For now, this would yield the greatest enhancement to their strength and allow them to ascertain the threshold of the foundational stage, to see if they would encounter any obstacles. Their current longevity points were Strength 21, Speed 21, Essence of all things 20, Magical Power 21, Defense 11. The next day, as dawn broke, rays of sunlight poured down, imbued with a refreshing gentleness. Chen Xun cast a few cleansing spells on himself and the big black bull, standing outside the medicinal valley with a smile, ready to embark on their journey. According to the rules of the Five-Element sect, upon reaching the foundational stage, they had to register at their respective hall, which for them was the alchemy hall. However, the big black bull had concealed its foundational cultivation, appearing as a seventh-layer chi practitioner. Yet, spiritual beasts naturally enjoyed a longer lifespan compared to cultivators of the same level. No one knew just how old the big black bull truly was. The alchemy hall stood atop a peak shrouded in mist, surrounded by lush greenery, adorned with ancient architecture featuring intricate eaves. And the air was thick with the fragrance of elixirs, soothing the weary hearts of countless disciples. Chen Xun and the big black bull strolled leisurely, admiring the picturesque scenery. They had hardly explored the main peaks of the Five-Element sect. Chapter 64. Master Chen Xun, Brother Chen Xun. Brother Chen Xun, two voices, one male and one female, called out from behind. Chen Xun turned with a smile on his face to see Lu Yuan and Shi Jing. Shi Jing, with his sleek, straight black hair and elegantly arched eyebrows, exuded a charming demeanor. Dressed in the white robe of an inner sect disciple, he resembled a refined young gentleman. His face lit up with joy upon recognizing Chen Xun, for he was the only one in the sect who led a large black ox. Lu Yuan, with her captivating smile, had grown into a graceful young woman. Yet, due to her years spent within the sect, she still retained a hint of girlish charm. Brother Chen Xun, what brings you to the alchemy hall? Shi Jing inquired cheerfully. He held great affection for Chen Xun, finding his words refreshing and uplifting whenever they checked on the spirit herbs. Lu Yuan gazed at Chen Xun with wide, clear eyes, noticing an unfamiliar aura about him. Moreover, his face bore no signs of aging. You are now inner sect disciples. It seems I should address you as brother and sister. Chen Xun chuckled, looking at the two. No. Shi Jing shook his head vigorously. Brother Chen Xun, do you have important matters to attend to at the alchemy hall? We can guide you. Lu Yuan trembled slightly as she secretly probed Chen Xun's cultivation level, only to find herself unable to discern it. She clasped her mouth in astonishment and exclaimed, Brother Chen Xun, you have broken through. Shi Jing was taken aback, for he had not paid attention to Chen Xun's cultivation. Nor did he notice how youthful Chen Xun still appeared. As he attempted to probe, he stood frozen, his eyes wide in shock as he gazed at Chen Xun. The two expressed their delight, bowing respectfully, their hearts filled with joy for Chen Xun's achievement. I have broken through and am preparing to register at the alchemy hall. Chen Xun replied calmly, his demeanor unpretentious as he lifted them effortlessly with a wave of his hand. This scene stirred nostalgia within him, recalling how he had once been elevated in a similar manner by Master Wei. Then we shall not disturb you any longer, they exclaimed, their spirits buoyant. It seemed Chen Xun's breakthrough brought them even more joy than their own. I have some insights on cultivating during the Qi refinement stage to share with you. Though not particularly valuable, it is a token of my goodwill, Chen Xun said with a smile, retrieving two small booklets from his storage bag. These contained experiences he had summarized during his cultivation, as he and the large black ox had always made steady and deliberate progress, allowing them to identify various issues. In the world of cultivation, many were driven by immediate gains. If there were pills to assist, they would eagerly consume them all at once. Unlike Chen Xun and the ox, who took their time to cultivate and reflect. Master, we cannot accept such a generous gift without merit, Lu Yuan protested, stepping back in alarm. Brother Chen Xun, this treatment is reserved for true disciples. We truly cannot accept it. Please retract your offering, Shi Jing said earnestly, bowing deeply. Although they understood that Chen Xun was not wealthy and lacked their innate talent for cultivation, they did not belittle the value of his insights. Moo moo, the large black ox suddenly protested. It insisted that its insights were included and must be accepted. I had not considered this thoroughly. I apologize for putting you in a difficult position, Chen Xun said with a wry smile, retracting the booklets. The disciples of the Wuyun sect adhered strictly to rules, unlike the more carefree and casual solitary cultivators. Moreover, these inner disciples had masters to guide them, and his interference might cause them complications. You are too humble, master. The two sighed in relief as they saw Chen Xun withdraw the booklets. Go on with your tasks. I will wander with the old ox before heading back up the mountain, so as not to delay you, Chen Xun said, smiling at the distant scenery, his tone imbued with tranquility and serenity. They bowed and nodded at the large black ox before departing. Moo, let's go, old ox. I have suddenly discovered a splendid spot. Moo, look at that high ground. If we stop to gaze, it will offer us a breathtaking view of the landscape below. Quickly now. Moo. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, and their steps quickened significantly towards the high ground, even more important than the registration. On the path, Lu Yuan and Shi Jing walked side by side, heading towards their master-esque cave. Brother Shi, what kind of person do you think Master Chen Xun is? Lu Yuan casually asked. Master Chen Xun Shi Jing pondered for a moment and replied, he is easygoing and generous, yes. He nodded emphatically, feeling increasingly convinced of his assessment. I believe Master Chen Xun is a person devoid of ulterior motives. Every time I accompany the younger sisters to inspect the herb valley, he is always reading. Lu Yuan's voice was as melodious as a lark, imbued with an ethereal quality. Shi Jing was momentarily stunned, then shook his head. When I went with my fellow disciples, Master Chen Xun was busy catching chickens with the black ox, claiming he would prepare us a delicious meal. What? Haha, Lu Yuan covered her face, laughing lightly. Master Chen Xun has always been a delightful person. His character is not eccentric. Indeed, Shi Jing sighed deeply. Many of the elders in the sect seem to have lived too long, often exhibiting peculiar behaviors. If one were to cross them, it would lead to a miserable fate. What are you two whispering about? A disheveled woman suddenly appeared behind them, making no sound. The two were startled, standing frozen in place as cold sweat broke out on their backs. They were doomed. Ah, master, how did you come out? What a surprise, surprise. Shi Jing, if you don't establish your foundation within 5 years, there will be a position for you among the cooks of Wuyun sect. The disheveled woman lifted Shi Jing effortlessly, as if he were a mere chick, and marched towards the cave. Lu Yuan, you follow closely. You're not escaping either. Are you hoping to find a marriage prospect? Ah. Lu Yuan's face flushed crimson, and she fell silent, hastily jogging to keep up. Ah, master, have some mercy. There are so many people here. Shi Jing yelled, his composure shattered. How could he maintain his dignity while being carried away in broad daylight? That's the fate of the weak. Dignity belongs to the strong. The disheveled woman even slowed her pace, raising her delicate arms higher. Having reached the foundation establishment stage, I can temporarily let you off the hook. Ah, Shi Jing continued to wail, losing all semblance of his gentlemanly demeanor. Faced with the curious gazes of passers-by, he was desperate to break through. He needed a breakthrough. The three ambled along, accompanied by Shi Jing's lamentations, which were enough to evoke tears from listeners and heartache from witnesses. Lu Yuan trembled, terrified at the thought of being carried off herself. Within the alchemy hall, several elders at the foundation establishment stage surrounded Chen Xun, who was bowing and smiling, eager to introduce himself. Unexpectedly, Brother Chen Xun possesses such good fortune. A single foundation establishment pill is enough to break through. Truly a blessing for our Wuyun sect. On the path of cultivation, luck plays a significant role. Old man Jing Huang, are you implying that Brother Chen Xun, relying solely on a foundation establishment pill, is unworthy of breaking into the foundation establishment stage? I have never suggested such a thing. Brother Chen Xun, do not heed old Taoist Ruan's nonsense. This person has been driven mad by alchemy good for you, old man Jing Huang, to slander me in front of the newly initiated junior brother. Let us settle this on the arena. Come, who fears whom? The once harmonious atmosphere within the grand hall suddenly shifted to one of palpable tension. Chen Xun, drenched in sweat, along with several surrounding elders, managed to intervene, soothing the escalating conflict after much effort. The imposing black bull, equally anxious, continuously turned its head to observe the two individuals, bewildered by their readiness to draw swords over a mere disagreement. "Silence," declared a stern-faced woman who suddenly appeared atop the dais in the hall, her brow furrowed. Her commanding presence overshadowed everyone present within the chamber. Chapter 65. My lack of interest in violence. Among the main peaks of the Wuyun sect, the Alchemy Hall stands out for its utter lack of order, with the numerous elders acting with great laxity. This is not only because the Alchemy Hall holds a significantly elevated status within the Wuyun sect, being revered by many, but also due to an unkempt peak master, leading to a misalignment in discipline from the top down. Zhuo Ying, as the vice master, is deeply concerned about the Alchemy Hall. Senior Sister Zhuo, the crowd became grave, hurriedly clasping their hands in a gesture of respect, clearly intimidated by her presence. Chen Xun followed suit, bowing his head and swallowing hard. The vice master was at least a cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage, yet she appeared remarkably youthful, exuding an aura of authority. "Chen Xun, come with me," Zhuo Ying commanded, her elegance undeniable, with long hair cascading down her waist. As she turned and walked towards the side hall with her hands clasped behind her back. "Brothers, I shall take my leave," Chen Xun said, leading the large black cow while bidding farewell to the elders. "Safe travels, Junior Brother Chen. Senior Sister Zhuo is actually quite amiable, so do not worry excessively." The elders reassured him. "Rest assured, Junior Brother Chen, we can look after your black cow spirit beast if you find it inconvenient." As they exchanged earnest words, Chen Xun felt a growing unease, frequently glancing back at their expressions, puzzled by their intentions. In the side hall, Zhuo Ying sat regally at the main seat, her piercing gaze fixed intently on Chen Xun. He forced a smile, alternating between looking up and bowing his head, sensing that she was engaging in a psychological game. The black cow, however, remained undaunted, admiring the hall's decor. "Chen Xun, hailing from Yongquan Prefecture in the Qian Kingdom. You entered the Wuyun sect after failing to pass the trials of the 9-Star Valley Ascension Conference. You have since diligently cultivated your spirit fields and participated in the sect's grand competitions," Ying stated meticulously, her gaze never leaving him. 20 years ago, you entered Nandu Mountain, securing 3 primary foundation establishment spirit herbs for the sect, and then began quietly cultivating spirit fields. Chen Xun felt his throat dry as he listened. Much of their histories were laid bare before him, yet he knew they had engaged in many other endeavors, enjoying breezy outings. Hunting, reading, and catching mountain fowl, none of which were as tedious as she portrayed. "Your background appears quite clean, with no issues," Zhuo Ying continued, seemingly satisfied with her assessment. "You seem to have a fondness for cultivating spirit herbs? Senior Sister, to speak candidly, my black cow and I excel in cultivating spirit herbs. It is a passion of ours," Chen Xun replied enthusiastically. The duo seemed invigorated, their spirits lifted as they struck a chord. Zhuo Ying smiled slightly. "Have you made any advancements in the water spirit technique?" "To the second layer," Chen Xun declared. "I harbor no interest in violence. Aside from cultivation, I dedicate myself to refining the water spirit technique." With a decisive step forward, he formed a hand seal, summoning a series of bubbles that floated in the air, imbued with a faint spiritual aura. Zhuo Ying rose solemnly, recognizing the second layer of the water spirit technique. The sect currently lacked such talents, which was her true purpose in meeting Chen Xun. Every elder in the foundation establishment stage yearned for breakthroughs and longevity, but few could devote their lives to mastering the water spirit technique, which had consumed much of their existence. Only a handful had managed to reach the second layer of the technique. The precious spirit herbs of the Wuyun sect relied on them for sustenance, as they had all but relinquished their own paths, willingly dedicating themselves to the sect. They had even captured Foundation establishment rogue cultivators, forcing them to practice the water spirit technique, yet none had succeeded. This minor spell was akin to refining the heart. It required absolute focus and a particularly lengthy training period, proving exceedingly arduous. Do you know if there is anyone within the 10 great sects who has mastered the water spirit technique to the third layer? So Ying suddenly shifted the topic. Is there truly such a prodigy? Chen Xun exclaimed, astonished. I have expended much of my life to reach the second layer, and my progress has become increasingly sluggish, nearing stagnation. May I inquire, senior sister, is the third layer truly attainable? Indeed, the third layer of the water spirit technique can nurture countless rare spirit herbs, enabling them to thrive under stringent growth conditions, including foundation establishment spirit herbs, so Ying affirmed, nodding gravely. If anyone from the Weiyun sect could cultivate the water spirit technique to the third layer, we would mobilize the entire sect's resources, employing countless elixirs and rare materials to elevate their cultivation to the golden core stage. Her words were laden with implications, causing Chen Xun's heart to race. It was fortunate he refrained from disclosing that he had already reached the third layer. Otherwise, not only would the entire sect's attention be directed towards him, but he might also attract the ire of other sections. No, that would be too ostentatious and perilous. I shall remain steadfast in cultivating spirit herbs, Chen Xun resolved internally, abandoning any ulterior motives. Senior sister, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to the water spirit technique. I possess no interest beyond the cultivation of spirit herbs, he declared earnestly, clasping his hands in respect. Although my skills in combat with the old cow are lacking, I am more than willing to contribute to the sect. Indeed, Zhu Ying acknowledged with a slight nod, harboring a glimmer of hope, silently wishing he would not be blinded by the fleeting lifespan of a foundation establishment cultivator. With 5 elemental roots, he would find it impossible to break through to the golden core stage. Junior brother Chun, her tone softened slightly. Senior sister, please speak. Chen Xun instinctively took a step back. Zhu Ying smiled radiantly, her voice gentle. Although it is challenging for those with 5 elemental roots to reach the golden core stage, you still have over 300 years of lifespan left, allowing you to accomplish many meaningful endeavors. Of course, you understand, senior brother, Chen Xun replied, his heart sinking while maintaining a beaming smile. The black cow, however, felt a flicker of anger. Was this woman implying they had no hope, suggesting they should simply toil away in the sect? They understood the reality, but found her condescending, leaving them no dignity. They had already pledged to cultivate spirit herbs diligently, yet she felt the need to add insult to injury. Zhuo Ying nodded, abruptly shifting her demeanor back to her previous icy composure. She produced a set of garments that floated before Chen Xun, stating, to hold the position of elder, one must at least be in the mid-foundation establishment stage. However, since you have registered with the Alchemy Hall, you cannot wear the attire of an outer sect disciple. Yes, senior sister, Chen Xun bowed. Having observed that the elders donned gray robes that exuded an air of gravitas, Zhui Ying retrieved a gray token from her storage bag, channeling her spiritual power as she looked at Chen Xun. Junior brother Chen, I require a drop of your blood. Chen Xun's eyes narrowed slightly, but without hesitation. He summoned a drop of blood from his body, which shot through the air. The gray token hovered, promptly engulfing his blood and radiating a blue light, as if recognizing its master, before returning to his hand. This token serves as a pass for the floating light mysterious array, granting access to the true spirit herb garden of the sect. I shall refrain from elaborating on the regulations, Zhu Ying remarked as she gracefully took her seat. Those who have cultivated the water spirit technique to the second layer prefer solitude. Unless there is a significant matter, no one within the sect will disturb them, nor will their freedom of movement be restricted. However, Zhu Ying's words remained unfinished as Chen Xun was on the verge of expressing his gratitude, only to be doused with cold water by a chilling note that followed. The spirit herb garden is of utmost importance. If one leaves the sect for over 20 years and does not return, they shall be deemed a defector, and all members of the Weiyun sect will pursue them. Zhu Ying slightly raised her head, looking down at Chen Xun. Though her words were harsh, laws govern the nation, and rules govern the sect. This was not directed solely at him. With the floating light mysterious array safeguarding the spirit herb garden, it possessed inherent detection capabilities, making it impossible for even golden core cultivators to leave without a trace, especially with a spirit herb seed. This was one of the Weiyun sect's foundational strengths. Chapter 66. Congratulatory Gift. Spirit Beast Foundation Establishment Pill. The formation will also meticulously record the quantity of spirit herbs, should there be any embezzlement, even a single herb. The high-ranking officials of the Wuyun sect will personally intervene. This regulation is, of course, specifically directed at those in the spirit herb garden, for they do not wish to see these individuals seeking opportunities externally, as many have been known to vanish for centuries, some even perishing in the process. Such rules are also designed to ensure their safety. However, one cannot be overly stringent, lest it stifle their aspirations. Should such a person arise, neither I, Chen Xun, nor old Neo would let him off lightly, Chen Xun declared with righteous fervor, though his mind harbored no ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Ying smiled faintly. Then, Chen Xun, are you still willing to enter the spirit herb garden? I would never force you. Internally, Chen Xun scoffed, realizing the depth of her cunning. The blood oath had already been inscribed into the formation token, and now she inquired about his willingness. Senior Sister Zhuo, I am indeed willing, without any regrets, he replied, though he hesitated slightly, adding, but if our lifespans dwindle, we still cannot break through. The sect will prepare for those in such situations, and they may even be commemorated on the sect's merit monument for future generations to admire, Ying said slowly, letting out a soft sigh. Yet, who can withstand the ravages of time? Chen Xun was taken aback, realizing her words implied preparations for the afterlife. He and the Great Black Bull were meant to be immortal. Observing Chen Xun's expression, Ying added, of course, once all matters are settled, you may descend the mountain to resolve any lingering regrets. Senior Sister Zhuo, that would be perfect. I have yet to marry and have children. Chen Xun exhaled deeply, his eyes reflecting a newfound sense of relief. Zhuo Ying's expression twitched. Senior Sister Zhuo, speak freely, junior brother Chen. Are there any benefits within the sect's spirit herb garden? Chen Xun looked at her hopefully, having discussed so much without addressing the issue of compensation. They were not greedy. Even 300 contributions would suffice. Moo, the Great Black Bull, chimed in softly, gazing at Ying with equal anticipation, for this was their primary concern. Benefits? Zhuo Ying observed the expectant expressions of Chen Xun and the Black Bull spirit beast, a look of confusion crossing her face. Annual salary. Chen Xun lowered his head, clasping his hands, and even licked his lips. They were genuinely impoverished, and it was not yet the right time to trade in spirit herbs. Realizing the misunderstanding, Zhuo Ying shook her head with a light laugh, finding Chen Xun amusing. Naturally, there are benefits. Once you are registered as a Foundation Establishment disciple, you become a true member of the Wuyun sect, and the sect will never treat its own poorly. Registered disciples not only gain access to significant sect affairs, but also receive 500 contributions annually. Those in office may receive even more. The contribution hall will also provide more items for exchange to registered disciples. Even the sect's most treasured legacies can be exchanged for if one achieves significant merits. However, registered disciples are typically of unblemished background. Those who join the sect midway through their cultivation journey will not enjoy such privileges, most serving as guest disciples. Zhuo Ying recounted this eloquently, glancing at Chen Xun in the central side hall, who was gazing at her with deep affection. Even the spirit beast shared the same sentiment, their eyes misting over. Chen Xun called out loudly, "We shall serve the sect with utmost dedication." Moo moo moo. The Great Black Bull lowered its head, deeply moved, pondering why they had to elaborate so much. It would have sufficed to express this earlier. Suddenly, Zhuo Ying's demeanor became solemn as she looked at the Great Black Bull, producing a sparkling pill from her storage bag. This is a Spirit Beast Foundation Establishment pill. Although not as precious as the Foundation Establishment pill, it is still challenging to refine. Both Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull were taken aback, questioning the intent behind this gesture. This is a congratulatory gift prepared by the Alchemy Hall for your registration, Junior Brother Chen. However, your contributions for the next 10 years will be allocated to the hall. Senior Sister Zhuo, this pill holds immense significance for us. I shall not decline, Chen Xun said earnestly, stepping forward to receive the pill from the air, sincerely bowing in gratitude for the Alchemy Hall's generous gift, which he vowed never to forget. Moo moo. The great black bull also expressed gratitude in all directions, as its concerns had long plagued Chen Xun, robbing him of sleep many nights. They had even prepared for the worst. Zhou Ying nodded inwardly, a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. Chen Xun's words were heartfelt, devoid of any pretense, and the sect would never skimp on resources for talent. Those who manage the spirit herb garden are often reclusive. Some raise turtles, others keep fish, while some nurture spirit beasts, which seem to be their last spiritual refuge, preventing them from drifting aimlessly on the path of cultivation. Having endured countless years, the Wuyun sect has mastered the art of retaining practitioners of the water spirit technique. And the prominent figures of the 10 great sects are even more so, with their descendants directly instructed by formidable golden core cultivators. The enduring legacy of the sect is a vast system requiring comprehensive management. It cannot rely solely on combat prowess to determine strength. Junior brother Ruanzhong, Zhou Ying called out lightly, releasing a wave of spiritual energy, her consciousness spreading outward. Chen Xun and the great black bull suddenly felt a tingling sensation, realizing the formidable power of her consciousness, which was on an entirely different level than that of early Foundation establishment. This consciousness could pierce through various disguises. Even their masks would be ineffective before it. Unless one possessed an item capable of shielding against consciousness, nothing could escape its scrutiny. The stronger the consciousness, the greater the advantage in combat. However, battles in the Foundation establishment stage are fierce, with vast amounts of spiritual power, primarily employing area effect spells, while consciousness is generally used for exploration or support. Nevertheless, the common knowledge in the cultivation world is that consciousness cannot be cultivated or increased. It only grows naturally with the advancement of one's cultivation. Disciples of equal cultivation levels will have similar strengths in consciousness. However, those in the Foundation establishment stage experience a leap in their life level, making comparisons with the Qi refinement stage utterly futile. Whether it is a powerful magical shield or the enhancement of various bodily functions during Foundation establishment, they have far surpassed the disciples of the Qi refinement stage. To battle across such a significant realm gap, Chen Xun realized in his heart, was nothing short of fantasy. This disparity would only widen with the elevation of their realms. Senior sister Ruanzhong strolled over leisurely, his white hair and beard flowing, his face radiating vitality, a celestial sword slung across his back, dressed quite simply. Please help junior brother Chun familiarize himself with the alchemy hall, Zhou Ying instructed. Then turned to Chen Xun. 3 days hence, you may activate the formation and proceed to the spirit herb garden. This will not delay your duty report at the sect's main hall. The two clasped their hands in respect before departing the side hall with the great black bull. Outside the alchemy hall, countless disciples traversed back and forth, greeting Chen Xun and Ruanzhong with reverence, calling them Uncle Master. Chen Xun relished the moment of being treated as a senior, while the great black bull looked on enviously. Junior brother Chun, do you have an interest in the path of alchemy? I have dabbled a bit. Haha, that's wonderful. You must know about the Foundation establishment spirit herb. I've heard a little about it. Chen Xun responded with an awkward smile, feeling somewhat out of his depth. Senior brother, I'm actually heading to the spirit herb garden, not to pursue alchemy. Ruanzhang's hand, which had been stroking his beard, tightened in surprise. Junior brother, you have just broken through. What business do you have at that desolate spirit herb garden? There is hardly anyone there, and you'll have no chance to advance in the sect. Senior brother Wan, to be candid, I have already cultivated the water spirit technique to the 2nd layer. This is the only way I can contribute to the sect, Chen Xun replied with a gentle smile, appreciating Ruanzhang's good intentions. One must not surrender, should you choose to pursue the path of alchemy. At this point, Ruanzhong paused, as Zhou Ying emerged from behind them, her countenance frosted with disdain as she gazed at Ruanzhong. In truth, the spiritual herb garden is quite remarkable. It boasts a long-standing history and conceals a spiritual vein underground, serving as the nurturing ground for countless spiritual herbs, which have undoubtedly benefited innumerable practitioners of our 5-element sect. Ruanzhong, with a grave expression and hands clasped behind his back, continued in a measured tone, emphasizing that it is indeed a place of refined elegance, which would surely be greatly advantageous to the cultivation of junior brother Chen. Chapter 67. Packing up for the move. Senior brother Ruan, would you be so kind as to inform me what needs to be done? Chen Xun inquired with a polite smile, clasping his hands together. Ruan Zheng remained focused, but his awareness sensed that Zhu Ying had departed. Suddenly, he felt a bit disinterested, having anticipated a fortunate opportunity to enlist the assistance of this newly ascended loose cultivator junior brother. In the foundation establishment stage, not only does one possess spiritual awareness, but the potency of alchemical fire also increases significantly, allowing for the refinement of auxiliary medicinal herbs, thereby saving considerable time, far more advantageous than relying on those in the qi refining stage. Moreover, since junior brother Chen Xun hails from a loose cultivation background, it was evident he lacked substantial backing within the sect. Persuading him to assist would be effortless, and he might even feel gratitude in return. In time, he could easily impart a few casual pointers to Chen Xun, keeping him close as a useful ally. This was indeed the primary reason they had flattered Chen Xun earlier, only to find their plans thwarted. The spiritual herb garden requires no annual submission of spiritual herbs. Those in need will come to harvest as necessary, which could be every decade or several decades. Every 20 years, an elder would inspect the garden. If any precious spiritual herbs belonging to the sect were damaged, junior brother Chen Xun would certainly face consequences, hence he must exercise caution. Ruan Zheng's eyes flickered with impatience as he suddenly feigned surprise. Junior brother, I have yet to refine a furnace of elixirs in my cave. How could I have forgotten? I must excuse myself. Not a problem at all. Please do not let me delay senior brother Ruan's important matters. Chen Xun replied with a smile, stepping aside with the large black ox. Ruan Zheng nodded slightly, mounted his sword, and departed in haste, as if rushing to a family funeral. As they watched Ruan Zheng's retreating figure, they exchanged perplexed glances before heading towards the medicinal valley to begin packing. Along the way, they encountered several other disciples also preparing for their journeys, to whom Chen Xun responded with a warm smile. In Medicinal Valley, amidst the melodious songs of birds and fragrant flowers, Chen Xun sat with a large black ox before a waterfall, his expression tranquil. Mu, it matters not. If a person holds no value, what significance do they possess in this world? Chen Xun gazed deeply into the pond, a faint smile gracing his lips. Old ox, do not ponder too deeply. The sect has bestowed great kindness upon us, and that alone is sufficient. Moo moo, the large black ox nudged Chen Xun, affirming that they were indeed mere passers-by, and there was no need for excessive grim contemplation. One must harbor no malevolent intentions, yet one must remain vigilant against potential threats. The true spiritual herb garden of the sect warrants careful observation. We must adhere to the old ways. Moo, moo, the large black ox bellowed, its eyes gleaming with determination. Reveal only 1/10,000th of our true strength, never seeking the limelight. We shall simply lead our lives well. A slight smile curled Chen Xun's lips as he regarded the large black ox, which nodded earnestly in agreement. They still had countless places to explore and much knowledge to acquire. I plan to devise a cultivation schedule for us, with 300 years ahead. We have much to learn. Haha, moo moo, old ox, let's tidy up and prepare for the move. Moo. The large black ox, brimming with excitement, jumped up and let out a loud snort, beginning to gather their formation flags and stones. Chen Xun also delved into their underground dwelling to organize pots, pans, and their carved wooden items, becoming engrossed in the task. Within the cave, Chen Xun picked up a somewhat decayed wooden carving, its damaged tail darkened. He sighed softly, handling it with care. This was a gift from the boss. After all this time in the cultivation world, I doubt I will encounter anyone like that again. A low murmur echoed in the cave, which was soon tidied up meticulously. The next disciple to arrive would find it much more convenient. The medicinal valley resonated with Chen Xun's booming voice. Old ox, little chick, be gentle. We must carry these with us. Moo moo, old ox. Simply tie their feet with hemp rope. I will fetch our wild boar. We caught it in the mountains 2 years ago, and it has since given birth. We must not be careless. Moo moo. Under the vast sky, a man and an ox rushed about in a flurry within the medicinal valley, The cave behind the waterfall now in ruins, covered by countless stones. The spiritual herbs within were harvested and placed into medicinal boxes, while the large black ox swiftly consumed them using its storage bag, prompting Chen Xun to exclaim in admiration and even sing, "Let me say thank you for having you." The large black ox, tense and sweating slightly, twitched its ears. Chen Xun truly sang quite poorly, and it resolved to find an opportunity to gently remind him later. The following day, under the bright sun, they approached the edge of the pond, both slightly anxious. "Old ox, let us begin. My spiritual awareness is spread wide, and all is under control," Chen Xun declared before moving towards the distance. "Moo!" The large black ox called out, its internal power surging as it waved its hooves. Bubbles began to rise in the water, and 2 formation flags suddenly shot up from the bottom, revealing numerous stones quietly emerging beneath. A basic small-scale illusion formation. It can obscure a small area of rubble, and with magical reinforcement, it can cover a vast expanse of debris. "Moo!" The large black ox bellowed again, its expression serious. 3 seemingly ordinary stones suddenly shifted, undetectable to any observer, while bubbles erupted from another part of the pond, a faint glimmer flashing amidst the silt. A small whirlpool formed, and a large black ox swiftly plunged into the water. Hidden within the mud was a medicinal box containing an ordinary century-old spiritual herb. The large black ox gently retrieved it and cast a spell, causing 3 concealed formation flags to emerge from the silt. The bubbles in the water surged faster, large clumps of mud flying wildly, rendering the water increasingly murky. The large black ox grinned, extending its hooves to seize a bag of spiritual herb seeds wrapped in the formation, and promptly leaped out of the pond, swallowing the seeds whole. "Moo!" The large black ox called out to Chen Xun, who sat by the pond with a joyful expression. This was the entirety of the seeds for the Foundation Establishment Elixir. "Old ox, let us go!" Chen Xun shouted from afar, hands clasped behind his back. "Moo!" The large black ox charged forward. Today, an unusual scene unfolded at the Wuyun sect. A Foundation Establishment cultivator led 2 wild boars, trailed by a crowd of piglets, while carrying a basket of chirping chicks on his back. Beside him, the black ox spirit beast was laden with bound mountain chickens, their eyes devoid of hope, offering no resistance as they stared blankly at the sky. The large black ox's horns were adorned with 2 baskets of eggs. Though the mountain path was rugged, their pace remained steady. Was this senior uncle heading down the mountain? To market? No. It seemed he was preparing to perform some grand spell requiring them. One must not hastily speculate about a senior uncle. The might of Foundation Establishment cultivators is beyond the comprehension of us Qi refining disciples. Indeed, as numerous passing disciples whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with respect, recognizing the prowess of a senior. Whatever they undertook was undoubtedly correct. Even if they were to engage in menial tasks by the roadside, they would still manage to turn it into something commendable. Chapter 68. The ethereal array of the mysterious Yin, the true herbal garden of the sect, is situated in a remote and seldom trodden area deep within the mountains. It can be described as a secluded forest within the mountain range, where foundation-building cultivators vigilantly guard every corner, ensuring a formidable defense. The spiritual energy here is incredibly rich, a true vein of the Jade Bamboo mountain range. Before even stepping foot inside, Chen Xun felt a tremor in his heart. All around were cave abodes, and arrays crisscrossed the land, with flashes of light appearing intermittently. "Moo!" The great black bull uttered softly, its heart racing. This place was undoubtedly the most perilous yet secure location of the Wuyun sect. "Chirp! Chirp!" The wild boar and mountain fowl were already trembling, their cries echoing with a primal fear emanating from the depths of their souls. "Be quiet." Chen Xun frowned. "I brought you here to see the world, not to frighten you." As soon as he spoke, the mountain pigs and wildfowl were drenched in cold sweat, immediately silencing themselves, as the presence of their master was even more intimidating. "Look, old bull, the ethereal array of the mysterious Yin." "Moo?" They gazed skyward, stunned into silence by a breathtaking sight, a spectacle akin to the aurora borealis, a resplendent and magnificent curtain of light, transforming into a beautiful column suspended in the air, only to suddenly unfold like a drape. It enveloped a mysterious realm, enchanting yet inscrutable, instilling a sense of awe. The excitement within the great black bull surged like a tempestuous ocean, its eyes widened like copper bells. This was the legendary array, and it would surely create even more powerful formations in the future. Suddenly, several consciousnesses swept across indiscriminately. Chen Xun narrowed his eyes, brandishing the restriction token as he said, "Old bull, let us go." Two mid-foundation cultivators sat cross-legged before the array, their eyes gently closed. They suddenly opened them, staring intently at several figures ahead, their expressions revealing astonishment. This person exuded an air of wisdom, like a remarkable individual. Having met the two senior brothers, I am here to plant spiritual herbs, as I have already reported my duties in the sect's main hall, Chen Xun said, cupping his hands with a calm smile as he presented the restriction token. So, he was a junior from the alchemy hall. The two exchanged cautious glances before taking the token, probing it with their consciousness. No issues. The junior brother is in the Zhenwei, Huiquan stream, the herbal garden. One of them returned the token to Chen Xun's hands. Do not wander recklessly in the herbal garden. One restriction token can only open one spot. Thank you, senior brothers. Chen Xun expressed his gratitude, feeling relieved that the two senior brothers, despite their ethereal demeanor, did not appear hostile. Go on, junior brother Chen, they replied calmly, then resumed their cultivation, positioning themselves apart. Chen Xun squinted slightly, realizing they knew his name, indicating that the restriction token was not as simple as it appeared. They were also cautioning him against causing trouble in the herbal garden. Nonchalantly, he led the great black bull and the livestock into the depths of the array, instantly vanishing from sight. Old bull, stay calm. Moo. The moment Chen Xun and the great black bull stepped inside, an unexpected change occurred. Countless probing consciousnesses approached, warning them of their presence. After a stick of incense burned away, these probing sensations finally subsided. Chen Xun gazed towards the sky, where streams of luminous light flowed, as if they were within a vibrant, colorful glass dome, isolated from the world, unable to discern anything outside. Surrounding them was a shroud of mysterious mist, preventing even the slightest probing of the mind. Everything was serene and tranquil, yet the spiritual energy was refreshingly invigorating. How rich the spiritual energy is. Truly a vein of spirit, Chen Xun remarked, his eyes gleaming with delight as they were experiencing spiritual veins for the first time, unaware of their grade. In the realm of cultivation, spiritual veins are classified into 9 grades, based on quality and size, with the first grade being the highest and the 9th the lowest. They possess boundless utility, capable of giving rise to accompanying spiritual stone mines. However, legends in the cultivation world suggest that there may exist spiritual veins of grades even higher than the first. Yet, no one has ever witnessed such veins. Even first-grade veins have vanished without a trace. Where could one find veins of higher grade? Moo moo moo. The great black bull trumpeted with joy, indifferent to the grades, believing they had undoubtedly struck gold. Indeed, old bull, I have read that the emergence of a 5th-grade spiritual vein can incite a great war in the cultivation world. Chen Xun said casually, unsure of the authenticity, yet contemplating further research on spiritual veins. Perhaps during their travels, they might stumble upon a 1st-grade vein. How delightful that would be. Moo moo. The great black bull nudged Chen Xun playfully, lifting its head. Absolutely. We have accumulated so much merit. These spiritual veins not only accelerate cultivation, but also possess exceptionally pure spiritual energy, enhancing the effects during breakthroughs. They are coveted by countless cultivators and the root of many great conflicts. Let us move on to Huiquan stream and find a place to stay. Moo moo. Chen Xun infused the restriction token with his magical energy, and the surrounding mist gradually receded, revealing a narrow path that seemed endless. They began to stroll leisurely, engaging in light-hearted banter, their strange laughter startling the 2 wild boars trailing behind, causing them to tremble. The Huiquan stream herbal garden, nestled within the grand array, was enveloped in a blanket of white mist, obscuring vision and even covering the paths they had traversed. Moo! The great black bull nudged Chen Xun cautiously. It sensed the directions shifting. If they retraced their steps, they would surely become lost. Fear not. We are not here to do anything bad. Relax, Chen Xun reassured, patting the great black bull, feeling a sense of pride that it had grown so much from their time together. Moo! The great black bull smiled broadly, as if in agreement. Indeed, we are the good guys. The restriction token hovered in the air, appearing to meld into a thin membrane, revealing the vast expanse of Huiquan stream before Chen Xun and the great black bull. Wow! Moo! Chirp! They were all momentarily frozen. Even the piglets widened their eyes, captivated by the extraordinary sight. It was as if they had always longed to carry the dreams of dawn, trailing the beautiful sunlight through every corner of their hearts, warming even the darkest regions. Scattered throughout the herbal garden were numerous peculiar spiritual herbs. Some grew in the gently flowing stream, while others thrived in the spiritual fields. They walked upon the vibrant, lively grass, as if immersed in a vast green ocean. Though surrounded by arrays, a refreshing breeze wafted through, and Chen Xun collapsed onto the ground. Lying here, I just want to quietly admire the blue sky and white clouds. The piglets began to frolic gleefully, disappearing into the grass, sometimes standing still as if savoring endless joy. The great black bull joined in, munching on the tender grass, while the mountain fowl squawked impatiently, "Brother, let us run too." Beneath the heavens, the herbal garden stretched infinitely green, not desolate but vibrant, with small hills scattered about, all cloaked in lush greenery. It resembled an immense painting unfurling between the earth and sky, a green so pure, so distant, evoking a sense of emptiness, akin to a still ocean. Atop the hills grew several silver-white flowers, emitting glimmers of white light, while streams of green flowed gently throughout the garden, as if they were destined to trickle into the clouds. In this tranquil realm of the herbal garden, a gentle breeze caressed the air, causing waves of grass to ripple, creating an exquisite sense of comfort. Chen Xun lay on the grass, a faint smile gracing his lips, his gaze drifting towards the distant mountain stream as it wound through the emerald fields, heading towards the unknown. It was indeed a scene of clouds drifting in, the grass deep green, the wind rising swiftly, and the green waves rolling forth. In this labor, Chen Xun clashed with the great black bull. Whoever intervened would surely feel the urgency. Let them witness the formidable power of the fireball technique. Old bull, the sanctuary for the aged. No, the sacred ground for cultivation. Chen Xun slowly rose, exhaling a deep breath. Moo! The great black bull called out from a distance, its mouth still full of grass. Old bull, let us get to work. We need to build a chicken coop and a pig pen. This is of utmost importance. Moo! They promptly began felling trees. Although these ancient trees towered high, they were no match for Chen Xun's mighty axe. Meanwhile, the great black bull commenced dragging the timber in search of a favorable site for geomancy. Within the cliffs here, not only were there several caves, but also traces of past cultivation, indicating that this place had been frequented in recent days. However, this was quite normal. Overseeing a medicinal garden with such contributions was no trivial matter, and managing two gardens was equally burdensome. No one would willingly invite such complications upon themselves. Chen Xun recognized all the rare spiritual herbs present, and to his astonishment, he even spotted two plants of foundational elixir auxiliary herbs. With his axe in hand, he sighed deeply. The abundance of spiritual herbs here was not as plentiful as in the medicinal valley, yet the work was easy and the rewards high. He found himself immersed in profound, secret delight. Though they may not be prodigies of cultivation, talents are always valued in any realm. They would certainly not starve. Chapter 69. The uninspired Ji Kun Old Bull. The spiritual herbs are entrusted to you now, Chen Xun proclaimed, producing a small booklet. I shall commence crafting our cultivation plan. The pursuit of knowledge is endless. Ha ha. They have yet to even begin with the basic spells, formations, and the writing of talismans. Most critically, they lack cultivation techniques. We will need to procure a foundational technique for the foundation establishment period. Moo moo, The great black bull responded indifferently. It's a piece of cake. Chen Xun buried the prohibition token at the entrance of the Huiquan Gorge, wary of any foul entities. Caution is always prudent. However, it is remarkable that this foundation establishment pill can actually enhance our cultivation. Were it not for the absence of techniques, we would have soared to the heavens long ago. Damn it, this medicinal pill should not be consumed recklessly. Without the correct cultivation pathway, the pure medicinal energy nearly ruptured several of our meridians. Fortunately, we added defensive measures to avert disaster. We must never engage in such reckless behavior again, as we have yet to reach the realm of self-created techniques. Chen Xun mused internally, aware that their foundation establishment pills were already precious, surpassing those common pills for advancement in the foundation establishment stage. He wondered just how far they could enhance one's cultivation. If only the enhancement could continue indefinitely. He gazed skyward, noting that the formation continued to operate. Yet it no longer probed their presence, leaving him feeling somewhat insecure. Patience is essential. Some matters should not be hastily revealed, and careful observation is advisable. The corners of Chen Xun's mouth lifted slightly as his gaze returned to the booklet, his interest piqued by the basic 5 elements escape technique. These rare, spiritual herbs do not require daily nurturing through the water spirit technique. However, the consumption is immense. Nurturing a mere 100 herbs consumes a small portion of their magical energy, yet they could be left unattended for years. This was merely the controlled application of the water spirit technique. If fully unleashed, the unusual spiritual energy within the water could sustain these herbs for over a decade. The great black bull had previously attempted to use a minimal force of the water spirit technique for nurturing, but the herbs showed no response, as if ordinary water had been poured upon them. Over time, the medicinal potency would merely dissipate and wither, as this was not the environment they truly required for growth. However, the peculiar spiritual energy within the water spirit technique is distinctly different from the natural spiritual energy of the world. Chen Xun possessed a keen sensitivity towards minor spells, but the time for true research had not yet arrived. They began to busy themselves, preparing to cultivate Huiquan Gorge meticulously. As it would be their residence for the next century, no carelessness could be afforded. Time swiftly passed, and a month later, Chen Xun led the great black bull out of the medicinal garden, only to be met with numerous probing gazes. However, upon exiting the formation, the senior brothers no longer scrutinized him. The once-in-20 years pilgrimage to the southern Dipper Mountain was about to commence. The Wuyun sect welcomed many new disciples each year, while many elders quietly descended the mountain. In fleeting moments, they would exchange glances, one brimming with youthful vigor, the other weighed down by the passage of time. The elder seemed to glimpse his former self, while the youth felt a surge of determination, vowing never to end up as the elder had. Within the mountain, numerous caves and the wooden huts of Qi refining disciples could be found. An elder, having just passed his 60th birthday, sat inside one such hut, organizing his belongings. His hair was slightly grizzled at the temples, yet his physique remained robust, his eyes bright and spirited. Despite the lines etched by time upon his face, it was evident he had once been a handsome man. This elder was Ji Kun. His vitality had not yet waned. Most Qi refining practitioners could live to be 100, presenting a stark contrast to ordinary mortals. Yet he still harbored no intention of relinquishing his aspirations. He intended to embark on this year's journey to the southern Dipper Mountain. The sect had relaxed its rules for experienced disciples, and Ji Kun unsurprisingly found himself on the list. Knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from outside. Ji Kun furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of caution crossing his mind. With the pilgrimage to the southern Dipper Mountain approaching, he hoped nothing unexpected would occur. Rising slowly, he approached the door, and as he beheld the figure before him, he stood frozen, astonished like a piece of wood. Before him was a smiling face, identical to that which he had encountered years ago, filled with ambition during their voyage on the flying vessel, unchanged in the slightest. "Chun, Master Uncle," Ji Kun said with a bittersweet smile, bowing his head. The visage remained youthful. Indeed, he must have successfully established his foundation. He had long heard that upon breaking through realms, one could rejuvenate or retain their appearance. both manifestations arising from one's own heart. As time ebbed and flowed, it seemed that Chen Xun was flourishing, having not fallen into the same disarray as himself. A wave of bittersweet memories washed over him. His own failures were sorrowful, yet the successes of others gnawed at his heart, causing Ji Kun to stoop even lower. They had long drifted apart, now bearing an air of estrangement. The distant mountains and nearby ridges appeared hazy. Gazing into the vastness, it seemed countless moths fluttered, the world transforming into a grayish hue. The first snow of the Yuzhu mountain range fell silently, blanketing the land. Chen Xun hesitated for a long moment before finally uttering his name. "Ah, Master Uncle Chen graces my humble abode. It is indeed an honor," Ji Kun exclaimed, his face beaming with a smile. He had shed much of his youthful sharpness, becoming considerably more affable. "Master Uncle, please come inside." The cold wind swept through, causing the nearly dilapidated door to rattle ominously. Chen Xun nodded gently and stepped inside. The interior was stark, with little more than a bed and a table, both decidedly worn, reminiscent of Ji Kun himself. "I did not expect Master Uncle to visit," Ji Kun said with deep respect, pausing as his grizzled hair was tousled by the chill. "The hut was drafty. I came to see an old friend," Chen Xun replied calmly, surveying the surroundings, his gaze not resting on Ji Kun. Upon hearing this, Ji Kun felt a jolt in his heart. After a long silence, he forced a smile, saying, "To befriend Master Uncle Chen is indeed Ji Kun's privilege." Chen Xun slowly turned to face Ji Kun, whose bitter smile remained, his eyes evasively shifting. "I have heard that you have not fared well in the outer sect these past years." Master Uncle's words are too harsh. "It has been so many years," Ji Kun replied, lowering his head and bowing slowly, the gray of his robe appearing painfully stark. Though they stood within close proximity, they were worlds apart. He and Chen Xun were no longer from the same realm. "Have you never thought to seek me out?" Ji Kun asked. "I am well aware of my limited talents and would not wish to burden Master Uncle." Kun, Chen Xun suddenly shouted, startling the great black bull outside, causing it to tremble. Ji Kun merely stood there, a tragic smile upon his face, as the wind howled through the wooden hut, rustling the lines etched by time upon his features. "Ji Kun, is this truly how far you have fallen?" Chen Xun frowned, his chest rising and falling, fury surging within him. "Where is your spirit? I must confess, I was quite displeased with you back at the Qingya sculpture." "Moo!" The great black bull echoed from behind, recalling the indifference shown to them at the Qingya sculpture. Hearing this, Ji Kun felt even more despondent. It was evident they had come to humiliate him. "Master Uncle Chen, please forgive me. What nonsense are you spouting?" Chen Xun retorted angrily, his robe fluttering as a surge of power erupted, shaking the dilapidated wooden hut further into disarray, threatening collapse. Ji Kun was swept back by the gust, his hair disheveled, crashing against the wall with a muffled grunt. A flicker of anger crossed his face as he said, "Master Uncle, why must you humiliate me? I'm already in this state. What more do you desire?" Swish! Chen Xun's expression grew increasingly furious as he swayed, seizing Ji Kun's robe with one hand, and bellowed. "My senior brother Ji from back in the day was not like this. He was a figure akin to an elder brother, not the despondent wretch you are." The great black bull's pupils constricted. After all these years, he had never witnessed Chen Xun in such a rage. "Ha ha!" Ji Kun laughed, his whole body trembling, tears welling in his eyes, laughter tinged with profound melancholy. There was no trace of the spirited Ji Kun. He was merely a provincial figure in the realm of cultivation, gazing at the sky from the confines of a well. Chapter 70. No one is forever alone, how dare you? With a thunderous blow, Chen Xun struck at the side of Ji Kun, creating a terrifying gash in the wall behind him, through which the frigid winds howled incessantly. Ji Kun, covered in cold sweat, finally regained his composure as the chilling gusts sent shivers through his body, evoking a profound sense of dread. Chen Xun slowly lifted his fist, his formidable spiritual power relentlessly battering Ji Kun as if intent on delivering a fatal blow. Ji Kun's gaze hardened, his eyes glinting with cold resolve, and he retaliated with a fierce punch. "Whoa, Chen Xun, In an instant, the tempestuous wind generated by the punch halted abruptly before Ji Kuan, tousling his silver hair. Yet, Ji Kuan did not flinch. He fixed his gaze on Chen Xun and calmly stated, "Master Chen, please lower your hand." Taking a step back, Chen Xun complied, his eyes still reflecting indifference. "I will venture into the South Dipper Mountains' secret realm. I am aware. Years ago, numerous events transpired within that secret realm, and I wish to shield you from their repercussions. Have you resolved it? It has been dealt with, but I can no longer remain among the outer disciples." Ji Kuan's expression grew somber, revealing signs of aging. His gaze towards Chen Xun shifted, now imbued with a sense of relief. "I never imagined you would remember me. Congratulations on your foundation establishment. Please have a seat." The gust continued to swirl through the gaping hole. Yet the two men sat across from each other at a wooden table. The large black bull cautiously poked its head through the doorway, still shaken by Chen Xun's earlier display of power. Suddenly, they resumed their conversation as if nothing had transpired. It turned out that after Ji Kuan had departed with his junior sister, he had sought out the one who had fled, insisting that Ji Kuan entrust the spiritual herbs to him for safekeeping. Naturally, Ji Kuan refused, and tempers flared, leading to a fierce confrontation. His junior sister joined him in the fray, resulting in the assailant's demise on South Dipper Mountain. The individual who had teamed up with them was no weakling. He was a fellow outer disciple and a distant relative of an elder. Upon their return, however, Ji Kuan's junior sister suddenly betrayed him, claiming he had harmed their sect brethren. She twisted the narrative, alleging that while gathering spiritual herbs together, Ji Kuan had turned on her, forcing her into a position of submission for her own safety. Indeed, Ji Kuan had acted somewhat recklessly, unlike Chen Xun, who had secured numerous artifacts belonging to the deceased. It was a case of both guilt and evidence. Yet he steadfastly insisted that it was another sect's members who were responsible, preventing the situation from escalating further. Not only the Wuyun sect, but all sects strictly prohibited harm among their own. However, they could not solely rely on the junior sister's account. Yet, under the elder's influence, Ji Kuan's contributions and spiritual herbs were attributed to her. Most Foundation establishment elders were indifferent, not considering him as their own. They merely sought to reclaim their dignity at Ji Kuan's expense. The years had not been kind to him, but the sect protection allowed him to escape unscathed. However, the stigma of harming his fellow disciples clung to him, distancing former friends and making it difficult to secure a position within the sect. In such circumstances, he dared not seek out Chen Xun, wishing to spare his innocent junior brother, who always wore a cheerful smile while leading the Black Bull. He bore humiliation and hardship, preparing for the next expedition to South Dipper Mountain, determined to make a final stand after 20 years. "Brother Ji, should you return from South Dipper Mountain, you will always be my elder brother. Master this. Allow me to speak first." Chen Xun interrupted Ji Kuan, his demeanor grave as he produced a small booklet and a magical artifact from his storage bag. "This is a high-grade yellow-tier artifact worth 2,000 contribution points. The booklet contains my insights from South Dipper Mountain, which will aid you in obtaining the 3 vital spiritual herbs." Ji Kuan was taken aback, rising abruptly and exclaiming, "How can this be? Chen Xun, you owe me nothing. This 2,000 contributions are what you owe me. If you can return with the Foundation herbs, I will be waiting for you at the foot of the mountain, and I shall personally present you with Foundation pills." Chen Xun spoke each word deliberately, lifting his gaze to meet Ji Kuan's. Suddenly, he smiled. "After all, we both hail from 9-Star Valley and must look after one another." This familiar phrase echoed in Ji Kuan's mind, reminding him of his own words to Chen Xun upon their arrival at Wuyun sect. He was astonished that Chen Xun had remembered for so many years. Unable to contain his emotions, Ji Kuan trembled, having experienced the tumult of life, ultimately discerning who his true friends were. He lowered his head, his eyes reddening, and his lips quivering. The world of cultivation is vast and magnificent. No one is destined to be forever alone. In the race of life, I am not solitary. Battling against fate, I aim for permanence. For reasons unknown, Ji Kuan recalled a passage from an ancient text, a shiver coursing through him as he slowly gazed at Chen Xun. Their eyes met, and he nodded firmly, shedding any pretense. What is that woman's name? Su Yadong. If Brother Ji cannot return, I will handle this matter for you. When she vanishes, the sect will find no trace. You. Surely, Brother Ji does not believe I, Chen Xun, am a paragon of virtue? Chen Xun rose slowly, revealing an icy demeanor Ji Kuan had never witnessed before. If Brother Ji returns, I will not interfere in your affairs with her. Ji Kuan inhaled deeply. Today he felt as though he was seeing Chen Xun anew. I understand. Sometimes the bonds between men need not be excessively verbalized. Chen Xun nodded slightly and turned to leave, but paused at the door, saying, Brother Ji, I will be waiting for you at the foot of that mountain. I will not let you down. Ji Kuan's eyes suddenly sharpened, sensing an inexplicable surge of power within him. This is the Ji Kuan I know. A soft murmur escaped Chen Xun's lips as he led the black bull away, fading from sight. Brother Ji, I shall return to help you repair the cabin shortly. Old Bull and I are off to gather firewood. Whoa! In the distance, two voices rang out amidst the wind and snow, their figures moving with resolute steps. Ji Kuan clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on the horizon, veins bulging in his arms and forehead. This time he would win. He would not let them down. Time swiftly passed, and May arrived once more. The Wuyun sect rang with the sound of bells, and 5 resounding eagle cries echoed as 5 majestic Qingya eagles soared into the sky. They circled gracefully above, their piercing eyes scanning the ground as they flew towards the sect master peak. The long-awaited journey to South Dipper Mountain was finally underway. Chen Xun stood at the base of the mountain with the black bull, gazing upward with a tranquil expression. Old Bull, let us go. Whoa. They were en route to a market outside the mountain to meet an important individual. Disciples in the Qi refinement stage lingered throughout the Wuyun sect, frequently glancing at the sky, engaged in spirited discussions about the upcoming expedition to South Dipper Mountain, completely unaware that a certain master was leading a black bull past them. Chapter 71. A tranquil stroll amidst fleeting concerns. Suspended bamboo market, located beyond the Yuzhu mountain range, serves as one of the external markets of the Wuyun sect, a bustling hub for numerous wandering cultivators and disciples from various sections. However, to reach this market, one must traverse a vast expanse of towering bamboo groves, where a mere mortal might easily lose their way. A gentle breeze rustles through the bamboo, creating a rhythmic sound reminiscent of enchanting melodies wafting through the air. Upon spotting a figure, the scattered cultivators and sect disciples display expressions of astonishment, promptly stepping aside with respectful gestures. The individual, smiling in return, exudes a warm demeanor, leading a black bovine spirit beast by the reins. Clad in a grayish-blue robe of the Wuyun sect, is undoubtedly a foundational stage cultivator of the esteemed sect. Emerging from the bamboo forest, a vibrant scene unfolds, revealing countless intricately arranged pavilions, and the market buzzes with activity, occasionally hosting small auctions. The wandering cultivators exude a sense of vigilance. While the market itself is secure, the surroundings remain uncertain, and they hurry along their paths. Chen Xun smiles softly, recalling a time when he too lived in such precariousness. Moo, the large black bull surveys its surroundings, now assuming a leading role, a feeling quite different from before. No one dares to cast them sidelong glances any longer. Instead, their expressions reflect respect. The black bull, unable to contain its joy, wags its tail contentedly. Old Bull, let us proceed. The talisman shop awaits us. Moo. The black bull nudges Chen Xun, striding boldly through the sex market, no longer needing to hide. The Shifeng talisman shop bustles with patrons thriving in business. Yet, at the edge of the pavilion, a middle-aged man reprimands several disciples, his words laced with exasperation, rendering the disciples visibly impatient. This man, appearing to be in his 50s, stands tall and robust, exuding righteousness, his tone filled with a palpable frustration of unmet potential. After some time, the middle-aged man ceases his lecturing, and the Wuyun sect disciples hastily retreat, muttering grievances. The man, hands clasped behind his back, shakes his head, lamenting the fleeting nature of time and the missed opportunities for cultivation. The passage of years has marked his face with a wisdom of experience. a testament to the countless seasons that have come and gone. Lu Feng, Chen Xun greets with a smile and a respectful gesture. The middle-aged man, startled, looks across the street at Chen Xun, his face lighting up with joy. Chen Xun, Uncle Master. This scene is peculiar, as an older man addresses a significantly younger individual as Uncle Master. Come, Uncle Master. I never imagined you would break through to the foundational stage. This is wonderful news. Lu Feng's face beams with delight as he approaches, grasping Chen Xun's hand and the rope of the Black Bull. Hurry inside. Wait. Moo. They are playfully pulled along by Lu Feng, reminiscent of their first day at the Wuyun sect when this enthusiastic senior welcomed them. In the backyard, Chen Xun takes a seat on a stone bench, while Lu Feng stands nearby, hesitant to sit. Lu Feng, please have a seat. Yes, Uncle Master. Lu Feng's voice is slightly gravelly. The two sit facing each other, expressions mingling with nostalgia and joy. Why'd you come down the mountain so early? You still have ample time, and I assume you have aspirations for the foundational stage. Chen Xun inquires, puzzled, as he had not sensed any despair from Lu Feng. Uncle Master, you may not know this, but there is an age restriction for disciples of the Qi refining stage at the enforcement hall. One must not exceed 50. Yet you could continue your cultivation in other halls. Uncle Master, my ambitions lie elsewhere. Lu Feng shakes his head gently, speaking earnestly. I am merely a four-element spiritual root, discovered by my master when he found me at the foot of the mountain and nurtured me within the Wuyun sect. My combat skills are lacking. I could not even secure a place within the top 5,000 of the sect's grand competition. If I were to remain in the sect, it would be a waste of resources. The matter of foundational cultivation was never in my plans. My greatest wish is to encourage my junior brothers and sisters to cultivate diligently. Lu Feng smiles broadly, looking at Chen Xun with a sense of contentment. Seeing you, Uncle Master, achieve the foundational stage brings me immense satisfaction. Chen Xun felt as if words were caught in his throat. He sensed that whatever he might say would seem inadequate. Such a person as Lu Feng is truly exceptional. It appears I have fallen short. Witnessing your state of mind now reassures me. Chen Xun replied warmly. Uncle Master, there is no need for concern. Not every cultivator seeks longevity, and I harbor no regrets. Indeed, life may present us with many individuals and events, but as long as we can extract wisdom from these experiences, it is sufficient. Chen Xun respectfully saluted, sensing that Lu Feng had found his path and wishing to celebrate this. Ha. The two erupted in hearty laughter, leaving the Black Bull bewildered, pondering their cryptic exchanges. As they strolled leisurely through the backyard, reminiscing about the past, Chen Xun exhibited remarkable patience in listening to Lu Feng's musings. After some time, Chen Xun and the Black Bull bade farewell. Uncle Master, Black Bull, time passes swiftly. Do not indulge too deeply in distractions. Lu Feng called out, a hint of urgency in his tone as they departed. Chen Xun turned with a flourish, bowing and laughing heartily. Chen Xun will remember. Moo. The Black Bull also turned back with a call, affirming its commitment. As they left the market, Lu Feng stood gazing at their vanishing figures for a long while, eventually sighing softly before returning to the talisman shop to select a fortunate disciple. With Chen Xun as a role model, he wondered which young cultivator would dare to waste their time and neglect their cultivation. Chen Xun and the Black Bull returned to the spirit herb garden, diligently tending to their plants, observing the intricate floating light mystic array, focusing solely on their tasks. They tended to mountain chickens and wild boars, perusing the comprehensive guide to heavenly materials and earthly treasures, their mouths watering at the prospect of the wondrous items it contained. From gung metal, which enhances the sharpness of crafted artifacts, to 8 treasure red gold, which amplifies the harmony between one's internal energy and artifacts, greatly increasing their potency. There was also mystic ice jade liquid, which could be used to cultivate one's vision, revealing hidden truths, even penetrating certain restrictions. Among the treasures was a substance known as illusory true stone milk, which captivated the Black Bull, as it could be used for body refinement. If I were to refine my horns with this, I'd be invincible. No one could break them. Seated atop a hill in the herb garden, one man and one bull surveyed the verdant expanse. Old bull, this is truly remarkable. My horizons have expanded significantly. I had no idea the cultivation world was filled with such wonders. Chen Xun exclaimed, pointing at the various entries in the book. The Black Bull was equally entranced, aware that this was merely the most rudimentary information. Chen Xun finally grasped that iron essence was the most basic material for artifact crafting. His journey with the mountain-opening axe was only just beginning. Immersed in their discoveries, they sometimes lamented over items that were not their own, only to burst into laughter at the prospect of one day acquiring them. As their excitement grew, they filled the herb garden with their exuberant calls, startling the mountain chickens and wild boars into a frenzy. The path to immortality is long and winding, and the future ahead of them brims with uncertainty and excitement. Chapter 72. Lumbering enlightens our thoughts, Old Bull. Let us venture to the alchemy hall. It seems the elders could greatly benefit from the assistance of Foundation establishment practitioners. Chen Xun remarked with a smile to the great Black Bull. We seek no reward. Merely learning the art of alchemy alongside our seniors will suffice. Moo moo. The Black Bull nodded eagerly. They indeed had tasks in the spiritual herb garden, and the elders could not keep them from their duties. Chen Xun prepared himself and led the Black Bull toward the alchemy hall. The guardians outside the grand formation paid them little mind. As long as they weren't embarking on a long journey, it was a minor affair. This was not a prison, after all. Upon entering the alchemy hall, Chen Xun found Elder Jing Huang and expressed his willingness to assist in alchemical endeavors without charge, hoping to glean some knowledge in the process. Elder Jing was overjoyed, stroking his beard repeatedly. With your mindset, Junior Brother Chen, your prospects for attaining the golden core stage are certainly promising. This was indeed a fortuitous windfall. Foundation establishment practitioners were far busier than their chi refinement counterparts, often with heads held high. Moreover, the fact that Chen Xun offered his help free of charge meant that Elder Jing wouldn't have to provide him with the spiritual stones needed to replenish his magical energy. Most importantly, he could utilize the young man's mental prowess, which far surpassed that of his named disciples, significantly boosting the success rate of forming pills. Nonetheless, Chen Xun set forth some ground rules, indicating his obligations in the herb garden would limit his visits. Elder Jing, being quite straightforward, reassured him that as fellow disciples of the alchemy hall, there was no need for such formalities. He would never pressure Chen Xun into doing more than he was willing. Chen Xun felt a wave of relief. Indeed, it seemed easier to communicate within this department. Had he ventured into the equipment hall, he might have been chased away. The rules of the Wu Yun sect were stringent and could not be traversed casually like in a small village. For half a month, Chen Xun remained in a certain alchemical chamber, while the Black Bull busied himself with reading. Elder Jing provided him with many low-tier spiritual herbs for crafting, and the finished elixirs left Elder Jing quite satisfied, finding them superior to those made by his disciples. However, he had never taught Chen Xun any alchemical techniques. As such knowledge was sacred, he merely offered guidance on the fundamentals of alchemy, which Chen Xun found sufficient. For instance, while sipping tea in Elder Jing's abode one day, Chen Xun, having exhausted his mental energy, needed time to recuperate. It was the first occasion Elder Jing had invited him as a guest. Brother Jing, can this foundational herb yield more than one batch of Foundation establishment pills? Chen Xun exclaimed, astonished. What a tremendous loss that would be. He gazed at Elder Jing, incredulous, realizing that numerous herbs could potentially produce multiple elixirs. Elder Jing chuckled, shaking his head. Junior Brother Chen, why do you seem so uninformed? Indeed, if the medicinal properties of an herb are too potent, it can greatly affect the pill's formation, and the Foundation establishment pill is a prime example. For instance, if one herb can produce a pill after 30 years, and you attempt to use one that has matured for 300 years, what do you think the outcome would be? The potency of the pill would increase. Chen Xun pondered, recalling his own experiences with such folly. You overthink it, Chen. That would merely lead to the pill disintegrating. It simply cannot withstand such potency. Elder Jing laughed heartily, savoring his tea. You see, everything has its limits. Too much of a good thing can lead to its opposite, much like the essence of spiritual herbs. I see now. I have learned much from you, Brother Jing. Had you not enlightened me, I might have remained in ignorance for a lifetime. Chen Xun felt a sheen of sweat form on his brow, increasingly troubled by the realization of his past missteps. He wondered why the herbs in the garden were not allowed to mature indefinitely. Now he understood the reasoning behind it. Elder Jing smiled gently, refilling Chen Xun's teacup. He had other matters to attend to, and today's invitation was also a gesture of gratitude. Brother Jing, I shan't impose further, Chen Xun said as he rose, cupping his hands in farewell. Very well, I shall not keep you any longer, junior brother. Should you have any uncertainties, you are welcome to seek me out in my abode, Elder Jing replied calmly, appreciating Chen Xun's understanding of boundaries and propriety, as he never pried into the intricacies of alchemy, only asking about minor details. Chen Xun smiled slightly and turned to leave. He glanced at the great black bull outside the dwelling, which was deep in thought before a pile of timber. He paused, turning back to Elder Jing. Brother Jing, junior brother, what is it? What is the nature of this wood outside? I see many of our seniors have it before their abodes. Ah, that is the wood of the crane spirit tree, used for crafting medicinal boxes or preserving elixirs. It can be found abundantly throughout the Yuzhu mountain range. What? Chen Xun's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing as he realized the extent of his miscalculations over the years. His eyelids twitched violently, and he fell to the ground, overcome with shock. Junior brother Chen, moo. On the way back, the great black bull carried Chen Xun, who stared blankly at the sky, feeling an army of ants crawling over his body. His anger simmered within him, and the axe at his waist glimmered ominously. The black bull frequently glanced back at Chen Xun. This time, they had truly incurred a significant loss. How impoverished they had been in those years, selling a single spiritual herb only to have to reclaim the medicinal box. Yet now they learned that this spirit tree could be found in abundance wherever spiritual energy congregated. Having endured hardship, the disparity in their fortunes was jarring. Old bull, Chen Xun suddenly shouted from the bull's back. Let's chop wood. Damn it, from now on, our bowls, spoons, pigsties, chicken coops, and everything else shall be crafted from this crane spirit tree. How else can we attain enlightenment and cultivate? We cannot continue this way. Moo, the man and bull, filled with righteous indignation, plunged into the mountains, wielding their axes against the crane spirit trees, the sound of crashing would echoing through the mountains. Together, Chen Xun and the great black bull carried a massive pile of timber back to the spiritual herb garden. The disciples passing by were astonished, speculating that this elder must be preparing to cultivate some formidable wood-based spells. At the entrance of the spiritual herb garden, the guards, startled by the sight, gasped. A figure was seen shouldering several massive round logs while the black bull bore an additional 6 or 7. Had they not maintained clear senses, one might have mistaken them for 2 massive logs striding about. Junior brother, what is your intention? One could not help but inquire bewildered. Are you to practice mundane martial arts in the realm of cultivation? Seniors, we are fine. Lumbering enlightens our thoughts. Chen Xun replied, his forehead taut with veins. Yet he smiled and nodded. Old bull, let us proceed. Moo. The black bull responded in agreement, though the 2 guards stood a distance away. They shook their heads and sighed at Chen Xun's peculiar demeanor. It was indeed true that those who could cultivate the water spirit technique to the second layer often possessed eccentric traits. In the days that followed, Chen Xun and the great black bull added a new pastime to their repertoire, lumbering in the mountains. Their spiritual herb garden became increasingly filled with timber from the crane spirit trees, stacking higher and higher, and their frustrations eased as they began crafting various tools. The sounds of their labor reverberated throughout the entire Huiwan stream spiritual herb garden. As time passed, Chen Xun and the great black bull ceased to feel the probing force of the grand formation. Nevertheless, they remained vigilant and continued diligently with their tasks. Chapter 73. He harbors no regrets, nor do we today. Under a bright and gentle sun, the piercing cries of eagles resonated across the skies above the Wuyun sect, as 5 azure cliff eagles soared through the firmament. Half a year ago, during their journey to the South Dipper Mountain, these disciples finally returned. The inner disciples were filled with anticipation, while the elders of the sect displayed earnest concern. The azure cliff eagles descended before the grand hall of the sect leader. But this year, fewer than 100 disciples had survived. The losses were indeed grievous, yet the harvest of spiritual herbs was remarkably fruitful. The sect leader and the elders offered words of encouragement, while the remaining disciples walked in silence, many bearing traces of blood upon their bodies, their eyes occasionally flashing with a cold light. Following the elders down the mountain, they spoke not a word. This year's competition had been particularly brutal, with some disciples from the 10 great sects wielding high-grade yellow-tier artifacts, rendering them unstoppable. At the foot of the grand peak, a figure stood afar, holding a black bull, seemingly awaiting someone. As the disciples descended, they began to ride their swords into the air, dispersing in various directions. Yet it appeared that they still did not see that person. The black bull snorted heavily, its breath coming in rough bursts, as the number of descending disciples dwindled. Why had he not yet appeared? Chen Xun clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently in that direction, his peripheral vision darting among the departing disciples. Yet none resembled that person, not even closely. Moo! The black bull looked at Chen Xun, its expression tense, as the disciples continued to trickle down the mountain. Now scarcely any remained. Old bull, I cannot directly provide the Foundation Establishment pill to Senior Brother G. Otherwise, it would spell disaster for him and for us. Chen Xun's voice trembled slightly. It seemed that Senior Brother G might truly not return. Moo! The black bull let out a low call, as the last of the figures faded from sight. Old bull, let us depart. We have truly done our utmost. Chen Xun managed a faint smile, resting one hand on the bull's head, performing his duty and leaving the rest to fate. Senior Brother G had at least made an effort. He harbored no regrets. And thus, neither would we. Moo! The black bull nudged against Chen Xun, its mood dismal. As leaves rustled in the breeze, they turned to leave, their silhouettes shrouded in profound desolation. The blazing sun above the sect leader's peak swayed and slowly descended, while a few clouds at the horizon dispersed, transforming into a tapestry of vibrant twilight. At the base of the mountain, the afterglow of the setting sun illuminated a hasty figure who, having secured first place, was retained by the sect leader for a private commendation, thus descending a bit later. Suddenly, this figure halted abruptly, as if he had seen something. His eyes widened in disbelief, and with all his might, he bellowed in one direction. Uncle Chun, Junior Brother Nyo. A familiar voice echoed from afar, causing Chen Xun and the black bull to tremble as if struck by lightning, their steps faltering, eyes quivering in a daze. Slowly turning his head, Chen Xun beheld a figure standing at the foot of the mountain, and that person was none other than Ji Kuan. Countless words lodged in Ji Kuan's throat. His eyes slightly reddened, but brimming with vigor. The bloodstains upon him lent an aura of rugged masculinity. The essence of his former self seemed to have returned, and though his hair had whitened, he bore no signs of aging. Ji Kuan, however, did not utter a single word, merely nodding solemnly at Chen Xun. Moo moo moo. The black bull leaped in excitement, rising to its feet with a force that sent leaves swirling around them. Chen Xun's gaze deepened, a smile gracing his lips as he reciprocated Ji Kuan's nod. He led the black bull away. Throughout, they exchanged not a single word. Ji Kuan solemnly clasped his hands in salute towards their departing figures, his gaze gradually shifting to his storage bag. The contribution value of that high-grade yellow-tier artifact was at least 3,000, and only cultivators of the Foundation Establishment stage could redeem it. In the months leading up to his departure, he had inquired about this matter. Chen Xun had deceived him, but the debt of gratitude remained unspoken, enough to be cherished for a lifetime. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, Ji Kuan gazed skyward with a soft sigh, his heart a tumult of emotions. The path of cultivation was fraught with deceit, yet to encounter such a friend was truly a blessing, a rare fortune. Upon returning to the spiritual herb garden, Chen Xun was invigorated, exchanging a knowing glance with the black bull, both breaking into smiles, and they added the year's longevity points to their magical power. Old bull, I intend to refine a Foundation Establishment pill for Senior Brother G. However, it shall be of a different sort. Otherwise, it would surely lead to failure. Chen Xun spoke earnestly, his brow slightly furrowed. The Foundation Establishment pill provided by the sect might possess some issues. I will proactively offer to deliver the pill and exchange it as needed. Moo? The Black Bull asked anxiously, unfamiliar with the intricacies of alchemy. It could be a substandard product, but certainly not a high-grade foundation establishment pill, Chen Xun replied solemnly, glancing at the bull. However, this is merely my conjecture. Regardless of its quality, I must replace it. Senior Brother G has only this final opportunity. In the alchemy hall, he was not merely idling away his time. He had learned a great deal, including that medicinal pills were classified into 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional. Yet he had yet to hear of anything regarding pill patterns, nor had he encountered them. He was slowly exploring the matter of pill verification. Now, he could discern the general quality of the pills used during the qi refinement stage, but he still could not perceive the foundation establishment pill. Moo. The Black Bull nodded earnestly, cautious in all endeavors to avoid errors. We have deciphered the probing patterns of the grand formation. We need only to bypass those 2 specific time points each day, and no one will know what we are up to. Chen Xun squinted slightly, observing the occasional streaks of light passing through the heavens. Were it not for the warnings and concealments of the essence of all things, they would have long been thoroughly scrutinized and yet remained oblivious. Moo. The Black Bull too lifted its head solemnly, aware that this place harbored sinister forces, far from the idyllic image one might envision. Old Bull, let us commence our work. Chen Xun smiled gently. With the essence of all things, they could now cultivate a 120-year-old spiritual herb within a month. Moo. The Black Bull hurriedly trotted off towards the cave they had excavated at the foot of the hill, its storage bag containing a substantial quantity of foundation establishment herbs. They had previously dared to uproot a spiritual herb from the spiritual fields, and the grand formation had shown no reaction. Changing the place of growth was perfectly normal, provided they did not take it away or damage it. However, if the age of the spiritual herb was incorrect, it would then become the responsibility of those who harvested herbs in the alchemy hall. For the grand formation lacked the capability to probe such matters. They had also casually planted several ordinary spiritual herbs, and the formation had responded not at all. It seemed to react only to those recorded in the ledger. They held too many secrets and had to tread with utmost caution. Within the cave, Chen Xun began the alchemical process, controlling the Dan fire with moderate skill. This time, he did not blend all the herbs together, but instead distributed the medicinal liquids. The Black Bull continued to cultivate spiritual herbs nearby, reading books in its spare time and reminding Chen Xun of the times to avoid. Time flowed steadily alongside Chen Xun's alchemical endeavors. Each day, he experimented continuously, noting that the quality of the pills varied significantly with the potency of the medicinal liquids. Yet, they had yet to produce pills adorned with patterns. With the presence of spiritual consciousness, the success rate of pill formation surged, allowing him to precisely control the herbs within the furnace. His alchemical techniques, combined with the enhancement of the Dan fire, had reached a remarkably formidable level. Chapter 74. The wealthy woman in Chen Xun's eyes. More than half a year later, the foundation establishment pills were finally produced in the alchemy hall. Chen Xun voluntarily offered to deliver a foundation establishment pill to Ji Cohen, expressing their shared origins from the 9-Star Valley and the desire to send him off on his final journey. The elders had no objections. It was only a simple favor to deliver a pill to a loose cultivator, and there were no tangible benefits in doing so. Most cultivators had failed in their foundation establishment attempts, leading to past grievances within the sect. They handed Chen Xun a jade vial containing a glossy black foundation establishment pill. The 5-Element sect had strict regulations, rigorously investigating any instances of embezzlement. If it were discovered that a foundation establishment pill never reached the disciple, the offender would face imprisonment in the law enforcement hall, or worse, have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect. If such practices were allowed to flourish, who would still be willing to serve the sect, leading to a lack of successors? Not everyone could rely solely on talent to achieve foundation establishment. Chen Xun, accompanied by the great Black Bull, soared through the skies on his sword, having already replaced the real black pill with a white, unmarked foundation establishment pill, which he had darkened with a medicinal liquid. In that old, dilapidated house, Ji Cohen awaited him, his demeanor sharp yet composed. every day filled with anticipation for Chen Xun's arrival. Whoosh! A beam of sword light descended from the distant horizon, and Ji Kun smiled. Recognizing the large black figure that undoubtedly belonged to his junior, the bull, which always lingered behind Chen Xun. Eh? Kun. Chen Xun called out, bursting into laughter upon seeing Ji Kun's silhouette at the entrance. Master Uncle Chen. Ji Kun bowed deeply, his greeting laden with emotion, sorrow, acceptance, hope, and profound gratitude. We have come to deliver the Foundation Establishment Pill. Moo. They descended on their swords, joy gleaming in their eyes as they presented the jade vial, ready to hand it over to Ji Kun. However, Ji Kun remained bent over, as the pill had become less significant to him. Even if he could not achieve Foundation establishment, having a friend like Chen Xun was enough to leave him without regrets in this life. Quickly take it. Chen Xun used his magic to lift him, but both he and the great black bull were suddenly startled, their eyes widening in shock. Ji Kun was now weeping uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face, producing a soundless cry, even as his nose ran freely. The scene was too comical, and Chen Xun and the great black bull struggled to contain their laughter, their stomachs convulsing, yet they maintained their composure and respect towards Ji Kun, refraining from laughing aloud. Quickly take it. Remember, you still owe me 2,000 contribution points. Chen Xun said with a grin, pulling out a silk pouch from his storage bag. If Ji Kun succeeded in his Foundation establishment, he could open it, read it, and then destroy it. Yes, Master Uncle Chen. Ji Kun carefully accepted it without inquiring further. He then produced a magical artifact from his storage bag. Master Uncle, this is yours, but I will never delay returning those contribution points. Ah, what use do we have for magical artifacts in the Spirit Herb Garden? Just repay the contributions when the time comes. Moo. Both Chen Xun and the great black bull shook their heads, unbothered by the matter. Ji Kun frowned, determined to return the magical artifact to Chen Xun today. But suddenly, Chen Xun let out a sharp cry. Old bull, up on the sword, retreat quickly. Moo whoosh. Whoosh. A cloud of dust enveloped Ji Kun as he stood frozen, staring at the figures of Chen Xun and the great black bull disappearing into the horizon, speechless. What a swift and carefree departure. Haha, Master Uncle Chen, Bull Jr. Who exactly are you? Ji Kun mused, a gentle smile gracing his lips, warmth flooding his heart. Instead of returning to the Spirit Herb Garden, Chen Xun and the great black bull headed for the alchemy hall, having heard that Senior Sister Zhuo was present today. She was a master alchemist, and many Foundation establishment pills for the inner disciples were crafted by her hands. Old bull, be a bit more emotional. Yes, a little more sorrowful. Chen Xun adjusted the bull's head, and the great black bull drooped its head, eyes filled with desolation, lowing mournfully. Beautiful, just like that. Chen Xun coughed, adopting a mournful expression as if mourning the death of a bull, leading the great black bull into the grand hall. A chilling atmosphere of despair surrounded them, startling passing disciples who wondered what had happened to their master uncle and his spirit beast. Upon hearing of Chen Xun's request for an audience, Zhuo Ying was taken aback by their appearance. Did something happen in the Spirit Herb Garden? However, Chen Xun said, Senior Sister Zhuo, this situation is quite unfortunate. The techniques in the contribution hall are far too expensive and do not suit my constitution. I wonder if there are any common Foundation establishment techniques available? Zhuo Ying was surprised and amused by Chen Xun's request, her eyes sparkling like clear water, a graceful smile curving her lips. I must admit, I overlooked this matter during your enrollment. There are too few cultivators with the 5 elemental roots. The sect has not prepared such techniques. Hehehe. Chen Xun awkwardly clasped his hands, fully aware that such techniques were too rudimentary to be worthy of the sect's main hall. Junior brother, wait for me a moment. Zhuo Ying spoke softly, and in an instant, she vanished in a waft of fragrant wind. Chen Xun and the great black bull exchanged glances, their eyelids twitching. Is this what agility looks like? They wished to combine their strength and speed in Foundation establishment spells, yet they had not found a way to do so. Before long, Zhuo Ying returned, holding a manual. Junior brother Chen Xun, I present you with this 100 refinements of the 5 elements technique. While Foundation establishment techniques often include unique spells, This one may not be particularly remarkable, but it comes with a small agility technique called 5-element shadow escape. I believe it is quite suitable for someone like you who cultivates spirit herbs. Though your combat abilities may be lacking, having agility at your disposal will enhance your self-preservation. She gestured, and the manual floated gracefully into Chen Xun's hands. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull were deeply moved. He solemnly said, "Thank you, Senior Sister Zhua, for your generous gift." Though women might affect their cultivation speed, a wealthy woman would not, for she would only provide herself with an even better technique. Moo moo. The Great Black Bull lowered its head in gratitude, acknowledging the thoughtful nature of the Deputy Peak Master. This is what Junior Brother Chen deserves. This technique is not precious. Go ahead. Zhui Ying smiled gently, noting that similar techniques were abundant, and the 5 elemental root techniques were increasingly disregarded. With the development of the cultivation world, resources were becoming scarcer. It was no longer the era of tens of thousands of years ago. Many spirit herbs had become extinct, and cultivators with 5 elemental roots found it challenging even to establish a foundation. Many high-ranking figures in the Qian Kingdom had come to the same conclusion. The excessive consumption of ancient cultivation resources could be attributed to the 5 elemental root cultivators, as they consumed far too many resources and were numerous in number. From the countless 5 elemental root cultivation techniques passed down through generations, their suspicions were far from baseless. These techniques were not only ordinary but also rather ineffective. However, Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull felt as though they had struck gold, continuously expressing their gratitude for the kindness in the world, a sentiment they would remember. "Old Bull, why can't we become Deputy Peak Masters while my senior sister can?" "Moo, because of charisma. Does this alchemy hall really need a late foundation establishment cultivator? If there were to be a vote, I will be the first to vote for senior sister." "Moo moo." The Great Black Bull's eyes brightened, eagerly nudging Chen Xun, ready to cast its vote for senior sister. "Ha ha." Laughter echoed down the path. A heavy stone lifted from their hearts as they finally resolved the issue of the technique, striding joyfully toward the Spirit Herb Garden. Chapter 75. The cultivation life of a straight line as Chen Xun was about to sing along the road. He was startled when the big black bull indicated its need to relieve itself. Frowning, he wondered what that meant. He stood by the roadside, observing the big black bull, which wore a distressed expression, its face turning crimson after holding it in for so long. Chen Xun narrowed his eyes, feeling increasingly uneasy about the situation. He approached the big black bull, gently tugging at its ear as he sang, "Listen to me." "Moo." The big black bull trembled, letting out a startled cry, and finally released a thunderous fart. "Oh dear, what the? Ugh. Old bull, what the hell? Just die already." "Moo." The big black bull bolted, glancing back in terror as Chen Xun pursued, wielding a mountain axe, dust swirling around him, exuding a murderous aura. Countless disciples scattered in fright, witnessing their senior uncle, face contorted in agony, chasing after a mad bull. They did not halt until they reached the entrance of the spiritual herb garden. Chen Xun revealed a bloodthirsty smile, nodding to his 2 senior brothers nearby, then effortlessly dragged the big black bull into the garden. From that day forth, the spiritual herb garden in Huiquan stream echoed daily with the wailing cries reminiscent of a ghostly lament, accompanied by the big black bull's agonized moans, as if it were suffering tremendous torment. Life eventually settled into tranquility as Chen Xun and the big black bull began their formal cultivation, consuming their peculiar foundation-building pills while absorbing the pure spiritual energy from the spiritual veins. Their cultivation steadily progressed, albeit slowly, but with promising potential. They remained unperturbed, savoring the subtle advancements in their cultivation, engaging in discussions, and the big black bull became increasingly adept at writing using its telekinesis. They ingested a foundation-building pill, with the next interval potentially lasting a month or even several months, showing no urgency to chase after the lifespan of the foundation-building stage. "Old bull, there's much to be done. Let us adhere to our cultivation plan and avoid any hasty actions." Moo moo, seated upon the grassy expanse, their eyes gently closed. They emanated an enigmatic aura, embodying tranquility as the surrounding verdant grass swayed rhythmically without the breeze. Chen Xun and the Big Black Bull commenced their three-point cultivation routine, morning practices of skills and meditation, for as Chen Xun often stated, the key to a day lies in the morning, with the rising sun ushering in auspicious energy from the east. The Big Black Bull wholeheartedly believed Chen Xun's words, often waking even earlier than him, invigorated by its foundation building, and even improved its memory significantly. They now required less sleep than before. This novel experience left Chen Xun in awe, marveling at the profound transformation of life itself, truly astounding. In the afternoons, they practiced array formations and talisman arts or immersed themselves in reading, while evenings were dedicated to refining their movement techniques and the foundational five-element evasion arts, interspersed with caring for the spiritual herbs, thus filling their schedule to the brim. The mountain pigs and chickens thrived under their care, and they had no intention of consuming them, making the spiritual herb garden a lively place. Unsurprisingly, the Big Black Bull became their leader, taking them out to roam daily, often mooing in exasperation, which amused Chen Xun to no end. Years slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 years had passed. Chen Xun and the Big Black Bull dedicated all 3 longevity points to enhancing their magical power. Meanwhile, the order in the mortal realm of the Qian kingdom had finally stabilized. After the new emperor ascended the throne, he diligently worked to suppress lawbreakers across the land, leading to countless criminals meeting their end at the executioner's hands in the marketplace. The conflict between the Wu and Qian kingdoms had also concluded, with both sides retreating their armies, leaving countless corpses along the borders, shrouding the world in mourning. However, the true confrontation between the two kingdoms was only beginning, transitioning from the mortal realm to the realm of cultivation. The 10 great sects of the Qian kingdom were now in a state of alarm, recalling many cultivators from afar for reasons unknown. The Weiyun sect frequently witnessed golden core cultivators soaring into the sky, vanishing into the horizon, as an atmosphere of impending storm enveloped the entire sect. Yet, amidst the sect, good news circulated. For instance, Ji Kuan and others had successfully built their foundations, adding several pillars of strength to the sect. Today, a man stood with his hands clasped behind his back outside a cave dwelling, his features as chiseled as if sculpted, with a mane of thick, dark hair that exuded an air of wildness. However, the sharpness hidden in his gaze commanded respect. Junior Brother Chun, Junior Brother Nyo, I have successfully built my foundation. Should anyone in the sect dare to bully you, Ji Kuan shall not rest until we settle the score. Ji Kuan radiated formidable energy, his eyes glinting with cold light as the ancient trees around him trembled under the weight of his aura, shedding countless green leaves. Sununta yiton hef. Ji Kuan slightly lifted his head, a glint of hatred flickering in his eyes. Though he now held a position among the outer sect stewards, that woman remained under the jurisdiction of a certain elder. Ji Kuan furrowed his brow. While killing her would be simple, dealing with the aftermath without leaving future troubles was a dilemma. The factions among the outer sect stewards were complex and vast, and he could not afford to be caught off guard as before. Junior Brother Chun said to open this once I've built my foundation. Ji Kuan solemnly retrieved a brocade pouch from his storage bag, revealing a piece of paper filled with written words. It read, "Congratulations on your successful foundation building, but it is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. She is merely a Qi refinement stage female disciple. Why place yourself in peril? As foundation building cultivators, we should adhere to the sect's regulations." As Ji Kuan read this, his brow arched. Junior Brother Chun hadn't said anything like this before. Doubt began to creep into his mind. Should he truly let go of his hatred? Caught in a dilemma, he hesitated, unwilling to go against Chen Xun's wishes. So he continued reading. That elder had only been misled by that woman's slanders. Ji Kuan should prepare a gift to clarify the matter. He believed that after Ji Kuan built his foundation, the elder would grant him this courtesy, as they were fellow disciples and part of the outer sect as stewards. There was no need to let their relationship sour, for the road ahead was long. Ji Kuan felt a pang in his heart, his frown deepening. Aside from Su Yedong, he loathed this person the most. Was he truly to lower himself and seek favor from him? But junior brother Chen understood that Ji Kun had a considerable ego. Thus, regardless of what transpired, upon arriving at that elder's cave dwelling, he must adopt a humble demeanor and avoid offending the elder. In the end, he urged Ji Kun to stay true to his original intentions and to thrive on the path of cultivation, laughing heartily. Ji Kun read every word carefully, his heart gradually calming, his gaze growing increasingly profound. Junior brother Chen's words were imbued with kindness, leaving no room for misinterpretation, aligning perfectly with his character. Anyone who read the contents would find no fault, and Ji Kun felt the same. He sighed deeply, realizing that junior brother Chen meant well for him, having received such a great favor. Even if he were to set aside his hatred, what did it matter if he endured some grievances? He promptly burned the paper and began preparing a gift of apology. Chapter 76. The unexpected tragic death of Su Yedong 2 days later. Ji Kun personally visited the cave dwelling of Elder Dai to offer his apologies, yet he stood outside for a full hour before being granted entry. Although his expression bore a hint of anger, he recalled Chen Xun's words and forced a smile. Inside the cave, a barrage of scolding echoed. But every time Ji Kun felt the urge to retaliate, he remembered Chen Xun and opted instead to smile and explain himself. Gradually, the scolding diminished, replaced by intermittent bursts of laughter. Elder Dai remarked that the matter had passed, acknowledging Ji Kun's sincerity. He chose to overlook the incident involving the female disciple at the qi refining stage, wishing to avoid further complications. Elder Dai, not wanting to embarrass himself, could surmise Ji Kun's intentions. However, Ji Kun remained unperturbed, insisting that his apologies were genuine and devoid of ulterior motives, declaring that he had relinquished any animosity. Elder Dai was greatly pleased with Ji Kun's character, subtly hinting at his desire to recruit him. Ji Kun, displaying a jovial demeanor, stated that he needed to consider the implications as it pertained to his future, but he bore no ill will. Elder Dai expressed understanding and encouraged Ji Kun to deliberate thoroughly, promising numerous benefits, each word laced with admiration. He stated that regardless of whom Ji Kun chose in the future, given his conduct today, their grievances would be forgotten, showcasing an expansive mindset. As Ji Kun made his way back, a pensive expression adorned his face, and he repeatedly reflected on Chen Xun's every utterance. He sensed he was on the brink of a revelation, murmuring to himself about adhering to one's original intentions. That was the crux of it. His original intent was to eliminate that woman and subsequently align himself with Elder Li, a formidable faction among the outer disciples. Undeterred by any threat, yet it was evident that the woman could not be harmed. Even Elder Dai could predict his designs. Days passed, and Ji Kun officially declared his allegiance to Elder Li. Upon hearing this news, Elder Dai's blood pressure surged, and he found it increasingly difficult to find peace, his anger escalating with every thought. In the subsequent days, Ji Kun, a self-taught cultivator, displayed remarkable courage and prowess, earning substantial merit for the sect. Much to Elder Li's delight, during gatherings of the outer elders, Elder Li frequently praised Ji Kun, asserting that the outer sect required such bold individuals, prompting nods of agreement from the other elders. Elder Dai's frustration intensified. His thoughts grew convoluted, and he felt an unexpressed anguish. For Ji Kun ought to have been under his command. He recalled Ji Kun's heartfelt apologies, which resonated deeply, especially considering the unresolved suspicions surrounding past events. Even the law enforcement hall of the sect had yet to reach a conclusion. Gradually, his ire shifted towards Su Yetong, believing her to be the instigator behind his loss of a foundational disciple. Meanwhile, Su Yetong was plagued by nightmares, fearing that Ji Kun, having achieved the foundation establishment stage, would easily eliminate her, a mere disciple at the 10th level of qi refining. However, Ji Kun had never sought trouble with her, which only deepened her trepidation. She contemplated that it would be easier to end her life than to endure the torment of Ji Kun's rising reputation. Nonetheless, she had prepared contingencies, knowing that if Ji Kun dared to come after her, she could implicate him, ensuring that even in death, the sect would uncover his culpability. Yet, Ji Kuan remained silent, and Su Yedong's mental state deteriorated under the weight of his growing renown. At times, she would appear disheveled, startled by the mere presence of a man. In her frenzy, she proclaimed to others that Ji Kuan intended to kill her, ultimately seeking refuge with Elder Dai. This only infuriated Elder Dai further. He perceived her as a nuisance, as Ji Kuan had dismissed her entirely. Subsequently, Elder Dai assigned her several perilous tasks, and at last, Su Yedong met her demise in an unfortunate accident. Her remains consumed by a beast, leaving no trace behind. A grim fate, indeed. This incident caused barely a ripple. The death of a Qi refining disciple during a mission was far too commonplace. Ji Kuan, meanwhile, was engaged in another task, possessing a flawless alibi. Upon returning to the sect, he was met with sycophants praising the demise of Su Yetong, asserting that they had always believed Ji Kuan had been wronged. In the wake of her death, Ji Kuan's reputation only soared, with countless outer disciples denouncing Su Yetong, proclaiming that Ji Kuan was far too noble to have been slandered by such a petty individual. Now, Ji Kuan was enveloped in a sinister aura, his demeanor cold and distant, paying no heed to those who sought his favor. He retreated to his cave, where a tumult of emotions surged within him. An astonishment flickered across his countenance. He had witnessed Su Yedong's erratic behavior among the outer disciples with a sense of grim satisfaction, grateful that he had not acted impulsively. He recalled Chen Xun's words, which resonated loudly in his mind. It is better to resolve enmities than to foster them. After all, she was merely a Qi refining disciple. Why place oneself in jeopardy? Ji Kuan repeatedly echoed Chen Xun's sentiments, his astonishment deepening until his very pupils trembled at the thought of that perpetually cheerful, innocent junior brother who led the Black Bull. He chuckled softly, realizing he had overthought the matter, attributing qualities to Chen Xun that were far removed from reality. He chastised himself, recognizing that Chen Xun was the last sanctuary of purity within his heart, one that must remain unsullied, even by his thoughts. Witnessing the tragic end of Su Yetong, he exhaled a heavy sigh of relief, feeling a sense of vindication. Now, having allied himself with Elder Li, he was determined to make Elder Dai's life uncomfortable. Due to his earlier apologies and his decision to ignore Su Yetong, Elder Dai had refrained from targeting him. Ji Kuan could not help but acknowledge the truth in Chen Xun's words. He had successfully sidestepped a considerable amount of trouble. Clutching a communication talisman, he made his way to the sect's spiritual herb garden. Today, Chen Xun was absorbing the essence of the world when the talisman emitted a faint glow. He slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips, sensing that Ji Kuan had resolved his troubles. He personally welcomed Ji Kuan into the cave within the spiritual herb garden, where Ji Kuan was taken aback by the enchanting scenery. Observing Chen Xun and the Black Bull in such a tranquil state, he felt a sense of relief. The two conversed extensively, recounting their experiences over the past 6 months, deliberately omitting any mention of the woman. Nearby, the great Black Bull listened with wide eyes, astonished to learn of the myriad dangers that lurked beyond the sect, including the existence of malevolent cultivators. Chen Xun reveled in the tales, laughter echoing through the cave. Though Ji Kuan had initially intended to be serious, he found himself continually amused by Chen Xun's storytelling. What was once fraught with peril transformed into something whimsical through Chen Xun's narration. Questions such as whether evil cultivators truly consumed spiritual beasts or donned black robes while cackling like villains filled the air, leaving the great Black Bull aghast, resting his head upon Chen Xun's shoulder. Yet, curiosity continually sparkled in their eyes, and I yearned to listen further. Subsequently, they journeyed together to the Hall of Contributions, where the two exhibited no pretense, fully dedicating their offerings to the great Black Bull. Had it not been for Chen Xun's timely intervention, Ji Kuan would have exhausted all his contributions. Nevertheless, in the presence of outsiders, they adhered to the sect's customs, with Chen Xun recognized as the senior brother and Ji Kuan as the junior, leaving no opportunity for others to cast aspersions. Yet, in Ji Kuan's heart, Chen Xun and the great Black Bull would eternally remain his junior brothers. They were not adept at combat, and should any misfortune arise, he would, even at the cost of his own life, ensure their safety. Even during the expedition to Nandam Mountain years ago, Ji Kuan firmly believed that their fortune was prosperous and not merely the result of combat prowess. Each expedition to Nandam Mountain every 20 years would witness individuals of such caliber among various sections. Chapter 77. The intent to kill, like a frigid wind, piercing the bone in the days that followed. Ji Kuan would always seek out Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull upon returning from his missions outside the sect. This was the place where he found the most solace for both body and mind. Especially upon seeing their well-being, he experienced an indescribable feeling of comfort, as if his struggles in the outside world were somehow eased. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull were equally curious about the outside world, eagerly listening to Ji Kuan's tales every time he visited, filled with laughter and joy. Ji Kuan occasionally took the Great Black Bull to the contribution hall, prompting Chen Xun to shake his head and lament, "Truly, the Great Bull cannot be left behind, haha." Eventually, Ji Kuan discovered a significant issue. The Black Bull had yet to establish its foundation. How could this be? He spoke with a stern expression. "Rest assured, Brother Bull, I will fight for your future outside the sect. A foundation establishment pill for spirit beasts won't cost more than a few thousand contributions. Brother Ji, we have the foundation establishment pill. We have it." Moo. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull urgently interjected, sensing that Ji Kuan was prepared to risk his life. Fortunately, upon showing Ji Kuan the Spirit Beast Foundation establishment pill, he finally felt at ease. Yet he still declared, "Brother Bull, even if the establishment fails, it matters not. With me around, we can always get another." Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull were deeply touched, standing outside the Spirit Herb Garden to bid farewell to their senior brother, hoping for his safe return each time. They then turned away and resumed their cultivation plans. As time flowed like a song, seasons passed unnoticed. Now, it was the 10th year since Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull arrived at the Spirit Herb Garden. During these years, the Wuyun sect had mourned the passing of a great cultivator in the Golden Core stage, leaving countless individuals lamenting. Even a lifespan of 1,000 years could not withstand the ravages of time. The sect was enveloped in a somber atmosphere, with the pillars of support quietly falling one by one, many still struggling to recover from the pain of loss. There was no tranquility within the Wuyun sect. Its predecessors bore the weight of progress, providing unseen benefits and protection to every disciple. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull had performed rites for the departed elder, with Chen Xun crafting a wooden coffin from the wood of the crane spirit tree. Together, they carried the coffin, playing the swana and ringing bells, paying their highest respects in a humble village funeral. Though they had no personal connection, their gesture was sincere. Afterward, they gathered around a large pot, boiling water, and filled with deep sorrow as they began their meal. They also added 7 longevity points to their magical powers, finally settling the debts of the alchemy hall. With a stable income plus the salary from the Spirit Herb Garden, Chen Xun calculated that he earned roughly 1,000 contribution points each year. It was a fortune, allowing him to support his family through his and the Great Bull's cultivation skills, living peacefully without theft or deceit. The Great Black Bull also successfully established its foundation last year and registered at the Spirit Beast Hall, now a figure of some status. Striding with pride and its nose held high, it constantly rode on the ground, prompting Chen Xun to call out Brother Bull, which delighted the Great Black Bull, causing it to bounce up and nuzzle against Chen Xun in excitement. Within the Spirit Herb Garden of the sect, compared to the usual tranquility, today the atmosphere in the Huiquan stream was charged with tension, as if the very grass and trees were on alert. The Great Black Bull appeared anxious, scanning the surroundings. So many Chen Xuns. Each bore a cold smile beneath a bandit mask. Some stood upon the water's surface, others on the tips of grass, and some upon giant rocks. The bull's consciousness spread out, realizing that all these Chen Xuns were mere manifestations of gathered spiritual energy and magical power, utterly immobile illusions. How could this old bull be deceived by such low-level tricks? Moo! The Great Black Bull roared in anger, a fierce blaze erupting skyward. The flames surged forth under its mental command, exploding outward, accompanied by a terrifying howl of magical power that tore through the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! One by one, the Chen Xuns were engulfed by the flames, dissipating into countless wisps of blue smoke. The great black bull grinned. This was the power of the Foundation establishment stage, truly formidable, and it had yet to exert its full strength. A loud clang echoed, and the great black bull suddenly narrowed its eyes, staggering back a few steps. A protective barrier of 5 colors of magical energy enveloping it, deflecting a surprise attack from a mountain-splitting axe. This was the immense advantage of the Foundation establishment stage. As long as it possessed magical energy, the protective barrier could be activated to block fatal damage at any moment. It was no longer the flimsy shield of the Qi refinement stage, merely sufficient to shield against wind and rain. Of course, if the barrier were breached, it would spell doom. Yet, the physical constitution of the Foundation establishment stage was significantly enhanced, rendering ordinary blades and firearms nearly ineffective. Unlike the fragility of the Qi refinement stage, the 5-element escape technique had perfectly merged with their speed. Previously, they often ran in straight lines and could not stop in time, causing the great black bull to crash into trees frequently. Now it moved with incredible agility, its speed finely controlled, and they felt that its movements rivaled those of the esteemed master by Shi from years past. The intent to kill was as chilling as a winter wind, piercing to the very marrow. At this moment, the air was filled with sonic booms, and after each illusion, a Chen Xun would appear. Yet, the great black bull remained unperturbed, gradually calming itself, as Chen Xun had taught it to remain composed in battle. Hasty actions could lead to dire consequences. Moo! The great black bull's eyes glinted coldly, its consciousness spotting Chen Xun hiding beneath a distant spirit tree. Whoosh! The great black bull transformed into a streak of light, dashing forward, leaving behind numerous shadowy remnants and wooden manifestations. In an instant, it reached Chen Xun, delivering a powerful kick. But Chen Xun revealed a cruel smile. "Old bull, you've fallen in my trap." Boom! Moo! The great black bull cried out in shock, unable to believe it had struck only an illusion, and then crashed violently into the tree, leaving behind a massive hoof print. "Shaman Black Bull, perish!" Chen Xun shouted, weaving through countless illusions, cackling madly. Fireball technique. Chen Xun suddenly appeared a short distance behind the great black bull, gesturing as torrents of fire rained down. A dark red fire dragon surged forth under his mental command, giving the great black bull no chance to evade. Just as the dark red fire dragon closed in, something unexpected happened. The great black bull's body twisted violently for reasons unknown. With a mocking grin, the great black bull thought, who doesn't know the basic 5-element escape technique? The fire dragon engulfed its form, dissipating into countless wisps of smoke. Damn it! Chen Xun, slightly exasperated, observed the growing number of great black bulls around him with sharp eyes. Moo! With another powerful roar, the great black bull suddenly appeared atop the water surface, its booming voice resonating, an indescribable aura rising. In an instant, 5 array flags settled at 5 points, a fierce wind whipping up like sharp blades, drawing in countless Chen Xuns and shredding them into fragments of magical energy, gradually revealing its true form. "Old bull, you scoundrel!" We agreed, no array formations. Chen Xun fumed. "Vort by vort, hov dart show trick me." Moo moo. The great black bull joyfully jumped. "You taught me this. It's called winning by deceit, with the might to move mountains and an aura that overshadowed the world." Moo! A cry of despair echoed as the great black bull was once again tossed into the water by Chen Xun. Then, in a sudden ambush, it pulled Chen Xun into the water, and they began to frolic and play amidst the waves. Ultimately, Chen Xun, having the right to voice his opinion, declared himself the victor. He laughed boisterously in the water, playfully slapping the great black bull, saying, "Shaman Black Bull, you're still too naive to engage in tricks with your brother's son." Chapter 78. The imagination of creating unique techniques and spells. Moo moo. This time, it was the great black bull, visibly agitated, snorting with frustration. "All right, you win, you win." "Moo? Indeed, come up quickly." Chen Xun slowly climbed ashore, his magical energy evaporating the mountain stream water on his body, creating billows of white mist that enveloped him, rendering him instantly clean. The great black bull shook its massive head vigorously, disliking the idea of using magical energy to dry off. It preferred to bask in the sun while occasionally nibbling on some grass. Old bull, this basic 5 elements escape technique is truly remarkable. Chen Xun sat at the water's edge, taking a deep breath, astounded by the unexpected results, which were entirely different from their previous assumptions. Moo, the great black bull nodded in agreement. The original technique was not about soaring through the skies or burrowing into the earth. It was merely a minor spell for those in the chi refining stage, utilizing the principles of the 5 elements to manifest as a magical avatar. It was ineffective for anything substantial, merely confusing the enemy to facilitate an escape. For instance, one could take on a water spirit form in water or a soil spirit form on land. However, they had yet to deploy their true strength. Their magical avatars were impressively real. Although immobile, they could split into hundreds until their energy was depleted, making it nearly impossible to discern the true from the false. Yet, should anyone touch the avatar, it would dissipate into spiritual energy. Coupled with the 5 elements escape technique, it was simply perfect, allowing seamless movement among the avatars. An unparalleled method of retreat. Even the old bull's protective barrier received enhancements from their magical energy and defenses. Chen Xun had previously unleashed a full-force attack against it, yet the barrier remained unyielding. At most, it had pushed the old bull back a few steps. Old bull, we must not underestimate these chi refining stage spells. Moo, can you create a technique that benefits so many in the cultivation community? If there were royalties, others would have grown rich by now. Moo moo. The great black bull was taken aback, as if realizing the truth of the matter. It did not comprehend copyrights. However, it understood that even a simple spell like a fireball was beyond their capability to create, let alone provide for so many practitioners. Thus, it was imperative for them to delve deeper into various minor spells. These were the crystallization of countless predecessors' wisdom, representing a true and enduring legacy. Chen Xun stated earnestly that they lacked the conditions and fortune to vie for excellent techniques and spells. These minor spells were readily available for purchase, and they were also easy to cultivate, suggesting a commonality within. In truth, during their daily excursions, they had explored numerous cliffs and caverns in search of supposed opportunities. Yet, they found nothing, save for a few beautiful stones they brought back. A worthwhile trip nonetheless, especially since Chen Xun and the great black bull were immensely pleased, exclaiming their fortune. Those so-called grand spells and superior techniques were merely the legacies of others, passed down only to disciples, not shared with the sect's contribution hall. Only the relics of foundation building and golden core practitioners who had no successors were placed in the contribution hall for exchange, ensuring that their legacies would not fade into obscurity. If one solely relied on oneself, they had to make significant contributions to the Wu Yun sect to earn additional techniques, as this was not a charitable institution. They exchanged their contributions for books, minor spells, and various low-grade materials, with no prospect for superior techniques or spells. Chen Xun and the great black bull were unremarkable, mere ordinary members among countless foundation-building practitioners, with great opportunities and benefits never falling into their laps. Moo, the great black bull nudged Chen Xun, astonished. Moo, integrating knowledge. Old bull, we must work diligently with our limited talents. Chen Xun smiled gently beside the great black bull, remarking that their defenses had withstood the previous disruption of their meridians. By enhancing their efforts, they could experiment with the operation of spells and techniques. Moo, the great black bull exclaimed excitedly. Chen Xun's words rang true. They were no longer novices in the cultivation world. Creating unique techniques and spells required trialing countless operational pathways. A misstep could lead to minor setbacks or catastrophic failures, resulting in total annihilation. It was also eager to explore various formations, though, currently, they often clashed and backfired upon it. Fortunately, with the magical shield in place, it had avoided numerous injuries. Setting up 2 small formations simultaneously was already a challenge. Every day was filled with relentless study, with no shortcuts available. only gradual accumulation of experience. Moo moo. The great black bull's eyes widened in urgency, nudging Chen Xun repeatedly. It retrieved the complete basic formation manual and several formation books, gifted by senior sister Ji from the outside world. Treasures it had stored within the large straw hat Chen Xun had made for it. The great black bull's eyes sparkled as it pointed at the books with its hoof, mooing excitedly, realizing it was only just beginning. Fear not, old bull. You are the most talented formation master I have ever encountered. You will undoubtedly succeed. Chen Xun understood its meaning, his tone and gaze resolute, without a hint of insincerity. I will focus on techniques and spells while you delve into formations. Though they may not be powerful, at least we will learn something, won't we? Moo! The great black bull stared wide-eyed, nodding emphatically. Chen Xun was indeed brilliant. There was no one smarter than him in this world. However, this was no trivial pursuit. It required practicing countless minor spells and investing a significant amount of time in summarizing knowledge. Where would a cultivator find such a long lifespan? Yet, Chen Xun's expression grew serious, calm, and unhurried. He paused at this juncture, slowly gazing at the great black bull, which returned his glance with equal steadiness. Time was the one thing they had in abundance. Moo! They exchanged deep glances, their lips curling into smiles that grew ever wider, culminating in a playful contest to see who could contort their mouth the most. In the subsequent years, they visited the contribution hall annually to exchange for minor spells such as Morning Breeze Technique, Ice Valley Technique, Five-Leaf Technique, and many others. The great black bull continuously swapped for materials for formations, as its resources had become severely depleted. Chen Xun also began crafting tools, as exchanging for materials was generally cheaper than acquiring finished products. They consistently exhausted their contributions each year, leading the elders of the contribution hall to express their exasperation, gifting Chen Xun a few minor spells, wishing to avert further waste of contribution points. To their surprise, Chen Xun received the gifts with exuberance, expressing heartfelt gratitude and promising to return the following year, with the great black bull bowing repeatedly in thanks. There were indeed many kind souls within the sect. The elders of the contribution hall were left in stunned silence. Chen Xun and the great black bull once again plunged into their busy routines, filling each day to the brim. Particularly, Chen Xun increasingly recognized the brilliance of these minor spells, which were nothing short of ingenious. The most significant advantage of possessing 5 elemental roots was the ability to cultivate any spell without excessive reservations. Aside from the fact that their spells might be slightly less powerful and consume a bit more energy than others, there was little difference. The great black bull also practiced formations, its mooing cries echoing daily. Once a goal was set, the pursuit of longevity became all the more meaningful. Chapter 79. When in doubt, retreat is the best course of action. Time is an elusive force that slips through the grasp of all living things, and they remain blissfully unaware of its swift passage. In the blink of an eye, a decade has rushed by. They have accumulated a measure of longevity in their magical prowess, now reaching a total of 42 points. Their greatest delight lies in the fact that this longevity has not yet reached its threshold, rendering their spells increasingly formidable. Meanwhile, the entire sect of the Qian kingdom has fallen into a profound stillness, devoid of even the slightest quarrel with the Wu kingdom. Both sects are enveloped in an atmosphere of intense oppression. The Wu Yun sect fares slightly better, with its members each pursuing their own paths, seemingly far from the lofty heights of the 10 great sects. Presently, the malevolent aura surrounding Ji Kuan has intensified, allowing him to grasp a fragment of the turbulent dynamics between the two nations. He informs Chen Xun that there are no immediate concerns, though his understanding remains limited. Chen Xun has also asked Ji Kuan to assist him in searching for any techniques related to body refinement, as his connections outside the sect are more extensive, while such teachings are scarce within Wuyan sect. Upon hearing this, Ji Kuan was taken aback and promptly advised Chen Xun to focus on his cultivation, stating that body refinement does not contribute to one's advancement in magical prowess, especially since Chen Xun does not engage in combat. Despite his words, Ji Kuan acquiesced, promising to keep an eye out during his missions over the years, though he could only bring back some mundane techniques. Chen Xun accepted them with solemnity, expressing no disappointment, simply requesting Ji Kuan to cease further searches as these were sufficient. Today, two figures enter the Huichuan stream spiritual her garden, both in the early stages of foundation establishment, their expressions imbued with solemnity. However, their robes are not of grayish-blue, but rather a shade of white-blue, signifying their status as direct disciples of a certain peak master. Their standing akin to that of foundation elders, and their lineage far surpassing that of someone like Chen Xun. Junior brother Chen Xun, Black Bull, Lu Yuan and Shi Jing said with a smile, their eyes captivated by the beauty of the herb garden, gazing at the undulating grass slopes and the stream meandering through. Yet, a flicker of surprise crossed their faces upon noticing the abundance of Yiling trees timber scattered about. Before several distant caves, a variety of vividly colored strange stones were displayed, gleaming as if polished daily. They had expected Chen Xun to lead a life of elegance. But upon spotting the chicken coop and pig pen further away, they realized their assumptions were misguided. Junior brother Chen Xun was still much like he had been back in the day. As a gentle breeze swept through, countless blades of grass bowed to the ground, framing the two figures adorned with straw hats. Chen Xun approached with a smile alongside the imposing Black Bull. "Ha! Brother Shi, Sister Lu, what brings you here?" Chen Xun laughed heartily. A few years back, after their foundation establishment, they had visited him and Black Bull, albeit in a hurried manner, merely skirting the edges of the herb garden. "We have come to bid farewell to junior brother Chen," Shi Jing replied, a peculiar gleam in his eyes. Sensing something unique about Chen Xun's demeanor, an ineffable charm. "Bidding farewell? Are you departing for distant lands?" Chen Xun inquired, removing his straw hat, aware that many foundation-stage cultivators ventured outside the sect in search of opportunities. "Indeed, we are heading to the imperial city of the Qian kingdom to conclude some earthly matters." Shi Jing nodded gently, his demeanor noticeably more composed, though beneath his handsome exterior lay an enhanced allure. "Brother Shi and I hail from the imperial city. Our family has connections with the Wuyun sect," Lu Yuan said somewhat melancholically, unable to hide her feelings, much like Black Bull. Chen Xun and Black Bull exchanged glances, astonished. They had only encountered minor officials from the local government in their lives. "Brother Shi, Sister Lu, this is excellent news. You will have the chance to return home," Chen Xun remarked calmly, yet he sensed their moods were not as buoyant as he had expected. "By our master's decree, from this point onward, we must sever ties with the mortal realm." They spoke in unison, their eyes betraying a hint of struggle. "Junior brother Chen, must one truly abandon their earthly heart upon embarking on the path of cultivation?" Lu Yuan asked wistfully, gazing up at Chen Xun, her thoughts drifting to her mother, who still lingered in the world. Shi Jing, too, turned his gaze towards Chen Xun, a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. They had only recently established their foundations and were not entirely clear on their master's intentions. Black Bull also looked at Chen Xun, who understood the reason behind Black Bull's desire to accompany him on the journey of cultivation. It was well known that Chen Xun had once relished his time in the mortal world, finding joy even in the simplest tasks. "Fear not, for I lack the profound experiences of your master. She would undoubtedly never lead you astray," Chen Xun said with a smile, to the astonishment of all three, who had not anticipated such words from him. A gentle sigh escaped both Lu Yuan and Shi Jing. Lu Yuan then shifted the topic, saying, "Junior brother Chen, will you accompany us to the imperial city? The grandeur of the Qian Kingdom South Imperial Court is beyond measure." This was, in truth, their real purpose for coming, to invite Chen Xun and Black Bull to join their journey. "The imperial city of the Qian Kingdom? Is it not larger than Panning City?" Chen Xun exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, as he and Black Bull had never ventured to such grand places. After all, Chen Xun had never even visited the capital in his previous life, leaving him with a lingering regret. Located in Jinfeng Prefecture, separated by two other prefectures from Jiang Prefecture, the journey is quite extensive. "If junior brother Chen travels with us, you shall experience the myriad cultures along the way," Shi Jing expressed with hope, finding Chen Xun to be a remarkably interesting and kind individual, wishing to bring him and Black Bull along. Black Bull nudged Chen Xun, who was still in contemplation. Brother Sure, Sister Lu, it is not my intention to disregard your goodwill, Chen Xun said, his expression one of struggle. But Black Bull and I have devised a training regimen that currently binds us. We have already utilized twice the time intended. Black Bull nodded solemnly towards the two, affirming this truth. The intricacies of combining fireball and iceball techniques, the complexities of the dual realms of ice and fire, pose significant challenges. Moreover, understanding why different foundation stage techniques operated so differently within the body was a pressing concern. The layering of these miniature formations was another puzzle. Most importantly, if it is not too much trouble, could you please bring back a map of the Qian Kingdom? Chen Xun clasped his hands together, his tone a blend of seriousness, anticipation, and sincerity. Initially, they were captivated, admiring junior brother Chen Xun's diligence, having not considered such matters themselves, only to be jolted back to reality by his final request. Shi Jing had nearly been lost in thought, smiling awkwardly. Junior brother Chen, you are too modest. We will certainly take care of the map. Junior brother Chen, Shi Jing holds a position of considerable esteem. Lu Yuan teased with a light laugh, maintaining her youthful demeanor. That is splendid. I was worried I might burden you. Chen Xun sighed in relief. It is wonderful to have someone of your stature. However, should the opportunity arise, let us journey together in the future. Then it is settled. Junior brother Chen, I shall hold you to your word. And Black Bull, you have heard him too. Ha ha ha. Chen Xun laughed heartily, stepping forward slightly. I wish you both a safe journey, but as the elder, I must impart this wisdom. When faced with uncertainty, retreat is the wisest course. With each word delivered with purpose, he raised his gaze to the heavens at a 45-degree angle, conveying a lesson of utmost importance. Shi Jing and Lu Yuan exchanged surprised glances, then looked at each other, their expressions brightening with amusement. Indeed, junior brother Chen. Subsequently, they bid farewell to Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull, embarking on their journey homeward to visit. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull also watched them depart. After a while, they sealed the barrier, and the narrow path gradually became shrouded in mysterious mist. Chapter 80. As others strive, we observe the winds and clouds. They seated themselves directly upon the grass, with Chen Xun reclining back, savoring the gentle breeze against his face. Lost in contemplation, Mu, the large black bull, nudged Chen Xun. Old bull, are you eager to hear my thoughts? Mu, my sentiment is that, when it comes to family and friends, there should be no distinction between the mundane and the celestial. Chen Xun mused softly. In a mortal's fleeting century, the cycles of life and death are abundant. Yet do we not find joy amidst it all? Suffering is but a transient state. Even the common folk do not dwell perpetually in the past. Moo, the black bull nodded earnestly, recalling the many farewells they had witnessed in their quaint village, where the kin of the departed continued to thrive. Yet, with a foundational lifespan of merely 4 centuries, excessive emotional turmoil might cause concern for their masters, potentially hindering their cultivation. Chen Xun smiled gently, gazing into the vast sky, where the heavens stretched infinitely, pristine, with wisps of white clouds drifting languidly, reminiscent of sails on a tranquil sea. He continued to whisper, to sever one's mortal ties. But what does it truly mean to possess a mortal heart? Are we not all human? This realm of cultivation is rife with human emotions and affairs, no different from the mundane world. Mu, the black bull, nudged Chen Xun with insistence, yearning for a different discourse. What is it? Chen Xun feigned indignation, pretending to be oblivious. Mu, the bull exhaled forcefully, nudging him once more. I still have a cauldron of elixirs to refine. Westgate Black Bull, we shall meet again. Chen Xun clasped his fists and, with a flicker of his figure, vanished from sight. Mu, the black bull bellowed in frustration, hastening after him, but Chen Xun merely brushed him off. In the distance, the man and the bull engaged in playful banter, occasionally interrupted by loud exclamations. Old bull, we are not the same. We seek immortality. Shall we indulge in the trivialities of the mortal realm, bidding farewell to lives day after day, only to lament like you? Do I have nothing better to do? Moo! The black bull roared, while Chen Xun, caught off guard, was sent soaring into the air. Curse you! Chen Xun exclaimed in fury. I know what you want to hear, fine. I shall tell you. Moo moo. The black bull grinned broadly, relishing the tales Chen Xun spun for him, obediently standing by his side, ceasing his antics. The matter regarding senior brother Ji was of grave importance, differing in nature. If handled well, it would merely be a trivial affair with little consequence. Chen Xun approached his endeavors with spontaneity, recognizing he had yet to attain the lofty heights of a sage. He never imposed conditions upon friendships nor sought recompense. Karma pertains to interactions with strangers. Even if Ji Kun were to meet with misfortune now, they harbored no regrets, having done all within their capabilities, and would never interfere with another's path. However, when it came to matters concerning Sister Lu and Brother Shi, could he dare to speak freely? His counsel was simple: never offer unsolicited life advice to others. Chen Xun remarked with exasperation, "We are immortal. How can our mindset align with that of others? They strive for every fleeting moment, while we remain unperturbed, existing in entirely different realms. Dispensing platitudes recklessly could prove detrimental. We must simply live our own lives well. Like Lu Feng, are we to forcibly provide him with a foundational elixir?" Moo moo. The black bull continued to nuzzle against Chen Xun, showing understanding. Yet, when it came to their own platitudes, a hint of confusion flickered in its eyes. There was no poison, after all. Old bull, let's cultivate diligently. We shall strive for the imperial city. I will procure fine fabrics for you to craft a garment. Moo, moo moo moo. It must be true. The imperial city boasts the finest treasures, a chance to broaden our horizons in the future. Ha ha. Moo. The black bull leaped in delight. For Chen Xun was a master at garment making, and together they resumed their cultivation plans. As spring deepened, then receded into early summer, followed by the coolness of autumn, and finally the chill of winter, the passage of time became irrelevant amidst their cultivation. It had already been 30 years since bidding farewell to Shi Jing and Lu Yuan. Their initial sorrow after returning quickly subsided, as Chen Xun offered words of solace and prepared a sumptuous meal for them. Soon after, they took their leave to enter seclusion for cultivation. Both Chen Xun and the Black Bull came to understand a profound truth. Cultivators often dedicate an immense portion of their lives to training and seeking opportunities, perhaps living less vividly than mortals in 100 years. Meanwhile, within the Wuyun sect, a prodigious young talent emerged, achieving late foundational stage cultivation in less than a century. However, no one speculated that this individual was a girl, as the sect publicly proclaimed. This individual was arrogant and haughty, dismissing peers of the same generation. They even dared to challenge elders, only to be soundly reprimanded by the peak masters, quickly tempering their attitude. Yet, everywhere they went, gasps of astonishment followed, with junior brothers and sisters chasing eagerly behind. This scenario caused many foundational cultivators within the Wuyun sect to frown discreetly, harboring disdain for this individual. However, judging by their demeanor and tone, both Chen Xun and the Black Bull perceived them as childlike, lacking the scars of worldly experience. The disparity between those who engage with society and those who do not is indeed vast. Living longer does not equate to greater maturity. For instance, a child who cultivates in stillness for a millennium would likely retain the same disposition and experiences. Yet for them, it was merely a trifling matter. Chen Xun was already acknowledged as the weakest in dueling among the foundational circle, with spells more suited for the Qi refining stage. Furthermore, their techniques were commonplace. Ordinary individuals would not be targeted by geniuses and powerhouses, as they quietly fulfilled their roles within the Wuyun sect. These 30 years of longevity points were originally intended to enhance their magical powers. However, upon reaching a score of 51, they found no further warmth flowing within, realizing that even the foundational stage has its limits. They were left with no choice but to allocate the remaining longevity points to defense, crucial for bolstering their techniques and spells, safeguarding their meridians. Their current longevity points stood as follows: Strength 21, Speed 21, Essence of all things 20, Magic Power 51, Defense 32. Chen Xun and the Black Bull had never regarded themselves as particularly strong or sought to hone their skills through violence. Even though their spell enhancements had reached an astonishing level, as they traversed the world, they embraced a life of simplicity, avoiding unnecessary conflict, ensuring they could safeguard themselves. There was no need to prove invincibility, for their aspirations lay elsewhere. Today, within the spirit herb garden, Chen Xun maintained a serene expression, stepping forth from his abode. Behind him, ethereal ripples reverberated, conjuring phantoms as if an unseen roar had erupted. A gentle breeze swept through the surrounding grasslands, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the entrance of the herb garden, seemingly merging with the elements, each step bridging vast distances. "Moo," the Black Bull softly called, silently appearing beside Chen Xun, moving swiftly yet devoid of the previous cacophony. "Old Bull, let us depart," Chen Xun said with a calm smile. "Moo." The Black Bull grasped the rope in its mouth and presented it to Chen Xun. They felt a surge of immense magical power coursing through them, their spiritual sense having significantly heightened. They had now reached the mid-foundational stage. However, foundational elixirs no longer bore efficacy, and their advancement had plateaued. Exchanging glances, Chen Xun and the Black Bull noticed their magical power gradually waning, their realms slowly diminishing, with their progress merely a slight improvement over their initial breakthroughs. As they walked along the path, Chen Xun remarked, "Old Bull, after these years of reflection, I have finally discerned a direction. Moo, one spell, one body refinement technique, one movement technique, one cultivation method, 3 axes for breaking ground, and a few exploratory techniques will suffice for now." Chen Xun's lips curled into a mysterious smile, embodying the notion that one cannot indulge excessively without consequence. For instance, starting from the fireball spell, he envisioned infinite enhancements. By amalgamating various minor incantations, he sought to create new spells. Despite years of endeavor, he had yet to glimpse a hint of success, as he had not yet attained such a realm. However, through the relentless pursuit of improvement and the extensive study of numerous spells, he began to grasp a fleeting inspiration based on the pathways of their operation, and he had already commenced its practical application. Chapter 81. Sending Brother Lufeng to ascend with a low moo. The great Black Bull acknowledged the wisdom in Chen Xun's words. In the realm of cultivation, myriad spells beckoned, an endless path of training. Yet, joy gleamed in the bull's eyes. It had embarked on the journey of layered formations and grasped a fleeting inspiration. 2 figures receded into the distance, vanishing beyond the herb garden. The day was overcast, a fine drizzle falling, hastening the steps of countless disciples, their whispers nearly silenced. Chen Xun led the great Black Bull past them, raindrops gently pattering against the faint glow of their protective barrier, unable to breach their sanctum. "Old Bull, it seems autumn's twilight has arrived," he murmured. They spoke softly, their gazes tranquil as they passed by, catching glimpses of the nameless landscapes within the mountains. Yet the vibrant life of yesteryears had faded, leaves carpeting the ground in a tapestry of decay. Time slipped by unnoticed until they arrived at the residence of the law enforcement hall disciples, where a wooden house was surrounded by a crowd, an air of despondence hanging over them. Lufeng had departed quietly, like smoke carried away by the wind, leaving no chance for farewells. Many disciples had found him overly chatty and meddlesome, yet in his absence, throngs had come to see him off. "Old Bull, though our interactions were few, Brother Lufeng was truly an extraordinary individual," Chen Xun reflected. Brother Lufeng had dedicated his life to the pursuit of his ideals, now achieving a fulfilling completion. Chen Xun gazed at the darkened sky, rejoicing as he clasped his hands together, proclaiming, "This is the path Brother Lufeng sought, not the so-called realm of cultivation." The great Black Bull looked up, a hint of confusion in its eyes, yet it too felt joy for Brother Lufeng. Whether in Jiuxing Valley or Wuyun sect, countless souls chased ephemeral realms and powers. Only Lufeng seemed to pursue those who chased, tirelessly urging his fellow disciples to cherish their time, untouched by the allure of longevity or gain. Chen Xun and the great Black Bull had encountered many with mediocre talents, none willing to accept their fate. Even the once rotund brother had come to terms with life, seeking only to enjoy the transient pleasures of the mortal realm. Lufeng, an ordinary cultivator, performed thankless tasks within the sect, often the target of mocking and derision. Yet, Lufeng remained a fleeting glimpse of brilliance in the long years of Chen Xun and the great Black Bull's lives. They felt no sorrow, no grief, akin to quietly admiring a meteor streaking across the sky, from splendor to demise, ultimately shattering into pieces. A smile graced Chen Xun's lips, an epiphany dawning upon him. Parting does not solely entail pain, sorrow, or regret. It need not be avoided but embraced as it unfolds. Old Bull, let us proceed. Seeing so many here to bid farewell reassures me. Brother Lufeng must find solace in knowing his efforts were meaningful. Their eyes sparkled with mirth as they made their way toward the Hall of Contributions. With heavy hearts, they traversed the melancholic autumn rain, their figures gradually disappearing into the mist. Countless onlookers remained oblivious to their presence, leaving no trace of their passage. However, as they passed a spirit tree, their steps halted, their breaths turning sharp. Chen Xun's axe vibrated at his side, and the bull's horns quivered. Their gazes were magnetically drawn to the spirit tree, and suddenly they shouted, "Crane spirit tree! Old Bull, what are we waiting for? Let's act!" With a resounding boom, a cloud of dust erupted as they departed, leaving the rain to patter against the fallen crane's spirit tree, echoing like a distant drum. Inside the Hall of Contributions, some elders groaned in exasperation, lamenting Chen Xun's arrival with the Black Bull once more. Over the past 30 years, had it not been for the copies, the sect's minor spells would have been entirely depleted. Yet, Chen Xun appeared undeterred, as if possessed, unresponsive to counsel, oblivious to the futility of minor spells for foundation-building disciples. Yet, today he exchanged not for minor spells, but rather for formulas suitable for the Qi refinement stage, relieving many elders' worries. It seemed his interests had shifted. They had learned that Chen Xun managed the spirit garden, and his peculiar disposition became more comprehensible. However, Chen Xun's true intent was not to study those formulas, but to acquire the recipe for the 3-yuan pill, which greatly benefits mid-foundation stage cultivators. Nonetheless, the pill's toxicity was formidable, necessitating cautious consumption, a fact he had gleaned